When Chinese athletes mockingly assert that playing video games can also lead to championships, those who earn their livelihood from esports ought to measure the length of their lofty expressions with their size 42 shoes. As parents, relatives, friends, and society cast sideways glances at esports, deeming those who pursue it as idle, true enthusiasts of electronic sports should simply turn away with an air of resolute defiance. Have we ever considered that in the forthcoming Olympic Games, there will be a discipline characterized by sub-second reactions, seamless teamwork among 5 players, and breathtaking maneuvers that culminate in a thrilling confrontation? This is the essence of esports. Let the fervent devotees of the world exclaim, Demacia. Volume 1. The Fallen King Returns, Chapter 1. Being an amateur player isn't so bad. At the Dota esports competition in London, England, the arena dazzles with vibrant neon lights, while a spectrum of LED glory halos illuminates the podium. On stage, 5 jubilant British players hoist their trophy high, their faces alight with excitement, as a statuesque woman pops champagne to shower them with celebratory blessings. At the center stands a handsome young man with chestnut hair, flashing a captivating smile that leaves the ladies in awe, his gaze fixed on another young man in the audience. He is undeniably the core of the champion team, merely 17 years old, the true little prince of British esports. I have learned a Chinese idiom. The champion declares, not offering a typical victory speech, but rather addressing the individual in the crowd. It is one word is worth 1,000 gold. Please adhere to your promise of defeat and henceforth withdraw from Dota. The young man in the audience, with dark eyes and hair, his physique somewhat frail, can only nod silently in response to the dazzling esports prince's imposing smile. Come, genius player Eagle, please smile for us and leave us with a memory. A photographer approaches the black-haired youth, speaking in standard Mandarin. Facing the camera, he forces a smile. Yet, this smile feels like a dagger to his heart. In that moment, he comprehends. Often, second place garners no reward whatsoever. Consider the battlefield to him. Esports is a battlefield, devoid of gunpowder and bloodshed. Yet once defeated, it is akin to a lifeless body buried in the sands, awaiting a slow decay. Esports is thus, as is any fiercely competitive realm, few remember the second place. His name is Yu Luosheng, gaming ID, Eagle. Yet he must withdraw from the Dota professional stage he cherishes most, not merely due to a wager with this British prodigy. A year later, on the balcony of a modest apartment, vibrant pot hose sways gently in the river breeze. If only the wind were not tainted with the stench of sewage, it would be a splendid morning for Yu Luosheng. With short black hair, a white tank top, baggy shorts, and a pair of flip-flops, he epitomizes the quintessential underdog. Fortunately, his visage was rather handsome, and coupled with his deliberate display of a melancholic demeanor, he exuded an air of brooding charm. Yu Luosheng cradled an English book in his hands, leisurely jotting down vocabulary words. In truth, his proficiency in English was commendable, particularly when it came to phrases and words that conveyed greetings to relatives and family members, a talent he possessed in abundance. After all, in England, one cannot resort to profanities in one's native tongue. Let me express my belief that Xiaosheng will undoubtedly catch up with his studies. He is already ranked in the top 30 before even the mock exam. Xiaosheng is a prodigy, a genius in every respect. A woman's voice emanated from the kitchen, tinged with pride and satisfaction. Humph! Had it not been for your support of his indulgence in that wretched game, his grades would be far superior. Gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would be a mere formality. Top 30? He's still leagues away from those institutions that if he dares to settle for an ordinary key university, I shall not hesitate to smash his computer. A middle-aged man retorted, Dare you smash it? If you do, I shall toss all your cigarettes and liquor into the garbage. What's wrong with gaming? At least he has had the opportunity to study abroad at public expense. Have you ever ventured abroad? The woman immediately fired back. It's your pampering that has led him to this. Should he lack prospects in the future, the blame lies squarely on you. What future does gaming offer? The middle-aged man exclaimed in frustration. And what of the blame resting on me? What do you intend to do about it? I can't be bothered to engage with you. The incessant bickering of this elderly couple filled the air, and Yu Luosheng was accustomed to waking not by the sound of an alarm clock, but rather by their endless disputes. This modest apartment measured a mere 80 square meters, allowing their voices to echo throughout. The woman was, of course, Yu Lisheng's mother, Li Yun, a quintessential doting mother. The middle-aged man was his father, Yu Jing, whose stern and irate tone belied the fact that, as a father, he embodied the archetype of paternal concern. "Dad, Mom, I'm heading to school," Yu Luoxing announced, stowing away his English book, donning his unflattering school uniform, and slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he made his way to the door to put on his shoes. "Be careful on your way," Li Yun called out from the kitchen. Once she saw her son leave, she returned to washing the dishes. After tidying the kitchen, Li Yun proceeded to her son's room. Upon entering, she noticed his computer screen still flickering with light, clearly forgotten in his haste. "What a child, sneaking off to play early in the morning," Li Yun chided softly. With that, she quietly closed the door to prevent Yu Jing from seeing, knowing it would incite another outburst. Approaching the computer, she discovered the game window still open, prominently displaying the title League of Legends. "What is this game?" Li Yun pondered with curiosity. She then noticed the rank of 1900 points, though its significance eluded her. With a casual click, she closed the game interface and proceeded to shut down the computer. Acquiring accolades in Olympiads, academic competitions, or provincial sports events would earn 1 extra credit, yet achieving the title of international runner-up in esports not only would it garner no additional recognition, but the principal might even deliberate on whether such a child should be admitted at all. Yu Luoshang has engaged in numerous games, claiming championships in various version competitive games, such as Bubble Hall and kart racing since middle school. But he later became captivated by Warcraft and subsequently by Dota, amassing a collection of accolades that could overshadow those of so-called academic prodigies. However, one must acknowledge that regardless of the glory attained in the realm of gaming, the majority of parents and elders would brandish the label of idleness upon him. The high school Yu Luoxing attends is a prestigious institution in the city, purchased with several years of his family's savings. His previous school was subpar, which afforded him ample time during his first 2 years of high school to pursue a career as a professional player. In June of his second year, the Dota International Championship was held, and he participated. However, upon returning, he resolved to be a diligent student once more. The first place in the Dota International Championship awarded a prize of 300,000 RMB, while the second place received no reward at AS for the rationale behind this. One might inquire with the British Esports Association. After nearly 2 years of neglecting his studies, his family still invested a significant amount to enroll Yu Luoshang in a key high school. Their financial situation was not particularly robust, and you could not bear to see the disheartened expression on his family's faces, prompting him to strive earnestly for a year. There are many individuals endowed with talent across various fields, and academic success is also contingent upon such innate ability. While Yu Luoshang is indeed a gifted individual within a year, he not only recuperated his lost academic pursuits, but also surpassed several diligent students, as evidenced by his exemplary performance in mock examinations. That, of course, being a good student does not imply that he has relinquished gaming entirely. For some in this era, gaming represents a second existence. As Garen once proclaimed, "As long as the tower stands, so do the people." Certain passions may truly be defended with all one's might, including competitive gaming. Yu Luoxing honored his commitment to that British player, refraining from touching Dota again. However, the recent emergence of League of Legends rekindled a sense of vitality within him. If he cannot pursue a career as a professional player, being an amateur is a commendable alternative. Chapter 2. The Internet CAF Quintet. Setting down his backpack, Yu Luoxing leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. There were still a few minutes before morning reading began, yet he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. How could he possibly find enough sleep while juggling his studies and ranked matches? Damn it. Last night, we actually lost to those rookies from Class 3. Of course. Boisterous voice erupted from behind him. It was none other than his deskmate, Wang Qin, whose gaming ID was Beast, deeply engrossed in League of Legends. He claimed to be the premier mid laner at Shuilon High School, with his classmates looking up to him as their leader. Zhao Kasong, why are you being such a coward playing top? Go take down their back line, or from now on, you shall be called Zhao Coward. Wang Qin berated him. Engaging in competitive gaming, much like basketball, often meant having at least one teammate who played like a fool, which usually led to defeat. Boss, have you even seen their top? He asked level 27 while I'm barely at level 20. You expect me to confront him? Zhao Kesong explained, feeling aggrieved. Then why did you give away first blood so quickly? Don't you know there are ambushes in the bushes? Wang Qin retorted. Zhao Kesong was inherently timid, and forcing him to play a robust top laner was rather ill-suited for his character. And you guys down bottom, what on earth are you doing? Dying 3 times in 10 minutes. Wang Qin redirected his ire towards the 2 boys sitting nearby. Can you blame me? That bastard Sun Yang always initiates a fight the moment he catches someone with his robot, and I end up dead. A delicate-looking student named Zhong Xiaoyan explained. I don't know what happened yesterday. I swear I caught their team every time with my flying claws, yet we were the ones who perished in the fray. Sun Yang chimed in, evidently agitated. Sun Yang had a penchant for using the robot champion, Blitzcrank, and was reputed to often carry the game. However, yesterday's defeat was a stark contrast to his usual prowess. Yu Luoxing remained prostrate on the table, listening to the animated discussion of their recent loss behind him. He also had a fondness for employing Blitzcrank and could assert with absolute certainty that Sun Yang had indeed grabbed the enemy support champions like Galio, Alistar, and Leona, heroes renowned for their durability. Utilizing Blitzcrank's flying claws is advantageous, but targeting these champions often leads to the demise of one's own teammates, akin to a fearsome wolf being lured straight to its prey, only to slaughter the weaker allies. This was a crucial lesson for a support robot at around level 30. And Sun Yang's Blitzcrank had yet to master it. Of course, there are instances where one can successfully catch these hardy crowd control champions, but that represents a more advanced level of play. Yu Luoxing refrained from enlightening Sun Yang about the downfall of their bottom lane. Their elementary level skirmishes were hardly worthy of his esteemed attention. I've arranged for those clowns from Class 3 to play again next Saturday. I'm betting my entire living expenses for the month on it, Wang Qin declared. Boss, don't be so impulsive. We can't possibly win against them. Zhao Kesong cautioned. Who says we can't? Wang Qin furrowed his brows, causing Zhao Kesong to immediately fall silent. Upon hearing Wang Qin's words, Yu Luoxing finally opened his eyes, sleepily regarding him, and saying, Are you trying to throw your life away this month, betting your living expenses? Putting money on the line means you're serious. Seeing his half-dead deskmate finally speak, Wang Qin hurriedly leaned closer and whispered, Yang Qianqian is also involved. She's looking for someone to take her along. I was competing with Lin Su from Class 3 and unexpectedly lost yesterday. Yang Qianqian was there to witness it, making it so I couldn't even lift my head. Don't you think I need to regain my dignity? Alas, it's all because of these useless kids. Yang Qianqian. Oh, the one with the long legs from Class 4? Yu Luoxing recalled this beauty. Whenever the few boys around him spotted her passing by, they were always busy drooling. Indeed, she was quite stunning, especially her long, shapely legs that swayed enticingly as she walked. Even loose school uniforms could not conceal her alluring figure. Yu Luoxing, you play too, right? Your skills may not be exceptional, but it doesn't matter since you won't be participating. Next Saturday, you can at least help me make an appearance. Wang Qin insisted. Forget it, I have other matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves. Yu Luoxing shook his head. What a joke. With my ranking of 1900 points, why would I waste my time watching you little brats play 5v5? I'd rather accompany my partner to reach 2000 points. The weekends in our senior year are incredibly precious. Do you not understand what a 1900-point rank signifies? If Yu Luoxing were Sun Wukong, Wang Qin and his group would be mere little demons under the command of the Bull Demon King, a significant tier below. Do you truly cherish learning? Dare you claim you adore the peculiarities of classical Chinese? Do you genuinely enjoy the convoluted emphasis of English? Do you relish the maddening symbols of mathematics? If you dare assert your love for learning, then what can I say but that you are hypocritical? Yu Luoxing despised these subjects, yet he recognized he had no choice. For the sake of his parents and his uncertain future, he had to attentively listen to every class and diligently take notes, from Monday to Saturday. In this numbness, a week slipped by unnoticed. After the final class on Saturday, the homeroom teacher approached the podium, pointing to the blackboard where the words 120 days until the college entrance examination were written in bold colors, ringing an alarm for everyone, creating an atmosphere as somber as a memorial service. However, the moment the class bell rang, the students' bright eyes betrayed their excitement. Let's go. It's time to eat. We'll practice at the internet CAF tonight and strategize. Wang Qin shouted to his teammates. Wang Qin, did you really wager money with those kids from Class 3? Yu Luoxing casually inquired as he packed his belongings. Is there any doubt? Money can be lost, but dignity cannot be compromised. I've already spoken to Yang Qianqian about it. Wang Qin replied earnestly. Well then, good luck to you. Yu Luoxing understood that once Wang Qin became serious, it was like a bull seeing red underwear, impossible to stop. Are you really not coming to liven things up for us? Wang Qin asked. I have plans this Saturday evening. Perhaps I shall visit when time permits. Is it the launching internet CAF? Yu Luoxing inquired. He, it would be best if you came to witness my triumph over them. Wang Qin replied with a smug expression. With that, Wang Qin had already invited Zhao Kesong, Zhong Xiaoyan, and others, including Sun Yang, to dine outside the school. After their dinner, they are likely to form the fabled invincible five-man squad at the Internet CAF, a team that has never tasted victory. Chapter 3. Just one word. Go. Upon returning home and finishing his meal, Yu Luoxing turned on his computer. He launched the League of Legends client, and upon seeing the exhilarating interface spring to life, his somewhat dispirited eyes suddenly radiated with brilliance. His passion for competitive gaming was deeply ingrained, impossible to conceal. As the interface loaded, he selected the Freljord server. Opening his friends list, he stumbled upon an incredibly familiar ID, Shui. This ID had a somewhat feminine touch, and Yu Luoxing had often wondered if this online companion, with whom he had teamed for so long, was indeed a female. Yet, he could not ascertain this with certainty in today's digital realm. One could never truly determine gender without a face-to-face encounter, and even then, one could not fully trust the truth of it. The depths of society were indeed profound. Yu Luoxing paid little mind to whether Shui was male or female. After all, gaming always required a companion. Although this partner was not his most synergistic teammate, they shared a unique understanding. Are you waiting for me? Yu Luoxing sent a message. Yes, I knew you would be online at this time on Saturday. I figured you were a student, came the swift reply, suggesting that the other was indeed anticipating him. Let us get started. Let us aim to reach 2,000 points this weekend. Yu Luoxing wasted no time and got straight to the point. Sounds good. League of Legends is a tower-pushing game, where two teams of 5 players each aim to destroy the opposing team's crystal stronghold. It can be likened to a confrontation between two rival cities connected by 3 lanes, with each side deploying equally matched soldiers. Players take on the role of commanders, battling against one another. Defeating the opposing commander and collapsing their city's central stronghold secures victory in this war. The game is divided into matchmaking and ranked matches. The matchmaking mode involves the system randomly pairing teammates and opponents for mutual skill development, while ranked matches are more formal competitions, as their outcomes are recorded. Higher scores reflect greater skill, serving as a tangible measure of prowess. A rank of 1900 points signifies a clash of high-level competitors. While players like Wang Qin typically engage only in matchmaking, only players who have reached level 30 and possess at least 16 champions can participate in ranked matches. Wang Qin and his classmates lacked even the qualifications to play ranked, which is why Yu Luoxing had little inclination to involve himself with them. Their skill levels were simply not on par. When Yu Luoxing and Shui played together, they occupied the bottom lane, with Yu Luoxing assuming the support role and Shui taking the primary damage-dealing position ADC. Together, they schemed and maneuvered, achieving unassailable success in the bottom lane. After 2 consecutive victories, both Yu Luoxing and Shui ascended to the 2,000-point tier. A rank of 2,000 points is regarded as a significant milestone of skill. Those who cross this threshold are considered elite players in League of Legends. For a high school senior to attain such prowess is truly astonishing. I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. As Shui concluded her second match, she turned to Yu Luoxing and inquired, Are we not playing anymore? Yu Luoxing, perplexed, noted that they typically played late into the Saturday evenings, relishing every moment. It was quite unusual for Shui to suddenly decide to stop. Well, I won't have time to play tomorrow either. Let's reconvene next week, Shui replied. All right then, I shall amuse myself with matchmaking, Yu Luoxing responded. You could also play ranked matches by yourself, Shui messaged back. Without you, I'm afraid I might encounter difficulties, Yu Luoxing admitted. So, you do rely on me after all. Our synergy is not yet perfect. There are times when I struggle to keep up with you, Shui acknowledged. Recognizing Yu Luoxing's adeptness in the support role, even as she sometimes lagged behind him. Get a microphone, and let us voice chat, Yu Luoxing teased. Humph, I know your intentions. I'm concerned that if my rough, deep voice reaches your ears, you might promptly block me, Shui replied playfully. Hey, Yu Luoxing chuckled. While he was indifferent to Shui's gender, he couldn't help but feel that if she were indeed a girl, it would be quite a delightful circumstance. All right. I'll purchase a microphone. Let's voice chat next week, Shui said. Are we really going to voice chat? Yu Luoxing wondered, questioning his own hearing. He had known Shui Yi for quite some time, initially chatting extensively on QQ before she invited him to play League of Legends. Despite all her online personas suggesting femininity, her reluctance to engage in video or voice calls left Yu Luosheng with a lingering apprehension, fearing she might actually be an unkempt old man. Finally, the moment of truth seemed to be approaching. Would it be a boisterous, foul-mouthed uncle or a sweet, youthful voice? Next week would reveal all, and for some inexplicable reason, Yu Luosheng felt a flutter of excitement. I'm off now. Okay, goodbye. As Shui's 3 names faded away, Yu Luosheng felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Each time her QQ avatar dimmed and her game ID faded, a pang of disappointment struck him. Once she had logged off, Yu Luosheng refrained from matchmaking and instead logged into another account. To be honest, he found matchmaking rather unappealing. As a former professional player, he found the casual nature of such games rather tedious. Just as he was about to click on solo ranked matches, his phone rang. With no one at home, Yu Luosheng had to answer it himself. Luosheng? Came a voice from the other end. It's me, Wang Qin. Aren't you engaged in a fierce battle with the third class? What brings you to call me? Recognizing the unmistakable, rough voice of his old deskmate, Yu Luosheng replied, I knew it was you. Sun Yao got dragged back home by his mother to study, and there's no one to fill the support role. I can't possibly let those 2 level 12 novices, Xiaoji and Guanzi, take the field. The third class won't allow me to bring in outside help, so I've turned to you. Wang Qin spoke rapidly. Then why not forego the match? Yu Luosheng suggested. That's not an option. The third class said if we don't play today, it counts as a forfeit. Moreover, Yang Qianqian has arrived, and today she is adorned in a dress. You cannot imagine her fair, delicate calves. In any case, I must engage. Boss, kindly enlighten me regarding your League of Legends level. Can you occupy the support position? Wang Qin implored. How much did you wager? Yu Luosheng inquired. 1,000. Are you out of your mind? We are all children of ordinary families. 1,000 yuan is equivalent to the living expenses of a high school boarder for 2 months. Yu Luosheng was aware that Wang Qin's financial situation was not pleasant, and should he lose that 1,000, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from his father, Lin Su. That fellow casually tossed 1,000 yuan, claiming that throwing 500 was inconsequential, for he was indifferent to money. I could not bear this humiliation and flung my freshly acquired 1,000 into the pot, thinking that Yang Qianqian would surely perceive me as quite dashing. Nonsense. She likely considers you a fool. Forget it. Since I am here, I shall take on the support role, Yu Luosheng declared. You still have not informed me of your level. If you are not even at level 15, then do not bother coming. I shall seek someone else. Beep. Beep. Damn. How did the call drop? Anyone with genuine experience in League of Legends understands that when assessing someone's prowess, one does not inquire about levels but rather ranking points. After all, level 30 is the apex, and in casual circles, only upon reaching level 30 can one barely shed the novice label. Yu Luosheng reached level 30 centuries ago, and it was apparent that Wang Qin, who lingered in the 20s, would be utterly bewildered by the concept of ranking points. Thus, Yu Luosheng found no inclination to enlighten him. This time, Yu Luosheng felt somewhat displeased. Lin Su from class 3 came from a wealthy family, and for him, tossing around 1,000 yuan was a trivial matter. However, for Wang Qin, that 1,000 represented his living expenses, and Lin Su seemed to deliberately provoke him, intending for him to suffer. Trivial disputes could be overlooked, but Yu Luosheng could not tolerate Lin Su's blatant bullying of his comrade. What gall Lin Su possesses, flaunting his wealth. I shall accept your 1,000. It serves perfectly to procure skins and runes for myself. Just one word. Done. Chapter 4. A beautiful encounter as Yu Luosheng stepped outside. He traversed a somewhat boisterous street. Unfortunately, he recognized 2 figures approaching him, a mother and her son, the latter of whom was sulking under the weight of his mother's furious tirade, as if he had committed the most heinous of transgressions. The boy, who dared not retort, kept his gaze fixed on the ground. Yu Luosheng recognized him as Sun Yang, the support player, who indeed seemed to have been dragged back by his mother, just as Wang Qin had mentioned. You unambitious child, all you do is play. Do you think the internet CAF is a place for you? Are you unaware of the sacrifices your father and I have made to fund your education? That money didn't just fall from the sky. And here you are, squandering it on games. Fine, keep playing and wait until I tell your father. Let us see if he doesn't break your legs. The middle-aged woman, somewhat portly, continued her tirade loud enough to be heard from half a street away. Sun Yang felt as though he were a thief, unable to lift his head, completely oblivious to Yu Luosheng passing by. listening to the scolding. Yu Luoxing could only feign ignorance. Few parents in this world comprehend the realm of esports. Indeed, anything unrelated to academics is often dismissed by them. After crossing the street and navigating a dimly lit alley, the neon-lit Longxing Internet CAF came into view, offering a sense of unexpected clarity amidst the gloom. As he ascended the staircase, the sounds of clicking mice and the clamor of excited voices mingled with the strains of rock and metal music reached his ears. Upon reaching the second floor, a relatively fresh aroma wafted through the air. The Longxing Internet CAF was rather reputable, boasting designated smoking and non-smoking areas. The smoking section typically attracted adults and unruly youths, while the non-smoking area was populated by students, women, respectable individuals, and those pretending to be so. Internet CAFs, with their eclectic mix of patrons, had been a refuge for Yu Luoxing during countless lonely evenings before his family acquired a computer. Back in those days, as a primary and middle school student, he often found himself at the CAF, where supervision was lax and his home life was often devoid of company. Strangely, he had grown fond of the bustling atmosphere. With limited pocket money, he would silently observe from behind others, learning through their gameplay. Naturally, he often witnessed foolish maneuvers that made him yearn to push those players aside and take control himself, eager to dominate the battlefield. Upon entering the non-smoking area, the air was considerably improved, and he rarely encountered the stereotypical dyed-haired youths, foot-picking uncles, or pierced delinquents, if fortune smiled upon him. He might even glimpse a couple of lovely ladies. Who are you cursing at? Who has the coward here? Suddenly, a roar erupted. Who has the coward? If you can't take a loss, just admit it and stop wasting our time. The voice, tinged with a mocking tone, floated through the air. I can't take a loss? Spare me your nonsense. Even 4 against 5, we can still trounce you like dogs. Wang Qin bellowed with his characteristic bravado. Oh, 4 against 5? Let us not forget who lost like a dog last week, succumbing in less than 30 minutes. If it's 4 against 5, I wager you'll be hiding in your fountain within 10 minutes. The enigmatic figure with a dual-tone voice chuckled, joined by a few others in agreement. A verbal skirmish erupted between the two factions, the 3rd and 8th classes, who have long been sworn adversaries. Since their second year, this rivalry has deepened. Fueled by animosity stemming from various competitions, including the school sports meet, basketball, and football matches. Now, the contention has escalated into the realm of League of Legends. As competitive gaming holds a significant status among students, rivaling traditional sports, a venue where one can still exhibit a valiant spirit. Enough with the bickering. A clear, melodic voice rang out. Though not loud, it effortlessly commanded attention, silencing the boisterous crowd of young men, all seemingly wary of leaving a poor impression before the speaker. Hey, Qian, you saw the last match. They are no match for me. Tomorrow, on Sunday, I'll take you along, ensuring your victory rate is 100%. Lin Su from the 3rd class remarked with a charming smile. He possessed a fair complexion, pristine as if fresh from the garden. Yet his eyes held an unsettling glint, either disdain or aversion when they met yours. Ironically, when he gazed at Yang Qianqian, his eyes transformed, radiating sincerity and warmth. Yang Qianqian's reputation had already spread throughout the senior class. She was known for her alluring charm and vibrant energy. She engaged in various activities, including those traditionally favored by men, and had recently developed a fascination for League of Legends. The news of her interest ignited a fervor among the senior class. With numerous skilled players emerging, many even spending sleepless nights at internet cafes, honing their skills in the hopes of winning her favor through the game. The truth is, when a beautiful woman enters the arena of competition among men, her allure surpasses that of beauty in any other domain. This is an undeniable fact. What otaku wouldn't dream of having a girlfriend who could join them in gaming? One who possesses both an enticing figure and striking features. No. If such a girl exists, she transcends mere beauty. She is a goddess. Since there is no one else, I shall take on the role of support. It's merely a game, Yang Qianqian remarked, casting a glance at the men brimming with intensity. That won't do. Wang Qin and Lin Su protested, as they had discreetly wagered on the outcome. Furthermore, with Yang Qianqian as support, the match would lose its allure. This contest was about showcasing beauty first and prowess second. Friendship and integrity are mere trifles in such a scenario. Hey everyone, I'm here. Yu Luoxing felt it was time to make his entrance. Wang Qin, Zhong Xiaoan, Zhao Kesong, and Chao Sheng turned their attention, and Yang Qianqian, standing with the 8th class, cast her beautiful, inquisitive eyes towards him. Buddy, you finally made it. Would you like to drink? It's on me. Wang Qin exclaimed with enthusiasm. A Coke will do, Yu Luoxing replied, not one to be coy. All right. Wang Qin promptly fetched a bottle of Coke. Who is this newcomer? Is he a temporary recruit? Nie Ping from the third class pointed at Yu Luoxing. Yu Luoxing transferred to Class 8 in his third year of high school, and he seldom interacted with students from other classes, so naturally. The students from Class 3 did not recognize him. At that moment, Yang Chanqian spoke up with a tone of certainty. How do you know he is from Class 8? However, even if they sought outside help, it mattered little. They were merely a group of 4 inept individuals. Lin Su feigned indifference as he remarked, aside from being loud. They possessed no real abilities. Yu Luoxing himself found it somewhat puzzling how Yang Chanqian could ascertain his affiliation with Class 8. Apart from occasionally stealing glances at her beautiful legs while mingling with Wang Qin and others, he had not exchanged a single word with her. This goddess in the eyes of his fellow classmates had no reason to remember his face. Could it be that she saw beyond his ordinary appearance and recognized his inner grace and charm? What was that saying? Some men, even in their despondency and attempts to conceal themselves, have a unique aura and melancholy that inevitably emanates from their eyes. This innate allure is ultimately captured by discerning women. Much like fireflies illuminating the night, so vivid, so extraordinary. Chapter 5. You two take the solo lane. Let's get started. I'm growing impatient. Lin Su from Class 3 exclaimed. It appeared that Lin Su held a certain status in this internet CAF, as he had reserved a table with 10 computers, each adorned with the vibrant interface of League of Legends, a blend of ancient elegance and metallic deep blue. Typically, everyone was engrossed in monotonous textbooks. But upon seeing this interface, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Luoxing, take a seat next to Zhang Shaoan, Wang Qin instructed, pointing to the vacant spot beside Zhang Shaoan. Wang Qin positioned himself in the center, clearly gearing up for the mid-lane mage role. To his right sat Xiaosheng and Zhao Kesong, while Yu Luoxing and Zhong Xiaoyan occupied the left, undoubtedly claiming the duo for the bot lane. Behind these 5, several brothers from Class 8, regulars at the internet CAF, gathered to cheer them on, numbering around 7 or 8, among them a girl. Crush them, Huang Yu, the vice monitor of Class 8, urged. Indeed. We lost to them in basketball. We cannot afford to lose in League of Legends. Otherwise, we will hold our heads in shame before this group from Class 3. The basketball team leader added, if you win, I will reward each of you with a kiss. Xiaomei chimed in with a smile. Yu Luoxing, step aside. Let me play. Get out of the way. You haven't even reached level 10. Go play ball, Wang Qin retorted, removing his headphones and addressing the cheerleaders. Don't worry. We won't lose. With that, everyone logged into their accounts, entering the Steel Radiant server. Lin Su from Class 3 created a custom game. Custom games differ from matchmaking, as they are commonly used for internal competitions, pitting allies against each other, while matchmaking seeks opponents randomly from the network. Wang Qin's ID was indeed Beast. Zhang Shaoan was simply called Cloud. Zhao Kesong named himself I'm Impressive, Chao Sheng, I'm the Boss, and Yu Luoxing's ID, Xiong Somadai. This ID was randomly generated and sounded rather awkward, so it was adopted. Yu Luoxing's main account, with a ranking of 2,000 points, was in the Netcom region of Freljord, while Steel Radiance was his secondary account, intended for playing with an old friend, hence its lower level. Seriously? You're only level 13. While my partner Sun Yang is at level 24, it seems our bot lane is doomed again, Zhang Shaoan remarked, casting a glance at Yu Luoxing's account. Feeling a chill of despair. During their previous confrontation with Class 3, Zhang Shaoan and Sun Yang had been thoroughly bested, and now, partnering with a mere level 13 player, she questioned their chances of survival. Yu Luoxing is just 3 levels above me. Should I take the lead? Wang Tao was eager to showcase his abilities, visibly excited. Wang Qin glanced at Yu Luoxing and asked, Brother, are you up for it? Don't worry, Yu Luoxing replied, a confident smirk gracing his lips. In this day and age, when it was time to flaunt one's prowess, one must do so with utmost flair. With skill at hand, why not display it boldly? Soon, invitations began to flow in, with Lin Su from Class 3 adding Yu Luoxing as a friend and pulling him into the custom game interface. Upon entering the custom interface, Yu Luoxing was greeted by a row of IDs on the opposite side, 5 of which all inexplicably began with crazy. Yu Luoxing felt little of their so-called madness. In his view, they were rather pedestrian. A quick glance revealed that all of them were above level 25, with Crazy One Life at level 29, on the cusp of reaching the maximum level of 30. In contrast, among his own team of 5, only Wang Qin boasted a level of 26, while the others lingered at levels 21 and 22, And then there was himself, a glaring level 13. Indeed, they had struggled to find competent players. Resorting to a mere level 13 novice to fill the ranks, it seemed the bottom lane was about to enjoy some advantages. On the opposite side, Feng Xiaoqing from Class 8 burst into laughter, likely anticipating a swift defeat at their hands. At this moment, Lin Su chimed in with a cheerful tone, "No worries. We can divide the spoils based on kill count. If you manage to take down 20 of them, the 1,000 yuan will essentially be yours." That ignited Yu Luoxing's enthusiasm. Initially, he deemed them too weak to warrant serious effort, but now, in pursuit of kills, he resolved to employ his most skilled champion. Meanwhile, the rather high-pitched Ma Xiaoqing from the opposing side expressed a hint of excitement. The derision from the other team, combined with the stark reality of his level 13, left the faces of his teammates grim. Ultimately, Wang Qin shouted, "Quit the chatter, let us get started and leave you all searching for your teeth." Lin Su pressed the start button, and the 5 computers promptly transitioned into the hero selection interface. "Let us ban their strongest champions first. That would give us an edge," Yu Luoxing suggested. "What do we ban?" inquired the perplexed Zhang Xiaoan. Yu Luoxing casually stated this, yet noticed the odd stares directed at him. A glance at the selection screen brought a chill to his spine. It was a custom mode where players chose their own champions without visibility of the opponent's lineup. And there was no option to ban heroes. "All right, perhaps I overestimated you all," Yu Luoxing reassured himself internally. Self-selection mode it was. "What champion will you play?" Wang Qin turned to ask. "I'll go with the robot. That's the only champion I have on this account," Yu Luoxing replied. The robot does carry a certain intimidation factor," Wang Qin nodded approvingly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoan wore a pained expression, lamenting softly, "Last time, Sun Yang played as the robot, and we got utterly annihilated in the bottom lane." Yu Luoxing chose to disregard Zhang Xiaoyan's complaints and took a brief look at their team composition. Wang Qin had selected the dark mage Annie. Despite her appearance as a cute, pink-haired little girl, Annie was renowned for her lethality. Often referred to as the queen of instant kills, a mage with exceptionally high burst damage. Who would have thought that a rough fellow like Wang Qin had a penchant for lowly characters? Zhang Xiaoan opted for the bounty hunter Misfortune, colloquially known as Luck's sister or Girl Gun. She was a captivating mature woman, known for her alluring catchphrase delivered in a teasing, sultry manner. "Can you handle me, summoner?" Misfortune belongs to the category of ranged physical damage dealers, and among all such heroes, her output capability ranks among the top few. Particularly notable is the devastating impact of her ultimate ability at level 6. During battles, her wild laughter often heralds the misfortune of her enemies, perfectly illustrating the essence of causing them to flee in panic. Zhao Kesung has chosen the well-known champion, Garen, the Might of Demacia, in League of Legends. Garen serves as a symbol, a banner of strength. Although he sees limited play in high-level matches, in lower-tier games, he is nothing short of a legendary hero. Surely, everyone is familiar with his prowess, thus further elaboration is unnecessary. Xiaoxing has opted for the Mastery, colloquially known as the Wuju Bladesman. Mastery occupies a unique position between mage and physical damage dealer, with 2 conventional playstyles. The mage variant demands considerable skill, while the physical damage variant frequently appears in lower-tier matches, earning the moniker King of Noobs, as he is a common sight in battles below level 10. The composition of heroes is thus, and from Yu Luoxing's expert perspective, this is an utterly abysmal lineup, though it is likely that they are not adept with other champions. Is Mastery jungling? Why isn't he bringing smite? Yu Luoxing reminded Xiaoxing pointedly. Jungling? What do you mean by jungling? Xiaoxing inquired with a puzzled expression. Indeed, jungling involves taking down neutral monsters, Yu Luoxing explained. You should avoid jungling. I need to face 2 opponents alone in the top lane. How could I possibly manage that? Zhao Kesung interjected urgently. It turned out they were employing a rather rudimentary 2-1-2 formation, prompting Yu Luoxing to roll his eyes in exasperation. Well, this is a low-tier match, he conceded. Yet, Yu Luoxing found it perplexing that, despite the apparent 2-1-2 formation, Wang Qin mentioned the concept of a top laner during their class discussions. Was this precisely what one would expect in a low-tier match? With 2 players occupying the top lane? Chapter 6. Not playing ADC like this, Yu Luoxing had grown accustomed to ranked games, having taken a break from such matches for a while. In League of Legends, players around level 20 typically operated within a 2-1-2 formation. Yu Luoxing, you're only at level 13 and lack proper runes. Play cautiously in the bot lane, Wang Qin remarked. Indeed, their runes are nearly maxed out. Well, it appears you are aware of runes. Thank the heavens for that, Yu Luoxing responded, genuinely concerned that if he reminded them to switch to the appropriate runes and talents, they might look at him in confusion and ask, "What are runes?" "All right, everyone, let's play seriously," Wang Qin declared, assuming the role of captain and rallying the team. At that moment, the hero selection screen began its countdown, gradually transitioning to the loading screen. Yu Luoxing glanced at Wang Qin and noticed a hint of tension and seriousness in his demeanor. Having wagered 1,000 yuan, it was only natural for him to feel nervous, especially with a rare opportunity to showcase his skills in front of Yang Tranqian. Zhao Kesong appeared equally uneasy. He was always the most timid among them. Xiao Xing, on the other hand, remained taciturn, intently focused on the screen. Yu Luoxing, more relaxed, instinctively glanced sideways, inadvertently catching sight of Yang Tranqian's long, alluring legs. Upon noticing Yu Luoxing's wandering gaze, Yang Tranqian shot him an indignant glare. How petty. A mere glance won't cost you anything. Yet, she couldn't help but acknowledge the allure of those legs, pondering what it would feel like to touch them. Yu Luoxing muttered softly, just loud enough for himself to hear. Meanwhile, Lin Su rested his chin on his crossed hands, a smile gracing his face. Hee. They surely have no idea that Brother Lin has a master guiding him. My skills surpass level 29, easily handling those at levels 30 and 40. A pale-faced student whispered beside him. Fool, the maximum level in League of Legends is 30, Lin Su retorted with a chuckle. Oh, so there's no rank beyond level 30? The pale-faced student inquired. You can still participate in ranked matches, Lin Su clarified. Ranked matches? What are they like? The others, having never experienced ranked play, were filled with curiosity. Ranked matches feature numerous skilled players, and the gameplay is quite formal. Any player who has participated in ranked matches could easily dominate us. In short, those capable of playing ranked are beyond your novice league, Lin Su explained. I know a master at the Longxing Internet CAF. He specializes in ranked matches. He added. None of the others had played ranked matches, and upon hearing this, they all looked at Lin Su with a tinge of envy. If we have the chance, let your master take us along to witness what true skill looks like. Yes, it's starting. Play fiercely, make it enjoyable for me, and I'll treat you all to a grand feast later, Lin Su declared. All right, whatever Brother Lin says, a feast awaits. The excitement among Class 3 was palpable. Everyone knew Lin Su came from a wealthy family, and most gravitated towards him. The prospect of decisively trouncing their long-standing rivals in Class 8 was immensely gratifying, especially given their audacity. Welcome to League of Legends. The familiar synthesized female voice emerged, melodious, yet embodying an air of dignity, seriousness, and rigidity. Yu Luoxing, having selected the robot Blitzcrank, understood that in this scenario, the concepts of team fighting and jungle farming were non-existent. Thus, he maneuvered Blitzcrank to the lane at an early stage. He cautioned his two top-lane companions, reminding Zhao Kesong and Xiao Shang to wait until the minion wave had passed before entering the bush, being wary of ambushes. Oh, the two nodded in agreement. Yet, the phrase "you two top laners" felt somewhat awkward. A common flaw among novices is to rush into the bushes before the minions arrive, either to ambush others or out of sheer curiosity to see if any enemies lurk within. Peering into the bushes can lead to dire consequences. Friends, cherish your integrity. Yu Luoxing's Blitzcrank stood under the tower, intent on shifting his focus to the top lane. Xiao Xing's Mastery and Zhao Kesong's Garen did not position themselves within the tower's safe zone, instead wandering near the bushes, which could spell disaster should 5 opponents lie in wait. Over on the other side, no one bore the smite ability, maintaining the same 2-1-2 formation, with no jungler present. Yu Luoxing, as a support, wisely brought only a single ward, predicting minimal early-game roaming, and deeming it a waste of gold. Yu Luoxing positioned Blitzcrank at the edge of the first bush, utilizing his Q ability, Rocket Grab. Behind him stood Zhong Xiaoyan's Misfortune, slightly back. At that moment, the minion wave had arrived. The melee minions engaged in combat, while the ranged minions, adorned in what resembled skirts or capes, slowly joined the fray, hurling projectiles. The melee minions soon found themselves battered, and from the opposing bush emerged a man clad in dark crimson, grasping a long spear, effortlessly dispatching a minion. Meanwhile, Misfortune remained composed behind Yu Luoxing's Blitzcrank, exuding an aura of indifference. If the enemy did not move, neither would she. If they did, she still would not. What are you doing? Last hitting minions, Yu Luoxing remarked to Zhong Xiaoyan. Aren't you supposed to initiate a gank? I'm waiting for you to set it up. Zhong Xiaoyan replied. Yu Luoxing, with tears in his eyes, watched as the enemy's melee minions fell one by one, while Zhong Xiaoyun remained unperturbed. An ADC who refrains from last hitting? With such a teammate, how could they not lose? At last, Misfortune emerged from the bushes, swaying her slender waist and curvaceous figure, her two barrels raised, unleashing her first shot. "Take that!" Misfortune exclaimed as the fiery projectile struck the first minion, ricocheting accurately onto another, yet not a single minion was slain. The initial wave was swiftly cleared, and Yu Luoxing pressed the tab key. Dumbfounded by Misfortune's meager last-hitting count of 1, a storm of expletives surging through his mind. Is this the fabled philosophy of casual last-hitting? Brother, down in the ADC lane, we do not play like this. Last week, my superior taught me a strategy. Strike when the minions are low on health, and I can collect the gold with greater precision. To my astonishment, this tactic proved effective. In just one wave, I amassed 7 kills, while the opposing Misfortune managed a mere 1. This was recounted by Feng Xiaoqing, whose voice resembled that of a quacking duck. Normally, he was an inconspicuous figure, but ever since delving into League of Legends, the lower-level players in our class flocked around him, feeding his vanity. Today, he boldly declared to his classmates that he would secure more than 20 kills as an ADC this time around. Feng Xiaoqing played his Graves, a champion he commanded far more skillfully than Zhang Xiaoan. He understood the importance of utilizing skills to chip away at Misfortune's health while simultaneously last-hitting minions. By around level 3, she had consumed all 3 of her health potions. Meanwhile, Yu Luoxing lay hidden in the brush, aware that an imposing Garen lurked nearby. With a simple hook, he could draw Garen closer. However, Garen would undoubtedly express his gratitude by unleashing his devastating sword upon both him and the seductive Misfortune. Suddenly, Yu Luoxing's eyes brightened as he noticed that Graves had foolishly expended his mobility skill. Excellent. Your fate is sealed. Chapter 7. Hooked again. I am his grandson. Those who have played the outlaw gunslinger know that his E-skill, Quick Draw, is a minor displacement ability. Yu Luoxing was aware of Zhang Xiaoyun's limited skills. Despite numerous opportunities to engage, he refrained until the gunslinger deployed his E-skill. The golden-hued blitzcrank controlled by Yu Luoxing finally emitted a mechanical sound, signaling the impending demise of the gunslinger. As the minions faded, Yu Luoxing decisively activated Blitzcrank's W skill, Overload, which granted acceleration. Zhang Xiaoan, attack the gunslinger, he commanded, instead of using Blitzcrank's Q skill, Rocket Grab, to pull the enemy back. Yu Luoxing surged forward with the acceleration effect, charging boldly at the gunslinger, who had made a misstep in positioning. The gunslinger reacted a moment too late and, lacking a displacement skill to evade, was sent flying by Blitzcrank's E-skill, Power Fist. The gunslinger, though slightly delayed, quickly joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the gunslinger and activating all her skills, causing his health to plummet to half. At that moment, the lurking Demacian Garen finally emerged from the brush. This Garen, displaying some shrewdness, charged at the female gunslinger, landing a silent strike upon her. Ignore him. Continue attacking the gunslinger, Yu Luoxing instructed. The gunslinger's health now dwindled to a third, prompting him to hastily flash away. The distance between them had grown to approximately 800 yards, rendering the female gunslinger unable to reach him, and the melee-focused Blitzcrank was equally unable to engage. Just as the gunslinger seemed poised to escape, no one noticed that, in that fleeting moment of his flash, Yu Luoxing's eyes gleamed, and his fingers deftly pressed the Q key. The electrically charged rocket grab sliced through the air in a yellow arc, flawlessly latching onto the fleeing gunslinger's rear. He was yanked back from a safe distance of around 800 yards, forcibly drawn beneath Blitzcrank. Good hook, exclaimed both Feng Xiaoqing and Zhong Xiaoyun in unison. Despite Zhong Xiaoyun's inexperience, she ensured that the gunslinger could not slip away. After a few decisive strikes, the final third of the gunslinger's health was swiftly extinguished. First blood. With the first kill secured, a golden 400 floated above the female gunslinger controlled by Zhang Xiaoan. Haha, our bottom lane has secured first blood, cheered the supporters behind Class 3. Idiot, it was the enemy who got it. Feng Xiaoqing's gunslinger was slain, came the incredulous response. No way. That fool Zhang Xiaoan actually killed someone? The 7 or 8 individuals from Class 3 immediately huddled around Feng Xiaoqing's computer, only to discover his screen was grayed out, their faces reflecting astonishment. What happened? Captain Lin Su furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction. I was careless, Feng Xiaoqing admitted with a wry smile. Focus and play well. Lin Su chose not to elaborate further, as a single first blood kill hardly shifted the tide of battle. Playing the mid lane role, he utilized the champion known as Kha'Zix, commonly referred to as the Mantis. In his confrontation with Wang Qin's Annie, the Dark Child, Kha'Zix did not initially hold the upper hand, however. He managed to secure 5 more minion kills than Wang Qin and still had his potion for replenishment, showcasing Lin Su's undeniable skill. On the other side, Wang Qin, the captain of Class 8, beamed with delight upon witnessing his teammate claim the first blood. "Well done, Zhang Xiaoyan," he praised. "Excellent kill." Zhao Kesong chimed in, grinning broadly. "I need to run. I'm out of health." Zhong Xiaoyan, feeling elated, laughed in response. Wang Qin, Chao Sheng, and Zhao Kesong were focused on their respective lanes, not shifting their gaze to the bottom lane until the first blood occurred, just in time to see Misfortune secure the kill against Graves. Consequently, they instinctively attributed the achievement to Zhong Xiaoyan's prowess. Yet Zhong Xiaoyan understood that had it not been for Yu Luoxing's hook that pulled the escaping Graves back, he would never have secured that first blood. His actions were merely a matter of executing a basic attack on Graves. The classmates from Class 8 who were spectating, all of whom were around level 10, were unlikely to fully comprehend the intricacies of Yu Luoxing's maneuvers. He had patiently waited for the enemy to expend their mobility skills, then, seizing the moment when the enemy was careless and the minion wave had dissipated, he accelerated towards them, delivering a decisive knockout. Immediately thereafter, he anticipated the opponent's inevitable flash and unleashed the crucial Q ability of Blitzcrank, the rocket grab. Thus, despite Graves using his flash, he ultimately could not evade his demise. It could be said that Yu Luoxing had mentally rehearsed the entire sequence before executing it. Such meticulous calculation and execution are beyond the grasp of players of lesser caliber. The novice spectators from Class 8 might not have understood every detail. They only recognized that Yu Luoxing's final hook was truly impressive, pulling Graves back from the distance of his flash. They acknowledged that the first blood was indeed Yu Luoxing's achievement, albeit they were unable to appreciate the skill involved. Only Yang Qianqian, with her enchanting legs, was captivated by Yu Luoxing's display, her eyes lighting up as she fixed her gaze on his computer screen for an extended period before stealing glances at his profile. "This guy is quite impressive," she mused, recalling how her brother had also used the E ability to knock enemies up before employing the Q ability to reel in fleeing foes. As she observed Yu Luoxing's side profile, she thought to herself, even if he plays well, he's still an annoying brat for not recognizing me. Unbeknownst to Yu Luoxing, who was oblivious to the beautiful girl watching him, he noticed the solitary Garen from Demacia still wandering in his vicinity. Without hesitation, he entered the second brush, maneuvering around the minion wave. He repeated his strategy, first getting close enough to knock Garen up with his E ability, then using his Q ability to pull him back as he attempted to flee. Zhang Xiaoyan faltered momentarily, failing to keep pace, which allowed Garen to escape with a sliver of health. A chorus of regret arose from behind Yu Luoxing, while the student from Class 3, controlling the Demacian Garen, broke into a cold sweat, narrowly avoiding a double kill in the bot lane. Yu Luoxing did not reproach Zhang Xiaoyan for her delayed reaction, after all. Having reduced Garen to such a precarious state, it was certain that Misfortune would be left alone on the lane, making the prospect of securing a kill even more attainable. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoqing maneuvered Misfortune cautiously towards the lane. "Xiaoqing, I'm waiting for the gold to purchase a longsword. Be careful not to get hooked," cautioned the boy from Class 3 who had been battling Garen. Upon noticing that the opposing Blitzcrank had retreated into the shadows, Feng Xiaoqing snorted, "He must be hiding in the bushes. I won't go over just yet. I'll stay under the tower. If I get hooked, I'd be at his mercy." In any case, vigilance was paramount. Chapter 8. A fiery confrontation in the bottom lane. On the other side, having consumed a restorative potion, Yu Luoxing's Blitzcrank was almost at full health. He glanced at the minion wave, which had already reached the enemy turret. Calculating the time, it was likely that the opposing gangplank would be returning to lane shortly. Thus, Yu Luoxing feigned a retreat into the bushes. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy lacked vision, he advanced towards the river, maneuvering to the triangular brush near the river and then positioning himself behind the horizontal wall above the enemy's first tower on the left side of the bottom lane. The golden-hued Blitzcrank pressed against the wall, lying in wait like a leopard for his unsuspecting prey. A little tidbit: behind all walls lacking enemy vision are allied units. Minions too, there is no sight. "Zhang Xiaoyan, move a little closer to me," Yu Luoxing instructed. Zhang Xiaoyan complied, approaching his position while last hitting minions. Within mere seconds, Gangplank indeed made his appearance. Yu Luoxing's gaze sharpened. Through the vision granted by his minions pushing under the enemy turret, he could see Gangplank's silhouette, while the wall concealed Yu Luoxing's presence from the enemy. A low-health ranged minion was up for grabs. Gangplank was about to secure it. adjusting his angle. He activated his mechanical grab. As Gangplank stepped forward, just as he raised his hand to last hit the minion, a crackling yellow hook suddenly emerged from behind the wall. Gangplank was yanked over the wall like a startled rabbit, only to be met with Blitzcrank's electrifying punch to his midsection. In an instant, Gangplank was sent flying through the air, clutching his wounded pride. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoyan's misfortune unleashed a barrage of bullets, her skills and basic attacks depleting Gangplank's health to nothing. Having fallen behind in levels compared to Blitzcrank and misfortune, Gangplank's scant health could not withstand such ferocious damage. As he activated his E-skill in a desperate attempt to escape, Zhang Xiaoyan's explosive bullet struck him squarely in the rear. Gangplank emitted a pained cry, ultimately collapsing unceremoniously to the ground, lifeless. "Damn!" exclaimed Feng Xiaoqing, his frustration palpable. The onlookers from Class 3 gasped in astonishment. "What happened? He died again. Didn't I tell you to be careful?" A Garen from Class 3 chastised. "How was I to know he was hiding behind that wall?" Feng Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson, clearly vexed. Dying consecutively was a severe blow to his pride, especially as he had hoped to secure more than 20 kills, with his classmates watching attentively. "This robot is quite formidable," one onlooker remarked. "No, it's extraordinary. He can pull enemies out from under the turret." Several from Class 3, having witnessed Yu Luoxing's spectacular hook, were left utterly awestruck. "Whose side are you supporting?" Feng Xiaoqing glared at the group behind him, prompting them to hastily fall silent. "Excellent work. The bottom lane looks impressive," Wang Qin exclaimed once more. This was a matter of 1,000 yuan wager in the competitive honor of their 8th class. Securing 2 kills indicated that the bottom lane had established an advantage. "Yu Luoxing, that hook was truly remarkable. I never knew one could hook like that," remarked He Lian, who had reached level 17. He Lian was notorious for his dark complexion in the 8th class, often mingling with their group, yet his skills were rather mediocre. "Hey, did you hear what someone just said? Whoever gets hooked again is someone's grandson." "Haha, indeed, Yu Luoxing, you have a grandson now." The brothers of the 8th class quickly seized the opportunity to mock, unleashing a wave of taunts. Feng Xiaoqing turned pale, but he dared not utter a word, only managing to bottle up his frustration, having pitifully purchased a vampire scepter before heading out. Suddenly, a striking line of text appeared on the computer screen. "Double kill." Yu Luoxing had just returned to base to buy equipment. When he switched his perspective to the top lane, he discovered that their Demacia and Master E had tragically fallen in the middle of the road, their corpses trampled by minions. "Oh no! Lin Su's Kha'Zix has taken 2 kills," Wang Qin shouted. Wang Qin's dark sorceress Annie had been facing Kha'Zix in the mid lane, but after Lin Su returned home, Wang Qin continued to farm in the mid lane. Little did he know that Lin Su had not gone back to lane, but instead had ambushed the top lane, teaming up with 2 others to eliminate Zhao Kesong and Chao Sheng, claiming all the kills for himself. Kha'Zix, being the kind of champion that thrives on kills, becomes a formidable presence in the mid-game if given too many. Just as they celebrated their triumph in the bottom lane, the top lane suffered the loss of 2 kills, all claimed by Lin Su. Wang Qin, barely able to relish his earlier joy, furrowed his brow again. "You think you're so fierce? Just wait until Lin Su pays a visit to your bottom lane. Misfortune should get ready to be thoroughly defeated." Lin Su's entourage immediately joined in with their taunts. Yu Luoxing returned to his own screen and, along with Misfortune, headed back to the lane. This time, he equipped himself with a sight stone, confident that he would maintain excellent vision control in the bottom lane. There was no need to worry about Lin Su's Kha'Zix descending upon them, especially since Kha'Zix had not yet evolved his wings, rendering him less of a threat. "You guys in the top lane should play cautiously. This time it's my fault for not warning you," Wang Qin said. Indeed, Zhao Kesong and Chao Sheng nodded in agreement. "You've done well in the top lane. At least you haven't been killed before Lin Su arrived," Wang Qin noted. "Hiki, the boss told us to play conservatively." However, Yu Luoxing did not entirely concur with Wang Qin's sentiments. While it was true that they hadn't been slain in the top lane, their levels in gold were severely suppressed. Astonishingly, the 2 of them had only accumulated a mere 20 minion kills after 7 minutes. Such a dire economic state compared to their opponents rendered them nearly as ineffective as if they had been killed. It seemed that they needed to adopt a more aggressive approach, since the top lane appeared to be lost. He at the very least had to ensure that the opposing bottom lane met the same fate. Yu Luoxing surveyed the situation, sensing that the outlook was not particularly optimistic. Returning to the fray, after acquiring a few minions, Yu Luoxing's robot Blitz and Zhang Xiaoyan's Misfortune had both reached level 6. While the unfortunate Graves lingered at level 5, Yu Luoxing calculated that Graves required approximately 5 more minions to ascend to level 6. The ultimate ability of Graves at level 6 was formidable, and Garen's level 6 ultimate from Demacia was even more fearsome. If both of them reached level 6 simultaneously, their explosive potential would surpass that of the robot and Misfortune. Therefore, Yu Luoxing realized he must strike against the enemy before Graves could reach level 6. Zhang Shaoan. Stay close to me, Yu Luoxing urged. Understood. Zhang Shaoan nodded eagerly. His initial skepticism regarding Yu Luoxing's prowess had transformed into unwavering trust and obedience. A subtle shift that Zhang Shaoan himself remained unaware of. Chapter 9. Promises of annihilating the bottom lane, surely to be fulfilled. In the heat of battle at the bottom lane, one must remain acutely aware of the minion wave while also recalling whether the enemy has expended any crucial abilities. Yu Luoxing, considering Zhang Shaoyan's lackluster skills, chose to bide his time until the Graves had utilized his pivotal Q ability before finally making his move. To ensure a guaranteed kill, Yu Luoxing decisively flashed over the minion wave. His golden figure emerged boldly before Graves, who was instantly startled and retreated in haste. Feng Shaoqing was clearly taken aback. The more he withdrew, the more advantageous it became for Yu Luoxing. Blitzcrank initiated with a mechanical hook, pulling Graves towards him right before his eyes. Given this angle, the likelihood of Graves evading was minimal, and Yu Luoxing possessed the confidence to back it up. Of course, had Graves remained composed, he should have sidestepped instead of merely retreating. Could his backward movement outpace Blitzcrank's hook? Graves was snagged by the hook for the third time. And to prevent him from using his E-ability to swiftly draw his weapon, Yu Luoxing unleashed his ultimate, silencing Graves for half a second. Once the silence dissipated, he followed up with a mechanical fist, launching Graves into the air. Prompted by Yu Luoxing's guidance, Zhang Shaoan reacted swiftly, unleashing Misfortune's fearsome ultimate barrage. Hilarity ensued as Misfortune's wild and enchanting laughter accompanied a devastating fan-shaped barrage that engulfed the area. Yu Luoxing's robotic skills, in a flurry of explosive action, depleted half of Graves' health, and within approximately 2 seconds, he was swiftly eliminated. At that moment, Demacia arrived tardily, a mighty sword crashing down upon Misfortune and interrupting her barrage. Alas, your dear comrade Graves has already met his demise. Demacia's early game output was quite formidable. And coupled with the minion's assault, Yu Luoxing calculated that should Demacia ignite Misfortune, her perky posterior would be impaled by Garen's grand sword of Demacian justice. Without hesitation, Yu Luoxing applied a weakening curse upon Demacia, diminishing his speed and attack power. He kept his robot close to Garen, pursuing with basic attacks, and awaited the cooldown of his E-ability to launch Garen once more into the air. Garen's body jolted as if electrified, and after taking a few hits from Misfortune, he was left with merely half of his health. However, the opposing Garen exhibited a degree of intelligence, refusing to flee blindly. In a decisive move, he ignited Misfortune, and once his second Q ability was ready, he charged forward with intent to unleash Demacian justice upon her. With Misfortune's health reduced to a third and still afflicted by Ignite, Garen's justice would undoubtedly spell her end. Yet, Zhang Shaoan displayed a lack of understanding regarding health calculations, standing still and continuing to assault Garen. Die! Shouted Shui Bin, the player controlling Garen. This time, it is certain that the marksman will be eliminated. Su Bin is utterly convinced. If not, he would be the marksman's grandson. Yet, Yu Luoxing scoffs coldly, as the cooldown for the Q mechanical claw has just expired. The Garen was on the verge of unleashing his ultimate ability when, just as he raised his hands, a yellow claw sword in from behind. The claw ensnared the cape on Garen's back, forcibly yanking him away from the marksman. Kid, if you wish to slay the marksman, you must first contend with your grandfather, the steam robot Blitz. Garen was yanked back, and the marksman seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. The advantage in kills enabled her to deal tremendous damage, swiftly reducing Garen to near defeat. Garen, relentless, charged forward, yet before he could reach the marksman's feet, he was struck down. Oh! With a cry of anguish, Garen ultimately failed to unleash his golden sword of ultimate power. Double kill. Double kill. Misfortune, the marksman, exudes a regal aura in League of Legends. At this moment, brandishing her twin guns, the alluring marksman disdainfully tramples over the corpses of Garen and Graves, gleefully proclaiming, "This feels absolutely delightful." This act, of course, is not what you might assume. The so-called feeling is not what you think. The Queen of Guns refers to the exhilarating sensation derived from blowing your heads apart with gunpowder. With 2 more kills and over 500 gold acquired, Zhang Shaoan found it hard to believe, staring intently at the screen. A double kill. Last week, they were incessantly being double killed by the opposing team. Yet this time, they managed to secure a double kill against them, A sensation of triumph so profound it defies description. Zhang Xiaoan felt her hands trembling with excitement. Another 2 kills. Wow, Zhang Xiaoan and Yu Luoxing are utterly dominating the bottom lane. Xiaomei exclaimed in joy, practically yearning to embrace both Yu Luoxing and Zhang Xiaoyan's faces in celebration. Who would have thought the ADC and support from Class 3 were so formidable? They've already gifted 4 kills to the enemy. Indeed, who was it last week that endlessly boasted in front of us? Feng Xiaoqing. Hurry and return the boast to the bull. It has gone a week without romance. This double kill instantly elevated the morale of Class 8. The kill count stands at 4-2, all kills belonging to the marksman. The marksman is inherently a high-burst, high-output, team-fighting powerhouse. And securing 4 kills early in the match grants an enormous advantage. It's primarily due to Luoxing's excellent hooks. Hearing the praises, Zhang Xiaoan felt a bit bashful from the attention. You Luoxing, you sly one, hiding your talents. She continued, had I known you were this capable, I would have had you play last week. Let us see if those brats from Class 3 dare to be arrogant now. Yu Luoxing smiled with feigned innocence, asserting that if they promised to dominate, they would certainly dominate. The chatter from the crowd caused the faces of Feng Xiaoqing and Su Bin from Class 3 to darken. What happened to the promise to dominate the bottom lane? What about the claim to secure 20 kills? Feng Xiaoqing and Shui Bin were on the verge of bursting with frustration as the opposing female marksman, despite being a novice, managed to secure 4 kills in under 10 minutes, a grave humiliation indeed. You too, be a little more discreet and await my support. Lin Su instructed Feng Xiaoqing and Shui Bin. He had not anticipated such a swift collapse in the bottom lane. And though he felt a surge of anger rising within him, he restrained his temper. 2 turtles in the top lane, Lin Su exclaimed in exasperation. He had contemplated heading back to the top lane to claim some kills, yet those 2 were cowering like frightened creatures, leaving him without any opportunities. Casting a glance at the bottom lane, Lin Su resolved to venture down and eliminate some foes. If he delayed any longer, the bottom lane would surely be overwhelmed. Losing 1,000 coins was of little concern to him, but he had previously boasted with great confidence, particularly when Yang Chanxian assured him of victory. The thought of losing to those 8th-grade miscreants was unbearable. Most importantly, he would miss a splendid opportunity to bond with Yang Chanxian through their shared gaming experience. Chapter 10. An unexpected turn of events. The chief approached, setting an ambush. Feng Xiaoqing skillfully maneuvered the male champion back into the lane. This time, he had learned from his previous mistakes. He refrained from brazenly flaunting himself in front of the robotic blitz, instead waiting for Lin Su's Void Reaver, the Mantis, to position itself for the ambush. Hold on, let them come a bit closer, Lin Su commanded. The Mantis concealed itself behind a wall in the triangular brush, readying a flash spell. As the enemy blitz and the female marksman drew nearer, Lin Su would decisively flash over and leap upon them. At last, the minion wave advanced. Lin Su seized upon a misstep from the female marksman, promptly flashing over the wall with the precision of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, lunging towards the voluptuous figure of the female champion. In that moment, Garen and the male champion charged eagerly towards her. 2 robust men and an alien creature bore down upon her slender, alluring form with insatiable greed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoan was startled by the sudden appearance of the Mantis, her fingers fumbling over the keyboard, unsure of which skill to unleash. Shield up, flash, retreat, Yu Luoxing urged her. As he spoke, he deftly maneuvered blitz to the front of the female marksman, unleashing his ultimate ability to silence the Mantis and the attackers, the male champion and Garen. The half-second silence proved insufficient. After activating his ultimate, Yu Luoxing swiftly used his E-ability to send the explosively powerful male champion flying. While Yu Luoxing managed to restrain the male champion, the Mantis and Garen's assaults rained down upon the female marksman. Zhang Xiaoan's reaction was sluggish. She failed to activate her flash before Garen's silence wore off, leaving her vulnerable to a brutal onslaught from both assailants. Fortunately, her timely shield absorbed some damage, preventing her from being eliminated outright. The female marksman, in a panic, swayed her waist as she retreated, while the Mantis and Garen relentlessly pursued her, her health plummeting rapidly. Finally, as the silence dissipated, Zhang Xiaoan activated her flash, narrowly escaping the range of their attacks with almost no health remaining. It was indeed Yu Luoxing's timely restraint of the male champion that saved her. Otherwise, she would have been swiftly dispatched before the silence had ended. Those behind held their breath, only exhaling in relief when the female marksman finally reached the safety of the tower. However, to protect her, the robotic blitz found itself under the assault of 3 heroes. Unable to slay the female marksman, they turned their focus to eliminating Blitz. The trio unleashed a barrage of skills upon Yu Luoxing's robot, which, despite activating his W ability for energy overload and charging forward, found its health reduced to below a third. Just a bit more health. The group cried out. He.S. heading for the tower, finish him off. Garen S. ultimate. Not enough distance. The male champion missed his ultimate. Linsu glanced at the skill bar. All abilities were off cooldown. While Blitz's health dwindled to a mere quarter, a single combination of skills could undoubtedly secure a kill. Linsu gritted his teeth and boldly commanded the Void Reaver Kha'Zix to leap into the range of the tower's assault, unleashing a barrage of skills upon Yu Luoxing's robot. Blitzcrank. Just as Blitzcrank's health was dwindling to nothing, an unexpected shield enveloped him. Just when it seemed the robot was doomed, this very shield miraculously saved Blitzcrank's life. Linsu was momentarily taken aback. His opponent was left with barely a sliver of health, and if he could ignite it, the robot would undoubtedly perish. Yet, all too often, the battle hung by a thread, watching helplessly as the enemy slipped beneath the tower's protection. Linsu longed to deliver a basic attack. Yet the robot dashed away with astonishing speed, and having just used his flash, he knew he could not catch up. The irritating sound of the enemy tower's attack echoed, forcing Linsu to retreat. Frustrated, he clicked his mouse, directing Kha'Zix to withdraw, muttering under his breath about the narrow margin of failure, however. Before he could finish his thought, a hook appeared behind him. Indeed, it was that electrifying yellow mechanical claw. In the next instant, the hook accurately ensnared Kha'Zix's wing, pulling him forcefully from a distance and dragging him beneath the tower. Ah-ha-ha-ha. The barrage of bullets from Misfortune swept through, showcasing her terrifying lethality as she claimed 4 lives. Kha'Zix's health plummeted from 2/3 to nothing in an instant. Linsu stood stunned before he could escape the tower's range. His screen abruptly shifted from vibrant colors to a stark gray. Misfortune continued her relentless onslaught, laughing wildly as if mocking the fallen. The lifeless body of Kha'Zix lay pitifully at her feet dead. Linsu's Void Reaver was mercilessly annihilated beneath the tower. Had he not only lost his champion but also his pride? And no, it was clear that the tables had turned. The onlookers from Class 3 and Class 8 could only express their astonishment. It was pure fortune that both the robot and Misfortune survived. Yet who could have anticipated such a stunning finale? Kha'Zix, having failed to secure a kill, was instead dragged beneath the tower to his demise. With both Blitzcrank and Misfortune drained of health and mana, the lifeless Kha'Zix unmistakably marked the victors of this 2v3 encounter. Incredible! Truly incredible! Such a hook had never been witnessed before. The epic reversal from a near-death Kha'Zix to a victorious ending dazzled all present. That long hook was etched into the minds of the spectators like a vivid flash of brilliance. Linsu's eyes widened, his thoughts still lingering on the moment he was pulled back to the tower. How could this player possess another hook? How could their aim be so precise? Anticipating his retreat? Most importantly, what audacity did they possess to make such a risky play with so little health remaining? Feng Shaoqin and Shui Bin, controlling Misfortune and Garen, were utterly astonished. They lingered around the tower, contemplating an assault, yet the barrage of Misfortune's ultimate sent them scurrying in fright. The plight of Misfortune was even more tragic. Despite inflicting no damage, he found himself losing half of his health to that relentless barrage. Although Garen's condition appeared relatively stable, he dared not advance towards the tower. The formidable golden figure loomed ominously, instilling an inexplicable fear within Garen that paralyzed him, preventing him from stepping forward. This was indeed an aura of intimidation. You two worthless fools, didn't you consider charging the tower with me just moments ago? Look at what you've done, allowing Misfortune to grow so powerful that I ended up perishing alongside her. Linsu could no longer contain his rage. Previously, he refrained from cursing as he believed he could salvage the situation in the lower lane, but now that he had also fallen, his fury erupted. Feng Shaoqing and Shui Bin resembled ostriches burying their heads in the sand, too ashamed to lift their gazes. Both were discontent. Feng Shaoqing muttered quietly, "Is it really our fault for being hooked beneath the tower? Boss, that robot is quite formidable. I'm at a loss on how to counter him," Shui Bin remarked. When he played as Garen from Demacia, he was typically a force to be reckoned with, yet this time, he was rendered timid, lacking even the courage to poke his head out, nearly deprived of experience points. "Formidable, my foot. Just wait until I make him wish he never crossed paths with me," Linsu retorted. He had often observed his mentor play ranked matches and had witnessed many skilled robots in action. The one from Class 8 was no match, likely unaware of what ranked play even entailed. That last hook was merely a stroke of luck. Moreover, Linsu believed that the hook under the tower was rather foolish. Had his own champion possessed skills, a single thrust would have secured the kills on those two with low health. If Yu Luoxing were to hear Linsu's thoughts, he would merely chuckle. Did you think I hadn't calculated your skill cooldowns? Chapter 11. Annie, the Sword Saint, fight him. The situation in the bot lane had settled, with Gangplank and Garen being so pressured that they dared not venture out to farm, unable to gain experience and lagging 3 levels behind. What a dire predicament. Lin Su, having learned from past mistakes, wisely abandoned the bot lane due to the overwhelming disadvantage and focused instead on securing kills in the top lane. Remarkably, he displayed considerable skill, achieving a triple kill with the assistance of 2 other top laners, securing 2 kills from the opponents and the head of Wang Qin's Annie, thus fattening his own resources. Meanwhile, Yu Luosheng and Zhang Xiaoan had managed to establish a significant advantage in the bot lane, but unbeknownst to them, the mid and top lanes were crumbling. The triple kill bestowed upon the Kazakhs enabled him to leap, pierce, and claw his way to instant eliminations. Yu Luosheng pressed the tab key to assess the battle statistics. Kazakhs had amassed 5 kills, equaling the tally of Misfortune, and had a 30 minion lead over her. In terms of equipment, Lin Su's Void Predator was indeed slightly superior to that of Misfortune. Double kill. Another resounding double kill echoed as Kazakhs claimed his 7th victim. These 2 kills were undeniably from the top lane. Fortunately, Zhao Kesong's Garen and Chao Xing's Sword Saint fought valiantly to bring down Kazakhs, with one earning 500 gold and the other 250. This exchange was rather profitable, as the combined value of Garen and Sword Saint's kills was still less than 500, while Kazakhs' single kill rewarded him with 750 gold. Not long after, an unfortunate announcement echoed. Kazakhs had reached level 11. Those familiar with Kazakhs know that he truly becomes the Void Predator only upon reaching this level. Prior to that, he is merely a leaping grasshopper. Lin Su's Kazakhs now boasted a plethora of kills, with damage sufficient to obliterate all but the robot and Garen. If the team remained dispersed across lanes farming, the match would essentially be lost. At level 11, the fully equipped Kazakhs possessed a terrifying ability to secure kills. With 2 towers down and a kill count of 10 to 12, the advantage still appeared to favor their side. Wang Qin's Annie was also developing well. While Kazakhs collected kills, Annie similarly secured a kill from the opposing top lane, achieving a score of 3 kills, 3 deaths, and 4 assists, catching up in minion kills to Lin Su's Kazakhs. With her current equipment, she could eliminate squishy targets with ease. Time to team fight. Yu Luosheng's robot collaborated with Misfortune to push down the bot tower and gradually advance to the mid lane, maintaining pressure. Due to Kazakhs' frequent excursions to the top lane, the mid tower had suffered considerable damage from Wang Qin's Annie. As the bot lane's Blitzcrank and Misfortune reached the mid lane, the team began to engage in skirmishes there. "Ah, this fool dares to prance before me?" Yu Luosheng muttered. The one prancing before him was none other than the audacious Gangplank. His positioning was truly reckless. After some contemplation, Yu Luosheng ultimately decided to forego the opportunity to claim Gangplank's life. It is not due to the presence of a group of comrades lying in ambush behind the marksman, but rather because the marksman has lost his value. Slaying him would only serve to reveal one's own position. One must cast a long line to catch a big fish. Indeed, it was not long before the deep blue Void Reaver made its appearance. It was heading towards the 4F area, intending to farm a wave of minor creatures. Unfortunately, Yu Luosheng's robot lay hidden not far behind the red buff elder lizard in the nearby brush. Yu Luosheng glanced back at his allies, the marksman and Garen. With these 2 brothers, they had enough strength to dispatch the Mantis. Activating energy overload for acceleration, Yu Luosheng's robot, Blitz, suddenly surged forth from the thicket. With a swift mechanical claw, it lunged at the Mantis. At this angle, the Mantis had nowhere to evade. The hook ensnared the Mantis once more, dragging it forcefully beneath the robot Blitz. The sequence of attacks launched the Mantis into the air, silenced by the ultimate ability, a mere one. 5 seconds of restriction was sufficient to obliterate the Mantis. But wait, where is the damage? How has the Mantis only lost such a trivial amount of health? As the 5 seconds elapsed, the Mantis emitted a sound reminiscent of buzzing wings, leaping over the wall of the red buff and into the obscured area of vision. Yu Luosheng was momentarily stunned. This familiar prey had managed to escape. He turned to see that his allies, Garen and the marksman, had inexplicably retreated to the bottom lane to collect the minion wave. "Why did you 2 run off? Didn't you see that I had hooked the Mantis?" Fortunately, Wang Qin witnessed the scene and immediately scolded. "Did we?" Zhao Kesong, looking bewildered, switched screens, having entirely missed the Mantis' presence, and pouted. "I didn't see it." Zhang Xiaoan muttered. "Was there a fight just now?" Yu Luosheng felt a wave of sweat. It seemed these 2 oblivious teammates were entirely unaware that he had just hooked the Mantis. What kind of teammates are these? Well, in such a match, One must be mentally prepared for a 1v9 situation. Remain calm, remain calm. On the other side, Lin Su's madness was dripping with cold sweat. That robot was exceedingly cunning, lurking in the shadows. Thankfully, the opposing Garen and marksman were foolish enough not to follow, or it would have been game over for him. Everyone, come over, let's engage. Lin Su instructed his 4 teammates. Boss, I need to farm some gold first, Zhao Xian, the general of the upper lane, responded. Zhao Xian had been repeatedly defeated by Wang Qin's Annie, leading to a poor state of development. Forget about the gold, all of you come here, Lin Su shouted. Lin Su's master, who frequently played ranked matches, often advised him that it was best for all 5 players to be present during team fights. Missing even one would spell disaster. Lin Su kept this teaching close to heart, summoning the other 4 to prepare for an ambush on Garen and the marksman, who were pushing the lane. With 5 players advancing, regardless of whether it was the marksman or Garen, one would surely fall. The 5 stealthily made their way through the 4F position, traversing the path between the dragon and the red buff. Following the edge of the dragon cliff, they gradually closed in on the opposing marksman and Garen. Where is everyone? Who was missing? Lin Su glanced around and suddenly realized that one person was absent. It appeared that Zhao Xian, the steward who had gone to gather funds, was nowhere to be found. Just as Lin Su was about to curse Li Zan for abandoning the team, a sharp crackle of electricity resonated through the air. The sound emanated from the direction of the dragon pit. Boss! The anxious Li Zan shouted, alarmed at the sight of Zhao Xian. Soon, the others discovered that Zhao Xian had somehow been pulled into the perilous cliff of the dragon pit. The dragon was no longer present, and through Zhao Xian's perspective, everyone witnessed him being besieged by the trio of Blitz, Annie, and the Sword Saint. A horrifying scream pierced the air, and in mere seconds, Zhao Xian, devoid of defensive items, met a gruesome fate. The other 4 teammates stood helplessly atop the dragon cliff, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched Zhao Xian being dragged into the abyss and mercilessly beaten to death. A mere wall separated life from death. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. How could they have not anticipated that Blitz was lurking beneath the dragon? In reality, Yu Luoxing had stealthily accompanied Annie and the Sword Saint to secure the dragon. After claiming the dragon, the 5 adversaries ambled past their concealed vantage point, brazen and unrestrained. It was as if 5 alabaster-skinned nymphs had strode past, leaving Yu Luoxing at a loss for words. In a moment of impulsive recklessness, he decided to close his eyes and seize whatever fate would offer. It's Zhao Xian, he mused. Zhao Xian had foolishly opted for an offensive build, neglecting his health. How could he still be alive? Annie, Sword Saint, charge, he commanded. Attack him. Chapter 12. When Garen faced mastery. After the opposing team lost a player, Yu Luoxing led his comrades to the second tower at the bottom lane and swiftly demolished it. Following the tower's destruction, the remaining 4 adversaries were unwilling to let Wang Qin and the others escape. Garen, emboldened by his decisive strike, charged fiercely towards the overextended misfortune. With one less player, they dared to initiate a fight. As the saying goes, simply put, let us go for it. As a support, it was Yu Luoxing's sacred duty to protect the ADC. Since Garen was bullying misfortune, he had to respond with a powerful fist. In a swift maneuver, Yu Luoxing's Blitzcrank boldly positioned himself in front of misfortune and activated his E-ability, the rocket grab. An amusing scene unfolded as the opposing Garen, upon spotting the robot, abruptly retreated. Observing Garen's withdrawal, Yu Luoxing was momentarily taken aback. Despite his earlier fierce advance, akin to a vendetta, he faltered at the sight of Blitzcrank, as if he had encountered a father figure, completely losing his aggression. Was he truly Garen? Laughter erupted from the back of Class 8. Indeed, Garen was intimidated by the robot. What are you afraid of? Charge in. Lin Su from Class 3 was visibly irate, his voice carrying over. Shui Ben, controlling Garen, wore a look of grievance. Under Lin Su's urging, he felt compelled to charge forward. As he glanced back at misfortune, intending to encourage her to continue attacking, Yu Luoxing suddenly spotted a courageous figure sprinting from their ranks. Nodding in approval, he thought, Zhao Kasung's south top lane Garen is playing fearlessly. That's a timely charge. However, something seemed amiss. Wasn't he Garen clad in heavy armor, positioned behind misfortune? Who was charging ahead? Yu Luoxing squinted in disbelief. The figure at the forefront was none other than Chao Sheng's Master Yi. That diminutive yet valiant Master Yi executed AQ Alpha Strike, plunging into the fray. Astonishingly, he targeted the opposing Master Yi. This was a reckless move, akin to throwing away a life. Sure enough, Master Yi's audacity rendered him the focal point of the opposing team's wrath, and a barrage of abilities rained down upon him. Having unleashed his alpha strike, he fell to the ground mere seconds later, eliminated by concentrated fire. Just like that, he perished. Throughout the encounter, Master Yi had only managed to cast one alpha strike before meeting his end. In the game, Master Yi often exclaimed, "Let us go." However, one might retort, "What do you mean, let us go? Do you think you're Garen?" The battlefield had swiftly transformed into a 4v4 scenario. The only silver lining was that Master Yi had absorbed a considerable amount of damage, allowing the others to position themselves aggressively. Under such circumstances, a fight was inevitable. Following Master Yi's demise, Annie made her appearance. Wang Qin's technique brought a modicum of comfort to Yu Luoxing, as he executed a powerful move that sent the enemy gunner and Master Yi reeling. This maneuver induced a stunning effect. Yu Luoxing aimed to hook the gunner but was thwarted by Garen from the opposing team. Fortunately, he opted against using his skill and instead rushed forward to absorb some damage for Annie, preventing her from being swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire. Annie unleashed her skills, leaving the gunner in a critically weakened state. Had it not been for the gunner's high resistances, any other ADC would have surely perished. In a state of panic, the gunner flung a few skills before hastily flashing back to safety. Wang Qin demonstrated prudence by not pursuing too aggressively and instead retreated slightly to await the cooldown of his abilities. The arrival of Miss Fortune's ultimate barrage was belated. Had it come sooner, the gunner might have been vanquished. The coverage of her barrage was astonishingly extensive, making it nearly impossible for even the most inexperienced player, Zhang Xiaoan, to miss their target. As the barrage swept across the battlefield, Master Yi's health plummeted dangerously low. Displaying a certain audacity, Master Yi leaped onto Annie, delivering a flurry of blows. As the team fight commenced, chaos enveloped the scene, with each participant engaging their chosen adversaries. Yu Luoxing found himself particularly vexed when Zhao Kesong's Garen hesitated for several seconds before charging into battle. His cowardice was truly unparalleled. To reduce the once valiant Garen to such a state was a testament to Zhao Kesong's peculiar talent. The first casualty was the opposing Master Yi, who, before meeting his demise, managed to deplete half of Annie's health. Following his death, Annie too fell victim to the relentless assault of Kha'Zix. After claiming Annie's life, Kha'Zix's ability refreshed, and he seized the opportunity to leap onto the slightly overextended Miss Fortune. Zhang Xiaoan promptly retreated, wary of being eliminated by Kha'Zix's full arsenal. In truth, Zhang Xiaoan need not have feared. His current equipment was formidable, and he could have easily vanquished Kha'Zix, who had just employed his Q ability, Taste Their Fear, on Annie, rendering his subsequent damage insufficient to obliterate Miss Fortune. Moreover, Yu Luoxing remained vigilant, observing Kha'Zix's movements throughout the tumultuous skirmish. Thus, when Lin Su's Kha'Zix lunged toward Miss Fortune with malicious intent, Yu Luoxing decisively cast weakness upon him, rendering the once ferocious creature impotent. Against a high-burst champion like Kha'Zix, the application of weakness proved devastatingly effective. Poor Kha'Zix barely grazed Miss Fortune's attire and was left with little recourse. With resolute determination, Yu Luoxing executed a sidestep hook, pulling Lin Su's Kha'Zix away and establishing a safe distance between him and Miss Fortune, effectively extinguishing any hopes Kha'Zix harbored of eliminating her. Regrettably, Zhong Xiaoyun failed to capitalize on this moment to attack Kha'Zix, who had just been rendered vulnerable. Chapter 13. It feels like battling a boss. Zhao Kesong. Go eliminate the marksman, Wang Qin shouted in frustration. Zhao Kesong, lost in the chaos of the battle, was oblivious to his surroundings until Wang Qin's exclamation drew his attention to a wounded marksman hiding in the corner. He rushed forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow. But unexpectedly, a spear emerged from behind the marksman. A glimmer of cold light flashed before the spear struck like a dragon. Zhao Xian, having revived from the fountain, had hurried over just in time to thwart Zhao Kesong's plans to finish off the marksman. With little health remaining, Zhao Kesong was swiftly dispatched by Zhao Xian's combo, and the marksman managed to kite him to death. Upon witnessing Zhao Kesong's Garen fall, Yu Luoxing finally understood why his class had suffered such a humiliating defeat last week. The disparity in skill was glaring compared to the third class. The Sword Saint was quickly eliminated, and Garen had merely delayed the inevitable before meeting a similar fate. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only Yu Luoxing's Blitzcrank and Zhang Xiaoyun's marksman. The silver lining was that the enemy's Garen had also perished. With the enemy team now consisting of 3 remaining players, a half-health Kha'Zix, a wounded marksman, and a nearly full-health Zhao Xian, the situation appeared dire. Zhong Xiaoyun, do not retreat. Focus on the enemy. Yu Luoxing realized it was time to showcase his true skills. Trusting Yu Luoxing, Zhang Xiaoan boldly engaged Kha'Zix in a duel. The marksman, Equipped with lifesteal, enjoyed a significant health advantage. Kha'Zix's subsequent skills struck Yu Luoxing's blitzcrank. But he was powerless against the marksman's relentless assault and had no choice but to flash away to safety. Zhao Xian advance, Yu Luoxing urged. Aware of Zhao Xian's superior health and formidable attack power, as he prepared to strike the marksman, Yu Luoxing positioned himself in front, denying Zhao Xian any opportunity. After absorbing some damage, Blitzcrank's health dwindled, prompting him to activate his W ability, Overload, and create distance from Zhao Xian. Finish him. Quickly eliminate him. The robot was on the brink of collapse. Dash. Utilize your dash. Yu Luoxing, with his own health dangerously low, maneuvered with Zhao Xian. Waiting for the right moment to unleash a powerful blow, swiftly retreating after the strike, timing it impeccably. Zhao Xian could not even graze the edge of Blitzcrank's cloak. Infuriating Li Zan, who was controlling Zhao Xian. Even Kha'Zix, having regained his cooldowns, was unable to finish off the robot. Oof, this time you are doomed. Lin Su sneered. Maneuvering Kha'Zix to leap from behind the wall, unleashing a barrage of 3 fan-shaped spikes towards Yu Luoxing's blitzcrank. It's over, Wang Qin exclaimed in dismay. As Kha'Zix leaped into view, everyone realized that Blitzcrank's fate was sealed. A flicker of light appeared just as the onlookers believed that Yu Luoxing's robot blitz was destined to be harvested by the Mantis. Suddenly, the robot sidestepped, evading the Mantis's void spike with a flash of movement. Lin Su was taken aback. His skill had completely missed its target. In the words of the Piltover enforcer, it was simply not dead. How could this be possible? Bang! Before Lin Su could recover from his astonishment, a bullet from the female marksman struck him squarely on the forehead. The Mantis, already low on health, succumbed to a critical hit, resulting in a swift demise. The robot remained unscathed, yet his Mantis had perished. Were it not for the lovely Yang Qianqian's presence, Lin Su would have unleashed a torrent of curses. This wretched creature. How could he be so fortunate? You two, finish him off now, Lin Su shouted. At that moment, Zhao Xian seized the opportunity and lunged at the robot blitz. Yu Luoxing's ability, Energy Fist, had just come off cooldown. And before Zhao Xian could unleash a second strike, Yu Luoxing, with scant health, sent Zhao Xian soaring into the air, followed by a reckless dash. Poor Zhao Xian had been toyed with several times, his health reduced from full to a mere third. Male marksman, go. Just one more hit needed. Hit him. Hit him. The crowd from Class 3 erupted in excitement. The male marksman, initially intent on playing cautiously, realized his proximity to the robot as he heard their shouts. Was this not a golden opportunity for a kill? Remembering the humiliation from earlier on the bottom lane and his ambitious vow of 20 kills, Feng Xiaoqing, controlling the male marksman, furiously raised his weapon and charged toward the robot. All right, 20 kills, starting with this robot's head. The male marksman felt a surge of determination. He was nearly upon Yu Luoxing's critically wounded robot. Just one hit, and the robot would surely perish. As he closed the distance, he prepared to fire, but suddenly, the robot Blitz's electric claw shot forth. Which was faster, the bullet or the mechanical claw? That was a debate for another time. But it was evident that the robot's claw had a significantly longer reach than the male marksman's short arms. Consequently, the electric claw struck the male marksman squarely in the face. Already low on health, he had no chance to react and fell to the ground with a cry. What the hell? This can't be right. He didn't even die and managed to retaliate. What kind of absurd movement was that from the male marksman? The Class 3 students were left speechless. How could this robot be so difficult to kill? It had already taken down 2 of their members. No, Zhao Xian was also low on health, and soon the third would meet the same fate. Damn it. Finally, Li Zan, controlling Zhao Xian, lost his temper. He slammed the F key, igniting the robot blitz from an extreme distance. Yu Luoxing, seeing the ignite on his robot, understood that this time he was doomed, and in the final second, he found a comfortable spot to meet his end. At long last, the golden-hued robot blitz crumbled into a heap of scrap metal upon the ground. Bravo, it has finally perished. It has been vanquished. Zhao Xian ignited a brilliant flame of triumph. The 5 members from Class 3, Lin Su, Shui Bin, Feng Xiaoqing, Li Zan, and Yi Guangwen, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The robot blitz has at last met its demise. From the very onset until this moment, the opposing robot blitz had been a terrifying presence. Its eerie hooks and formidable electric currents instilling dread in the hearts of the 5. Now, it has finally been defeated. Nevertheless, why does the act of slaying this robot blitz evoke a sense of battling a boss in an RPG or online game? despite the fact that they are engaged in a game of League of Legends? Chapter 14. Is it still possible to play? Ah. A piercing scream echoed as Zhao Xian fell victim to a critical strike from misfortune, swiftly eliminating him from the game. Double kill. The Mantis and Zhao Xian both succumbed, granting misfortune yet another double kill. Ace. The bold letters illuminated every screen, strikingly vibrant and flamboyant. Total annihilation. This team battle resulted in the complete eradication of the opposing side's 5 members, while the victorious misfortune retained ample health. The proud queen stood amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a line of corpses sprawled beneath her sharp stilettos. The camera began to rotate, showcasing the confident and radiant smile of misfortune. Zhang Shaoan stared at the screen, feeling a slight tremor in his hands. 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists. He recalled just last week, his stats were a dismal 0 kills and 8 deaths. Having played poorly previously, he now found himself in an extraordinary form. And this was during a match that significantly impacted the collective honor of his class in the favor of beautiful women. This was exhilarating. Well done. A robust voice erupted from behind. Zhang Shaoyan, you are so impressive. The sports committee member, Fang Xiaomei, blushed and exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Shaoyan touched his face. It was the first time a girl had complimented his looks, and he felt a rush of exhilaration. Ha ha ha. What was I saying? Those students from class 3 are utterly pathetic. Oh. Zhang Shaoan, hurry and take down a tower. Wang Qin beamed with delight. He had wagered 1,000 yuan of his living expenses, making victory crucial for him. In the final skirmish, they traded 4 for 5, but the minion waves in top, mid, and bottom lanes were exceptionally favorable. Misfortune pushed one lane while the other minions advanced another, ensuring the opponents would lose at least 2 towers. After demolishing 2 towers, only the high ground remained. Yu Luoxing reminded Zhang Shaoan that the enemy had respawned, and misfortune dared not advance recklessly. Instead, opting to find a bush, striking a seductive pose as she returned to base to regenerate. Zhang Shaoan understood that his exceptional performance was entirely due to Yu Luoxing's impeccable support, and thus he resolutely followed Yu Luoxing's lead. If Yu Luoxing urged him to charge directly at the tower to dismantle the base, Zhang Shaoan would dash forward without hesitation. After returning home, misfortune replenished her gear. Bloodthirster, Blade of the Ruined King, and Whisper were the 3 items she completed. With this equipment, any opponent would be overwhelmed. Yu Luoxing revived last and noticed that several others had respawned earlier, battling small monsters near the red buff. Upon glancing at the map, he observed that the enemy Mantis was collecting minion waves in the bottom lane. The Mantis's presence in the bottom lane was a clear indication for him to seize the dragon, and Yu Luoxing felt a surge of excitement. With the opposing Mantis being their primary damage dealer now occupied in the bottom lane and his teammates conveniently positioned near the dragon, it was time for a grand assault. That said, Yu Luoxing couldn't shake the feeling that the dragon seemed rather pitiful. A multitude of individuals often storms into her abode, intent on subjecting her to relentless and futile endeavors. Just when the protagonist finds herself in a state of despair, another group appears to her rescue, driving away the nefarious intruders. However, before she can express her gratitude to these valiant souls, they unexpectedly reveal their true intentions, becoming even more aggressive in their approach. Is this not reminiscent of the phrase, "let go of that girl, I shall take her"? At times, the situation spirals into a chaotic back and forth. If the protagonist were to adopt a more lenient perspective, she might consider it a form of twisted benefit. Yet, should she be a male dragon, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of sorrow for her plight. Have these summoners ever contemplated the feelings of the dragon? Despite the sympathy she evokes, the dragon must still confront her fate. "Everyone, let us seize the dragon," exclaimed Yu Luoxing, hastily making his way towards the dragon's lair. "What if we are unable to defeat it? What if reinforcements arrive from the enemy?" Zhao Kesong replied cautiously. "What do you know? Trust Luoxing and hurry over to engage," Wang Qin retorted, spraying soda in Zhao Kesong's face. Without hesitation, Zhang Shaoyan followed Yu Luoxing's commands, and Wang Qin, witnessing Yu Luoxing's impeccable maneuvers during the skirmish, readily transferred command to him. Unbeknownst to them, the game had become a display of Yu Luoxing's strategic prowess. A precise strike had rendered the enemy utterly oblivious to the dragoness presence. Casting a glance at the Mantis still busy farming in the bot lane, it was evident that this dragon truly was beyond hope. The fierce output from misfortune expedited the dragon's demise, and they scarcely sustained any injuries before claiming victory. Each participant was rewarded with 300 gold and the coveted dragon buff. At that moment, the enemy Graves unexpectedly appeared mid-lane, using skills to push the wave. The vision on the dragon's side was entirely obscured, and Graves remained blissfully unaware that the dragon had been slain, continuing his reckless advance. Follow me. Yu Luoxing activated his speed boost, leading the charge at the forefront of the group. Just as the dragon had granted them a bloodthirsty frenzy, Graves emerged, isolated from his allies. Alas, Graves, your time has come. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoqing was still maneuvering Graves to farm gold. Up to this point, Graves had yet to secure a single kill and had met an unfortunate demise. His minion count was dismal, and Feng Xiaoqing hesitated, contemplating whether to claim the wave in the middle. Feng Xiaoqing, come back. They are absent from the map, Lin Su called out urgently upon noticing Graves' position. Oh. Feng Xiaoqing reluctantly abandoned his minion wave and began to retreat. His lamentations echoed, as this was the first time he had performed so poorly with his favorite champion. Feeling too timid to collect the gold. Just then, a golden figure suddenly sprang forth from the brush beside the first tower. Towering over Graves, this figure crackled with electricity, moving at an astonishing speed that could only be described as lightning fast. It was Blitzcrank. Graves, with his short stature, could never outrun the mechanical behemoth. Use E quickly. Flash, flash. Lin Su observed the situation in the center and urgently shouted out. Feng Xiaoqing had indeed been so frightened by the robotic father that she nearly lost control, clumsily activating her blink and displacement skills. Upon realizing she had created some distance from the robot, she let out a slight sigh of relief. They were nearing the high ground. Surely, they wouldn't catch up. Just then, a radiant red halo exploded around the robot Blitz. Shuria's Rhapsody, an acceleration for the entire team, propelling them forward. Shuria's Rhapsody, commonly known as the Crown, was an essential support item. After the acceleration, Blitz's speed soared as if he had taken flight, leading his 4 teammates headlong towards the gunslinger. Mechanical Claw. In this angle, there was no escape. The claw latched onto the gunslinger's pocket, yanking him back just as he was about to ascend the steps to the high ground. Demacia, my sword is your sword. The Sword Saint and Garen charged in like 2 rabid dogs, unleashing their skills. Behind them, Annie and the gunslinger hadn't even had the chance to cast their abilities when the gunslinger was instantly eliminated, suffering a fate even worse than that of Zhao Xian. With the gunslinger's demise, the morale of the opposing team plummeted. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoqing, who had dealt the final blow, was on the verge of tears. This marked her 12th death. Was she even allowed to play anymore? At this rate, forget about securing 20 kills. If she managed to survive without dying 20 times, it would be a testament to her unwavering integrity. Chapter 15. Drawing a person from the spring. The news of the male gunner's severed body had already cast a pall over the atmosphere. When Lin Su and his team from Class 3 beheld the 5 adversaries before them, all enveloped in the formidable dragon buff, their faces morphed into a hue reminiscent of the very buff itself, an ominous green. At that moment, they possessed neither the inclination nor the energy to berate Feng Xiaoqing. Their sole focus was on fortifying their high ground. A storm was brewing, and as a wave of minions pressed toward the mid-lane high ground turret, the presence of the dragon buff wielders, Jian Sheng, Annie, Misfortune, Garen, and Blitzcrank, overwhelmed the opposing 4 with sheer intensity. Blitzcrank served as a veritable engine of team fights. With fewer enemies and the advantage of the dragon buff on their side, there was no reason not to seize the high ground. Yu Luoxing decisively activated his speed boost and charged into the fray, his target not the Master E, nor Garen or Zhao Xian, but that insufferable Manus. With such a clumsy appearance, how could he dare pursue the class beauty? For his ostentation and unwarranted flattery, it was he whom Yu Luoxing aimed to ensnare. Diving into the throng, Yu Luoxing disregarded all others and boldly extended his mechanical claw towards the Mantis. This direct hook posed a challenge, as most would deftly maneuver to evade it. However, today, Yu Luoxing wielded the confidence of one who had used a premium shampoo. Such difficulty was trivial. The mechanical claw appeared once more, at an acute angle that nearly obstructed any escape route for the Mantis. In a moment of sheer precision, the Mantis failed to execute his E-ability in time and was yanked directly to the feet of Blitzcrank. The accuracy rivaled that of Li Xuanhuan's renowned flying daggers. Each strike found its mark. The cheerleaders from Class 8 gasped in awe at the spectacular hook. With a swift application of his ultimate to silence the Mantis, Yu Luoxing ensured he would not escape, followed by a powerful energy punch to secure control. This brief 5 seconds proved lethal for the fragile Mantis. Wang Qin's Annie, with the quickest reflexes, summoned her bear to land squarely upon the Mantis's visage. Another stunning blow. The intensity of Wang Qin's vengeance seemed to echo a personal grudge, as he unleashed all of Annie's abilities upon the Mantis with unrestrained fervor, relishing the satisfaction of the assault. Tragically, Lin Su's Mantis could not even retaliate before being obliterated. Goodness, can't you all assist me just once? Such utter incompetence. Lin Su bellowed in a furious outburst, his voice resonating throughout the internet CAF. Yang Chanqian cast a glance at the infuriated Lin Su, whose veins threatened to burst, and smirked disdainfully. Only after his outburst did Lin Su realize his indiscretion and hastily reined in his emotions. The Mantis was the primary source of damage for Class 3. With its swift demise at the onset of the team fight, there was no reason to continue. Misfortune's ultimate barrage swept through, leaving Garen, Zhao Xian, and Master Yi scrambling for their lives, each barely clinging to existence. Let none escape. Eliminate them all. The fervor was palpable as they pursued. With Zhao Xian on the brink of death, 3 kills, and Zhang Xiaoan had secured a triple kill, the exuberance of Class 8 reached a fever pitch. As their voices erupted in exhilaration, akin to a euphoric crescendo, Wang Qin, Zhang Xiaoan, Zhao Kesong, and Chao Sheng unleashed a torrent of expletives. Their spirits crushed after being humiliated by the 3rd class last week. Today, they were determined to reclaim their pride, undeterred by any obstacles, be it the lofty defensive towers, the crystalline stronghold, the dual towers, or the fountain. Nothing would prevent them from exacting revenge on the 3rd class. The Master of Weapons met his demise first at the mid-lane crystal, trampled by a horde of 5. Opponents Zhao Xian and Garen fled desperately, bloodied and battered. Have you heard the tale of 2 men encountering a bear in the wilderness? Indeed, the slower of the 2 meets his demise. In this instance, Garen activated his Q skill for a desperate escape, could only utter, "Apologies, Master Xian." Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air as Zhao Xian collapsed beside his own base. The towering defensive structures, guardians of the base for many years, seethed with anger, never before having been so brazenly disregarded. I am the mightiest of defensive towers. How dare you treat me with such contempt? They seemed to proclaim. With renewed vigor, they charged forth, appearing as if they were rushing to the fountain itself. Under the fervent leadership of Yu Luoxing, the others had gone berserk, eliminating Zhao Xian and vowing not to spare Garen either. What a bunch of lunatics. Xuebin from the opposing team cursed, hastily maneuvering Garen towards the fountain. Fortunately, Garen's superior evasion skills allowed him to slip into the sanctuary of the fountain. And Xuebin breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Lin Su felt a wave of gratitude that Garen had survived. Thank goodness, we haven't been entirely wiped out. However, realization struck him. The enemy's robot was still in pursuit. Beware of the hook. Lin Su shouted urgently to Xuebin. Before Xuebin could comprehend, a deadly yellow hook struck from behind. Just as Garen stepped into the fountain, his health barely replenished, the horrifying hook yanked him out of its protective waters. 3 more comrades followed the robot, and before Garen could recover, he was bombarded by a flurry of abilities. With a resounding thud, his forehead collided with the fountain steps. Blood mingling with the water, his expression frozen in disbelief as he faced his untimely end. Oh my goodness, they even pulled him out of the fountain. Xuebin gaped at his computer screen, utterly astonished. Is there no mercy in this game? If one were to consider the most tragic demise this round. Surely it wasn't just misfortune or Zhao Xian. Garen had barely reached the fountain before being dragged back out to meet his fate. Perhaps only a dragon's demise could rival Garen's misfortune this day. Wow, my titanium alloy eyes are dazzled, exclaimed Huang Yu, the vice captain of the 8th class. Yu Luoxing is simply magnificent. It's akin to a dog being mercilessly punished. They're storming the high ground. A chorus of praises erupted behind Yu Luoxing, who even caught wind of the phrase, "I want to bear your children." Were it uttered by Yang Chanqian, he would have accepted with glee. If it were Feng Xiaomei, he might have settled for it. Yet, hearing such words from a lecherous voice sent shivers down his spine. Ace. Total annihilation. Once again, a splendid annihilation. This time, it was not a mere exchange of 4 for 5. Our sole champion, the Sword Saint, was mercilessly slain by the tower, while the others remained unscathed. Throughout my extensive time playing League of Legends, it was undoubtedly the first occasion for Zhong Xiaoyan, Wang Qin, Zhao Kesong, and Chao Sheng to breach the enemy's high ground while their towers still stood, achieving complete obliteration of the adversary. The sensation, as Wang Qin would articulate, was akin to storming into Lin Su's abode and indiscriminately violating every female member of his household before departing with a flourish. Wang Qin felt as if all his pent-up anger, resentment, and malice had been released in a torrential flood. Meanwhile, the typically timid Zhao Kesong experienced a newfound sense of masculinity. As for Zhong Xiaoyan, one need not elaborate. A series of consecutive triumphs equated to a string of climactic peaks, leaving him utterly exhilarated. This was sheer ecstasy, charging the high ground, assaulting the nexus, executing foes beneath the fountain, and decisively wiping out the opposition. In stark contrast, the opposing team, momentarily forgetting their earlier bravado, stood slack-jawed in disbelief. Lin Su, Shui Bin, Feng Shaoqing, Li Zan, and Yi Guangwen wore expressions of utmost distortion. Lin Su had confidently assured the enchanting Yang Dai body that victory was certain. Yet, now, having suffered such humiliation, he could scarcely bear to face Yang Tranqian. Feng Shaoqing, who had boasted of a 20-kill game, found himself empty-handed, alone in the fountain, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his teammates and the departing enemies who had finished their business with a casual flick of their trousers. Alas, he wished he could simply perish within the fountain. Shui Bin had never experienced such a dismal performance as Garen. The deepest wound was the memory of being yanked from the fountain and slain. He had reached the sanctuary of the fountain. How could this happen? Just last week, they had mercilessly trounced Class 8, and now he could barely bear to witness the scene. The enemy's blitzcrank was simply formidable. Those who had come to cheer for Class 3 now spoke in hushed tones, stripped of their previous arrogance. Indeed, he had never encountered such an impressive robot. As Lin Su and his companions languished in the anguish of their humiliating defeat, a discussion among a few individuals at their backs jolted their attention. Yes, it was the robot. The opposing blitzcrank was overwhelmingly powerful. Before this mechanical marvel, their champions felt as fragile as chicks, easily dispatched with a mere twist. Moreover, whenever blitzcrank advanced, an undeniable aura enveloped the vicinity, rendering all within 1,000 yards too intimidated to stand their ground. Who controlled that robot? Unfamiliar to them. I heard the opponents refer to him as Yu Luoxing. Lin Su recalled that this was indeed Yu Luoxing, who had taken over the support role in place of Sun Yang, and yet he was only at level 13. How could someone of such a low level exhibit such prowess? Yu Luoxing. Lin Su etched that name into his memory, firmly and indelibly. Previously, he had perceived nothing particularly remarkable about those three characters, but from this day forth, they would symbolize Lin Su's disgrace. Chapter 16. Beasts unworthy of existence following the battle. The outcome was nothing short of a complete rout. Class 3 suffered a devastating defeat, each member resembling a withered eggplant, thoroughly deflated. In stark contrast, Class 8 erupted in jubilant cheers. Just last week, they had faced a humiliating defeat at the hands of Class 3, leaving them utterly disgraced. However, today they emerged triumphant, inflicting an even more severe humiliation upon their adversaries, releasing a week's worth of pent-up frustration in a single moment, all directed back at the arrogant members of Class 3. You have lost. Wang Qin's smile was so broad it seemed impossible to contain. What could be more delightful than witnessing Lin Su's face darkening with despair? Lin Su rose from his seat, his expression grim as he extracted his wallet, tossing 1,000 yuan onto the table. Humph, a mere 1,000 yuan. Just my snack money for the week. Wang Qin was well aware of Lin Su's wealth, but he understood even better Lin Su's obsession with maintaining appearances. By the time the results of this match spread throughout their grade on Monday, Lin Su would undoubtedly be the most embarrassed among them. Most importantly, Wang Qin had successfully thwarted Lin Su's attempts to vie for the affections of their goddess, Yang Tranqian. Swiftly accepting the money, Wang Qin's gaze shifted to Yang Tranqian. The money itself was of little consequence. The victory in this match opened the door to getting closer to the divine figure of their goddess. The notion of proximity to water yielding the first taste of the moon was well understood by all, since Yang Tranqian adored playing League of Legends. Who could deny the potential for sparks of romance to ignite during their cooperative gaming sessions? Wang Qin was in high spirits, eagerly awaiting the adoration of the goddess. Akin to that of a hero, calmness was essential. He needed to present his most charming self, complete with a radiant smile. In his mind, he rehearsed countless scenarios of how to respond to Yang Tranqian's gaze. But what was this? Unable to resist a furtive glance at Yang Tranqian, he discovered that she was not gazing at him, the hero, at all. Who could possibly be more handsome than himself? He followed her line of sight and found her eyes sparkling as she regarded Yu Luoxing. In fact, everyone had gathered around Yu Luoxing, either singing his praises or deriding the members of Class 3. This fellow, who had refused to join them previously, had turned out to be a showstopper upon his arrival. Had it not been for Sun Yang being dragged back home by his mother today, Wang Qin would have never realized the prowess of his deskmate, Yu Luoxing. Most astonishingly, Yu Luoxing had even pretended to be a novice, playing on a level 13 account to deceive them. But, alas, he had unwittingly invited a wolf into the fold. This insufferable person had stolen the spotlight. For a fleeting moment, Wang Qin felt that Yu Luoxing posed a much greater threat than Lin Su, a beast unworthy of existence. Come. Shall we all go out for a late-night snack to celebrate? Fang Xiaomei was the first to propose. Yes, yes, yes. What the heck? I'm still in the mood to party. Previously, who claimed that we could not compete with Class 3? You were silent before, but now that there is food, you're all roused. Ha ha ha. I've made an easy $1,000. Let us go for a late-night snack. Late-night snack? The vice-class leader, Huang Yu, was as exhilarated as if he had taken a stimulant. A group of us rushed out of Longxing Internet CAF, animatedly discussing the fierce battle we had just endured. Undoubtedly, each moment we recounted was marked by Yu Luoxing's remarkable prowess, and in that instant, our admiration for him surged like an unstoppable torrent. As the members of Class 8 exited the CAF, the individuals from Class 3 dispersed one by one. After such a devastating defeat, Lin Su had no inclination to treat anyone to late-night snacks. Even if he did, it seemed unlikely that anyone could find an appetite. Once everyone had departed, Lin Su remained at the computer, brooding over the ridicule and humiliation he had just faced, his anger mounting with each passing thought, until finally, he slammed his fist down on the keyboard. Bang! The keyboard flipped over and fell to the ground. Kid, why the fury? At that moment, a young man with dyed hair and a checked shirt approached. Lin Su paused, quickly tempering his anger, and responded with a hint of deference. Migo, I just heard you lot making a commotion. What is going on? The young man, referred to as Migo, inquired. We lost. I faced off against those from Class 8, Lin Su said, his head hung low. Migo frowned and remarked, how could you lose? I've taught you how to play. With your skills, you should have easily bested those students. Out of nowhere, a guy named Yu Luoxing from Class 8 appeared. He is remarkably skilled at playing against robots and completely overwhelmed us, Lin Su explained. Beside him, the sycophant Feng Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. That robot was incredibly powerful. We were all terrified. You wouldn't believe how adept he was at hooking skilled against robots? Mika chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his laughter. You clearly haven't seen Blitz, the top robot in Lecking. I'll show you someday. That's what true skill looks like. It's undoubtedly your poor positioning that allowed him to hook you so easily. If I were to play against robots, I'd hook each of you with precision. Migu's words rang true, yet Lin Su could not swallow this humiliation. How about this? You all challenge them to another match, and I'll play. I'll make sure to crush them. No matter how skilled that robot is, I'll have him drinking urine. Migu declared. We only compete between classes. We can't call for outside help, Lin Su replied. Fool, you're allowing them to call for outside help as well, Migu countered. Lin Su nodded, finding this suggestion agreeable. If both sides could enlist external assistance, they could invite them for another match. Lin Su realized that getting closer to Yang Chanxian would be somewhat challenging, but he was determined to reclaim his pride. However, what if they brought in someone even more formidable? Feng Xiaoqing asked. Migu glanced at Feng Xiaoqing with a sidelong look and scoffed. Let them try. If they can find someone in Lecking more skilled than me, I'll take his surname. Lin Su shot a glare at the taciturn Feng Xiaoqing, exclaiming. Do you not know that Migu is the captain of the runner-up team in the Lecking League of Legends Internet CAF tournament? Oh. Migu will surely defeat them effortlessly. Feng Xiaoqing exclaimed hastily. Migu cast a disdainful glance at the Navi Feng Xiaoqing and smirked. Among a group of students, how many could truly play League of Legends? Migu genuinely regarded his opponents as inconsequential. When the time came, he would demonstrate to these students what true skill entailed, allowing them to comprehend the vast chasm that existed between them. He scoffed at the thought of a mediocre robot claiming victory over them. For the genuinely formidable individuals were ones they had never encountered. He contemplated lowering himself to enlighten them, merely for their amusement. Chapter 17. One must practice supporting roles diligently. By the riverside, at a bustling eatery. As students, there is no need to indulge in overly upscale dining. Rather, enjoying delectable dishes while feeling the gentle breeze by the river in this season, accompanied by a modest drink, is truly a form of enjoyment. Oh, look! Miss Yang has arrived. Zhang Xiaoan gazed in delight at the stunning beauty seated beside her, feeling both honored and astonished. Is that not permissible? Yang Chanxian retorted. Certainly. It is permissible. Before Zhang Xiaoan could respond, the excited men around them erupted in cheers, each eager to occupy a seat next to Yang Chanxian. Sitting beside her would allow them to admire her long, alluring legs, and perhaps, by chance, they might even brush against her. Experiencing the delightful elasticity of those shapely limbs, what bliss that would be. You lot are incorrigible. Stop behaving like green-eyed wolves. Feng Xiaomei shot a glare at the group of lecherous men, positioning herself protectively beside Yang Chanxian. fearful that this pack of wolves might whisk her away. Fong Xiaomei had a close friendship with Yang Qianqian. Despite Yang not being in Class 8, Fong often mingled with the boys, fostering familiarity among them all. Of course, Yu Luoxin was an exception. He had never exchanged a word with the renowned goddess of legs. Come, everyone, let us raise a toast. Cheers. The group indulged in a delightful late-night feast, and with a few drinks, their excitement grew, the conversation largely revolving around the recent match. Yu Luoxin, having transferred classes, was most familiar with his deskmate Wang Qin, while others remained somewhat unfamiliar. However, the match and the late-night gathering helped bridge the gap between him and the group. It reminded Yu Luoxin of his early days spent in internet cafes, where he had a large circle of friends to share instant noodles and moments with. Unfortunately, as time passed, they gradually drifted apart, and he found himself in his final year of high school, no longer carefree like in the past. Nevertheless, life was still pleasant. One would always meet new friends and charming girls, wouldn't he one? After finishing their late-night meal, everyone felt a lingering desire to stay. Yet the girls had to return home early, and they gradually dispersed. Yang Qianqian, may I escort you? Wang Qin was the first to offer his services, hastily approaching as the others began to leave. No need. It's not on the way for us, Yang Qianqian replied. On the way? How could it not be on the way? Escorting a beauty, every route is a path, even if one is to the south and the other to the north. Yang Qianqian looked at Wang Qin and burst into a soft giggle, appearing so charmingly enchanting that Wang Qin was momentarily mesmerized. Return to your dormitory. Don't think I'm unaware that you're a boarding student. Yang Qianqian directly exposed Wang Qin's pretense. I'm heading to my aunt's house, Wang Qin awkwardly confessed. Yang Qianqian chose to disregard Wang Qin's feigned excuse, glancing at Yu Luoxin, who was waiting for the bus, and inquired, which bus are you waiting for? I'm not waiting for a bus. I live nearby, Yu Luoxin replied. Across the river? Yang Qianqian pointed towards the opposite side of the bridge. How did you know? Yu Luoxin was taken aback. I live around that area as well. Haven't you seen me on your way to school? I've spotted you several times, Yang Qianqian said with a smile. Oh, I have no impression, Yu Luoxin remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Could he not utter a single coherent word? Let's go, it's on the way. Yang Qianqian calmly suggested, smoothing her hair tousled by the river breeze. Wang Qin's expression turned bitter at this statement. Here he was, voluntarily escorting a beautiful woman home, only to have her politely decline his offer. And this fellow, Yu Luoxin, was indeed walking alongside the beauty. It defied all logic. This was akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. Wang Qin sensed that Yang Qianqian's gaze towards Yu Luoxin during dinner was decidedly peculiar. Alas, this precious gem was about to be squandered. Wang Qin lamented his lack of practice with Blitz the robot. He knew Yang Qianqian favored adept support players, and he would never stoop to playing Annie, that little girl character. Hey, goddess, don't leave. If you follow that two-faced scoundrel, your life will be ruined. I can play support too. I'll use Annie to assist you. She was truly leaving. Watching others depart in pairs, Wang Qin felt the weight of a profound realization. From now on, he must diligently hone his support skills. Yu Luoxin initially thought Yang Qianqian was jesting, but as she walked alongside him on the bridge, he realized he was genuinely sharing the path with this goddess of long legs. Strolling side by side beneath the dim, melancholic lights of the river bridge, Yu Luoxin found himself towering half a head over Yang Qianqian. Her slender, curvaceous figure, juxtaposed with his, created an elongated silhouette in the lamplight, resembling a pair of young lovers leisurely walking on the bridge. Do you play often? Yang Qianqian inquired, tilting her face and blinking her eyes. Occasionally, Yu Luoxin replied. Not particularly eloquent, yet eager to find common ground with her beauty, though he struggled to know what to say. Occasionally, and you're already this good? She teased. Well, gaming does require a certain talent, he chuckled. Sure, you must be pulling all-nighters. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes, she retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. All right, you've caught me. When my parents are asleep, I sneak in a few rounds. Most weekends, I'm glued to this, Yu Luoxin confessed. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Qianqian asked. Not free, he instinctively replied. On weekends, he was usually preoccupied with ranked matches, seldom engaging in other activities. If Wang Qin had overheard this, he would have been far beyond furious. He would have been utterly incensed. When a goddess inquires about your availability, even if you are drowning in commitments, you must declare yourself free. It's akin to the notion of being on the way. Do you understand? I'll ask you once more. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Chanqian gazed into Yu Luoxing's eyes, feigning annoyance. Yang Chanqian was not only endowed with a stunning figure but also possessed a beautiful face. When she pretended to be angry, her cheeks puffed adorably, rendering her utterly charming rather than frightening. One might be tempted to plant a sweet kiss on her soft cheeks. Surely delightful and fragrant. This goddess of long legs was actually threatening him. As a man of integrity, Yu Luoxing stood firm and resolute. Having previously stated that he was unavailable, he now felt compelled to assertively inform Yang Chanqian. Indeed. Of course, I am free. It's the weekend after all. What else would I be doing? Yang Chanqian was quite pleased with Yu Luoxing's response, and, with a renewed smile, said, "Then take me out tomorrow. I enjoy playing ADC, and since you are such an excellent support, I can finally dominate. No problem. I assure you that you will embody the essence of a queen." Yu Luoxing proclaimed, akin to a valiant knight. "It's settled then," Yang Chanqian replied with a beaming smile. "By the way, what is your phone number? I don't have a mobile phone. You can reach me at my home." All right. Chapter 18. An invitation to dinner. As the two conversed, time seemed to slip away. And before they knew it, they had crossed the bridge. "You can just drop me off here. I'll take it from here," Yang Chanqian said, stopping at a crossroads to address Yu Luoxing. "I should accompany you to your doorstep," Yu Luoxing insisted, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor. However, in his mind, he envisioned a different narrative. He would escort her home. She would mention that her family was away on a business trip, leaving her alone and frightened, prompting him, as a man of honor, to reluctantly agree to keep her company. Once inside, they would engage in an all-night gaming session of League of Legends. How absurd. This storyline was far less appealing than simply parting ways and returning to their respective homes. No need for that. My father often waits for me around here. If he sees me returning with a handsome guy like you, he'll undoubtedly interrogate your entire lineage, Yang Chanqian remarked. Yu Luoxing touched his nose. The first part of her statement was quite flattering. Indeed, she had called him handsome. But why did the latter half sound somewhat insulting? "Shall we linger here a bit longer?" he asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "No more chatting. Goodbye," Yang Chanqian said, casting him a playful glance before tossing her elegant hair, her charming figure swaying as she sauntered down a nearby residential alley. As Yu Luoxing watched the beauty depart, he could not help but feel an overwhelming desire to caress those exquisite legs of hers, so straight and alluring. After she vanished from sight, he committed the location to memory and made his way home. The hour was still early, and he figured he could play a few ranked matches before tomorrow. When he planned to team up with Yang Chanqian, her rank should be relatively low, providing him the perfect opportunity to practice his new champion, the Soul Keeper. The streetlights cast shadows, elongating Yang Chanqian's silhouette, accentuating her curves. She walked at a leisurely pace until she reached a house adorned with a small fence, where she rang the doorbell. While waiting for someone to answer, she pouted, reflecting on her earlier thoughts. "This guy is truly forgetful, always leering at me. It's so annoying," Yang Chanqian mused, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, a mischievous smile crept onto her face. "Perhaps it's for the best that he didn't recognize me. I can have a little fun at his expense. Especially since he has always teased me about my height." Yang Chanqian was no longer short. Her stunning legs granted her a notable advantage in stature among her peers. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a past grievance with Yu Luoxing was about to unfold into a remarkable act of retribution. "Chanqian, what a pleasant surprise to see you visiting your aunt. It's been ages since you last came by. You used to visit often, but now that you're grown, those days seem to have faded. Oh, my dear girl. You've become even more beautiful. Just look at that lovely complexion and your graceful figure," a middle-aged woman beamed as she opened the door, her words flowing incessantly upon seeing Yang Chanqian. "Auntie, please don't flatter me so," she replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. While enjoying a late-night snack with a few classmates nearby, Yang Chanqian remarked, "It seems I will be staying at my aunt's place tonight." The woman chuckled and gently scolded her, casting a deliberate glance at the intersection they had just passed. "You are clearly on a date with a male classmate, yet you insist on claiming it was just a gathering with friends. That is not true." Yang Chanqian's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly defended herself. "Still in denial? I saw you from the window upstairs. At first, I wasn't sure it was you. But don't worry, I won't mention it to your father. You've grown up so beautifully, it's only natural to attract boys. Just remember not to get too involved and let your studies slip." "What was that boy's name?" "He seemed familiar, but I can't recall which family he belongs to." The woman spoke quickly. Yang Chanqian felt her ears burning. Among her peers, She considered herself relatively graceful, yet being caught and speculated upon by an elder was quite overwhelming. Auntie, it's really not what you think. All right, I won't say more. Do bring him over for dinner sometime. You know your aunt is quite open-minded. Auntie, Yang Qianqian protested, feeling exasperated by the conversation. The woman hastily laughed to diffuse the situation. As dawn's light filtered through the curtains, it cast a warm glow on the floor, illuminating a pair of well-worn flip-flops. The saying goes, the bright light before the bed, a pair of shoes upon the ground. Do you know what a man's surprise is? A man's surprise is waking up after a peaceful slumber only to find a delicate lace panty beside his pillow. The soft texture and exquisite elasticity evoke images of the alluring form it envelopes, leading him to reminisce about last night's pleasures. Instinctively, he reaches for the space beside him. But do you know what horror is? It is awakening to find a floral panty at the bedside, only to discover, as you pull it from the covers, that it is an oversized garment, one that could easily fit someone twice your size. In that moment, you lack the courage to recall what transpired with the woman beside you the night before. Yu Luoxing, being a high school student, was not privy to such fortunate or unfortunate experiences, yet his mood upon waking mirrored a similar transformation. First, he glanced at the time. Goodness, it's 10 o'clock. His expression shifted to one of sheer panic, akin to discovering an oversized panty. However, the realization that it was Sunday, a day free from school, brought him relief. Akin to awakening from a nightmare involving the oversized garment, only to find that the reality was a charmingly petite pair of panties instead. Phew, what a relief. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and having breakfast, Yu Luoxing went through his usual routine of preparing himself. He had a secret to his success in League of Legends. Before every ranked match, he would shower, change clothes, and ensure his hands were clean and fragrant. In essence, he aimed to present himself in the best light possible, believing it would enhance his winning chances. This belief, he insisted, had scientific merit. As the phone rang, Yu Luoxing was washing his hair. Li Yin hurried out of the kitchen, wiping her greasy hands on her apron before answering the call. Hello, who is this? A soft and melodious voice responded. Hello, Annie, I am a classmate of Yu Luoxing. Li Yun's eyes brightened at the unexpected call from a young lady on a weekend morning. She glanced towards the bathroom, observing Yu Luoxing drying his hair with a towel, and silently nodded in approval. After all, it was only natural for someone as handsome and considerate as her son to attract admirers. All right, I will call him. Li Yun replied, calling out Yu Luoxing's name into the phone. You have a lovely voice, young lady. You must be quite the beauty. Li Yun remarked as she seized the opportunity to inquire further while Yu Luoxing set down the towel. Not at all. Auntie, your voice is also delightful. You must be a young and beautiful mother, the girl replied. Li Yun smiled, thinking to herself that if this girl were indeed Yu Luoxing's secret girlfriend, she would certainly invite her over for dinner when her husband was away. Hello, is someone looking for me? Yu Luoxing asked, uncertain of the caller's identity. It's Yang Qianqian, came a somewhat spoiled voice from the other end. Oh, what is it? He replied. You weren't online, so I played a couple of rounds by myself and lost. Yang Qianqian exclaimed, irritation evident in her tone. Hearing her slightly disgruntled voice, Yu Luoxing could easily picture her adorable, pouting face, undoubtedly charming and enticing. My apologies, I overslept. He finally remembered that he was supposed to play with this leggy goddess today. This leggy goddess was indeed a petite beauty, not at all of the larger size. Chapter 19. What a scandal. Last night, Yu Luoxing added Yang Qianqian on QQ and as a gaming friend. In Steel Sun, Yu Luoxing had to play on that level 13 alternate account. He spent 1,000 yuan, indulging in a sumptuous midnight feast for 500, leaving the remaining 500 to be divided among 5 teammates, each receiving 100. Yu Luoxing promptly converted this 100 into Q coins, using them to purchase the new hero. Soulkeeper, in Steel Sunday invite me. Yang Qianqian sent a QQ message, accompanied by a playful smiley face. All right, I will buy the hero. After topping up his Q coins, Yu Luoxing proceeded to the QQ mall to acquire the new hero, Soulkeeper. He often watched foreign videos, where this hero had been available for some time, reputedly developed as a support character, both fierce and impeccable in its role. When playing with his old partner, Shui Yi, they typically dominated the bottom lane, with the support role being quite significant. Now, with the lovely Yang also enjoying ADC, Yu Luoxing wondered if his fate was to eternally serve as the support for beautiful ADCs. However, reflecting on it, he realized that many gamers' ADC partners were burly men, while he found himself protecting two enchanting ladies, which brought him a sense of comfort. He was laying the groundwork for a delightful life filled with surprises. At level 23, Yang Qianqian was not lacking in experience, possessing enough knowledge that did not require Yu Luoxing's guidance. Furthermore, she mentioned that she often watched her brother play and occasionally viewed videos, indicating that, theoretically, she should not be a liability at her level. As the selection phase commenced, Yang Qianqian's QQ sent a voice prompt. Voice? Yu Luoxing hesitated for a moment. Accepted. Yang Qianqian encouraged through QQ. Oh, all right. The microphone Yu Luoxing had just purchased was initially intended for his old partner, Shui Yi, but unexpectedly, Yang Qianqian intruded. He decided to go along with it. Can you hear me? A soft voice flowed through the speakers, tantalizingly enchanting. I can't hear you, Yu Luoxing casually replied. Huh, let me check my microphone. A cacophony of static emerged from Yang Qianqian's end as she seemed to realize the issue, her voice rising in indignation. Dare to play tricks on me? You're asking for trouble. With a playful demeanor, Yang Qianqian seemed particularly fond of the champion, Caitlyn, and almost instantly selected this heroine. In truth, Yu Luoxing thought that Yang Qianqian bore a striking resemblance to the sheriff of Piltover, particularly in possessing long, slender, and alluring legs. Caitlyn donned a stylish European-inspired short dress, accentuating her smooth, fair thighs, which were tantalizingly secured by a leather strap, enhancing their voluptuous allure. A vivid image flashed in Yu Luoxing's mind, Yang Qianqian, adorned in Caitlyn's attire, standing before him, tossing her long hair back, and sweetly saying, Sorry, young man, I left my genuine leather handcuffs at home. The thought was utterly intoxicating. Hurry, select your champion. The voice of Yang Qianqian urged from across the way, pulling Yu Luoxing back from his reverie. He hastily selected the Soulkeeper Warden Thresh. The support role lacks appeal. One never has to worry about someone snatching the support position. In matchmaking, it is often the case that the last person to choose finds themselves relegated to playing support. Furthermore, during ranked matches, a peculiar phenomenon arises when one proclaims, Give me the mid lane or I shall feed. One's teammates are likely to think, What an idiot, snatching positions and even threatening us. However, if you were to call for assistance from a certain building right from the outset, threatening to forfeit if not granted, your teammates would likely respond with bemused smiles, perceiving you as a person of good nature and a sense of humor. What on earth is going on here? Can anyone elucidate? Oh, isn't this a new hero? Yang Qianqian inquired. Have you played? No, but I would like to give it a try, Yu Luoxing replied. Are you familiar with the skills? I am currently perusing the introduction of hero skills. Yang Qianqian, feeling exasperated, finally exclaimed after a considerable pause, How can you be so insufferable? I asked you to accompany me, and you are practicing with a new hero instead. At the very least, you should have played a match against the AI first. It's all right, just playing around. Perhaps I might be quite impressive, you know? Yu Luoxing hurriedly offered words of comfort. Yang Qianqian seemed to be upset, remaining silent for quite some time, but ultimately could not contain herself, her lips forming the icy words. You fool. Welcome to the League of Legends. The appearance of the Soullock Warden Thresh is rather impressive, resembling a fusion of the protagonist from Soul Chariot and the Chinese underworld judge. With a skull engulfed in ethereal flames, draped in a gray cloak, wielding a soul-binding chain, and emitting ghostly wails from its mouth, Thresh embodies a haunting presence. Each champion in League of Legends possesses a distinctive style, often inspired by fantastical tales from various cultures or creatures from classic cinema. Many champions exude an enchanting aura that feels oddly familiar. After careful observation, Yu Luoxing concluded that the design of the Soullock Warden is indeed quite remarkable. What are you doing? Yang Qianqian, concealed within the underbrush, noticed that Caitlyn, the sheriff of Piltover, had arrived on the lane rather early, yet found Yu Luoxing still lingering in the fountain. With a hint of irritation, she inquired about his delay. I didn't quite grasp the usage of that skill earlier. I was still deciphering its application, Yu Luoxing replied. I no longer wish to engage with you, Yang Qianqian retorted. I'm on my way. To be cautious of ambushes in the bushes, he cautioned. I'm not a novice. I have no need to hide in the underbrush, she replied dismissively. The nuances of textual description may not always convey complete understanding. One must utilize the skills several times to gain a clearer comprehension. After purchasing his equipment, Yu Luoxing made his way to the lane. His standard support build included 1 Spell Thief's Edge, 1 Control Ward, 2 Stealth Wards, and 1 Health Potion. Upon reaching the lane, he found the minions had just arrived at the central position of the bottom lane. Yang Qianqian, displaying commendable intelligence, refrained from recklessly wandering into the underbrush and calmly focused on last-hitting minions. Well done. You indeed understand the art of last-hitting, Yu Luoxing complimented. I am quite proficient at last-hitting, she declared proudly. Yang Chanqian chuckled. Really? How many can one typically make up in 10 minutes? Yu Luoxing inquired. There haven't been too many battles, around 50 or 60, Yang Chanqian remarked. Indeed, that's quite commendable, Yu Luoxing nodded in satisfaction. For a level 23 player like Yang Chanqian to exhibit such proficiency in farming minions is rather rare, at the very least. Zhang Shaoan from Team B does not even grasp the concept of minion farming, relying instead on a rather haphazard method. This so-called haphazard farming technique involves standing idly while the hero continuously attacks the minions, never waiting for the final blow. Ultimately, if a minion is defeated, it is yours. If not, it is claimed by your own minions. Everything is left to chance. Quite commendable. Yang Chanqian pouted in irritation, posing a question. Oh, Yu Luoxing quickly realized. Hastening to praise her, your farming skills are exceptional, Yang. I recall that yesterday, Zhong Xiaoyan took over 10 minutes to farm less than 40 minions. You are far superior. That sounds about right. Yang Chanqian smiled with satisfaction. Evidently, she belongs to the type that enjoys a little playful irritation but holds no grudges. A mere compliment from Yu Luoxing caused her to forget the earlier incident entirely, now beaming with joy. Initially, this week, I intended to maintain a consistent schedule of 1 chapter per day. However, seeing everyone's comments expressing anticipation for updates. Today, there are 22 recommendation votes. Could everyone assist in gathering enough votes to reach 40? I will post another chapter this evening if we do. As this is a new site and a new book, rankings are quite significant, and I hope for your generous support in terms of recommendation votes. Chapter 20. The unexpected duo in a small internet CAF in Lu City. 2 young men sat engrossed in their computers in a corner. For many young people, having some leisure time to sit in an internet CAF, playing games, sipping cola, and smoking is indeed a delightful experience. Xiaobing, look over there. That guy is playing Thresh. I wonder how skilled he is, remarked a youth with a face resembling black charcoal. Skilled? Nonsense. That champion just came out a few days ago. He is definitely a novice trying out a new character. Let us go and crush him, replied the young man named Xiaobing. True enough. The charcoal-faced youth flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. By the way, what skills does this champion have? He's got a hook, that's all, Xiaobing explained. A hook, like the one from Blitzcrank? Not quite. Blitzcrank's hook pulls you directly over, while Thresh's hook latches onto you and drags you back a short distance. Just avoid getting hooked, it's fairly easy to dodge, Xiaobing said, taking a sip of his cola. Oh, I see. The charcoal-faced youth was playing as Ash, the Frost Archer. Ironically, despite his dark complexion, he favored the pure, snow-white skin of the champion. Hey, this guy really dares to hook me. Good thing my movements are slick. The youth skillfully maneuvered Ash, dodging the errant hook. Seeing Thresh miss his hook repeatedly, Xiaobing couldn't help but smirk. As expected, just a novice practicing his champion. You'll be no match for us. Meanwhile, Yu Luoxing controlled Thresh as he stealthily entered the brush. Playing support was quite leisurely. It was the only role that allowed one to pay attention to the battles of others. Sometimes, a support player could leisurely munch on seeds or sneak a glance at some other entertainment. The mechanics of Thresh's hook had a slight delay. One had to swing the hook a few times before it could be cast. This differed from Blitzcrank, whose hook required a degree of prediction, as no one would foolishly stand still for it. After several attempts, Yu Luoxing grasped the characteristics and differences of the hook. Thresh's hook also had a delay in casting speed, but it felt faster and covered a longer distance. The difficulty of landing either hook was likely comparable. Suddenly, an opportunity arose. Yu Luoxing focused on the Frost Archer, noticing a clear misstep in her positioning. Now to cast the hook. The ethereal green chain flew forth, tracing a straight line through the air. To his delight, the chain successfully snagged Ash right in the chest. Without hesitation, Yu Luoxing pulled Thresh back, forcibly dragging Ash a few steps toward him. Hooked, Yang Chanqian exclaimed joyfully. She swiftly maneuvered Caitlin, the sheriff of Piltover, unleashing a flurry of shots at Ash, culminating in a critical headshot. This is just the beginning. I'm coming in. Yu Luoxing activated his second Q, the death sentence. The soul hook warden yanked forcefully, and the indigo cloak whipped out like a vengeful specter, lunging towards the Frost Archer, Ash's bosom. The robot ensnared its target and pulled the enemy back, whereas the soul hook warden, after hooking the foe, could choose to execute the second Q, propelling himself towards the adversary, similar to the second kick of the blind monk. Upon reaching the frost archer, Yu Luoxing stepped forward and unleashed the doom pendulum, sending Ash stumbling back. Crack! That precise step caused the frost archer to land squarely on the trap laid by the Piltover enforcer. Brilliantly executed, her demise was all but certain. Yang Qianqian exhibited a flicker of excitement. From hooking to pulling, sweeping back, and ensnaring with the enforcer's trap. This accumulated nearly 4 seconds of control time. How could the fragile frost archer possibly survive? Lo and behold, the Piltover enforcer landed a critical shot, decisively incapacitating the frost archer. A bounty of 300 gold was effortlessly secured, simple and effortless. The opposing support, Nunu the Yeti Knight, merely threw a token snowball, powerless to intervene as Ash was controlled to her death. What is happening? The young man with a coal-black face wore a look of despair. I told you not to get hooked. Xiaobing retorted, exasperated. How could he still come over? The coal-faced youth was oblivious to the unfolding situation. From the moment Ash was hooked to her demise, she barely managed to fire an arrow before succumbing. Was it truly that tragic? How was I to know? Xiaobing, having only observed a few matches, didn't he recall that Thresh could fly to the hooked target? Alas, I was careless. I must play more seriously. The coal-faced youth lamented. After claiming the kill, Yang Qianqian's Piltover enforcer returned to purchase equipment, acquiring a storm blade. In contrast, the frost archer Ash had merely purchased a pair of boots and a vampiric scepter, the latter being a 400 gold longsword she had bought at the start. Truly disheartening. Qianqian, try lighting that lamp. As they ventured further onto the lane, Yu Luoxing instructed Yang Qianqian. Oh, there's a green marker pointing towards you, Yang Qianqian observed. Stand on the lamp and click again, Yu Luoxing suggested. All right. Wow, I just flew, Yang Qianqian exclaimed with delight. She had stepped onto Thresh's W ability, the Soul Lantern, and upon clicking the ghostly blue lamp, her body was instantly drawn towards Thresh as if pulled by a spectral chain. It turned out that this lantern could draw allies to Thresh. How perfectly it contrasted with the robot. Yang Qianqian realized with clarity. Indeed, I only just discovered it myself. Yu Luoxing remarked, finding the situation rather amusing. Glancing at the minion wave in the bottom lane, which was nearing the turret, he suddenly wore a mischievous smile and said, Qianqian, let us coordinate our efforts. What coordination? You hide behind the wall and pretend you're not on the lane. Yu Luoxing explained. Yang Qianqian was remarkably astute. She grasped the situation instantly and let out a suppressed giggle as she maneuvered the female marksman into the shadows. Yu Luoxing independently guided Thresh into the lane. It appeared that the adversaries had noticed his solitary presence and speculated that the marksman was waiting at home to acquire her equipment. Thus, the frost archer launched a vigorous assault on Thresh, taking advantage of his lone status. This fellow truly fell into the trap. Observing that the minion wave was being swiftly cleared by the tower, Yu Luoxing pressed forward without hesitation. He accurately calculated his angle and executed another precise stealthy hook. This time, he ensnared the frost archer Ash by her bra. Throw the lantern, the soul lantern, let it fall at the feet of the marksman behind the wall. Yu Luoxing exclaimed. Yang Qianqian's Piltover marksman promptly activated the soul lantern beneath her feet, her enchanting form immediately leaping into Yu Luoxing's embrace. Simultaneously, Yu Luoxing initiated the second segment of his Q ability, Death Sentence. In that instant, Thresh's body soared upwards, once again lunging towards the frost archer Ash. Thresh was airborne. And the activated Piltover marksman was soaring as well. Astonishingly, they both flew towards Ash simultaneously. Wow, it truly works. A double jump. Yu Luoxing exclaimed with delight. Ah, how fun. We can actually double jump. Yang Qianqian joyfully chimed in, her voice melodious and vivacious. Outside the door, a middle-aged woman strolled leisurely down the corridor when she was suddenly greeted by the sound of Yang Qianqian's delightful laughter. What is that girl up to, laughing so heartily? The woman murmured as she continued on her way. Suddenly, an excited exclamation from within the room reached her ears. Ah, how fun. We can actually double jump. Double jump? What on earth is happening? The woman immediately halted, her eyes widening as she stared at the tightly shut door. Daughter, don't be reckless. You are still young. Chapter 21. Good cabbage should not always be dug up by pigs. Laughter often echoed within the room, occasionally punctuated by the anxious cries of the young woman. Get me out, hurry. Upon her first entry, the woman discovered that Yang Qianqian was merely engrossed in a computer game, which alleviated her concerns significantly. However, the tantalizing sounds continued to emerge. leading her to genuinely believe there was something amiss between the young couple. This bolstered her resolve to invite the young man over for a meal. After all, it was essential to test his character, as a caring aunt must ensure her niece's well-being. The morning commenced with 3 rounds of play, resulting in 2 victories and 1 defeat. In the afternoon, as Yu Luoxin became more adept with Thresh and coordinated seamlessly with Yang Tranxian, their win rate soared, marred only by a single loss due to a disconnection on their part. Yang Tranxian reveled in the game, clearly displaying her fondness for League of Legends. Every girl harbors a little devil within, akin to the aggressive instincts found in men. In the realm of gaming, this inner demon of hers manifested vividly. There were instances when the opposing bottom lane was utterly decimated, and though Yu Luoxin felt sympathy and considered sparing them, Yang Tranxian resolutely lifted her weapon to obliterate the foes. It was utterly inhumane to see formidable heroes worth 6,300 points fall like mere cannon fodder. After a day of practice, Yu Luoxin had become reasonably familiar with the fundamental mechanics of Thresh. He resolved to practice a few more times in secret during the week, hopeful that by the following week, he could synergize with his old partner for ranked matches. In terms of skill, his former teammate surpassed Yang Tranxian considerably in aspects such as last hitting, awareness, mechanics, and teamwork. Although playing with Yang Tranxian was enjoyable, Yu Luoxin harbored a heart that yearned to challenge stronger opponents, while accompanying a beautiful woman was entertaining. His true ambition lay in excelling in ranked matches and enhancing his prowess. "I'm so hungry," Yang Tranxian remarked, her voice soft and delicate, reminiscent of a kitten after an afternoon of gaming. "Let us go eat," Yu Luoxin suggested, feeling a pang of hunger as well. "My family isn't home," Yang Tranxian replied. "Your family isn't home?" Did she imply something? Could it be that within a single day, this goddess with long legs had succumbed to his charm? Was her earlier declaration of hunger a subtle invitation? Yu Luoxin understood in an instant. "I'll come to your house," he exclaimed with eagerness. "Allow me to satiate your hungry soul with my youthful vigor." "What are you thinking? How annoying. I meant there is no one at home to cook for me." Yang Tranxian pouted playfully. Yu Luoxin paused, quickly clarifying. "I meant I could come to your house and cook for you." He exhaled a sigh of relief, narrowly averting the revelation of his somewhat lecherous intentions. "I'll manage on my own. Thank you for keeping me company today. I haven't had this much fun in ages," Yang Tranxian politely stated. "Hiki." Yu Luoxin was at a loss for words, merely chuckling foolishly in response. Yet, feeling that merely laughing might be construed as an insult, he hastily added, "It is indeed an honor to spend time with such a beautiful lady." With homework awaiting him, he lamented that he could no longer indulge in leisure. "See you tomorrow," he concluded, to which she replied in kind. "I'm signing off now." Yu Luoxin, still eager to converse with the enchanting Yang, noticed that she had already silenced the voice chat. Yang had her own assignments to tackle, and Yu Luoxin was no exception. In the entirety of their senior year, the only moments of unrestrained enjoyment came on Saturday nights and Sunday afternoons. The remainder of the week felt as burdensome as mourning at a grave. Endless assignments consumed the 6 hours from dinner until midnight, leaving him utterly exhausted. As he lay on his bed, gradually unwinding, he found himself yearning for the life of a university student. It was said that university offered the freedom to attend classes at will, to flirt at leisure, and to indulge in gaming without restraint. If this were true, he imagined casually attending a few classes each day, returning to his dormitory to comfortably engage in ranked matches, and when fatigued, perhaps taking the charming Yang Tranxian out for a casual match, or even sharing meals and watching movies together, indulging in the trilogy of experiences. Such a life would bring Yu Luoxin immense satisfaction. The more he contemplated this, the more he wished to hasten through the final 100 days of high school, yearning to experience the liberating university existence, where the sky is vast for birds to soar, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. In truth, no matter how splendid the weather or how elevated one's spirits, the realization that it is Monday renders everything rather dismal. Arriving at class, Yu Luoxin, as usual, ambled into the classroom with bleary eyes. A casual glance revealed many peers fixating their intense gazes upon him. Taken aback, he sensed something was amiss. As he set down his backpack, a group of students swiftly surrounded him. "I heard your team annihilated the 3rd class." Sun Yang was the first to approach him with excitement. "Indeed," Yu Luoxin nodded. "Damn, I missed the spectacle the night before, but I heard it was a total massacre. They even resorted to high ground tactics. How ruthless." A burly student exclaimed, spitting words in his fervor. "Hey, brother Yu, teach me how to play against bots today, and dinner is on me." Another young lad, who had just begun playing League of Legends, chimed in. The crowd buzzed with chatter, recounting tales of their encounter with the third class. Enough, enough. Everyone disperse. Wang Qin waved his hand, shooing the gathering away. Yu Luoxing was not accustomed to such attention, and he offered a grateful glance towards Wang Qin. At that moment, Wang Qin suddenly grinned mischievously. So, did you escort Yang Qianqian home that night? Yes. Yu Luoxing affirmed with a nod. And then what? Wang Qin pressed. What do you mean, and then? Spare me the pretense. Just tell me her address. Wang Qin slammed his palm on the desk. Yu Luoxing felt a chill run down his spine. Was this guy planning to loiter outside her home? There were no bushes to hide behind at her place, and with his stature, he would undoubtedly be spotted. Unable to recall the exact address, Yu Luoxing vaguely described a location to dismiss Wang Qin. Yu Luoxing possesses Yang Qianqian's phone number. To prevent the foolish Wang Qin from harassing her, Yu Luoxing naturally refrains from disclosing this information. As for Yang Qianqian's home address, she mentioned yesterday that it belongs to her aunt. If Wang Qin wishes to linger there, let him do so. Otherwise, do you think Yu Luoxing would divulge such crucial information to Wang Qin? A good cabbage should not be squandered by swine. Chapter 22. The essence of esports. Hey, do you still have the audacity to come to our class and act recklessly? After class, Wang Qin glared at Lin Su, who was walking down the corridor. Lin Su's expression was indeed rather grim. He could not fathom how they had lost so miserably to the foolish members of Class 8 that night. Humph, we won one game, you won another. So it's only fair that our two classes are evenly matched, Lin Su remarked with a cold smirk. Such a pathetic excuse. What do you propose? Wang Qin replied. Let us have a final decisive match. Lin Su clenched his teeth, resolute. The news of their defeat to Class 8 had spread throughout the year, and everyone who played League of Legends was talking about it. Even Lin Su, who had always claimed to be the strongest player from Water Orchid High School, found it hard to hold his head high lately. I knew you wouldn't accept defeat, Wang Qin scoffed, giving Yu Luoxing's shoulder a heavy pat. The gesture implied that with Yu Luoxing around, no matter how many rounds they played, they would inevitably lose. Come back next week. This time, both teams can recruit one external player. Let us double the stakes. Are you game? Lin Su proposed. Doubling the stakes meant 2,000 yuan. A rather extravagant sum for students to wager. I'm just a poor student, I can't afford that much, Wang Qin admitted, his enthusiasm somewhat tempered. Then let us forego the money. It's merely another game, Lin Su suggested. Wang Qin glanced at Yu Luoxing. Currently, all the players from Class 8 were gathered around him, which seemed to be a wise decision. I'm not interested, Yu Luoxing decisively refused. Another few rounds, and Lin Su's group of amateurs would surely lose again. I can't be bothered to waste my time on those who have already been thoroughly trounced by me. He thought. You, so cowardly? Lin Su scoffed once more. Yu Luoxing dismissed him entirely, shouldering his bag and preparing to leave. Humph. Afraid to connect for a match? I thought your Class 8 had made some progress. You win one game by luck and suddenly become a turtle? Lin Su began to taunt. Wang Qin bristled at this, exclaiming loudly, Who are you calling a turtle? If not, then let us have another match. You pick the time and place. Lin Su challenged. Bring it on. I'll crush you. Wang Qin felt unsatisfied with their previous encounter and yearned for several more rounds of domination. Luoxing, what do you think? Just play it yourself. I'm not participating. Yu Luoxing stated bluntly. Seriously? Is it necessary to be like this? Wang Qin was taken aback. Yu Luoxing did not waste any more words. He found such trivial competitions to be occasionally amusing, but dragging it on indefinitely held no appeal. Lin Su watched as Yu Luoxing swiftly departed, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. He had finally convinced me good to step in, hoping to take down Yu Luoxing, only for him to withdraw. How could he possibly vent his frustration now? Ignoring the two, Yu Luoxing quickly melted into the throngs of students leaving school. His pace was brisk, seemingly trying to escape Wang Qin, yet it also appeared as if he were pursuing someone. Oh, what a coincidence! Yu Luoxing flashed a bright smile, cheerfully addressing the girl who brushed past him. What's the matter? I've seen you chasing after me the whole way. Yang Qianqian shot a glare at Yu Luoxing, her irritation palpable. Yu Luoxing forced a sheepish smile, embarrassed that his intentions had been so easily discerned. Earlier, when Wang Qin and Lin Su were embroiled in a quarrel, he had spotted Yang Qianqian. Typically surrounded by other female companions, her solitary presence was a rare opportunity not to be missed, prompting him to disregard the two bickering individuals and hasten after her. In truth, there were several boys deliberately lingering nearby, likely concocting strategies on how to engage this enchanting beauty in conversation. Little did they know that a rather unsavory character had intruded, employing such a clumsy method of introduction. Oh, what a coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. The entire senior year is gathered here. Once school is out, don't they all converge in this area? Are you coming this weekend? Yu Luoxing inquired. Today being Friday, the weekend lay ahead, a rare respite. Perhaps not. My dad is taking me out, Yang Qianqian replied. Oh, just as well. I have plans for ranked matches as well, Yu Luoxing nodded. Yang Qianqian shot him an exasperated look. Then why did you even ask me? In 2 or 3 months. The college entrance examination will be upon us. Which school do you plan to attend? Yang Qianqian posed the question to Yu Luoxing. Regardless of the circumstances, the examination remained of utmost importance. No matter how skilled one was at gaming, it paled in comparison to academic performance. You're asking me? Yu Luoxing responded. If I'm not asking you, then who am I supposed to ask? Yang Qianqian found his manner of speaking rather odd, especially since she had initiated the conversation, yet he seemed so distracted. I'm not sure, Yu Luoxing admitted. Which university do you intend to apply to? To be truthful, Yu Luoxing felt quite lost regarding this matter. He was indifferent to the name of any university, as his diligent studies were merely to avoid disappointing his parents. Whatever institution they deemed prestigious and promising, he would attend. It mattered little to him. You appear rather dazed. I've noticed you at school several times. Always looking as if you've just woken up. Is school that monotonous for you? Yang Qianqian pouted. You observe me so closely? Yu Luoxing was taken aback. Who else observing you? Yang Qianqian retorted, slightly annoyed. All right, next time you catch me looking at you, I'll pretend to be a bit more lively, Yu Luoxing joked. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes, thinking how shameless he was. I have a fondness for Zhejiang University. She redirected the conversation to a more serious topic. Oh, I prefer Shanghai, Yu Luoxing remarked. Why? He remained silent in response. Though Yang Qianqian also played League of Legends, she regarded it merely as a game for enjoyment. In contrast, Yu Luoxing, who had once aspired to be a professional esports player, found it difficult to view it solely as a form of entertainment. He had promised his parents to abandon the pursuit of a professional gaming career, yet deep within, he still harbored dreams of esports. Moreover, Shanghai was a city that placed greater emphasis on competitive gaming within the country. If given the choice, Yu Luoxing would prefer to attend university in Shanghai. Even if he were to step away from professional esports, experiencing the vibrant gaming atmosphere there would be quite delightful. In Shanghai, Yu Luoxing has several old friends. Before he knew it, a year had passed, and he found himself longing for their company. Wondering if these veteran Dota players had ventured into the realm of League of Legends. Surely, they must have indulged in it, given the game's immense popularity. The culture of Demacia has swept across the nation, captivating everyone from young elementary school students to seniors in their 60s. It truly feels like a nationwide phenomenon of League of Legends. They are all remarkably talented esports players, and there is no reason for them to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they have already formed a team or even become members of a renowned esports organization. Chapter 23. Esports and Ichin many are acquainted with gaming, and numerous individuals are aware of esports. Yet, how many truly understand the nature of esports clubs, the professional competitions, or the most esteemed esports events? In a world teeming with enthusiasts and gamers, why is it that while everyone recognizes the NBA and CBA, few comprehend the significance of the G League, LPL, and INBA? Familiar with Barcelona, the Lakers, and the Rockets, do you know which competitive clubs have claimed international championships in your beloved Dota, LOL, War 3, StarCraft, and Kart Rider? Hardly anyone does. Despite the multitude of players and aficionados, the rise and fall of countless competitive clubs go unnoticed. The heroes who achieve international glory receive only meager prize money, devoid of the respect and honor they deserve. Has honor become as valueless as integrity? Ichin, a planner and gaming commentator at GTV, feels disheartened by the prevailing state of esports. She embarked on her journey in the esports industry during her sophomore year, and after graduation, she continued to strive within this realm. With the advancement of the internet, esports has gradually flourished, yet it remains insufficient. Abroad, the esports landscape has become increasingly refined, with professional players receiving the compensation and accolades they warrant. However, domestically, professional esports players still lack recognition. Another failed application left her feeling fatigued. Still clad in her professional attire, she lay on her bed, her body glistening with perspiration. Dressed in a white shirt, her bosom stood proudly. A remarkable sight for a woman reclining. Her black skirt had slipped slightly, revealing her long, alluring legs enveloped in nude stockings. Perhaps, as her family suggested, with her beauty, She could easily marry a wealthy man and enjoy a life of luxury, without the need to pursue a career in the undervalued esports industry. Yet, her passion for esports was genuine. Resting her hands behind her head, she kept her eyes open, gazing at the pale yellow wall opposite her bed. On that wall hung a poster that had adorned her room for quite some time. The person depicted wore a smile, and inexplicably, each time Ichin beheld that smile, an impulse to weep surged within her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone by her bedside rang, and Ichin remained entranced by the poster for a moment longer before regaining her senses. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a hint of irritation crossed her striking features. "Hello, Dad," Ichin replied weakly. "Have you packed your things?" Came a cold voice from the other end. "Not yet," Ichin answered. "Then what are you waiting for? Should I come over to assist you?" "Dad, I don't want to go abroad," Ichin said. "Your mother and I specifically came from the United States to pick you up, and you say you don't want to go abroad? Stop being difficult. We have a flight on Sunday. You need to have everything packed tonight." The man's tone resembled that of a command. The call was abruptly terminated. With a heavy heart, Ichin cast her phone aside, tears welling in her eyes. "Why must they always compel me to engage in pursuits I find distasteful?" She buried her head beneath the covers, unable to stem the tide of her sorrow. They had departed for foreign lands when she was merely 10, returning just once or twice a year. In her solitude, Ichin resorted to online and esports games, a routine she had long accepted. Now, grown, she no longer feared loneliness. Yet, they began to fulfill their parental obligations, insisting she take a position at a financial firm. The daily wage there surpassed her monthly earnings back home. However, a single day spent in that place felt infinitely longer and more tedious than a month. As evening approached, Ichin lost her appetite for dinner. Having cried herself weary, she retreated to the bathroom, shedding her clothes for a refreshing shower, donning a clean and comfortable robe afterward. After regaining a semblance of composure, she picked up the phone and dialed a colleague's number. "Hello, Ichin. Is there anything else you need me to handle?" A youthful voice inquired from the other end. "I'm leaving tomorrow. The planning for the GEV competition will be entrusted to you," Ichin replied. "What? Leaving tomorrow? But I still have so much to learn. I don't even know how to manage the nationwide Internet CAF League you mentioned today, sponsored by Coca-Cola," the young woman said, her voice tinged with panic. "I've already negotiated with the sponsors. It should commence around mid-June. Just follow the project outline I've prepared. Adapt as necessary. You're bright and will surely grasp it with ease," Ichin reassured her with a gentle smile. "But, Ichin, we will miss you. There are so few outstanding female hosts in the esports realm like you. With your departure," the young woman lamented. "Do not worry. There will be many truly passionate girls in esports, far more talented, beautiful, and cohesive than I," Ichin responded with a hint of bitterness. "Then let us give you a farewell tonight. We could all share a meal together," the young woman suggested. "I have plans this evening. Please, do not see me off. It will only make it harder," Ichin said, ending the call. With each word, her heart grew heavier, the air around her thick with despair. After years of dedication to esports, was she truly prepared to relinquish it all? Sighing, she pondered how to bid farewell. Ichin powered on her computer and connected her newly purchased headset. She typically wore it in the studio, but avoided it at home for comfort. Once on QQ, she discovered that the person she awaited was online. For reasons unknown, the sight of that illuminated avatar brought a flicker of joy to her heart. Following custom, she sent a smiley face. The response was immediate. A playful emoticon returned in kind. Icon's lips curled into a smirk as she muttered a curse at the lecture. "To avoid any miscommunication, shall we communicate via voice today?" I forgot to purchase a microphone." "Surely, you jest. Do you have any idea how long I've been anticipating this day? Just provide me with your home address, and I shall send one to you." "Humph. Are you attempting to cunningly extract my address? Do you harbor intentions of sneaking into my home and committing nefarious deeds? Your thoughts are rather unhealthy. Yours is the unhealthy mindset. Very well, let us continue to rely on our telepathic connection to dominate the bottom lane. I was merely jesting. I have indeed procured a brand new one. Please extend the voice invitation. Is that for real? Go ahead and send it." In the distant city of Leking, Yu Luoxing felt a surge of excitement upon reading those enticing words. At long last, he would be able to hear her voice. No, he must remain composed. He must prepare himself mentally, for the voice on the other end could very well belong to a man. But what if it were a woman? Perhaps a captivating beauty with a melodious voice? GDV is a leading esports company in the country. Interested individuals may wish to explore it further. GDV's video media division is based in Beijing and specializes in League of Legends live streaming. In the future, I will mention various other esports organizations, most of which I will depict using authentic materials. As for the characters and clubs, unless there is a special friendship performance, they will be portrayed realistically. Chapter 24. The information is rather overwhelming. Can you hear me? A melodious female voice emerged, soft, graceful, devoid of any alluring sensuality, yet imbued with a hint of restraint and dignity. Upon hearing this voice, Yu Luoxing felt an involuntary thrill coursing through his body. It was the springtime for a reclusive man. This voice was akin to the gentle spring breeze melting away the frosty barriers of his heart. Yu Luoxing never anticipated that his longtime online friend would possess such a wonderfully enchanting voice. In fact, he could almost envision the beauty seated before the computer screen. She must possess delicate, gold-rimmed spectacles, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intellect, her lips rosy and full, exuding a certain allure as she spoke. Her hair cascaded in large waves, framing her exquisite features and enhancing her captivating charm. She was the epitome of a mature woman, infused with youthful allure, exuding elegance laced with a hint of flirtation, and a touch of wildness beneath her gentle demeanor, a true beauty of the metropolis. Well, Yu Luoxing admitted, these were merely his long-held fantasies about this unseen friend. Yet upon hearing her voice, he felt a delightful convergence of fantasy and reality. Yes, I can hear you. Yu Luoxing eagerly nodded in response. Oh, if you can hear, then why respond so loudly? Came a playful laugh from the other end. That laughter was simply enchanting. Yu Luoxing found it hard to believe that this reclusive man was suddenly experiencing such bliss. I'm just thrilled to finally hear your voice, he exclaimed. If you enjoy it, I could send you a collection of my shows, she replied, still chuckling lightly. The sound of her laughter drifted like a gentle breeze through a refreshing forest, reminiscent of the faint, melodious chimes of laughter echoing from deeper within the woods, enticing one to venture forth and discover the nature of such a woman. A show? Yu Luoxing inquired, puzzled. To be honest, after all this time, he was still unaware of what profession Shui Yi engaged in. What kind of show would require a captivating and sensual voice? Was she a voice actress? Indeed. It's a program where there are usually two people in front of the camera, often a man and a woman, and occasionally a third person. I could send you the entire series, featuring me as the female lead, a collector's edition, Yiqin said in a teasing tone, deliberately obscuring the nature of her profession. What kind of film involves two actors, a man and a woman, with the occasional appearance of a third? This was quite a revelation. Yu Luoxing pondered for a moment, and suddenly enlightenment struck him. Oh my goodness! Is this a divine blessing or a jest from the heavens? Would I like to watch? Many reclusive men are already avidly following my videos. You might just find yourself joining my legion of fans after watching, Yiqin suggested. At that moment, it was evident that Yiqin was laughing, attempting to mask her uncontrollable amusement, yet her playful tone seeped through her words. Her voice, undeniably graceful and poised, bore an enchanting quality that left Yu Luoxing blushing. Could it be that she truly belonged to that esteemed profession? Yu Luoxing had entertained fantasies about Shui Yi, as every man might, yet he never anticipated obtaining such a complete experience so swiftly. Even more astonishing was the realization that countless others, like himself, had also partaken in this indulgence. In Yu Luoxing's mind, Shui Yi was meant to embody nobility and purity, a possession exclusively his own. How could he tolerate the idea of thousands of reclusive men sharing in this allure? I am pure-hearted, yet the world seems devoid of integrity. Should I remain steadfast or defy the currents of society? He pondered. All right, send it over. Ultimately, Yu Luoxing acquiesced to this morally ambiguous world. You lecher. I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Upon noticing Yu Luoxing's interest, Yiqin immediately feigned ignorance. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? Yu Luoxing replied with a wry smile. Am I not aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of you reclusive men? Go seek those websites, record my voice, and match it with the female protagonist within. Perhaps you will find someone who resonates with me. Yiqin remarked, her tone chilling. If Yu Luoxing had yet to grasp the situation, he might as well have dashed his head against a wall. So what is it that you do? He inquired. Figure it out for yourself, Yiqin teased, leaving him in suspense. I was playing a few days ago and lost points. You must help me reach 2,000 points. Rest assured, with this voice, I shall be infused with boundless positive energy. Achieving 2,000 points will be a breeze, and even 2,200 or 2,300 shall pose no challenge. Who would believe that? 2,200 or 2,300 are scores typically held by professionals. Are you a professional player? Iching questioned. I am but a student. Hee, Yu Luoxing replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Do you think I cannot discern that? Little brother. Iching laughed, her playful tone intriguing him. Strangely, when this melodious voice sweetly referred to him as little brother, Yu Luoxing felt no sting of ageism. Instead, he found himself oddly invigorated. Yu Luoxing and Iching had played together for some time, establishing a tacit understanding in their bottom lane strategies. The necessity of voice communication seemed trivial. Yu Luoxing was primarily drawn by the experience of having a beautiful companion by his side. Considering that Thresh was still somewhat unpracticed, he opted for a more aggressive support champion with which he was familiar. Yu Luoxing typically favored supports such as Blitzcrank, known for his ability to dictate the pace of the game, Leona, the Radiant Dawn, or the Gem Knight, who could dominate the early game and become a resilient tank later on, Alistar, the Minotaur, whose presence could turn the tide in team fights, or even unconventional supports like Zyra and Elise, the Spider Queen. The auxiliary champions employed by Yu Luoxing share a common trait. They possess a certain degree of aggressiveness and restrictive capabilities, enabling them to dictate the tempo of the bot lane and, indeed, the entire match. While he does occasionally utilize mainstream supports such as Nunu the Yeti Knight, Lulu the Fairy Witch, Janna the Storm's Fury, and Sona the Maven of the Strings, his preference leans towards more unconventional choices. In essence, he is destined to play support. Yet his heart yearns for wild adventures. Yu Luoxing boasts the highest win rate with Blitzcrank, followed closely by Leona the Radiant Dawn and Zyra the Thorned Shadow. However, in higher-tier ranked matches, a champion's win rate alone does not guarantee success. Neglecting to consider both one's own composition and that of the opposing team when selecting a champion can lead to disastrous outcomes. For instance, if the opposing team features a Renekton in the top lane, a Kennen mid, Alistar as support, and a jungler like a Mumu or Rek'Sai, choosing to play Blitzcrank under such circumstances, well, the enemy team will undoubtedly express their heartfelt gratitude, while your teammates may extend their thanks to your ancestors for generations. Chapter 25. The Awakening of the Warrior's Heart. In a ranked match of 2,000 points, the presence of a jungler is imperative. Allow me to elucidate why the 2-1-2 formation is not particularly rational and why a dedicated jungler is essential. Let us focus on the top lane for the moment. First, consider the issue of economy. The top lane features a singular minion wave. No matter how two champions attempt to farm, the number of minions is inherently limited. Those who have played League of Legends for a while will surely understand that simultaneous farming by two players invariably leads to one outcome. Both will suffer economic losses. In such a scenario, it is far more advantageous for one player to methodically farm the minions and accumulate gold, ensuring that the economy is fully utilized by either oneself or a teammate. The same principle applies to the bottom lane. Next, let us examine the matter of experience. A single player farming an entire lane will undoubtedly gain more experience than two players sharing it, thus reaching level 6 at a swifter pace. If you are alone in the top lane while the opposing team has two, regardless of how they manage the minion wave, as long as you remain alive and within the experience zone, your level will surpass that of both opponents. Furthermore, with a jungler on your team, the jungler will consume the experience and gold from the jungle, ensuring that their level, particularly in the early game with the acquisition of dual buffs, will exceed that of the two champions in the opposing lane. At this juncture, your jungler can coordinate with the top laner to initiate a gank against the two opponents. Gank can be understood as ambushing or eliminating enemies. Generally, your top laner will be at a higher level than both adversaries, and your jungler's level will certainly surpass theirs. In the initial stages, when neither party has returned to base to upgrade their equipment, the two of you will hold a level advantage over the opposing duo. Compounded by the effects of the dual buffs, this creates a devastating blow to the adversaries. Often, this results in a double kill. This analysis is merely from the perspective of the top lane. The jungler also roams to other lanes, frequently creating situations where your team has an advantage in numbers, thereby assisting allies in establishing dominance. If your team lacks a jungler, it becomes exceedingly challenging to cultivate such an advantage, leading to an inevitable collapse and an uncontrollable snowball effect. There are further intricacies involved, but suffice it to say, a 2-1-1 jungler composition is vastly superior to a 2-1-2 setup. Recently, I have observed certain tiers still employing the 2-1-2 formation in ranked matches. This trend is rather concerning. Although I do not wish to delve into conceptual discussions, it is essential to elucidate these reasons for players who may not yet possess advanced skills in League of Legends. Welcome to League of Legends. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. Typically, Yu Luoxin would hear the noble, cold, and serious voice of the computer's female announcer delivering this line. However, this time, it was not the computer's voice. To Yu Luoxin's astonishment, his enchanting companion, Yiqin, echoed the announcer's words in an almost identical tone. Rather than mere imitation, it seemed that Riot Games had utilized her voice for the opening dialogue of League of Legends. "You can't possibly be the voice actress, can you?" Yu Luoxin inquired. "Yes," Yiqin replied, withholding further information. Yu Luoxin was about 70 to 80% certain. He remarked, "Let us arrange a video call one day. I possess the ability to discern one's profession from their visage." "What a trick to deceive children," Yiqin chuckled, well aware of Yu Luoxin's intentions. "Oh, it seems someone over there recognizes you. That fellow named SSS is greeting you," Yu Luoxin observed, glancing at the chat window. In this chat, all participants' messages appeared in red, and Yu Luoxin firmly believed in a singular truth: those who gained an advantage relished the opportunity to converse with all players, typically embodying the pinnacle of reckless gameplay, thus enhancing the chance of a comeback by at least 30%. However, encountering familiar faces at such an auspicious start was entirely serendipitous. "Shuijia, what a coincidence to run into you," the SSS player exclaimed. "Hee, how fortuitous. You are playing ADC. You should know what to do, right?" Shui replied. The SSS player swiftly responded, "Of course. I shall willingly place my head under Shuijia's gun, ensuring she achieves an extraordinary performance." This SSS player was quite amusing, brazenly expressing his flattery. Did he not fear his teammates might trample him for such boldness? Is the ADC on the opposing team a girl? Well, I've never encountered a female player with such high scores. He continued, "Miss, are you in the bot lane? I shall rush to your tower immediately and offer you my first blood. Get lost, you lewd creature." That is called first blood. Observing this entire exchange, Yu Luoxin was left speechless. Others spent months, barely scraping by to reach over 2,000 points, even purchasing various runes and rune pages with their living expenses. Yet all it took was a single phrase from someone else to overshadow their efforts with the allure of a female player. "Do you know that person named SSS? A friend in real life?" Yu Luoxin inquired. "I've met him a few times." "Alas, we are destined to lose this match," Yiqin lamented. "How could we possibly lose? They are all giving away free kills." Yu Luoxin countered. "They are merely jesting with me. Who would believe their words? If they are not intentionally toying with me, I would consider them human," Yiqin scoffed. That SSS is a former professional Dota player, a key member of the Underworld team, ID, Qin Guangwang. He has since transitioned to LOL as a professional player. Such bad luck to be matched against him. How infuriating. Qin Guangwang. Yu Luoxin was momentarily taken aback. This ID was all too familiar. The players known as Chu Jiangwang, Songdi Wang, Chu Guanwang, Yin Luo Wang, and now Qin Guangwang comprised the renowned Underworld team, a formidable force in the Dota scene. Their accolades in Dota were countless, dominating both domestic and international leagues, instilling fear in their adversaries. Most importantly, during the domestic selection finals when Yu Luoxin was a professional player, the Underworld team was his final opponent. At that time, Yu Luoxin's team narrowly triumphed over the Underworld team, securing the opportunity to compete in London. Despite the defeat of the Underworld team at the hands of their own squad, Yu Luoxin was acutely aware that they were a formidable and awe-inspiring adversary. Recalling that battle still sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, the vivid scenes from the professional esports tournament replayed in his mind like a cinematic masterpiece. He faintly remembered King Qin Guang, a youthful figure of merely 20 years, who, after the final match concluded in defeat, extended his hand to Yu Luoxin and gave him a thumbs up. Yu Luoxin understood that this gesture was a mark of respect directed towards him. Now, had he transitioned to League of Legends? And here he was, positioned as his opponent. Suddenly, a wave of excitement surged within Yu Luoxin. Indeed, he had vowed to abstain from professional esports. However, for one who harbored an unquenchable passion for competitive gaming, the fervent spirit of battle could never be entirely extinguished. Even if he shunned the professional arena, it was akin to a master swordsman. Even if he forsook his sword, upon encountering a renowned opponent, his hand would instinctively assume a grip as if holding a blade, rendering the freshly purchased cabbage into mere shreds. King Qin Guang. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Yu Luoxin felt a tingling warmth in his fingers, as if they were yearning to engage in combat. But how can we ordinary players possibly compare to those professional athletes? "I just hope I don't get crushed and have to hide," Yiqin pouted. "How could that be possible?" Yu Luoxing was already ablaze with enthusiasm. This was not Dota. This was League of Legends. We had once fought valiantly in Dota. This time, we shall determine our prowess in League of Legends. King Qin Guang. Bring it on. Chapter 26. The Underworld Battle Team. Alas, it appears you are not quite aware of the disparity between professional players and ordinary ones. Nevertheless, even if we are merely practice dummies for others, may our team have a certain deity who can utterly vanquish the opposition. Yi Qin optimistically remarked. Yu Luoxing, however, remained unfazed. The outcome of this ranked match was of little consequence to him. What he yearned for was merely a triumph in the bot lane. In this match, Yi Qin had chosen the sharpshooting Caitlyn, while Yu Luoxing opted for the Thorn Chaser, Zyra. The Thorn Zyra had enjoyed a period of popularity as a support in Season 2, being a relatively versatile champion. Her abilities possessed a certain capacity for harassing foes. Her seeds could be utilized for vision control, and she wielded crowd control skills along with a team-wide ultimate. Yu Luoxing had a particular fondness for employing this champion in a support role, as she allowed for considerable maneuverability, if the root of her E ability was executed well. Ensnaring 2 to 3 opponents, followed by her ultimate Stranglethorns, the duration of the immobilization could prove to be quite lethal for the enemies. Yi Qin's choice of Caitlyn presented a minor synergy with Zyra. When Zyra ensnared an enemy with her E ability, Caitlyn could swiftly position a trap behind the foe. Should both of these control abilities connect, it would be virtually fatal for either the support or ADC on the opposing team, given Zyra's explosive damage potential. As per their usual practice, they first assisted their jungler in securing the 4F and red buff before proceeding to their lane. Upon arrival at the lane, a melee minion had already fallen, and neither had gained any experience. In matches of high caliber, the experience from a single minion could potentially determine the outcome of a skirmish. With the opponents missing out on experience, they would likely reach level 2 before Yu Luoxing and Yi Qin. The opposing duo comprised Ezreal and the formidable Thresh. Yu Luoxing recognized Thresh's high defensive capabilities, prompting his choice of the magic damage-dealing Zyra to gain a slight advantage in harassing the enemy. However, this strategy necessitated extreme caution. Being hooked by Thresh would spell disaster, as it would either compel them to expend their flash or concede a kill. From a compositional perspective, Caitlyn could exert pressure on the relatively short-range Ezreal, while Thresh posed a significant threat to both Caitlyn and Zyra. In terms of harassing, Yu Luoxing and Yi Qin would hold the upper hand, yet in a clash, Yu Luoxing's skills must be executed flawlessly to stand a chance against their foes. Initially, both ADCs focused on last-hitting minions with composure. Yu Luoxing attentively observed the fundamental movements and positioning of Qin Guangwang. This player exhibited no discernible pattern in his positioning, even when securing the last hit. He maintained a vigilant stance, providing no opportunity for Caitlyn to target him or for Zyra to ensnare him. This demonstrated the essential skills of a professional player. During the level 1 phase, both sides farmed steadily. Upon reaching level 2, Qin Guangwang's Ezreal clearly exhibited an intent to advance. At this moment, Yu Luoxing noticed that Thresh, lurking in the brush, had also begun to move. They seemed poised to engage in a skirmish. At level 2, Ezreal experiences a brief surge of power, a phenomenon that the early game Caitlyn cannot match. Most notably, both Yu Luoxing and Yi Qin are still lacking the experience of a single minion required to reach level 2. This skirmish must not ensue. Retreat a bit. They're about to engage, Yu Luoxing promptly advised Yi Qin. Sensing the formidable pressure from their opponents, Yi Qin relinquished the opportunity to secure a last hit and maneuvered Caitlyn slightly further back in the lane. You should call me Sister Yi Qin stated with a serious tone. Oh, Yu Luoxing replied, yet his gaze remained fixated on the computer screen. At that moment, he had no inclination to jest with Yi Qin. His sole focus was to ensure that their opponents could not seize any opportunity. In a modest dormitory in Shanghai, a youthful and handsome individual deftly manipulated the keyboard and mouse with remarkable speed. As a professional player, even though the APM actions per minute requirements for League of Legends are quite low, one must always maintain the agility of one's fingers to ensure rapid responses in critical moments. Beside this striking young man sat another individual, also in his 20s, with dyed hair that lent him an air of frivolity and nonchalance. The awareness of those two across from us is decent, remarked the young man with blonde hair. Indeed. King Qin casually nodded. In high-level confrontations, one can often gauge the strength of the opponents based on their actions at levels 1 and 2. Just moments ago, the opposing Caitlyn and Thresh retreated wisely. Otherwise, they would have lost considerable health, or even worse, given up kills. Hey, did you two make a mistake? Sneaking off to play some ranked matches? A cheerful voice chimed from behind them. Heh, just having some fun, the blonde-haired youth replied while controlling Thresh. You guys are really something. Don't bully those with 2,000 points. What duo can compete with you two down in the bot lane? Exclaimed a burly man in a tracksuit. Both King Chin and the blonde youth chuckled, not offering further comment. Indeed. Finding a duo capable of matching their prowess in the domestic scene is quite the challenge, even in a ranked match with 2,000 points. It is not uncommon for them to dominate the opposing bot lane within 10 minutes. Hurry up and finish. The coach is treating us to a meal, and we cannot be late, the man urged. Don't worry, we will wrap it up in 20 minutes, the blonde youth replied with a smile. What if they don't surrender? The man joked. King Chin, eyes still glued to the screen, calmly stated, in matches like these, sometimes we can deny them even the chance to surrender. The man understood perfectly, patting both their shoulders before heading off to shower with a towel draped over him. What are King Chin and Judge Chui up to? Another man's voice echoed from a different room. Bullying the little ones, as these two often delight in, the man in the tracksuit grinned. Oh, then their opponents will surely be in tears. Occasionally, you might encounter skilled players in ranked matches. Heh, as you said, occasionally, and sometimes they get utterly crushed. At that moment, it would be prudent to delete this ID. Otherwise, should a commentator happen to be recording a video and subsequently release it, you might as well never engage with League of Legends again, as it would be utterly mortifying. Chapter 27. A master of unparalleled skill. Why is this guy so infuriating? I can never seem to hit him. Ichin exclaimed, visibly irritated. Don't rush, take your time. If you can't land a hit, so be it, Yu Luoxing replied. In the matchup, Miss Fortune possessed a natural advantage over Ezreal, typically able to dominate him in farming. However, Ichin struggled to seize such opportunities and instead found herself struck by Ezreal's Q abilities several times, leaving her feeling quite disgruntled. Ichin had a particular flaw when playing competitive games. Whenever she was hit by an opponent, she felt compelled to retaliate. After losing a portion of her health, she began to press forward slightly, determined that every time her passive triggered a critical hit, it would land squarely on Ezreal's visage. Yu Luoxing observed the unfolding battle with a calm demeanor, but he furrowed his brow upon noticing Ichin's impulsive actions. He did not oppose her bold attempts to harass Ezreal. After all, Miss Fortune was inherently stronger in lane and needed to establish dominance. However, her intentions were glaringly obvious, as she consistently aimed to strike just as her 7th critical hit was about to land. If the opposing Thresh possessed any cunning, he could easily anticipate the timing of her next critical strike. With a slight bait from Ezreal, if Miss Fortune followed her previous movement pattern, the likelihood of being hooked would be exceedingly high. Indeed, Thresh made his move. It was precisely at the moment Miss Fortune was poised to unleash her critical hit. As Ezreal retreated, he deliberately lured Ichin's Miss Fortune away from the minion wave, just as Yu Luoxing had predicted. This Thresh was also a formidable player. Yu Luoxing quickly assessed the situation. Although Ichin boasted nearly 2,000 points of skill, she evidently failed to recognize that her patterns had been deciphered by her opponent, and she launched her critical hit regardless. This critical hit exposed Ichin's Miss Fortune beyond the safety of the minion wave, though she had only moved a step or two. A true master would undoubtedly capitalize on such an opening. Yu Luoxing sensed impending doom. There was at least a 70% chance that Ichin would be ensnared by Thresh's hook. It was too late to alert her via voice, so Yu Luoxing hastily pressed his keyboard. He activated the Q ability, unleashing his skill, Deadly Bloom, right before Miss Fortune. The skill had approximately a 0.5-second delay, during which Yu Luoxing swiftly pressed W twice at the designated spot, planting 2 seeds. Deadly Bloom erupted before Miss Fortune, failing to strike any foes. Yet it caused the 2 seeds to swiftly blossom into toxic flowers. As Yu Luoxing executed this series of maneuvers, Thresh's hook was also launched. It was directed at a perfect 45-degree angle towards Miss Fortune. This was not merely an angle for a casual selfie, but a lethal trajectory for the hook. Ichin was startled. Only when the hook flew towards her did she realize her evasion was futile. As the hook approached at a 45-degree angle, she instinctively attempted to retreat, but her movement aligned perfectly with the hook's path. It was an unavoidable strike. Thud, the hook landed. The golden-haired youth smiled as he manipulated Thresh to retreat, first pulling the marksman to safety. King Xinguang instinctively sought to control Ezreal to follow, but as he stepped forward, his expression subtly shifted. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the golden-haired youth exclaimed. King Xinguang remained composed, calmly stating, "You have ensnared someone with a poisonous flower." This. The golden-haired youth was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, he had ensnared someone. However, it was not the marksman he had hooked, but rather a poisonous flower planted by Zyra. Those two inconspicuous flowers lay at the feet of the marksman, and even the golden-haired youth had not noticed when they were planted. Most importantly, these poisonous flowers had effectively blocked the lethal chain hook aimed at the marksman. Zyra's poisonous flowers can block hooks? This scene made it clear to the golden-haired youth that it was indeed possible. Yet, even knowing this technique, how many could actually plant such flowers in the heat of battle to shield a teammate, rather than themselves? Our intentions had been perceived by Zyra on the opposing side. King Qin Guang's fingers danced across the keyboard, his gaze shifting from casual to intensely focused. He continued calmly, he has calculated the marksman's positional misstep, even determining the angle at which you cast your hook. This is impossible. The golden-haired youth stared at the screen for a long time, nearly forgetting to control Thresh. Nothing is impossible. At first, I was puzzled as to why they would choose the short-legged Zyra in the face of a hook. But now I understand. It was because he knew how to use the poisonous flowers as a shield. To be honest, few in the country are aware of this technique, and even fewer could successfully employ it to thwart our intentions in such a scenario. King Qin Guang continued. The golden-haired youth glanced at him and asked, "What are you trying to say? This guy is undoubtedly a consummate expert." King Qin Guang's calm, collected eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. This seriousness and focus were characteristics he exhibited only in formal competitions, leaving the golden-haired youth somewhat incredulous that the renowned King Qin Guang would reveal such fervor at this moment. Perhaps he just got lucky? The golden-haired youth still harbored doubts. Using poisonous flower seeds to block a hook requires a multitude of calculations to execute successfully. How could an ordinary player on the opposing side possibly calculate these so precisely? King Qin Guang fell silent again, skillfully maneuvering Ezreal, landing each strike with precision, awaiting the next opportunity to attack. That was close. Iqin sighed in relief. Be cautious with your positioning. Avoid predictable trajectories, Yu Luoxing earnestly advised her. Got it. But how did you know Thresh was about to strike? Iqin inquired. Man's intuition, Yu Luoxing replied coolly. Man? More like a boy, Iqin laughed lightly. Yu Luoxing did not respond, and Iqin opened her mouth, intending to tease him further, yet she sensed something peculiar about him today. Logically, this fellow should be a little lecher, and despite her deliberate provocations, he showed no reaction at all. Was it his first time feeling shy over voice chat? Unbeknownst to Iqin, Yu Luoxing was currently facing a challenge from the professional player, Qin Guangwang, who had been deliberately taunting him multiple times following a stunning maneuver. His instincts were sharp. Yu Luoxing deduced that Qin Guangwang had sensed the presence of a formidable opponent, which was clearly a declaration of war against him. It had been a long time since he had played with such unwavering focus. The sensation of every pore opening, his mind intensely concentrated, and his fingers oscillating between excitement and calmness rendered Yu Luoxing in a state of bewilderment. His once dreamy eyes now glinted with extraordinary sharpness, akin to a centuries-old statue suddenly awakening. A declaration of war? Qin Guangwang, let us settle this once and for all. Chapter 28. The wild clash in a mere 8 minutes. The discrepancy in minion kills reached a staggering 15. Under normal circumstances, Miss Fortune should have outfarmed Ezreal by that margin, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Your minion control is rather lacking today, Yu Luoxing remarked to Iqin. A deficit of 15 minions equated to essentially losing a kill. Upon returning to update her equipment, Miss Fortune would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with Ezreal in a one-on-one encounter. Indeed, as both champions resumed their positions on the lane, Miss Fortune had acquired a 1550 gold storm sword, while Ezreal matched her with his own 1550 gold storm sword, in addition to possessing a vampiric scepter. With the vampiric scepter in his arsenal, Ezreal became increasingly aggressive. This aggressiveness, however, was not directed at Miss Fortune. Instead, he began relentlessly targeting Yu Luoxing's Zyra with his abilities. King Qin's Ezreal unleashed his Q ability, Mystic Shot, from exceptionally acute angles, often making it nearly impossible to evade, even when directly in front of him. After being struck 3 times in succession, Yu Luoxing's Zyra was nearly at half health. He hastily consumed a health potion to recuperate, knowing that once the minion wave aligned favorably, they would undoubtedly attempt to engage him. Yu Luoxing maneuvered Zyra slightly backward, and at that moment, he noticed that King Qin's Ezreal was edging toward the brush. Moving while attacking, he claimed a cannon minion and was almost pressed against the edge of the brush. A true master of Ezreal would adeptly reposition themselves while last hitting minions, allowing them to manipulate the minion wave and utilize Q Mystic Shot to harass their opponents. King Qin was executing this strategy with remarkable finesse. He was now positioning himself near the brush, evidently intending to launch his Q Mystic Shot at an angle to chip away at the health of both Misfortune and Zyra, particularly since neither of them possessed any means of healing. Yu Luoxing realized that King Qin was indeed intent on troubling him. Consequently, he positioned himself behind two ranged minions, utilizing them as shields against his abilities. Wait, something felt amiss. Suddenly, Yu Luoxing sensed a shift. Typically, Ezreal would vanish into the brush and immediately cast Q Mystic Shot before resurfacing to farm. However, this time, King Qin lingered inside for at least 1 full second. Indeed, 1 second. In the eyes of professional players, even half a second could prove fatal, let alone this puzzling second-long maneuver. Suddenly, a deep yellow arc, glowing with a 270-degree crescent, emerged with astonishing speed, hurtling toward Yu Luoxing. It was Ezreal's ultimate ability, the precise barrage. The two ranged minions could not withstand the onslaught of the precise barrage, being obliterated instantly as the barrage hurtled directly toward Yu Luoxing's Zyra, akin to a golden scythe poised to cleave her slender waist in two. Yu Luoxing's heart raced. This foe aimed to secure a kill. With Yu Luoxing's current health at 3/5, a hit from Ezreal's ultimate would undoubtedly reduce it to below 2/5. At this moment, once Ezreal ignites the squishy Janna with a basic attack, her demise is inevitable. The player controlling Caitlyn, Icon, was left bewildered by this sudden ultimate move. Was it truly worth it to cast such a powerful spell merely to deplete Janna's health? Icon believed that Ezreal could never hope to eliminate Janna from such a distance, as they were separated by 1,000 yards, requiring at least 2 flashes to reach her. Moreover, Thresh, positioned near the riverbank and blocked by minions, could inflict no harm upon Janna. While Icon found Qin Guangwang's actions incomprehensible, it did not imply that Yu Luoxing was oblivious to Qin Guangwang's reckless and audacious intentions. Indeed, for Ezreal to attack him, he would need 2 flashes. However, Ezreal possessed precisely that. Whoosh. Flash. The moment Ezreal unleashed his ultimate, he flashed forward. Upon landing, his body shimmered with a golden aura as he utilized Arcane Shift. 2 segments of movement. This allowed Ezreal and his ultimate's precise barrage to reach Janna almost simultaneously. Icon was momentarily stunned by this series of dazzling and confident maneuvers. Unfortunately for Janna, the magical arrow from Ezreal's Arcane Shift struck her as well. Consequently, Janna's health dwindled to around 1/5. With such a meager health pool, if Ezreal landed just 2 more basic attacks followed by an ignite, Janna would undoubtedly perish. As the crisis loomed, Yu Luoxing's mind raced. Should he flee? He could indeed use his flash to evade Ezreal's second basic attack. Yet, he believed that even with a flash, he might not escape Qin Guangwang's imminent Q skill, Mystic Shot. The probability of dying after flashing to escape was still over 70%. Not fleeing? Then he would fight. This was Qin Guangwang's wild challenge. His 2 flashes clearly demonstrated his resolve to eliminate Janna. Since he had already proclaimed his intent to engage this opponent fiercely, there was no reason for him to retreat. Faced with this ferocious assault, Yu Luoxing remained utterly composed, his eyes growing ever more tranquil. Without hesitation, he pressed the F key, applying weakness the moment Qin Guangwang's Ezreal landed. Yu Luoxing executed this maneuver solely to hinder his opponent's positioning and to buy himself more time to survive. His fingers nimbly pressed the E key. It was Janna's restraining ability, rooted. Several tendrils rapidly spread in a straight line along the ground, reaching beneath Ezreal's feet. With a swift motion, he pressed the W key, planting a seed beside Ezreal, allowing the rooted ability to spawn a slowing poisonous flower. Janna's actions were far from simplistic. At the instant the rooted ability was unleashed, Yu Luoxing almost instinctively pressed the Q key. Fatal Bloom, with the second seed planted alongside the Fatal Bloom. Finally, the R key, Janna's ultimate move, Strangling Vines. This seamless display of skills represents the maximum output burst combo of Thorn Janna in the shortest span of time. As the health bar plummeted, Yu Luoxing, after unleashing all his abilities, succumbed to the ignited effect that extinguished his final sliver of life. His Janna swiftly transformed into a colossal flower bud corpse. Meanwhile, King Qin Guang, as Ezreal claimed the life of Yu Luoxing's Thorn Janna, with 300 gold coins floating into the air. However, his body was rendered immobile. His feet were ensnared by binding roots, and the deadly bloom drained his health. Even more alarming was the astonishing sight of countless serpentine vines coiling into a vast circle beneath him, inflicting significant damage while simultaneously launching him into a state of confusion. King Qin Guang's Ezreal was also experiencing a rapid decline in health. Yet, this was not the end, for Thorn Janna possessed a passive thrust, which dealt true damage. Though King Qin Guang had slain Yu Luoxing, he now found himself in grave peril. Chapter 29, Mastery in Operation, Speed, and Awareness. How infuriating. I was afflicted with weakness, Yi Qin exclaimed in exasperation. The aggressive playstyle of King Qin Guang's Ezreal had undoubtedly placed him within the attack range of the marksman. Yu Luoxing's binding and strangulation provided a control duration of approximately 2 to 3 seconds, ample time for the marksman to eliminate the weakened Ezreal. However, the debilitating weakness had drastically reduced the marksman's damage output, and to make matters worse, Thresh's insidious hook ensnared her, rendering her nearly incapable of delivering her own blows. He is doomed. At long last, the control duration of Thresh's hook concluded, and Yi Qin pressed the Q key, unleashing the marksman's skill, Peacekeeper, directly at Ezreal's visage. With his health critically low, this skill would undoubtedly seal his fate. Yet, in that very moment, a ghostly azure lantern descended upon Ezreal, bestowing upon him a protective shield. This shield slightly augmented his health, granting him a sliver of survival. The Peacekeeper glided past Ezreal, shattering the shield upon contact. Not dead? No matter. The next shot would be a headshot, and it would surely claim his life. Yu Luoxing did not allow himself to smile at the imminent kill. He still held a card, Janna's passive Thorn Spit. It was evident that as long as he pressed any key, Ezreal, who was now less than 400 yards away, would inevitably succumb, whether to the marksman's bullet or his own thorns. Yet, Yu Luoxing chose not to unleash it upon Ezreal. Instead, he swiftly adjusted the angle of his mouse, directing the long-range Thorn Spit towards Thresh. Attacking Thresh with the passive? Yi Qin was momentarily perplexed by Yu Luoxing's maneuver. Upon deeper reflection, she surmised he was intentionally setting up for his own kill. A smile graced Yi Qin's face as she maneuvered the marksman to land a headshot on Ezreal. Farewell, King Qin Guang, she thought, almost able to envision the 300 gold coins springing into view. However, as Yi Qin reveled in her triumph, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before her eyes. Ezreal suddenly soared into the air. An ethereal azure glow enveloped him, as the ghostly lantern yanked him toward Thresh. Beyond the reach of the marksman's attack, Yi Qin watched in disbelief as Ezreal ascended, realizing too late that her shot had been thwarted. Stunned, she chastised herself for forgetting that the new champion Thresh could pull allies to his side. With insufficient distance, even her ultimate could be obstructed by Thresh. It was only after witnessing Ezreal's escape that she comprehended. He had eluded her grasp. How infuriating! Yi Qin muttered angrily. Suddenly, a long, venomous thorn shot forth. This thorn was aimed directly at Thresh's face, and to Yi Qin's astonishment, the ensnared Ezreal was struck by the very thorn. The sensation was akin to Ezreal recklessly colliding his face against a lethal poison dart. Ag! Ezreal emitted a harrowing cry as the dart pierced his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. A bounty of 150 gold floated upwards, and Icon's marksman secured an assist. Icon blinked, momentarily stunned as she gazed at the screen. Utterly unprepared for this turn of events, the cooked duck was about to take flight. Yet who would have thought it would crash directly into the barrel of Yu Luoxing's gun? Overwhelmed with emotion, Icon's heart soared with joy. He is dead. Ezreal has been slain. The player controlling Ezreal was none other than the top-tier professional, Qin Guangwang. If only Yu Luoxing were sitting beside her, Icon would have longed to plant a hearty kiss on his cheek. He was simply too adorable. Should Yu Luoxing become aware of Icon's current emotions, he would undoubtedly rush to the GTV dormitory, eager to indulge her with affection. Upon witnessing Ezreal's demise, Yu Luoxing let out a sigh of relief, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, he had remained vigilant. Had he sprayed the poison dart directly at Ezreal's face, the latter would have evaded it by activating Thresh's lantern. He had narrowly averted allowing Ezreal to make a splendid escape. Regrettably, if Icon had secured the kill, it would have been even more perfect. At their computers, Qin Guangwang and Judge Cui stared at the screen, their confident smiles frozen in disbelief. How could this happen? This was supposed to be a flawless coordination. Ezreal had dashed into the enemy's territory, claiming a kill, yet was left with a sliver of health. Ready to activate Thresh's lantern, Qin Guangwang had been utterly convinced that Judge Cui would promptly restrain the marksman and deliver the lantern in time, which had emboldened him to pursue the kill on Zyra. Every move had been meticulously calculated. Even Ezreal had timed Zyra's poison dart. intending to use Thresh's lantern to evade danger. However, he could never have anticipated that the opposing Zyra would unleash her final poison dart directly at Thresh. This decisive action effectively sealed Ezreal's fate. Failing to activate the lantern would result in a swift demise at the hands of the marksman, while activating it would lead him straight into Zyra's poison dart. Either way, it was certain death. As Qin Guangwang gazed at the pale screen, a tumult of emotion stirred within him. The blonde youth beside him was equally dumbfounded for a considerable time. Initially, he had doubted Qin Guangwang's words, but the recent series of encounters left him utterly convinced. The player controlling Zyra was undoubtedly a consummate expert. In the face of Ezreal's aggressive assault, Zyra had responded with calm precision. Every counterattack was executed seamlessly, without any lapse in timing or error, her speed rivaling that of professional players. Most astonishing of all was that final poison dart. This impeccably timed dart obliterated their coordinated efforts. Perhaps high-level players could anticipate Ezreal's activation of the lantern and preemptively adjust their strategy accordingly. The recent battle was both brief and intense. To execute such maneuvers within such a fleeting moment, while simultaneously making predictions in just 2 seconds, can one not deem this individual a master? Underestimating the opponent, King Qin Guang awaited resurrection in the spring water, offering a wry smile to the nearby yellow-haired Judge Cui. Indeed, this fellow possesses exceptional speed, skill, and awareness. A rarity to encounter such a formidable opponent in ranked matches. Judge Cui nodded emphatically. Clearly, anyone capable of partnering with Sister Qin is no ordinary individual. Surely, it must be a hidden account of some great deity. King Qin Guang pondered deeply, ultimately calming his thoughts, and remarked, however, if we are to lose today to a deity who is merely aiding others, we might as well abandon our aspirations in this profession. I shall call the coach shortly to inform him that we shall arrive a bit later. Chapter 30. Are you blaming me? You are quite impressive. Yi Qin remarked with a hint of excitement. I secured the kill, but it seems we still incurred a slight loss. Yu Luoxing shook his head. It is already commendable. You may not realize the standing of these two individuals in our domestic League of Legends scene. Very few amateur players can claim a kill without the assistance of a jungler. You performed excellently, Yi Qin praised. Yi Qin had always been aware of her partner's exceptional skills. Without his support, reaching a rank of 2,000 would have been significantly more challenging. However, she was taken aback by his composure and brilliance when facing professional players. Had she not met Yu Luoxing online earlier, she might have questioned whether he was indeed a student. Yu Luoxing chuckled. Receiving praise from Yi Qin made him feel quite elated. It seems I am still in my prime. Yet, reflecting on the earlier sequence of actions by Qin Guangwang, he realized how unexpectedly fierce they had been. Had he reacted even slightly slower, he might have been eliminated without casting a single spell. In all his matches of League of Legends, this was indeed the first time he encountered such a ferocious opponent. Qin Guangwang had calculated his moves well. The wave of minions was pushing towards Yu Luoxing's side. Even though he had died and would be waiting to respawn, it would be a challenge for Caitlyn to push the wave forward. And Thresh would undoubtedly assist Ezreal in maintaining the minion wave, ensuring that the deceased Qin Guangwang would not suffer too much loss of farm. As a support player, Yu Luoxing's ability to capitalize on the kill was limited to purchasing a few control wards to enhance visibility. He examined the statistics of both sides. Ezreal had secured a kill and had a higher farm count than Yi Qin, along with an equipment advantage. This realization gave Yu Luoxing a headache. If this continued, the disparity in ADC equipment would only widen. After respawning, Yu Luoxing proceeded to the lane, contemplating strategies to close the gap. Ya, a sweet voice sang, reminiscent of a ringtone. Upon hearing it, Yu Luoxing couldn't help but smile. Your ringtone is adorable. It's a song sung by a little girl I encountered on the road. I thought it was lovely, so I recorded it and set it as my ringtone, Yi Qin replied with a smile. She then glanced at her phone resting beside her chair. Upon seeing the caller ID, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Why don't you answer? Yu Luoxing inquired, puzzled. I refuse to answer. It's a man I find repulsive. Yi Qin stated. Your ex-boyfriend? Yu Luoxing asked. No, my ex-boyfriend. Yi Qin initially felt a tinge of annoyance, but upon hearing Yu Luoxing's inquiry about her past, she couldn't help but chuckle. Yu Luoxing took a moment to count the X's, feeling a bit embarrassed. He silently wondered if Yi Qin truly switched boyfriends with such frequency. Yi Qin did not answer the call, as it was yet another from her father, merely urging her to tidy her belongings. At that moment, she wished to disregard him entirely and immerse herself in the game. However, the incessant ringing of the phone only intensified her irritation. I answered the call promptly. While Ichin maneuvered her marksman to safety, Yuyue glanced at the minion wave, feeling a pang of sympathy. There were over a dozen minions. If Ichin failed to secure them, she would fall behind by nearly 10 minions, further widening the gap between her and Ezreal. Unless she could execute a flawless initiation, the ensuing skirmish against two opponents would yield little chance of victory. Why haven't you started packing? Why aren't you listening to me? Came the stern voice from the other end of the line. Listen? Why should I heed your words? As a father, have you ever genuinely cared for your daughter? Ichin retorted angrily. What is that tone? Before he could finish, Ichin hung up, powered down her phone, and tossed it aside. Taking a few deep breaths, she forced herself to suppress the anger bubbling within, then glanced at her computer screen. Ichin did not want Yuyue to learn of her impending departure, so she had deliberately muted her microphone during the call. She returned to her computer and slowly unmuted it. Finished? Yuyue inquired. The economy has opened up, Yuyue remarked. Ichin nodded absently. Careful, Thresh's hook, Yuyue warned. Ichin's mind was in disarray. She hardly noticed her mispositioning. Thresh's hook accurately latched onto Ichin's marksman, causing her to panic. She activated her barrier and flash almost simultaneously as the hook connected. After expending both summoner spells, Ichin narrowly escaped, while Yuyue's abilities struck Thresh, reducing his health by less than half. Sighing, Yuyue lamented the inexplicable hook. If any further mistakes were made, a kill would surely be given away. Ichin was deeply engrossed in the game, deriving immense pleasure from it. Engaging in voice chat with Yuyue, she had momentarily forgotten the bleakness of the morrow. Yet, her father's call abruptly yanked her back to reality, jolting her from her euphoria. Tomorrow she would leave. With a sense of numbness, Ichin began to tap on her keyboard, her once bright eyes now dimmed. They are advancing, Yuyue warned her. Yuyue called again. Ichin remained oblivious, stiffly last-hitting minions. Suddenly, a third figure burst forth from the brush. It was the opposing jungler. Yuyue had sensed the possibility of the jungler lurking in the bushes earlier and had specifically advised Ichin to retreat. He possessed a keen awareness and attempted to alert Ichin, yet she appeared oblivious. After being ensnared by the opposing jungler, Thresh swiftly followed up with another control ability. Ezreal then capitalized on the moment, executing a combination of basic attacks and skills upon the ADC. The health of the AD carry plummeted dramatically, having previously utilized both her flash and barrier. She was bereft of any means of protection. Yilosheng, feeling helpless, unleashed all his abilities in a desperate attempt to secure a fleeting opportunity for Ichin to escape. Regrettably, the adversaries were all seasoned players, leaving no chance for the ADC to evade. She fell swiftly, her life extinguished, with the kill claimed by Ezreal. Yilosheng pressed the tab key once more to scrutinize the statistics from both sides. Ezreal had once again surged ahead economically, boasting an advantage equivalent to nearly 3 kills, placing their bottom lane in a dire predicament. This overwhelming imbalance stirred a sense of powerlessness within Yilosheng. He was acutely aware of Ichin's capabilities. While she lacked the prowess of a professional player, her performance today was inexplicably subpar. It was a rare opportunity to contend against a former professional rival, and he had been striving earnestly, yet his ally seemed utterly disengaged. This left Yilosheng with an unshakable sense of dissatisfaction. He felt compelled to remind Ichin, for if this continued, their struggle in the bottom lane would inevitably result in defeat. I had advised you to retreat. Why did you not heed my words? Yilosheng's voice bore a hint of gravity. Why did you not listen? Why did you not listen? The tone of his voice echoed that of the commanding man from earlier, igniting a tempest of irritation and fury within Ichin. Are you blaming me? She retorted coldly. Yilosheng was taken aback. His tone was merely serious, as he sought to convey the significance of this confrontation. No, I was merely reminding you, he replied. You are indeed blaming me. Chapter 31. Departing without farewell, Yilosheng felt a wave of bewilderment as Ichin, after concluding a phone call, seemed to transform into an entirely different person. What could have prompted such a drastic shift in her demeanor? Could it truly be related to her ex-boyfriend? Reflecting on his previous tone, Yilosheng recognized that it indeed bore a hint of reproach. He felt powerless. After a prolonged period of inactivity and casual play, encountering a professional competitor was exhilarating. Yet Ichin appeared to be wholly disengaged. Deep within, Yilosheng harbored a sense of frustration. After all, he was still that tenacious professional esports player at heart. After careful consideration, he resolved to apologize. In their prior skirmishes, he had inadvertently imposed expectations upon Yi, expecting her to perform at a professional level. However, he understood that excessive criticism could only serve to diminish a teammate's performance and exacerbate their irritation. I was in the wrong. I took things too seriously, Yu Luoxing expressed. Please, don't be silent, he continued. Sister my calling you sister might have been too presumptuous. Don't act this way. I've acknowledged my mistake. To his dismay, he realized that the voice chat had been muted. After pouring out his heartfelt sentiments, he discovered that the player Shui had exited the game. Suddenly, a striking line of red text materialized on his computer screen. What is happening? Yu Luoxing pondered, momentarily stunned. He hastily navigated to his desktop and sent a QQ message to Yi. What's wrong? He inquired urgently. In her apartment. Yi glanced at the message that popped up on QQ. The avatar depicted a cartoonish cow with oversized heart-shaped eyes, resembling someone infatuated with a beautiful woman. This avatar had accompanied Yi through many lonely moments, times of misunderstanding and neglect. Their exchanges had always been limited to written words, yet from these text-based dialogues, she derived immeasurable joy, often laughing uproariously at the screen. Goodbye, Yi silently whispered to herself, choosing not to respond to Yu Luoxing, and instead closing QQ altogether. Oh dear, why are you still engrossed in games? Your father asked me to come help you pack your things. At your age, you should know better than to leave a mess. A gentle woman approached Yi room from outside the door. At that moment, closing QQ felt akin to losing all her friends. Classmates, colleagues, close friends, esports companions, online acquaintances, and this longtime partner, each seemed to vanish in an instant. Tears welled in the corners of Yi's eyes. Xiaoqin, don't cry, the woman said, rushing over to comfort her daughter upon noticing the tears. It's all right, you'll adjust in time. You will make new friends in America. Your uncle, your granduncle, cousins, and relatives are all there. You won't feel lonely. They will take you to New York, to Washington, to Los Angeles. Since you enjoy esports, there's a magnificent esports arena in Los Angeles. If you find it hard to let go, you can visit there and take a look. The woman offered her reassurance with great care. Yi nodded in response. In her heart, she comforted herself, reminding that in America, she could still indulge in gaming, make phone calls, and chat with friends. Even if she could not see them, it was all right, merely a year or two. She would undoubtedly return with the essentials for esports. This was merely a fleeting farewell. All right, gather your belongings, and do not provoke your father's anger any further. He only wishes to provide you with a better environment. The woman advised. In Lekong, by the lakeside of the park, rows of willow trees swayed gracefully, their shadows dancing like the elegant movements of a woman. Walking beneath the drifting willow branches and observing the leaves floating gently on the water's surface, Yu Luoxing felt an unusual turbulence within his heart. What was wrong with Yi? Had he truly angered her? Sitting on a stone bench, he reflected on their first voice conversation, which he had long anticipated, ending in such an unsatisfactory manner. Was this truly how it should conclude? Previously, no matter how upset Yi was, she would never abruptly close the game or log off without uttering a word. Today, however, she was decidedly out of sorts. He should have sensed her mood earlier. Yu Luoxing thought with a wry smile, shaking his head. The arrival of King Qin Guang diverted Yu Luoxing's focus entirely to the competition at hand. Yet, as his heart turned cold, he realized that Yi had attempted several times to steer the conversation back to herself. Regrettably, he had always redirected the dialogue with warnings about positioning or impending attacks, leaving her no opportunity to continue. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Perhaps, in time, it would all resolve itself. Yu Luoxing reassured himself as he strolled slowly back home. Upon returning home, Yu Luoxing found himself devoid of any desire to play. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, engulfed by a sense of confusion once more. In Shanghai, at the night market, the air was pervaded by the aromas of barbecue and beer. Though lacking in formality, it afforded a large crowd a cheap, yet satisfying indulgence. The affluent enjoyed their leisurely afternoons cradling cups of coffee amidst soothing music, while the ordinary folk relished the evening breeze, seated by the roadside, savoring the delights of beer and barbecue. The members of the underworld team were well aware that their coach was not particularly wealthy, thus, dining out rarely involved upscale restaurants. Instead, they frequented these modest, mixed establishments, and after a day of training, they cherished the experience of sitting by the street, drinking and enjoying barbecued delicacies. King Qin Guang and the yellow-haired Judge Chui were the last to arrive at the establishment, where the rest of the underworld team had already gathered, totaling 8 individuals. Hey, you two are quite swift. Did you really make the opposing team surrender with 20 eliminations? A man clad in a sports hoodie grinned upon seeing them approach. King Qin Guang and Judge Chui took their seats, glancing at their young coach, Huang Kong, who was one of the founding members of the underworld team. He is now 28 years old and was once a professional player. However, as the world of esports favors youth, the coach, whose reactions have slowed over time, has withdrawn from professional gaming to become an esports coach. The transition from player to coach bears similarities to that of national athletes. Though a notable distinction exists, retired national athletes benefit from state support, while their esports counterparts do not. Coach, we just encountered a formidable opponent, remarked Chui, who was the first to speak. Upon his utterance, all eyes turned towards him, the youngest among them. Chui takes immense pride in his prowess in League of Legends and seldom acknowledges others as skilled. For someone to be deemed a master by him, they must have decisively outperformed him in some capacity. Oh, pray tell, the coach responded, intrigued. I shall recount it, said Qin Guangwang. He proceeded to describe the recent battle to the coach in detail. Qin Guangwang articulated his observations with precision, for his understanding of League of Legends runs deep. Often, it is only by standing opposite a master that one can truly appreciate their skill. As the adversary of that particular support player, Qin Guangwang had profoundly felt the strength of his opponent. Regrettably, they only faced each other during the landing phase, after which, unexpectedly, Sister Iqin exited the game, prompting his withdrawal as well. If only we could have witnessed his performance during the mid-game and late-game team fights. Was it recorded? The coach inquired. Indeed. It was. We can review it shortly. His maneuvers were quite remarkable. Zhu Guan, pay close attention as you also play support, Qin Guangwang remarked. He diligently records every match he plays, a habit instilled by the coach to facilitate self-reflection and improvement. Very well, let us view it after our meal. Huang Kong nodded in agreement. The Defu team seeks more professional players, and Huang Kong is eager to recruit any promising and talented individuals into the realm of professional esports. Chapter 32. The ID no longer in use within the training dormitory. Several members of the underworld team gathered around King Qin Guang's computer. The duration of the recorded footage was brief, yet the team found themselves captivated, even King Qin Guang. Upon further viewing, suddenly realized that there were several remarkable moments in the Thornflower Demon's performance that he had previously overlooked while focused on farming minions. As they keenly observed the movements of this support character, their initial conjectures were further confirmed. This individual possesses the aura of a professional player, Coach Huang Kong remarked. Those who frequently engage in competitive esports can easily deduce the prowess of an opponent from subtle gestures, and Coach Huang, being an astute analyst, had already formed this opinion even before witnessing any direct confrontation between the teams. Professional players exhibit a remarkably high amp, action per minute, instinctively positioning themselves at a 90-degree angle to the opponent's non-targeted skills. Every seemingly casual movement is imbued with purpose, and the timing of each skill's execution is impeccable. This is what defines the essence of a professional player. Wow, the awareness is striking. Using the poisonous flower to block the hook, one exclaimed. Indeed, he calculated that perfectly. The onlookers expressed their astonishment at the Thornflower Demon's maneuvers. Even those teammates who typically exuded arrogance and disdain were momentarily taken aback. It is rare for a support character to so accurately discern both the intentions of their adversaries and the mistakes of their allies. Alas, Qin Guang, your double flash is rather reckless, Coach Huang Kong observed, shaking his head slightly at Qin Guang's wild offensive approach. However, as he witnessed the Thornflower Demon's control, he fell silent, his mouth agape in awe. The speed of execution, it's astonishingly rapid. He managed to apply weakness before your first basic attack even landed. Coach Huang exclaimed in surprise. The double flash itself is a sudden offensive maneuver, and the application of weakness seemed almost premeditated, executed almost as soon as Qin Guang's Ezreal touchdown. Though this may appear as merely a rudimentary operation to the untrained eye, Coach Huang understood that such speed of execution is beyond the reach of many professional players. Subsequently, the series of combos and the final, hyper-aware passive skill displayed by the Thornflower Demon left Coach Huang deeply impressed. If this footage were to be edited, it could easily earn a place in the official top 10 highlights. It was truly remarkable. despite the less than 20 minutes of lane time to an ordinary observer. The Thornflower Demon might seem merely competent, but to Coach Huang, it was evident that this player had undoubtedly undergone professional training. "Coach, what is your perspective?" Qin Guang inquired. The coach remained silent, but the team member Chu Jiang Wang spoke first. "I believe that the Thornflower Demon is quite formidable. You all should be aware of Sister Yi Qin's prowess. Under normal circumstances, it would not be a significant challenge for the two of you to overpower them. However, this flower demon has repeatedly thwarted your intentions, and in the two confrontations, you have not gained any advantage. It is unfortunate that Yi Qin did not perform at her best. Otherwise, the outcome could have been quite different." Coach Huang Kong nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed. Qin Guang Wang, have you added him as a friend?" "I have, but like Sister Yi Qin, he has directly exited the game. So I am unsure if he received the message," Qin Guang Wang replied. "Remember this ID. I shall seek an opportunity to meet him," Coach Huang Kong stated. "Coach, might this be somewhat of an overreaction? Perhaps this player simply performed exceptionally well. After all, in our usual ranked matches, we occasionally encounter skilled players. I have mentioned before that this individual possesses the aura of a professional player. If properly nurtured, he could undoubtedly become a talent," Coach Huang Kong asserted earnestly. "I will keep a close eye on him." Qin Guang Wang nodded, fully acknowledging the player's capabilities, despite the brief encounter of merely a few minutes. However, in the realm of high-level competition, those fleeting moments can indeed reveal everything. In the following days, whenever Qin Guang Wang played on his Smuff account, he would send a friend request to that ID player. Unfortunately, the other party never responded. Qin Guang Wang found it curious that a player of such skill would remain offline for several days, prompting him to open the LOL box to check on his match history. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the player primarily duo-queued with Yi Qin. Qin Guang Wang did not give up. He continued to check on his matches daily, but regrettably, 3 weeks passed without the player logging in. He even sought out Yi Qin, only to learn that she had gone abroad and had not logged in either, leaving Qin Guang Wang with a sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, as Qin Guang Wang was investigating Yu Luoxing's match history, he realized that Yu Luoxing had indeed been absent from the game for over 3 weeks. That day, Yu Luoxing had thought that Yi was merely feeling down and would return in a few days. However, a month had elapsed without her reappearing. Her gaming account remained inactive, her QQ account was also offline, and Yu Luoxing did not know her phone number, rendering him unable to contact her. She had inexplicably vanished from his world, leaving not a trace of communication. For a long time, Yu Luoxing had grown accustomed to logging in weekly to chat with her, play ranked matches together, and share lighthearted banter about trending topics online. Occasionally, they would inquire about each other's lives, filled with curiosity, yet always hesitant to overstep boundaries. As this exchange evolved into a cherished routine, a delightful anticipation for each weekend, Yu Luoxing gradually came to regard her as a significant friend in his heart, despite only hearing her melodious voice for the first time on that fateful day. Then, one inexplicable day, she vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of her departure. For several weeks, the anticipation morphed into a profound sense of loss, as he constantly felt her QQ avatar flickering, only to find it still grayed out upon clicking. Confused and disheartened, he felt an emptiness within. It is often said that knowledge enriches the mind. However, during the past month, Yu Luoxing dedicated himself to his studies, witnessing an improvement in his grades, yet feeling no sense of fulfillment, instead becoming increasingly restless. 2 months passed, and still, there was no sign of her. On the 60th day, the last remnants of hope faded away. This woman had truly disappeared. Her intellect, enchanting voice, and graceful demeanor had stirred the fluttering emotions within Yu Luoxing. Yet she had executed a splendid Alt F4, abruptly severing her online presence. Yu Luoxing could only resignedly accept this reality. Nonetheless, he resolved to maintain his habit of logging onto QQ, preserving that ID's ranking score, awaiting the day when Shui would return, ready to partner with her once again in pursuit of higher ranks. If she never returned, his presence on that account would hold little significance. He silently wished that perhaps she had departed due to some grave affliction, contemplating the unspoken burdens of Yi Qin. Yet, upon reflection, he sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 33. The invigilator's arrival time flows swiftly, and the college entrance examination looms ever closer. For many students, the mere act of dismantling this formidable obstacle renders the trials of their final year, no matter how bleak or arduous, a commendable success. Over the past 3 months, Yu Luoxing has scarcely indulged in gaming, with the occasional weekend spent playing alongside Yang Tranqian, primarily engaging in matches where they effortlessly dominate their opponents. Previously, Yang Tranqian had likely experienced her fair share of misfortune or had caused it for others, but since teaming up with Yu Luoxing in the bottom lane, her confidence has soared, and she often entices him into playing a game or two, even on weekdays. Yu Luoxing found himself perplexed. How could this woman be so enamored with play while maintaining such commendable academic performance, consistently ranking above him in monthly assessments? On June 7th, the sky appeared somewhat dim, resembling a facade of purity, concealing the potential for a downpour with a mere flicker of provocation. Yu Luoxing adjusted his shoulder bag and set off for the capital with a nonchalant demeanor. Li Yun hastily pursued him, a hint of reproach in her voice. "You ought to take an umbrella. What will you do if it rains?" "Oh," Yu Luoxing replied, accepting the umbrella. Truth be told, he had never developed the habit of carrying one, not out of a daring spirit to embrace the rain, but because, like many young individuals, each time he ventured out with an umbrella, he invariably returned alone. "Fine, I'll request a tardiness excuse. I'll accompany you," Li Yun insisted, feeling an uneasy sense of responsibility and rushing to change her outfit. "Mom, don't go to such lengths," Yu Luoxing protested. He did not wish for his mother to accompany him. After all, it was merely an examination. There was no need for such fuss. Ultimately, Li Yun accompanied Yu Luoxing to the examination venue. Upon arriving downstairs, a sleek black Audi emerged from a neighboring building. As the vehicle glided past Yu Luoxing's residence, the window gradually rolled down. "Li Yun, are you taking Luoxing to the exam?" A middle-aged man inquired with a smile, leaning out of the window. "Indeed," Li Yun replied cheerily. "Hop in. I'm driving my son Guijun to the exam as well. The college entrance examination is crucial. We must avoid any delays or unforeseen circumstances that could lead to tardiness," the man remarked. Yu Luoxing nearly lost his composure. There was still over an hour until the exam, and walking to the venue would take him less than half that time. Was this truly necessary? Not a bother. "It's on my way," the middle-aged man reassured. With someone offering a ride, Li Yun felt no inclination to refuse further. Once in the car, the front passenger seat was occupied by Zhang Guijun, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. Despite his affluent background, his academic performance left much to be desired, and his demeanor was somewhat arrogant. Although they were neighbors, Yu Luoxing's acquaintance with him was limited to casual greetings on the street. "Guijun, Luoxing, you two must perform well. Look at how much our parents worry for you," Uncle Zhang remarked as he drove. Both Yu Luoxing and Zhang Guijun offered perfunctory responses. Li Yun sat comfortably in the car, softly advising Yu Luoxing, "Xiaosheng, you must take the exam seriously. If you gain admission to a prestigious university, you'll secure a good job in the future, and we too can afford a car like Uncle Zhang's. Just look at your father. He works tirelessly at the factory every week. On Fridays, he has to endure the overcrowded bus just to come home. Sometimes, if he finishes late, he can't even get on the bus, and then he has to spend the weekend on that hard bed at the factory. You know how much he enjoys watching television, yet there's none at the factory. Just imagine how difficult it is for him to be away for an entire week." Li Yun sighed, glancing at the clean and comfortable vehicle, feeling a twinge of envy. With a car, your father could return whenever he wished, instead of sleeping in the factory dormitory. "Yes, I will study diligently," Yu Luoxing nodded, unsure of what else to say. "Your father has had a tough time too. When you decided to pursue a career in professional gaming without his consent, you wasted over a year of your studies. You have no idea how hard that period was for him. He could hardly eat or sleep. Although he often wears a stern face when you returned, he was genuinely pleased and didn't hesitate to spend a considerable amount of money to transfer you from that mediocre school to the best one. Fortunately, your grades have gradually improved." Let us not dwell on this. Li Yun realized that her lengthy discourse might only burden Yu Luoxing further, and she quickly ceased. Yu Luoxing listened to her words and nodded slightly. "I understand. We know you are very self-aware and more sensible than other children." Li Yun smiled, revealing the gentle crow's feet around her eyes. As Yu Luoxing gazed out the window, a familiar figure suddenly flashed by. "I think I saw Dad. He was riding an electric bike." Yu Luoxing leaned against the car window to look back. How could he have time at the factory? And where did he get an electric bike? Li Yun remarked. "True," Yu Luoxing pondered, realizing he might have mistaken someone else for his father. As they neared the school, the congestion was palpable. Typically, high school students wouldn't easily allow their families to chauffeur them to school, especially in this era of wealth resentment. However, During this college entrance examination period, various cars had appeared, each more extravagant than the last. There was one vehicle painted in silver and blue that appeared strikingly familiar to Yu Luoxing. Indeed, this car lacked the imposing words armed escort that usually adorned it. The vehicle could hardly approach the school gate, so Yu Luoxing, Li Yun, and Zhang Gujun got out midway and walked to the school. At this moment, parents on electric bikes seemed remarkably carefree. Luxury cars like BMWs and Mercedes could only watch in envy as the electric bikes zipped past them, leaving them in the dust. "Mom, I'll see you later. I'll pick you up after the exam," Li Yun said. "There's no need. I can return on my own," Yu Luoxing replied. "It's fine, really." Yu Luoxing followed the path through the woods and entered the school, greeting a few familiar faces casually along the way. The seating arrangements for the examination were chaotic, but Yu Luoxing had already visited that classroom during the rehearsal and confidently made his way to the examination hall. The examination hall lacked the usual ease and laughter of days gone by. The majority of individuals appeared somewhat solemn. Even those few who dared to engage in light-hearted banter seemed to feign their merriment. Did one not notice how this fellow occasionally glanced at the watch he purchased the previous year? Yu Luoxing sat in his designated seat, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, quietly awaiting the examination's commencement. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly time to begin. Observing the proctors as they paced outside, an unexpected auditory hallucination flickered through his mind. The proctor will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them. This was something Yu Luoxing had encountered online, and it resonated perfectly with his current situation, eliciting an involuntary smile from him, which dissipated the tension in the air. Meanwhile, a shifty-eyed individual seated beside Yu Luoxing cast a glance in his direction, noticing the latter's silly grin. His brow furrowed in contemplation, concluding that anyone who could smile foolishly must either be a genius or a fool. To err on the side of caution, he resolved not to copy from Yu Luoxing's paper. Chapter 34. That scoundrel. The performance in Chinese language studies is akin to the economic accumulation of an ADC, relying on the gradual gathering of knowledge through consistent practice. During the examination, Yu Luoxing found his thoughts flowing smoothly. He encountered no obstructions while composing his essay. He possessed a genuine interest in the subject, nurtured by his father during his elementary and middle school years. Despite a year of academic neglect, it was this very subject that provided him with a semblance of stability. In Chinese exams, the issue of plagiarism is virtually non-existent. Students remain engrossed in their work, occasionally glancing at the clock. Time is up. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the conclusion of the examination. Submitting their papers, the majority of students rose from their seats, while a few, seemingly still engrossed in their writing, hurriedly ceased their efforts after a stern reprimand from the invigilator. Anxiety manifested in beads of sweat trickling onto their papers, as if urging them to fill in a few more words. As the students exited the examination hall, the teachers began to collect the papers. The weather, unable to withstand temptation, had succumbed to a torrential downpour. Upon leaving the classroom, most students remarked, "BB," indicating that the exam had posed some difficulty, while the more composed among them questioned, "BB, why is it raining?" Yu Luoxing himself felt indifferent. Hearing his peers declare the exam challenging only filled him with quiet delight. The so-called difficulty in Chinese was merely a matter of perspective. As long as one's ideas resonated with the examiner's expectations, high scores were virtually assured. He was confident that his responses would align well with the examiner's preferences. Upon exiting the classroom, Yu Luoxing did not immediately descend the stairs, but instead navigated through the corridor towards another building. Just around the corner, he spotted a graceful figure descending the staircase, accompanied by a group of 7 admirers attempting to curry favor. He hastened over, his heart racing, and called out to the enchanting girl, Chanqian. Young Chanqian had styled her hair today, with strands cascading elegantly to her chest, exuding both grace and poise. Capturing Yu Luoxing's attention, her arched brows, long lashes, and glistening eyes, particularly when she smiled, produced an electrifying effect that resonated deeply. This girl was undeniably captivating. "How did you fare on the exam?" Yang Chanqian slowed her pace, waiting for Yu Luoxing to catch up. "Quite effortlessly, much like our routine matches in the lower lane." "A total rout," Yu Luoxing replied with enthusiasm. "Yet, I felt it was somewhat challenging," Yang Chanqian pouted, her expression tinged with melancholy. "It's raining. Did you bring an umbrella?" Yu Luoxing skillfully shifted the topic. "Of course I did." Yang Chanqian produced an umbrella from her backpack. "I didn't bring one," he admitted. With a playful roll of her eyes, Yang Chanqian handed the umbrella to Yu Luoxing, tacitly allowing him to share it with her. "Oh, did you really believe that Yu Luoxing had forgotten his umbrella this morning?" He was, in fact, orchestrating a grand strategy. As they strolled and conversed beneath a single umbrella, their closeness became evident, creating an intimate atmosphere. On the road, students wielded umbrellas. Upon spotting the two together, some acquaintances began to tease them playfully. With the exams behind them, everyone felt liberated. Typically, at school, they would be mindful of the whispers around them, but now, those concerns had dissipated. The umbrella was rather small, making it a challenge for both to share, yet Yu Luoxing wished to shield Yang Qianqian from the rain, drawing close enough that their arms brushed against one another. The smoothness of her skin was delicate, cool, yet exceedingly comforting. In this proximity, Yu Luoxing caught the sweet fragrance emanating from Yang Qianqian, a blend of a particular shower gel and her youthful essence. Stealthily inhaling, the scent captivated him, igniting a yearning to draw even nearer. For the first time, Yu Luoxing hoped that the path to school would stretch indefinitely, allowing them to linger in this ambiguous intimacy. With the rain continuing to fall, indeed, it could pour harder. "My father is waiting at the entrance," Yang Qianqian suddenly whispered as they approached the school gate. "Oh, it's your dad again," Yu Luoxing realized, noting that her father always seemed to appear whenever there was an undeniable connection between him and Yang Qianqian. It was clear she wished to avoid being seen so closely sharing an umbrella with a male classmate. Reluctantly, Yu Luoxing retrieved his own umbrella from his shoulder bag, realizing they still had a distance to cover to the gate. As he opened the umbrella, he turned to Yang Qianqian with a smile, saying, "I'll take my leave then. My mother is likely waiting for me outside. See you this afternoon." With that, he strode away toward the school gate, leaving Yang Qianqian momentarily dazed, unable to process his departure. "What a jerk," she fumed, stamping her foot and cursing him silently. "This man is more insufferable than Timo. He deserves to suffer." Outside the school, a kaleidoscope of umbrellas adorned the air, beneath which middle-aged faces displayed a mix of anticipation and impatience. Their wrinkles beaded with both dew and rain. Yu Luoxing soon spotted his mother, Li Yun, amidst the crowd. Li Yun was deeply concerned for Yu Luoxing and insisted on hailing a taxi to return home. Unfortunately, what parent wouldn't share that sentiment? At such a time, finding a cab was nearly impossible. "Let us walk home and chat," Yu Luoxing suggested nonchalantly. "Yes, that seems fine," Li Yun agreed, inquiring about his exam results. Yu Luoxing simply assured her that everything had gone well. In truth, he felt quite confident, yet he understood that one must not boast too freely. Doing so often led to outcomes that fell short of expectations. Upon returning home, Li Yun began preparing dinner while Yu Luoxing casually flipped through his books. After about half an hour, the front door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who entered, drenched. "Dad, what are you doing back so soon?" Yu Luoxing was taken aback, as his father, Yu Jing, was typically at work at this hour. "I came to pick you up from school, but didn't wait long enough," Yu Jing replied, drying his face with a towel. His slightly tanned complexion and damp, disheveled appearance gave off an air of exhaustion. Well, indeed, during these days of the college entrance examination, the status of the children will undergo a significant transformation. For the high school seniors, the exam serves as your most formidable bargaining chip. When you desire something, all you need to do is to simply sit back at home and declare, "I shall not take the exam." In that moment, what you wish for can be effortlessly attained. Observing Yu Jing braving the rain to pick him up, Yu Luoxing found himself at a loss for words. "You weren't late for the exam this morning, were you?" Yu Jing inquired. "How could I be late? I arrived over 40 minutes early," Yu Luoxing replied. Oh, as long as you arrived early, that's good." "That's good," Yu Jing remarked with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 35. I speak of you in the afternoon. The torrential rain ceased its entanglement with Lekking. During this sweltering June, the onset of rain brought a refreshing coolness, particularly welcome during the mathematics examination, akin to granting all candidates a red buff. However, in truth, Yu Luoxing found himself struggling during the math test. Certain questions were exceedingly perplexing, leaving him utterly at a loss for ideas, while others were so intricate that he couldn't fathom where to begin. It felt as though the adversary had already donned a full set of divine gear, while he was merely in the process of crafting his shoes. All students in the examination hall wore furrowed brows, burdened by the weight of the challenge. Faced with such formidable foes, not even the combination of a red buff, blue buff, and dragon buff could avert a total defeat. When the exam proved daunting, time seemed to fly by. As the invigilator announced the final moments, the atmosphere in the room turned frantic, reminiscent of a sudden incursion by a master swordsman. Time's up. The examination has concluded. Under normal circumstances, both the examinees and the invigilators would share a friendly exchange of GG, good game. However, in reality, the foreheads of all students bore the unmistakable imprint of the words game over. The word over stood out with particular prominence. The exam had been exceedingly difficult, truly disheartening. If it were merely challenging, students would exit the hall cursing and complaining. Yet, when faced with questions of such outrageous difficulty, they found themselves devoid of even the energy to express their frustration. Everyone was struggling, sigh. Yu Luosheng glanced around, clearly recognizing that he was not alone in his misfortune regarding mathematics. With a resigned shake of his head, he proceeded down the corridor toward another building. Upon rounding the corner, he noticed that nearly all the students had departed, save for Yang Tranqian, who stood at the staircase, pouting and appearing quite dejected. Waiting for me? Yu Luosheng grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth as he addressed Yang Tranqian. Who is waiting for you? I'm just texting my mom to let her know I performed poorly in math, Yang Tranqian replied. Indeed, math was exceptionally challenging this time. The exam was significantly harder than the usual practice tests, he concurred, aligning his pace with hers. What if I fail to gain admission to Zhejiang University because of this damned math? Yang Tranqian lamented, her nose tinged with emotion, her eyes glistening. Don't worry. I also left some questions unanswered. I knew you wouldn't perform well, so I intentionally left a few questions blank to ensure our scores would be comparable, Yu Luosheng said. Yang Tranqian, previously engulfed in sorrow, huffed in response to his light-hearted remark. Given that Yu Luosheng's grades had always lagged behind hers, she dismissed the notion that he would let her score slide. He truly was an unashamed man. Wait, something was amiss. Yang Tranqian suddenly realized a pertinent question. Had she ever mentioned her intention to attend the same university as him? Generally, high school students who planned to apply to the same institution were couples. Moreover, it is often the case that such couples ultimately fail to gain admission to their desired universities, finding themselves separated, one in the south and the other in the north. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yang Tranqian, feeling despondent, suddenly felt an urge to tease. She turned to Yu Luosheng and said, Yu Luosheng, if I were to perform poorly on the exam, even failing to enter a key university, while you achieve remarkable results, would you accompany me to a regular university? Upon uttering this question, a sense of secret delight filled Yang Tranqian's heart. Allowing you, with your audacity, to constantly bully me, now I shall give you cause for worry. Yu Luosheng glanced at Yang Tranqian, noticing her somewhat pitiful expression, which softened his heart, prompting a serious response. Of course not. One's future cannot be trifled with. You can go to hell. Yang Tranqian wished fervently to transform into a fierce creature, dramatically hurling a giant bear to crush this scoundrel Yu Luosheng beneath its weight. Feeling dissatisfied, Yang Tranqian resolved not to continue conversing with him after his response. Recognizing he had offended the goddess, Yu Luosheng proactively offered to treat her to a cup of milk tea. After enjoying the milk tea, Yang Tranqian's smile returned, and she entirely forgot the earlier incident. Observing Yang Tranqian's ability to dismiss the complexities of mathematics and her previous annoyance, she now animatedly engaged him in discussions about League of Legends, further confirming to Yu Luosheng that she was the type of girl who bore no grudges and was easily appeased. Should he succeed in winning the affections of this enchanting beauty, Yu Luosheng felt that his envisioned happy life would become a reality. After completing the mathematics exam, both sets of parents happened to be absent, allowing the two to leisurely stroll back while sipping their iced milk tea. Along the way, Yang Tranqian spotted some appealing trinkets and inadvertently veered off course, embarking on a shopping spree. Noticing the time was still early, Yu Luosheng willingly accompanied her. The frustration from the mathematics exam could easily influence performance in subsequent tests, and this leisurely outing served to divert their attention beneficially. Is it beautiful? Yang Tranqian tilted her head, holding a silver chain earring next to her ear. With her exquisitely fair complexion, she radiated an alluring blend of innocence and femininity. As she inquired of Yu Luosheng, her charm became irresistibly vivid, stirring something deep within him, compelling him to gaze at her for an eternity. Are you asking me? Is it beautiful? Yang Tranqian pressed again. It is beautiful. Yu Luosheng earnestly nodded. Really beautiful? Then I shall purchase this earring, Yang Tranqian beamed. I was speaking of you. Yu Luosheng added, a hint of warmth in his voice. Yang Tranqian paused momentarily. When realization dawned upon her, a lovely blush spread across her cheeks. Reminiscent of a ripening peach, irresistibly enticing. How much is this? Yang Qianqian stammered, feigning ignorance as she hurried to converse with the vendor. 5 yuan, the vendor replied. The vendor, a young man himself, discreetly gave Yu Luoxing a thumbs up as he spoke. The beauty, still yet to collect her payment. Oh. Yang Qianqian hurriedly turned back, stuffing the change into her small backpack. A man, with his deliberate flattery, offered compliments that seemed genuine. Women are mostly aware of such nuances. Through this period of interaction, Yang Qianqian discerned that aside from his earnestness when gaming, Yu Luoxing generally exuded a casual, teasing, and nonchalant demeanor. However, in that moment, Yang Qianqian perceived a sincerity in Yu Luoxing's words, devoid of his usual playful and irreverent tone. Chapter 36. National Internet CAF League. Yang Qianqian wandered about, her mind preoccupied with the words spoken by Yu Luoxing moments ago. Was he genuinely complimenting me? Why would he say something like that? It's quite vexing, leaving me at a loss for words. As she strolled, her initial enthusiasm for shopping waned, the atmosphere shifting to one of uncertainty, making it difficult for her to find a topic to discuss. Just as she pondered what to say, a towering figure appeared around the corner. This person, clad in heavy armor and wielding a great sword, evoked a classic line. Where there is a person, there is a tower. The power of Demacia, Garen. Yang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. What was this imposing figure doing here? Who had erected such a grand advertisement? However, what truly astonished her was not the advertisement for Demacia, but rather the monumental backdrop that was not a defensive tower, but an imposing, magnificent Coca-Cola. Where there is a person, there is Coca-Cola. Yang Qianqian gazed in awe at the amusing advertisement, tilting her head to read the words inscribed upon it. Initiated by GDV. Registration for the Coca-Cola Cup National Internet CAF League for League of Legends is now open. If you are a skilled player and have a passion for League of Legends, why not register and engage in a genuine competition? This tournament, sponsored by Coca-Cola, spans the vast majority of Internet CAFs nationwide, and all players above level 30 are welcome to participate and claim their glory along with substantial prizes. Registration is from June 1st to June 10th. With the official start of the tournament on June 11th, the competition will be conducted in a 5v5 summon mode. Yang Qianqian placed her fingertip upon her lips, diligently reading the contents of the grand advertisement aloud. Yu Luoxing stood beside her, intrigued by the phrase Demacia and Coca-Cola in the advertisement. He couldn't help but find it amusing. The upright Coca-Cola indeed resembled a defensive tower. It's the National Internet CAF League, sponsored by Coca-Cola, a significant tournament. Yang Qianqian exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Esports have always thrived domestically, yet it is rare for such a prestigious company to sponsor an event. The sponsorship by Coca-Cola suggests ample funding and enticing prizes, and the initiation by GTV indicates the league's legitimacy. This is certainly no trivial competition. Yu Luoxing, their essay tournament. Yang Qianqian joyfully tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling with delight. League of Legends is becoming increasingly popular, and the National Internet CAF League is spreading throughout the country. Indeed, only a company like Coca-Cola could afford to sponsor such a grand event. GTV has done remarkably well to persuade Coca-Cola to support it. Yu Luoxing nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin. As an esports enthusiast, Yu Luoxing possessed a fair understanding of competitions. Generally speaking, esports tournaments are categorized into several levels. The lowest tier consists of impromptu competitions held in various internet cafes, gaming lounges, schools, companies, or local areas. These events typically attract few participants and sometimes even falter before completion, lacking any formal structure, with attendees treating them as mere entertainment. A step above are the joint competitions, or city tournaments. Joint competitions are usually organized by a series of similarly named gaming lounges and all internet cafes within a city, designed to attract popularity. Such events are more structured, with designated organizers and clear reward systems, gradually establishing a competitive scale. Achieving a noteworthy rank in these competitions would elevate one's status within the League of Legends community. Next level up is the sponsored league. The scale of a sponsored league is at least equivalent to that of a city tournament, often initiated through mutual advertising and shared benefits between sponsors and internet cafe chains. Sponsored leagues offer substantial rewards and maintain formal procedures encompassing registration, participation, refereeing, progression, prizes, audience engagement, and visibility, thus wielding considerable influence. At the highest echelon are the large-scale sponsored leagues orchestrated by authoritative esports associations, with investments from game companies and participation from internet cafes. These competitions transcend mere advertising effects, necessitating that the game has reached a certain level of popularity, organized to further enhance its appeal, and endowed with significant authority. Such events boast a comprehensive process from preliminary rounds to the finals, with meticulous scheduling, numerous responsible parties, and a vast number of participants, alongside significant media exposure and generous rewards. The potential for immense fame exists, with players possibly being recruited into professional esports clubs. The Coca-Cola Cup National Internet Cafe League undoubtedly represents this fourth tier of large-scale competitions. Truthfully, few games in the country can host events of this caliber. The rapid ascendance of League of Legends within a few short years, coupled with its capability to organize a national Internet Cafe League, is truly remarkable. Yang Chanqian is not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. She only knows there are competitions to watch, while Yu Luoxing perceives far more than others. In any case, the Coca-Cola Cup holds significant weight in the competitive scene. What are you doing? Signing up. Yang Chanqian said earnestly. Miss Yang, don't be silly. You're only at level 30. It states here that you can participate once you reach level 30, but there will undoubtedly be many skilled players in the preliminary rounds. Don't go seeking humiliation. Yu Luoxing replied. Competitions and class tournaments are entirely different concepts. Students have limited time to play games, and there aren't many experts among them. Yet, in internet cafes, many dedicate their days to practice. Their skills far surpass those of students who attend class daily. I'm not participating. I'm signing you up, Yang Chanqian giggled, pulling Yu Luoxing into the gaming lounge. Yu Luoxing was at a loss for words. Sign up for what? We have college entrance exams tomorrow, girl. There is no point. I know the capabilities of our class. He shook his head. Did you not see? You can sign up first and then form your own team. Yang Chanqian pointed to the small print at the bottom of the advertisement. The league, considering that many skilled players are lone wolves without a fixed 5-member team, allows individual participants to form teams based on their abilities. Never mind, Yu Luoxing shook his head, genuinely disinclined to compete. Although this contest was not the most formal professional league, once it reached the regional stage, it bore semblance to a professional competition. Yu Luoxing had promised his father not to participate, and if his father found out, he might as well forget about playing League of Legends in the future. The registration fee is only 10 yuan, and they even give you a bottle of Coca-Cola. Come on, let us join in for fun. I want to see you play against the experts, Yang Chanqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yu Luoxing. Having often played with him, she sensed that his prowess surpassed her own level by a significant margin, and she was genuinely curious about just how strong he was. Such a competition would undoubtedly showcase Yu Luoxing's abilities to the fullest. As twilight approached, Yu Luoxing decided to head home for dinner, opting not to enter the internet CAF. Yang Chanqian, displeased by his refusal to participate, expressed her dissatisfaction immediately. Yu Luoxing paid her no mind and continued on his way. On the return journey, Yang Chanqian remained silent, not out of embarrassment but due to her irritation. Her lips were pursed in annoyance. When Yu Luoxing attempted to converse with her, she responded only with huffs. Stop overthinking. We have an exam tomorrow, Yu Luoxing remarked. You are truly insufferable. It's not like I'm asking you to join the military, Yang Chanqian finally retorted. This is quite troublesome. I dislike complications. I'm a trouble too. Why do you walk so closely with me? He replied. Speaking of trouble, today's math exam was really difficult. It's giving me quite the headache. Don't change the subject. Chapter 37. The final step is the collapse. What does the coming-of-age ceremony signify for all students in our country? It is, in fact, the conclusion of the college entrance examination. When you finish the last subject, English, it is nearly impossible to articulate the sensation of stepping out of the examination hall and inhaling a deep breath of fresh air. In that moment, even those individuals whom you previously found utterly disagreeable suddenly appear remarkably endearing. The college entrance examination has concluded, truly concluded, and the entire world seems to transform into a realm of beauty. At the very moment of exiting the examination hall, Yu Luoxing yearned to dash towards another building where the examination was being held, to sweep up Yang Chanqian and plant a fervent kiss upon her rosy, plump cheeks. If circumstances allowed, Yang Chanqian would likely also be running in his direction. They would then meet in the corridor between the two buildings, exchanging tender glances, she standing at one end of the corridor, he at the other, before racing towards one another, their eyes solely focused on each other. Ultimately, they would embrace tightly in the middle of the corridor, weeping in each other's arms. Regrettably, the reality did not unfold in such a dramatic fashion. With excitement in his heart, Yu Luoxing ran to Yang Qianqian's examination venue, only to find that she had not waited for him. Instead, she tossed her elegant hair and departed alongside another female classmate. With someone accompanying her, Yu Luoxing felt it inappropriate to intrude. It was evident that Yang Qianqian was still upset about the previous day's events. Otherwise, she would have rushed towards him the moment the exams concluded. Nevertheless, Yu Luoxing reassured himself that Yang Qianqian would not remain angry for long. His spirits remained high. At last, he could enjoy a summer of playing League of Legends. Yu Luoxing. Yu Luoxing. As he strolled joyfully towards the school gate, savoring a drink, he was suddenly called out excitedly from behind. What is going on? Yu Luoxing glanced back at Wang Qin. There's a competition. A League of Legends tournament. Wang Qin exclaimed with exuberance. I am aware. We have all registered. You are the only one left. Wang Qin insisted. No, I'm too busy. Yu Luoxing managed to dissuade Wang Qin from his intention to enlist him in the competition. Yu Luoxing had confidence in his abilities, yet he understood that in League of Legends, regardless of one's personal prowess, encountering teammates of questionable skill could lead to inevitable failure. In Yu Luoxing's eyes, Wang Qin and his companions were akin to inept teammates. Partnering with them would guarantee elimination in the first round, a sheer waste of time. If you don't participate, we will. It's a chance to witness true experts at play. Wang Qin appeared thoroughly energized. The news of the League of Legends tournament spread inexplicably, and as Yu Luoxing walked along the road, he could overhear the animated discussions surrounding it. Many had signed up, all displaying an air of determination to succeed. Yu Luoxing found it curious where these classmates, freshly liberated from the rigors of the college entrance examination, had acquired such confidence in their prospects of victory. That evening, following the conclusion of the exams, the entire class gathered for a celebration. This gathering is a cacophony of drinking games, heartfelt weeping, the resolution of grievances, and the blossoming of affection. Even though dinner has long concluded, the majority of attendees have no intention of returning home. Many students, who have never spent a night away from their dwellings, seize this opportunity on the eve of their college entrance examinations. Consequently, groups of classmates either seek out more places to drink, head to karaoke venues, or flock to internet cafes for an all-nighter. Naturally, the League of Legends enthusiasts are drawn to the internet cafes, all rallying under the banner of preparing for the upcoming league matches. In Class 8, Wang Qin takes the lead, while Yu Luoxing, opting for an early retreat, heads home. As he steps onto the bridge leading home, Yu Luoxing's phone, a recent gift from his mother for college, buzzes in his pocket. Having only shared his number with one person, he knows it must be her. Where are you? A cool, alluring voice inquires from the other end. I'm on my way home, he replies honestly. Come over to my place, Yang Qianqian requests. What for? Yu Luoxing asks. There's this classmate who's quite bothersome. He keeps insisting he likes me despite my countless rejections, Yang Qianqian complains. Oh, I'll be right there. Where are you? Who dares to disturb my woman? After hanging up, Yu Luoxing feels a surge of anger and hastens to the scene. The situation is minor. A drunken fellow has summoned the courage to pester Yang Qianqian. Upon Yu Luoxing's arrival, the man dares not overstep his bounds and retreats in defeat. Yu Luoxing had anticipated a chance to showcase his prowess. Tonight, Yang Qianqian is particularly enchanting, her form-fitting white sleeveless top accentuating her ample curves, while her denim skirt reveals a tantalizing glimpse of her smooth, fair thighs, exuding youthful vitality and sparking endless imagination. Her pert, seductive figure, complemented by long, slender legs, creates an irresistibly alluring silhouette. It is no wonder the inebriated man clung to her. Anyone faced with parting from such a beauty would likely pursue her without restraint. Are you heading home tonight? Yu Luoxing inquires. Why would I go home? Yang Qianqian retorts, slightly irritated. There is still much to do. Yu Luoxing raises an eyebrow in curiosity. I'm not going. I'm heading home. Goodbye. Yang Qianqian turns to leave. Yu Luoxing refuses to let her go so easily and follows her persistently. Why are you trailing me? Yang Qianqian glares at him, displeased. You invited me here, and now you want to send me away? It won't be that simple, he counters. You could have chosen not to come. She turns her face away, unwilling to engage further. All right, don't be upset. I'll just enter the competition instead, he reassures her. Really? After Yu Luoxing spoke, Yang Qianqian's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled, rendering her irresistibly charming. Yu Luoxing opened his mouth, surprised by the rapid change in this enchanting lady's demeanor. Was she switching screens? Well, it was all in good fun. He mused. He thought to himself, casually joining a team and playing a few matches. If the team lacked strength, advancement was futile anyway. It was merely a means to amuse Yang Chanqian. Shouldn't you have listened earlier? Yang Chanqian's face lit up with a smile, and it felt as though two little devil horns sprouted from her head. With her irritation dissipated, their evening stroll became much more harmonious. Neither of them exhibited any intention of returning home prematurely, meandering aimlessly through the city streets and certain parks. On several occasions, as they passed by hotels, Yu Luoxing yearned to gentlemanly invite her inside. Unfortunately, Yang Chanqian would glance at the entrance, feigning interest, only to gracefully walk past, leaving Yu Luoxing's heart yearning for more. Ultimately, he escorted Yang Chanqian back to her home, and all the romantic scenarios he had imagined remained unfulfilled. Indeed, courting a girl is akin to playing League of Legends. It is the final step that leads to a successful conquest. First base, second base, towers 1 and 2. The nexus must be breached before the victory is claimed. At the very least, this nocturnal adventure through the city counted as a private date for the two of them. Chapter 38. Abundant Rewards, First Place 30. 000 yuan early the next morning, Yu Luoxing attempted to log into his account on Feral's network. With the college entrance examination finally concluded, he could now immerse himself in ranked matches, eager to discover just how high he could score. Ranking points serve as a true testament to one's prowess. Surpassing 2,000 points typically signifies encounters with professional players, while reaching 2,200 or 2,300 elevates one into the realm of extraordinary gamers, individuals whose skills, awareness, and teamwork rival those of professionals. The clash between such titans ignited a fervor within Yu Luoxing. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of incompleteness upon accessing this account. Glancing at the offline status of Shui, he took the initiative to check her gaming statistics using the LOL box, curious if she had logged on to play. Regrettably, the timestamp remained frozen since that evening past 8. Shaking his head, Yu Luoxing closed the account, finding himself devoid of motivation to play. This was not merely about her. The competition itself was a passion that coursed through his veins. Rather, he sought to unravel the mystery that lingered in his heart. Why had Shui chosen to vanish? He wished to preserve a semblance of vigilance for this online companion who had journeyed with him through 3 years of youth. It may sound peculiar, but Yu Luoxing was precisely that kind of person, someone who held steadfast to his principles and possessed an unyielding bottom line. In simpler terms, he had his own moral compass. In the following days, Yu Luoxing spent time playing with Yang Chanqian. Her skills improved rapidly. She demonstrated a natural talent for competitive gaming, and he believed her abilities now surpassed those of Wang Qin. "Oh, I almost forgot," Yang Chanqian said, her voice breaking the momentary silence. "What's the matter? Did you forget to write your name on the last English exam?" Yu Luoxing teased. "Stop joking. Didn't I sign you up for the competition?" Wang Qin and Zhao Kisong are practically living in the internet CAF practicing every day. How can you just laze around with me? Yang Chanqian retorted. "I don't have a team," Yu Luoxing confessed, revealing his reluctance to participate. After creating a new account, he decided not to play the support role. Instead, he explored various positions and heroes. While League of Legends often emphasizes specialization to hone one's skills, a comprehensive understanding of each hero allows for a more adaptable approach to the game. Training a secondary account was not merely an exercise in arrogance or an attempt to dominate. It was an endeavor to gain a holistic understanding of the game, knowing oneself and one's adversaries. Many high-level players encounter a plateau upon reaching certain score thresholds, such as 1600 to 1700, 1900 to 2000, or 2200 to 2300. If one finds themselves stagnant, it may be time to create a secondary account and experiment with different positions, for enlightenment often arises from such exploration. Indeed, it is true that Yu Luoxing finds great joy in playing on alternate accounts. However, it is certain that Yang Chanqian does not invite Yu Luoxing to play, and he lacks the enthusiasm to engage in such matches without a team. Why not head to the internet CAF to form a squad? Yesterday, as I passed by, I noticed many people shouting there, resembling a group of netizens teaming up for dungeon raids. Quite amusing, indeed. Yang Chanqian laughed heartily, which made Yu Luoxing's heart flutter with excitement. "I shall go take a look this evening," Yu Luoxing remarked. "I will accompany you," Yang Chanqian replied with a smile. "Excellent." Yu Luoxing's eyes sparkled at the thought of seeing the beautiful Yang once more. Perhaps tonight would bring greater breakthroughs. In the evening, after meeting Yang Chanqian on the bridge, she pulled the nearly lifeless Yu Luoxing towards the Longsheng Internet Club, Why not call it Longxing Internet CAF? Too mundane. In this day and age, even slightly larger Internet CAFs prefer to call themselves Internet clubs. The Longxing Internet Club is quite popular, representing a significant establishment in Leking, rivaled only by Shuguang, Tianda, and Yixiu. Yu Luosheng, come quickly and take a look. Yang Qianqian, with a hint of excitement, pointed at the advertisement board. Yu Luosheng discreetly glanced at the enticing curves of Yang Qianqian as she leaned forward, then feigned seriousness as he approached the advertisement to read it. It turned out to be about rewards from the Internet CAF, which piqued his interest. Yu Luosheng chuckled. The National LOL Internet CAF League is sponsored by Coca-Cola, with most of the prizes being provided by the company. This is referred to as sponsor rewards, also known as league rewards. The Internet CAF rewards are additional incentives offered by the CAF on top of the league rewards. If one can achieve a commendable ranking, the rewards are quite substantial. For those who register at Longxing Internet Club, if they can defeat other internet clubs in Leking and emerge victorious, the manager will grant a special reward of 10,000 RMB. 10,000 RMB. Each participant could receive 2,000. Indeed, and the reward for our Leking Internet CAF League South first place is 20,000 RMB, meaning the winning team could earn a total of 30,000 RMB, averaging 6,000 RMB per member. Exclaimed a few young men nearby. Wow, that's a significant amount. We must secure first place. 6,000 for each person. One exclaimed. Crap, I'm only level 27. Just wait, I'll reach level 30 today and sign up. 6,000 would cover several months of internet expenses. The youths chattered excitedly, occasionally glancing over at Yang Qianqian. Yang Qianqian appeared relaxed today, her fitted jeans accentuating the graceful contours of her hips and legs, captivating anyone's gaze, including Yu Luosheng's. Yu Luosheng, did you hear? There is 6,000 at stake. Yang Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Do you know how many teams from our Leking are participating? Achieving first place is not as effortless as it may seem. Yet, one must ponder, have the internet cafes gone mad, offering such an abundance of rewards? Yu Luosheng murmured. The rewards for the internet cafe competitions are indeed quite exceptional. The influence of League of Legends is truly formidable. In truth, Yu Luosheng was unaware that the emergence of League of Legends had indeed salvaged the waning internet cafe industry. Nowadays, most households possess computers. Who would venture to an internet cafe merely to browse the web or play games? Furthermore, the extensive reach of mobile phones has significantly diminished the necessity for internet cafes, leading to their gradual decline. The only steadfast patrons of these establishments are those who indulge in competitive gaming. When people gather to engage in intense matches, they naturally prefer the camaraderie of a 5-person setup at an internet cafe. This vibrant atmosphere has a tendency to rejuvenate the internet cafe industry. Thus, during the peak popularity of League of Legends, many cafes began to fervently promote themselves as the gathering spots for avid gamers. Yang Qianqian appeared entirely unfazed by the challenges of securing first place, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yu Luosheng, cheerfully asking, "If you manage to win that 6,000 yuan, will you take me on a graduation trip? I would love to go to the beach. But all we have here are mountains, which is utterly disappointing. Just the two of us?" Yu Luosheng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Yang Qianqian promptly rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed by his flirtatious demeanor. However, seeing Yu Luosheng's smug expression stirred a flicker of annoyance within her. "If you can secure first place, then I shall consider it. Just the two of us," she declared defiantly. "But can you even do it?" Yang Qianqian boldly puffed out her chest, her curves accentuated, leaving Yu Luosheng momentarily spellbound. He instinctively nodded in agreement. However, achieving first place is genuinely no simple feat. Yu Luosheng lacked the confidence to believe he could lead a team to victory in the League City competition. "I'll personally fund your trip," he offered. During his time in professional leagues, Yu Luosheng had managed to save some funds. He had previously hinted at providing financial support to his family, but his father's stubborn nature prevented him from accepting the money his son earned through gaming instead of studying. He had not touched that money, jokingly referring to it as his bride price. In hindsight, this decision proved wise, as an opportunity for romance had presented itself. Now was the time to utilize those savings. "No way. Prove your worth by securing first place, and then I might consider it," Yang Qianqian teased, deliberately presenting a challenge to Yu Luosheng. It was clear that she would only contemplate a trip with him if he secured the top position. To be honest, embarking on a journey alone with a man slightly overstepped Yang Qianqian's conservative boundaries, It was not an action typically taken by a reserved young lady. Yet, within Yang Qianqian's heart lingered a flicker of anticipation, a desire to experience the essence of a journey shared between two souls. She envisioned traveling by train, gazing out at the picturesque landscapes, wandering through the streets of an unfamiliar city, and sitting by the shore, lost in the rhythm of the waves. Alas, reason and conservatism ultimately held sway over Yang Qianqian's thoughts, rendering her yearning and hope almost negligible, akin to the improbability of Yu Luoxing clinching the first position amidst the throngs of Leking. Thus, she astutely dismissed the notion of embarking on a solitary voyage for two, all the while nurturing a faint glimmer of hope. As for whether this slender thread of hope might ignite a spark within someone's heart, well, that remains uncertain. Truly uncertain. Chapter 39. A hesitation to greet others upon entering the internet CAF. A casual glance revealed that over half of the patrons were engrossed in playing League of Legends. Yu Luoxing, an aficionado of such establishments, recalled that apart from the initial fervor surrounding the game legend, he had seldom witnessed such a phenomenon where a majority of players in a CAF were engrossed in a single title. In this era of diverse gaming options, the ability of League of Legends to stand out amidst fierce competition is a testament to its prowess and popularity. In this day and age, one feels a twinge of embarrassment to greet others if they have not experienced League of Legends. Greetings have transformed from simple pleasantries like good morning or hello to a more elaborate ritual, a single fist pressed to the chest accompanied by a spirited Demacia, to which the counterpart politely reciprocates with the same phrase. Can you envision the grandeur and sophistication of such an interaction? Many in the CAF were preparing for battle, having claimed the competitive zone for practice. Along each row, handmade signs displayed the names of their respective teams, alongside recruitment notices. The internet CAF has always been a melting pot of various backgrounds. Yet it was a rarity to see such a self-organized and orderly assembly of players, a commendable atmosphere for competition. Yu Luoxing, which team are you joining? There are so many groups here, like the Furious Dragon team, Blood Red team, and the Cupid team. Haha, there's even a quirky one called the Standoff team. Yang Qianqian's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her beautiful gaze prompting an overwhelming desire to kiss her. Qianqian, what brings you here? Are you participating in the competition as well? Suddenly, a fair-skinned individual rose from his seat, greeting Yang Qianqian with a smile. Yu Luoxing recognized him as Lin Su from Class 3. It appeared he had also joined a team, although he seemed more of an observer, akin to an apprentice. I'm not competing. He is. Yang Qianqian pointed toward Yu Luoxing. Oh, really? Lin Su's attention shifted to Yu Luoxing, his mouth twitching slightly. He harbored a dislike for Yu Luoxing, primarily due to his proximity to Yang Qianqian and the rumors of their budding romance, which only intensified Lin Su's anxiety. Are you participating as well? Which team are you with? Surely not the Bone Dragon team? Lin Su remarked with a pretentious smile directed at Yu Luoxing. The Bone Dragon team? Aren't they merely a bunch of elementary-level players who haven't even touched ranked matches? Watching them practice in those lower-tier games is laughable. Entering a competition would just be a path to self-inflicted misery. A youth with dyed hair and a cigarette casually glanced over, deftly maneuvering his character while delivering a scathing remark. In reality, the Bone Dragon team was formed by Wang Qin and his companions, and Yu Luoxing surmised that they were likely honing their skills in another zone. The Cyber CAF must have experienced its share of internal conflicts. It is likely that the Bone Dragon team suffered greatly. Whenever the Bone Dragon team is mentioned, those with a semblance of skill merely smile in silence. Migo. This is the robot player I mentioned, Yu Luoxing, Lin Su pointed out immediately. Oh, the top robot player of Leking is seated right across from me. Why not to let him hear that? Migo remarked leisurely, gesturing with his cigarette towards the individual facing him. The top robot player of Leking? Yang Qianqian inquired with curiosity, wondering who would dare to claim such a title so brazenly. Indeed. I have observed him several times. He is truly remarkable, with an array of incredible maneuvers. How about I introduce you? You should still be waiting, Lin Su hurriedly suggested. Yang Qianqian, feeling defiant, thought that she and Yu Luoxing had teamed up for quite a while, and she had never encountered a robot player superior to him. Let us go see, Yang Qianqian boldly declared, pulling Yu Luoxing along to meet the legendary robot player believed to be the finest in Leking. Navigating around a row of machines, they found a young man, around 20 years of age, seated across from Migo. His hair was somewhat long, and his demeanor appeared rather grim, exuding an aura that made him seem unapproachable. At that moment, he was leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the keyboard, seemingly lost in thought. Observing the man's somber expression, Lin Su felt a pang of apprehension. Wantong possessed an air of arrogance, being well-versed in various competitive games such as StarCraft, Warcraft 3, Dota, and LOL. He had gained notoriety in Lekking's numerous cyber CAFs long ago. Not only was he skilled in gaming, but it was rumored that he was also involved in unsavory dealings, with a temperament as unpredictable as the weather. Lin Su had only exchanged a few words with Wantong under Migo's watchful eye and had shared drinks with him on a few occasions. For reasons unknown, Lin Su always felt that approaching this individual was a daunting task, tinged with a hint of fear. Now, seeing Wantong's dark countenance, Lin Su's anxiety intensified. He was uncertain whether he should approach him. However, with Yang Qianqian right behind him, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he steeled himself, wearing a bright smile as he offered Wantong a premium cigarette. "Brother Wan, I have 2 classmates who also play League of Legends. They would like to observe you in action against the robot. May we stand behind you? We promise not to disturb you," he said cheerfully. Wantong did not take the cigarette. Instead, he lit one for himself. Casting a glance at Lin Su, who wore an overly eager expression, he replied with an irritable tone, "I do not appreciate having people stand behind me while I play. If you wish to watch, get yourselves a machine and observe from the OB position." Wantong's brusque dismissal left Lin Su feeling awkward. "What an arrogant fellow," Yang Qianqian whispered under her breath. Wantong, with keen hearing, caught her remark and immediately turned to glare at her. Startled by his icy gaze, Yang Qianqian instinctively grasped Yu Luoxing's arm and positioned herself behind him. Lin Su thought to himself, "This is trouble. Yang Qianqian has surely irked this formidable figure." Wantong is also nicknamed Mad Dog. Those who cross him seldom fare well. "Well, my classmate actually meant to say that you were really cool, Wanga. You see." She struggles with her words, Lin Su hurriedly said with a forced smile. Wantong completely ignored Lin Su, his gaze still fixed on Yang Qianqian, exuding an intimidating aura. "Wan Mad Dog," Yu Luoxing grinned, addressing the fearsome Wantong. "Put away that dreadful face of yours. Don't frighten my friend." Upon hearing Yu Luoxing's words, Lin Su was utterly alarmed. Everyone knew Wantong was known as Wan Mad Dog, yet very few dared to utter that nickname in his presence. Was Yu Luoxing courting disaster? One word from Wantong, and within 5 minutes, a crowd would surely gather at the entrance of this internet CAF, leaving no chance of escape. Chapter 40. The Crimson Squad. Indeed, Wantong rose from his seat and strode directly to Yu Luoxing. He raised his fist and suddenly struck Yu Luoxing's chest with a resounding thud. Bang! Yang Qianqian was startled by Wantong's actions. However, upon realizing that Wantong's punch was neither too heavy nor too light, and clearly not intended to harm, but rather akin to the reunion of old friends, Yang Qianqian felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "You rascal! If you hadn't shown up, we would have thought you were missing." Wantong's previously sullen expression dissipated, replaced by a broad grin. "Haha, I've turned over a new leaf and no longer mix in the underworld," Yu Luoxing replied with a hearty laugh. "Nonsense. You're still just a kid. You haven't seen the real world yet," Wantong teased, laughingly scolding him. As they spoke, Wantong deliberately sized up Yang Qianqian, who stood behind Yu Luoxing, and with a friendly smile remarked, "So, this is your little girlfriend? Not bad, quite lovely." "Not yet." Yu Luoxing winked at Yang Qianqian. Upon witnessing their conversation, Yang Qianqian realized they were acquainted, which had startled her moments before. However, regarding Yu Luoxing's remark, she expressed her disdain with a roll of her eyes. Lin Su, standing nearby, was also taken aback, observing how Wantong, despite being called one crazy dog, remained unperturbed. He was momentarily puzzled. Could it be that Yu Luoxing shared a deep bond with Wantong? That seemed unlikely, as Yu Luoxing appeared to be a student. How could he possibly know someone like Wantong, who roamed the streets? "Do you play League of Legends too? Coming to compete?" Wantong returned to the main topic. "Sort of. My classmate invited me to observe the prowess of the top player in Lekking, so I thought I'd learn a bit from you, a novice like me." Yu Luoxing replied. "Learn? Nonsense." Wantong retorted with a mouthful of curses. "Your match is starting." Yu Luoxing pointed to his computer screen and spoke. Oh. Wantong hurriedly sat back down, manipulating the keyboard and mouse while informing Yu Luoxing, "Qin Laoda is in Area C. You should go find him. They're short on players. I'm just here to play casually. I don't intend to compete seriously," Yu Luoxing said. "Well, at least go meet him." "You're too inconsiderate. Leaving without telling anyone." Wantong expressed his dissatisfaction. All right, Yu Luoxing chuckled wryly. He then led Yang Qianqian towards Area C, with Lin Su eagerly trailing behind, his intentions unclear. Once the trio departed, the man opposite Wan Tong, Mi Gu, leaned in curiously and asked, Wan Tong, do you know that kid? More than just knowing him. It's normal you haven't seen him. Coming in late to the scene, Wan Tong replied tersely, focusing intently on his game. In truth, Wan Tong had not disclosed to Mi Gu that during their StarCraft days, he often observed the masterful maneuvers of Yu Luoxing from behind his computer. When Yu Luoxing playfully mentioned wanting to observe him play against robots, it only prompted Wan Tong to scold him. That young man, though still in his youth, has already established himself as a master in StarCraft. How could Wan Tong possibly have the audacity to allow him to observe and learn? Yu Luoxing, how do you know him? That individual hardly seems like a good person, Yang Qianqian remarked. Her lips pouted in discontent. I've known him for quite some time. Back then, he was merely a student, albeit one who lacked a passion for his studies. He isn't truly a bad person, just has a rather fierce appearance, Yu Luoxing explained. Humph, what are you trying to conceal? Don't think I'm oblivious to your past as a delinquent, Yang Qianqian retorted with a playful huff. What an egregious accusation. While it is true that Yu Luoxing frequented bars and mingled with individuals like Wan Tong, they all gathered at the same internet CAF to engage in competitive gaming. And over time, familiarity naturally developed. However, wait a moment. How could Yang Qianqian possibly know about his past? Upon reaching Area C, Yu Luoxing encountered the person Wan Tong had mentioned, the infamous Qin Laoda. His real name was Qin Ying, a quintessential veteran of the internet CAF scene. He was not impoverished due to a lack of income, but rather because he frequently shared his earnings with his comrades. Previously, he had established a gaming studio, dedicated to training others for profit, and sometimes even participated in large-scale battles, primarily within the realm of online gaming. For reasons unknown, this time Qin Ying had ventured into competitive gaming, seemingly intent on assembling a team for the Internet CAF League. Individuals like him, who run gaming studios, undoubtedly aim for the top 3 positions, and their team would inherently possess a certain level of organizational discipline. Qin Laoda was not a young man, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years of age. He stood behind a row of computers, intently watching his 5 team members compete in ranked matches, occasionally furrowing his brow in concern. Isn't that Qin Laoda? Lin Su remarked, astonished as he gazed at Qin Ying. Who is Qin Laoda? Yang Qianqian inquired, perplexed. Every seasoned gamer and internet CAF enthusiast in Leking is familiar with Qin Laoda. It is rumored that he holds shares in the Longxing Network Club, though the specifics elude me. Qin Laoda is quite renowned within the gaming community of Leking, a figure of considerable prominence in this sphere. Oh, I see. Yang Qianqian nodded, somewhat enlightened. Area C generally prohibits entry to non-VIP members. When Yu Luoxing attempted to enter, a staff member politely requested his departure. Thus, he stood at the entrance and called out, Brother Qin. Qin Laoda glanced over, initially thinking someone was merely greeting him, and casually nodded in acknowledgement. However, upon recognizing Yu Luoxing's face, his slightly sunken eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. Well, where have you been these past 2 years? Qin Laoda exclaimed, hastily exiting Area C. His voice was coarse, echoing throughout the area, prompting many to peek curiously at the entrance. Eager to discern who had garnered such a warm reception from Qin Laoda's studying. I've been studying. Yu Luoxing replied with a wry smile. Studying? Qin Laoda was momentarily taken aback, taking some time to process the situation. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, how old could Yu Luoxing be? He ought not to be like Qin Ying, still engrossed in these virtual pursuits at such an age, lacking ambition. So, have you come to the Internet CAF out of boredom to find someone to play Dota with? Qin Laoda inquired. No, I signed up for LOL and came to find a team to play a few casual matches, Yu Luoxing replied. Yu Luoxing's casual mention of playing a few rounds displeased Yang Qianqian, who discreetly pinched his arm. How could he lack such ambition? Didn't he wish to strive for first place? After all, she had promised to travel with him alone. I'm in need of a player, Qin Laoda said, his eyes glimmering slightly. Noticing Yu Luoxing's confusion, he elaborated, none of these youngsters were willing to play support before. Now, it's too late for them to practice. The few supports I recruited possess only mediocre skills, either dragging the team down or disrupting the rhythm, which I simply cannot tolerate, so I dismissed them. The competition is about to commence, and I still haven't found a satisfactory support. He excels in the support role and is remarkably skilled. Yang Qianqian quickly advocated for Yu Luoxing. Though she was unfamiliar with Qin Laoda, he appeared to be a significant figure in this Dragon Ascend internet club. If Yu Luoxing were to join his team, they might genuinely have a chance at securing first place. Why was she so eager for him to achieve that? Yang Qianqian found herself feeling quite perplexed. Chapter 41. Could he be a deity? That would be splendid. How about joining our Crimson Battle team? Big Brother Qin responded to Yang Qianqian's suggestion. Forget it. I won't participate in such competitions. If my father finds out, my life will be in peril. Yu Luoxing hastily waved his hands in protest. Playing secretly is fine. Your father will never know. Don't behave like a child, treating his words as orders. Come join our Crimson Battle team. Although my team members may not be exceptional, they certainly won't hold you back, Qining said, somewhat excitedly. Lin Su, who was nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. The Crimson Battle team had recently obliterated every team in the Longxing Internet CAF, with most not even lasting 20 minutes. Their prowess surpassed the norm by remarkable margins. How could such a team be considered anything less than extraordinary? What baffled Lin Su even more was the realization of how remarkable Yu, the young man before him, must be to warrant such a formidable team not hindering his progress. Big Brother Qin, you overestimate me. I've not played League of Legends for long, and with school occupying most of my time, my skills are rather mediocre. I wouldn't want to hold you back. I merely came to see you, Yu Luoxing replied. Seeing that Yu Luoxing had no intention of joining, Qining reflected that perhaps his modest team could not accommodate such a prodigious talent and chose not to press the matter further. What is there to see? I'm merely struggling along. I have my wife to support, children to raise, and my parents to care for. My younger brothers depend on me as well. They are young and unburdened, but at my age, I find myself worrying about everything, and it all requires money. Qining lamented. Is it the high rewards of League of Legends that drew you into the esports realm? Yu Luoxing inquired. Indeed, it is a necessity. I hope these young lads can bring me some honor. Otherwise, we'll be left to starve, Qining replied. Yu Luoxing had not seen Qining for roughly 2 years. Compared to 2 years prior, Qining appeared considerably worn. At merely 27 or 28 years of age, the pressures of life had dulled much of the once vibrant spirit of this man. Moreover, he had chosen the path of virtual gaming. The hardships of this journey were likely known only to him. Qining, upon encountering an old friend, was momentarily overwhelmed with sentiment. But he soon composed himself and introduced Yu Luoxing to the members of his Crimson Battle team. Lin Su had always mingled in Area B, needing to go through Migu to meet someone of Wantong's caliber. Yet now, by mere chance, he found himself acquainted with these exceptional masters in the VIP area, filling him with exhilaration. The Crimson Battle team was aiming for a top 3 finish in the league. If only he could learn from them, his skills might flourish dramatically. In competitive gaming, one must rely on the guidance of experts. It is not merely about winning with their assistance, but rather, once you enter the circle of these skilled individuals, your abilities and awareness will develop at an accelerated pace. Lin Su genuinely enjoyed playing League of Legends, and had always yearned to rapidly enhance his skills and prowess. Despite having a computer at home, he was fervently drawn to the Internet CAF, hoping to connect with more adept players. Initially, he intended to showcase his prowess to his fellow students, Yu Luoxing and Yang Qianqian, by introducing them to some of the masters he knew. However, to his chagrin, it turned into a situation where Yu Luoxing ended up introducing him to the legendary figures of the gaming world. This left him utterly speechless. Could it be that this Yu fellow was also a master? Why else would those renowned individuals, whom he could only dream of associating with, recognize him? After bidding farewell to Boss Qin, Yu Luoxing wandered around in search of a suitable team, but to no avail. Yang Qianqian followed closely behind him, pouting her adorable lips. Clearly sulking. Her displeasure stemmed from Yu Luoxing's rejection of Boss Qin's invitation. He clearly had the potential to secure first place, yet he chose not to pursue it. Did he not notice how eagerly Boss Qin had invited him to join? Moreover, the demeanor of those two well-known figures from the Longxing Internet Club towards Yu Luoxing indicated that he undoubtedly possessed skills far surpassing his current level. Yet, why was he so lackadaisical? Yu Luoxing, did you often hang around Longxing before? Lin Su, shedding his previous disdainful attitude towards Yu Luoxing, inquired with a warm smile. Not really, Yu Luoxing replied, unwilling to divulge his less-than-stellar past, especially with the lovely Yang still present. He glanced at Yang Qianqian, who was sulking in silence, and decided to tease her. Yu Luoxing, you are deliberately brushing me off. Others have kindly invited you to join, and you could have entered the seed team. Yang Qianqian expressed her displeasure. Did he truly dislike traveling alone with her? Did he lack the confidence to seize such opportunities? He often gazed at her with flirtatious intent, yet faltered at critical moments, which was quite exasperating. Suddenly, a piano melody resonated from Yu Luoxing's pocket. He offered an apologetic smile to Yang Qianqian, retrieving his phone to find that it was his mother calling. Presumably, she was urging him to return home sooner. Yu Luoxing answered the call. Xiaosheng, where are you? Hurry to the hospital. Li Yun's anxious voice came through the line. I'm out having fun, what's wrong? Yu Luoxing sensed something was amiss. Your father is hospitalized. Li Yun replied calmly. Yu Luoxing was taken aback, his previously nonchalant demeanor vanishing in an instant. Is it serious? He asked urgently. We don't know yet. But he was brought in by ambulance. I'm on my way. Which hospital? Yu Luoxing inquired. Central Hospital. As he hung up, Yang Qianqian noticed the sudden change in his expression. What happened? She asked with concern. I need to go to the hospital, Yu Luoxing said hurriedly, offering no further explanation as he rushed outside. I'll go with you, Yang Qianqian called out, chasing after him. No need. You can either go home or find Wang Qin and the others. Without waiting for Yang Qianqian, Yu Luoxing hurriedly dashed out of the internet CAF. Upon reaching the street, a taxi happened to pass by, which Yu Luoxing promptly hailed and swiftly took a seat inside. By the time Yang Qianqian emerged, Yu Luoxing was already en route to the Central Hospital. Chapter 42. Regrets of that era. Yu Luoxing harbored a profound aversion to hospitals, where the pungent scent of formaldehyde pervaded the air. During a certain period when his father, Yu Jing, was hospitalized, Yu Luoxing found himself frequently traversing the sterile corridors, never quite able to acclimate to the environment. Now, upon arriving at the hospital, he was indifferent to the acrid odor that lingered. He proceeded directly to the ward to seek out Li Yun. Li Yun stood outside a hospital room, engaged in earnest discussion with a duty doctor. Observing the deep lines of worry etched upon her face, Yu Luoxing sensed that his father's condition had likely deteriorated significantly. Please take good care of the patient. Tomorrow, when our chief arrives, you can discuss further with him. The chief has informed me that this patient's condition is worsening. He should have come in for regular checkups and treatment much earlier, the duty doctor stated before departing, leaving Li Yun, drenched in perspiration and at a loss for words, standing there in anxious silence. Mom, Yu Luoxing called as he approached her, casting a glance into the ward. His father, Yu Jing, lay on a pristine white bed, receiving intravenous fluids, and he refrained from entering hastily. How is Dad? Yu Luoxing inquired. Yu Jing's health had long been precarious, primarily due to liver dysfunction. This ailment had been diagnosed some time ago, yet Yu Jing consistently insisted he was fine, neglecting proper care after his discharge and returning to work at the factory. It was likely that his liver was once again tormenting him, but for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered within Yu Luoxing, particularly after the duty doctor's alarming remarks, which offered little assurance. The doctor indicated it is quite serious, but we must await the chief's arrival tomorrow for a definitive assessment, Li Yun expressed, her concern palpable. In the past, Yu Jing had been hospitalized several times due to liver issues, but those instances were relatively minor, certainly not comparable to this occasion where he had been transported directly by ambulance. You look exhausted. I will keep you company here. Mother, you should return home and rest. Yu Luoxing suggested gently. Very well, I shall return in the early hours, Li Yun agreed, not pressing the matter further. After imparting her instructions to care for Yu Jing, she hurriedly departed. Once Li Yun left, the ward was left with only Yu Luoxing and the quietly resting Yu Jing. Yu Jing's face bore a bronze hue. His skin roughened, and his lips, once thin, now appeared pallid, likely a consequence of his ailment. His brows were thickened, even in a state of half-sleep, exuded an air of solemnity and rigidity. Time slipped by unnoticed until Yu Jing's brow furrowed, revealing his discomfort as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Witnessing his father's distress, Yu Luoxing felt a deep pang of unease and hastily fetched a towel to wipe the perspiration from his forehead. Though such actions could hardly alleviate the anguish inflicted by his liver, Yu Jing seemed to awaken from his torment, his eyes opening to reveal a serene depth. He turned his head to glance at Yu Luoxing, maintaining his characteristic stoic demeanor. Where is your mother? Yu Jing inquired. She returned to rest. She will come back later tonight. Are you all right, Dad? You appear to be in considerable pain, Yu Luoxing asked, concern etched across his features. What could possibly be wrong? Old habits are difficult to change, Yu Jing remarked. The doctor said this time it is quite serious, Yu Luoxing replied. The doctor always tends to exaggerate, Yu Jing countered. Yu Luoxing, with little else to say, poured a glass of plain water and urged Yu Jing to drink. When will the exam results be announced? Yu Jing inquired. His concern for Yu Luoxing's college entrance examination scores evident even as he lay in the hospital bed. It's still early, at least until around June 20th, Yu Luoxing answered. I recently looked into several schools for you. Enough, enough. Speak less and focus on resting properly, Yu Luoxing interrupted, assisting Yu Jing to lie back down. I told you I'm fine, Yu Jing retorted unapologetically. Yu Luoxing felt helpless against his father's stubbornness. After all, he was his own father. Yet, he often found that this old man was as obstinate as a child with a strong will. All right, you continue with your thoughts. But without knowing my score, how can you evaluate which schools to consider? If I score below the second-tier line, or even the third-tier line, what good will your research do? Yu Luoxing refrained from arguing further. If your scores are that poor, I'd be remiss if I didn't reprimand you, Yu Jing said with a hint of anger. Could you please refrain from worrying about such matters? You are in the hospital. Focus on your health instead. Yes, your body is yours, and only you know how much pain you're in. But can you imagine how alarmed your mother and I were when you were brought here by ambulance? Yu Luoxing stated. Yu Jing, perhaps silenced by his son's words, fell into contemplation. Yu Luoxing, too, chose silence, opting to refrain from lecturing his father too often, lest they both end up in a battle of wills. Ah, you have no idea, during my time taking the college entrance exam. Yu Jing began, pausing for a long moment before sighing. You had a college entrance exam back then? Yu Luoxing interrupted. Of course. It was only a few years after the exams were reinstated. Yu Jing asserted confidently. Do you know that I was ranked first in my high school? How many students were there in your era's high school? Yu Luoxing murmured. Yu Jing scoffed, knowing Yu Luoxing was skeptical, and continued. The competition for college admission back then was 100 times more challenging than it is now. There were only a handful of universities available. Students from the ADS were indeed highly valued. They were the true elite of their time. Those who graduated in that era have either become government officials, leaders in public institutions, or high-ranking officials in state-owned enterprises. Yu Luoxing found himself puzzled, wondering why his father, a graduate from that esteemed era, was merely an ordinary worker. This question had lingered in his mind for quite some time. He had not understood it before, and now it was even more perplexing. With curiosity, Yu Luoxing finally voiced his thoughts. I didn't pass. I missed it by 3 points, Yu Jing replied. As the two conversed, the door was gently pushed open. Li Yun, appearing somewhat weary, entered the room. Upon noticing that Yu Jing had regained consciousness, the weight in her heart lifted. She then moved a chair closer and said, Shang, you should return to rest. I'll stay here with your father. I'm fine. I don't have school tomorrow, Yu Luoxing replied. Go back. Staying here will disturb your father's rest. Hurry along, Li Yun urged. Reflecting on her words, Yu Luoxing conceded. It was likely that Yu Jing would recount his past stories at length, and while he cherished these tales, they were not conducive to his father's recuperation. I'll come back tomorrow morning, he said. As Yu Luoxing stepped out of the ward, he slightly closed the door behind him. Upon exiting the hospital, he realized he had left his phone by the bedside and promptly turned back. As he reached the ward again, he overheard Li Yun's voice. Just as he was about to push the door open, his hand froze. Your elder brother shows no sense of brotherly affection. What kind of brother is he? Hesitating to lend a small sum, even wishing ill upon his own sibling. Never mind, it's of no consequence to me. Of no consequence? I just asked the chief physician. He insisted on surgery. Would Director Fong deceive us? A heavy silence filled the room. How much will it cost? Yu Jing inquired. We'll find out tomorrow, but it will be at least several tens of thousands. He mentioned it could be more severe. Will that be enough for Xiaoyu? Don't worry, it will suffice. But Xiaosheng has university expenses here as well. That's still 2 or 3 months away. We can set his matters aside for now. Li Yun replied. Set aside what? We cannot. Yu Jing exclaimed, raising his voice slightly. Your health is paramount. Our family has decent character. Within 2 or 3 months, we will easily gather that tuition fee. If it is a priority, it shouldn't cost much. Sigh, I don't even know how to reason with you. Rest assured, it's not like the old days. Not everyone is miserly. That's hard to say. You've been bitten by a snake once, Li Yun remarked. Yu Jing fell silent. Financial matters can be resolved gradually. First, focus on getting your health in order. Don't be so obstinate. Li Yun concluded firmly, ending the conversation. Unbeknownst to Li Yun and Yu Jing, the half-closed door quietly shut, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 43. The Crimson Team's support position in the late hours of the night. The Dragon Rising Internet CAF remained brightly lit. Many patrons were engrossed in League of Legends, with the air thick with their furious exclamations even in the dead of night. Damn it, catch that guy? Why aren't you engaging? Big, big, big. Underneath the illuminated sign of the Dragon Rising Network Club, the dim lights cast a long shadow of Yu Luosheng, which fell upon a nearby Coca-Cola advertisement. He tilted his head back, gazing at the Demacia League promotional banner. He could hardly recall the age at which he first wandered into an internet CAF. From crouching behind others to watch them play, to mastering the game himself, and ultimately becoming a respected esports professional. Now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the role of a student, bidding farewell to the dazzling, yet largely unrecognized esports stage. In Area C of the Internet CAF, the members of the Crimson Team were still training tirelessly through the night. Recently, Boss Chin had recruited a rather reliable support player. With the competition looming, he had decided to keep all the team members for intensive practice, especially focusing on the newly acquired support. How about it? Have I ever introduced someone unreliable? Huang Mi grinned, his enthusiasm evident. He was the peculiar fellow who followed Lin Su around. Yes, not bad. We can finalize him for now. Chin nodded in approval. While a player's rank typically reflected their individual skill, many top-tier players struggled to climb the ranks for various reasons, making it difficult to gauge their true potential solely through rankings. Boss Chin, I expect to be compensated. I've recently caught the attention of a girl, and it's been quite expensive. How much can you pay me for joining the Crimson Team? Wu Kai turned to Chin without hesitation. Salary is paid monthly, and competition bonuses are divided among the team, Chin replied. That won't do. I'm in dire need of cash right now. Rest assured, with me, Wu Kai, on board, I guarantee a top placement. We'll crush teams like Dawn, Tianda, and Eats You with ease. The bottom lane will dominate, Wu Kai asserted confidently. And how much do you want? Chin inquired. 2,000. Just give me 2,000 up front, Wu Kai boldly stated, clearly confident in his abilities. Wu Kai believed that Chin would be willing to meet his demand. What if Chin refused? Wu Kai was unperturbed, as several other capable teams had also extended invitations for him to join. All right, 2,000 it is. But if you take the money and don't deliver, you know my character. Chin gritted his teeth and began to reach for his wallet. Don't worry, my skills are top-notch. I can dominate any lane. Not just support. Wu Kai squinted, fixated on the stack of cash in Chin's hand. As Master Chin meticulously counted the money, he glanced at Wu Kai, poised to hand it over, when suddenly, a figure approached him. Taken aback, Master Chin gazed at the enigmatic youth before him. Shengzi, why haven't you returned? He inquired, addressing Yu Luosheng, who stood before him. I require a sum of money, Yu Luosheng replied, his voice tinged with somberness. For what purpose? How much do you need? Master Chin asked. My father is ill. I need 30,000, Yu Luosheng stated. Beside them, Huang Mi silently berated Yu Luosheng, thinking, is this student out of his mind? Asking Master Chin for such a large amount? Yet, before Huang Mi could finish his thoughts, Master Chin placed 2,000 yuan on the table and retrieved a blue card from his bag. The password is 5 5s. There are only 20,000 in it. I will find someone to cover the remaining 10,000 for you tomorrow, Master Chin declared, extending the card to Yu Luosheng. Both Huang Mi and Wu Kai stared in astonishment. Master Chin just handed over a card worth 20,000 to this kid? When Wu Kai had asked for 2,000 moments ago, Master Chin hesitated for quite some time before reluctantly giving it with a warning. Yet this young man comes along, requesting 30,000, and Master Chin readily produces a card while promising to gather the rest. Has Master Chin lost his mind? Thank you, Yu Luosheng said, carefully stowing the card away. He then glanced at the 2,000 yuan on Wu Kai's table, stepped forward, and returned the money to Master Chin. After completing this gesture, Yu Luosheng turned and departed, leaving Huang Mi and Wu Kai in a state of bewilderment. Master Chin, that 2,000 was meant for me. Why did you take it back? Wu Kai exclaimed, noticing Master Chin's action. My blood color team is now at full capacity, Master Chin replied. Full capacity? But don't you lack a suitable support player? Wu Kai was utterly perplexed. We have one now, Master Chin asserted. Who? Wu Kai pressed. The one who just took my card, Master Chin explained. That student? He's joining your blood color team as a support? Huang Mi thought he must have misheard. Yes. He is currently a student, Master Chin affirmed. Wu Kai, you may leave now. You want me to leave? Wu Kai pointed incredulously at himself. Yes, Master Chin nodded. Master Chin, Have you taken leave of your senses? Do you truly believe that student can perform better than I can? Wu Kai erupted in anger, jabbing a finger toward Master Qin. I joined the blood color team out of respect for your reputation, knowing that the offers from other gaming venues were no less favorable than yours. I traveled a long way, undergoing trials and assessments for this opportunity, only for that student to waltz in without any prior experience, and you immediately accept him. The reputation of Qin, known as the old big brother, is quite formidable. However, when confronted with scornful accusations, his demeanor swiftly darkened. With a heavy tone, he declared, out of respect for Huangmi, I shall grant you a modicum of consideration. Now, you would do well to depart as far as possible, had it not been for his recent impulsive decision to dismiss his previous assistant. Qin would not have been compelled to hastily select a new one. He had always held a disdain for Wu Kai, but with an impending match, he chose to endure the situation for the time being. Qin's voice was robust and resonant. As he bellowed his command to leave, nearly the entire internet staff bore witness, with patrons craning their necks to discern who had dared to provoke the old big brother. Wu Kai's face turned a shade of green from humiliation. Yet he lacked the courage to confront Qin directly. In a fit of rage, he retorted, very well, Qin. Just you wait. I shall join the Dawn team. And if I do not thoroughly trounce your blood-red team, may I, Wu Kai, be reduced to licking your toes. I find your saliva repugnant. Qin merely scoffed coldly, entirely dismissing Wu Kai's threats. Chapter 44, Never Give Up. At the Central Hospital, Director Fong, clad in a pristine white coat, emerged from the ward with a serious expression etched upon his face, followed closely by an intern who diligently recorded the recent developments in the patient's file. Shortly after exiting the ward, Li Yun hurried out, her face a mask of distress. Is it truly that grave? She inquired, gazing at Director Fong. I'll gather the funds for the surgery first, and we shall address future matters later, Director Fong replied, observing Li Yun's pallid complexion with a hint of helplessness. How much will this surgery cost? Li Yun pressed. The surgical fees will be somewhat elevated, and numerous medications required for post-operative care are not covered by medical insurance. Moreover, Old Yu's insurance card is rather haphazardly arranged. If he had settled everything properly, we could have managed with around 20,000 at most. But now it appears we will need at least 30 to 40,000, he explained. What baffles me is that knowing his liver condition was poor, he should have ensured his insurance matters were in order. Furthermore, the medications he previously took have developed antibodies and are of little therapeutic value. New medications are scarcely reimbursed by insurance, and if one insists on using reimbursable drugs, I need not elaborate on their efficacy. Director Fong expressed with a mix of frustration and reproach. Having known Yu Jing for quite some time, Director Fong had repeatedly advised him to take better care of his health, yet he had been obstinate, leading to this significant predicament. What about the alternative treatment you mentioned earlier? Li Yun began but hesitated. Let us observe the outcome of this surgery. Alas, Li saw, conversing further is futile. Instead of wasting time, you ought to focus on securing more funds. I cannot guarantee the hospital expenses, Director Fong stated. Li Yun nodded, refraining from further comment. She returned to the ward, casting a glance at Yu Jing, who lay on the bed, visibly suffering, intensifying her unease. Li Yun was not particularly adept at borrowing money. Their family was neither affluent nor impoverished. They managed reasonably well, but with the children growing, expenses were mounting, and the concept of saving had seemingly vanished, leading only to continuous expenditure. While maintaining such a lifestyle was acceptable, any unforeseen circumstance requiring a substantial sum could potentially devastate a family that was already living on the edge of financial comfort. Li Yun had always been content with their current state of affairs, and while she occasionally witnessed relatives scurrying about to borrow money, she felt sympathy for their plight and would lend them funds if she had any spare. Yet, she never anticipated a day would come when she herself would need to beg for money. When she found herself in front of relatives and friends, requesting funds, what expressions would they wear? Yu Jing's proud and irritable temperament had surely offended many relatives, and perhaps some would even take delight in their misfortune. The unpredictability of human nature was indeed disconcerting. Stepping out of the hospital into the glaring sun, Li Yun found herself at a loss as to where to seek assistance. 30 to 40,000 was neither a trivial amount nor an excessive one, but her acquaintances with financial means were scarce. And even those who were wealthy might not be inclined to lend. The money of the affluent was often harder to borrow than that of the less fortunate. Li Yun, just as she stood in confusion, someone approached her. Old Guan. Li Yun glanced at the newcomer, distractedly responding, I heard that Yu Jing is ill. So I came to see him. Lao Guan remarked. Lao Guan was a man in his 50s or 60s, back when this area was still populated by modest two-story buildings. Everyone was a neighbor. Now, with the redevelopment, they all resided in high-rise apartments, yet their connections had dwindled significantly. You should go. He is in Ward 303. Li Yun advised. Is the money sufficient? I heard he needs surgery, which is quite costly, Lao Guan inquired in a hushed tone. Li Yun forced a smile and replied, It's manageable. I have 40,000 yuan sitting idle. Feel free to take it if you need it. Lao Guan said, Here. Take this card. The password is 5 5s. Don't feel embarrassed. We are all neighbors. When my old bones were ailing, it was your little Sheng who carried me to the hospital. Otherwise, I might have passed away in that dilapidated house. Lao Guan said with a broad smile. Li Yun stood there, holding the card worth 40,000 yuan, momentarily at a loss for words, tears welling in her eyes. Lao Guan, I don't know what to say. Thank you. No need to thank me. Oh, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry for the money. Return it whenever you can. I just remembered, I have something to attend to. I'll be on my way. Lao Guan said, hastily departing before Li Yun could express her gratitude further. Li Yun stood there with the card, her mind racing to catch up. This unexpected windfall had caught her off guard, yet she could hardly conceal her joy. Borrowing money from relatives had always been a challenge for her, but now, the financial burden had been somewhat alleviated. Excitedly, she dashed to the bank, almost convinced that Lao Guan was playing a prank on her. After all, based on her understanding of him, he shouldn't have been able to lend her this sum. After Li Yun left, not far from the bus advertisement board, Yu Luoxing emerged slowly. Watching Li Yun's retreating figure, he recalled the way her eyes had darted about, feeling as though a heavy stone rested upon his heart. Brother Qin was not a wealthy man. That 10,000 yuan had been borrowed from someone else, and then lent to him. This sudden influx of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan could prove overwhelming for someone from an ordinary income household. How would it affect someone like Brother Qin, who had a family to support? This money needed to be repaid swiftly. Standing in the shadow of the advertisement board, Yu Luoxing stared at his palm for an extended period. How would he repay the debt? By working? Earning over 1,000 yuan a month wouldn't suffice. He was merely a recent high school graduate, lacking any skills. The only talent he had, once regarded as a dream and aspiration, had always been scoffed at by his parents, elders, and teachers. Yu Luoxing could not help but wonder how much more painful it would be for Yu Jing to witness him engrossed in that wretched game, day and night. In an internet CAF, with a singular focus on gaining admission to university, even while lying in a hospital bed, he was preoccupied with his scores and the institutions he aspired to attend. Yu Luoxing could not bear to see him distressed, especially since his deteriorating health was largely due to his own neglect. The substantial transfer fee that had enabled him to shift from a mediocre high school to a prestigious one could have been better utilized for his recuperation. It was his own irresponsibility that had led him to that hospital bed, suffering from the torment of illness. How could Yu Luoxing bear to let him see him indulging in the very pursuits he most wished to witness? So, he resolved, just this once, solely for the generous rewards of the league and for no other reason. Furthermore, he vowed to himself that he would not allow defeat. Chapter 45, The Internet Cafe League. The tournament commences. The League of Legends Internet Cafe tournament is in full swing, beginning with the initial rounds that featured a wide disparity in skill levels. On the 11th, the prominent internet cafes and gaming lounges in Leking were buzzing with an almost palpable excitement. The once thriving popularity of these establishments had waned over the years, yet unexpectedly. A competitive game had surged back to prominence. Today, Tang Nan, the proprietor of the Longxing Gaming Lounge, made an appearance. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a throng of individuals eagerly awaiting their turn at the computers. Every machine in the lounge was occupied by League of Legends players, and those who had ventured in to play other games felt somewhat out of place, as if not participating in League of Legends rendered them inferior. I recall when we organized those previous tournaments, we struggled to gather enough teams, and they ultimately fell through. Tang Nan remarked with a broad smile. Yet here we are with over 70 teams participating in League of Legends, attracting a substantial audience to watch the matches. Indeed, the sheer number of players engaged in this game has fostered a vibrant competitive atmosphere. If Longxing can secure the title of Licheng's finest, surely all League of Legends enthusiasts will flock here, Qingning added. Tang Nan's smile widened further. The internet cafe industry had faced challenges in recent years, with increasing competition and a growing number of individuals owning personal computers. If one day everyone possessed their own computer, would internet cafes not face extinction? Thus, steering the direction of internet cafes towards esports lounges truly seemed a promising choice. The tournament matches were set to take place in Area B, featuring a total of 8 teams competing simultaneously across 4 matches. Longxing Gaming Lounge would host 10 slots, with the top 10 teams receiving various rewards. The leading 3 teams would qualify for the Leking Internet Cafe League. Many of the stronger teams in Longxing were already aware of the competition, and some had quietly begun ranking the teams. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the first match officially commenced. The teams drawn were the Ghost Fong team, comprised of a group of young adults, and the Heart J team, made up of 5 recent high school graduates. The members of Ghost Fong, observing the youthful faces seated across from them, were confident smiles, exuding an air of assured victory. In contrast, the 5 high school students appeared somewhat anxious, adhering strictly to the arrangements made by the network administrator, as if fearing that a minor seating error might lead to disqualification. The match was set in a standard custom mode, with the network administrator creating a custom room. 10 fully leveled accounts with complete runes were already logged in on the computers, allowing the players to engage in battle without needing to log into their own accounts. They simply took their places and utilized the pre-logged accounts. Each player's computer displayed a simple placard bearing the team name and player names. This format is simple and straightforward. Although it may not be the most formal league, it is merely a competition held in an internet CAF. And the organization displayed is quite commendable. The Ghost Tooth team and the Red Heart J team are already in position, followed closely by the 6 other competing teams, each taking their respective seats. The rules, read aloud with a semblance of formality, strictly prohibit proxy playing. The identity of the initial registrants must remain unchanged. The machines used for the competition have undergone rigorous inspections, minimizing the likelihood of technical issues. In the event of anomalies such as delays, screen freezes, or disconnections during the match, the game will continue unabated, so it is advised not to impulsively disconnect the power supply. Both teams are expected to uphold a standard of civility, refraining from any form of verbal abuse or insults towards opponents. Violations will result in immediate disqualification. After the administrator meticulously recited these fundamental rules, the Ghost Tooth team and the Red Heart J team entered the drafting phase, commencing their hero bans and selections. The first team to enter the competition invariably attracts a considerable crowd of spectators. Soon, both teams find themselves surrounded by onlookers, many of whom appear to be seasoned players, adjusting their glasses and stroking their chins as they critique the selections of both sides. The formation of the Red Heart J team is hardly commendable. The outcome of the match seems evident even at this stage of hero selection. Meanwhile, the choices made by the ATM team have also captured attention. A Sword Saint? Selecting Sword Saint in a match. Are they relying on him to steal the game? The Law Sword Saint, possibly effective if he lands his hits. Laughter ensues as the opposing team promptly selects Annie. Isn't this a rather unwise choice against Sword Saint? Students will be students. They dare to choose a hero that is notoriously countered in ranked play. The ATM team does not appear to be high school students, yet their selections seem remarkably juvenile. They are likely university students on summer break. It is rare to see them training at the CAF, presumably preferring to play together from home. Their choice of Sword Saint indicates their skills may not be as refined as they believe. Alas, within 6 minutes, the mid lane has collapsed, and the mid laner from Red Heart J dares not venture outside. Surprisingly, the ATM team has opted for a jungle Sword Saint. Quite peculiar. And isn't any supposed to counter Lux in the mid lane? I had assumed Lux was a support. A whirlwind of activity ensues. Is this truly a 20-minute pace? It appears that Mine's team has encountered formidable opponents. Despite the time elapsed, they have yet to gain any advantage. From 10 in the morning until 5 in the evening, the competitors at the gaming stations have changed repeatedly, with many teams brimming with confidence ultimately leaving the CAF in dejection. The eliminated teams are granted a chance for redemption through a revival match, which requires a fee of 300 yuan to participate again in the preliminary rounds. Should they face elimination once more, a fee of 600 yuan is required to maintain their eligibility for the competition. The fees collected are not retained by the CAF, but are instead allocated as rewards for the top 3 teams. On the first day, among the eliminated teams, some, unwilling to concede defeat, promptly paid the 300 yuan, determined to re-enter the revival match. Numerous teams, after experiencing this match, have come to realize the significant gap between themselves and the true masters of the game. For them, parting with their money only feels like a path to further humiliation. prompting them to leave this contentious arena with tears in their eyes. The competition will resume at 7 p.m. and continue until approximately 11 p.m. On this first day of the event, the Dragon Rising Network Club was truly overflowing with people. Even with air conditioning, the sweltering heat was unbearable. During this time, Coca-Cola unleashed a torrent of icy refreshment, alleviating the sweltering discomfort and the tension that surged during the matches. If every internet CAF in major cities were to find themselves in such a state, it would undoubtedly elevate Coca-Cola to the top of domestic sales during this period. In the evening, a match featuring the Crimson Squad awaits. This particular match has garnered a great deal of attention, with some who have already competed opting to stay behind to witness whether the squad, often hailed as the strongest, can indeed dominate their opponents and how they will accomplish such a feat. I heard that the Crimson Squad has welcomed a new support player. I noticed him earlier during the training session in Area C. He appeared rather youthful, almost like a student. Discussions about this development have already begun. Just a student. Is he? Quite impressive. Who can say? I recall that day when Leader Qin and Wu Kai had a heated argument. Who knows if Leader Qin was simply unable to find a suitable candidate and hastily settled for this one. Chapter 46. The new support of the Crimson Squad. A slender young man approached Area C, heading directly towards Qining. So, have you seen any formidable teams? Qining inquired. He was not so conceited as to believe that the Crimson Squad could easily overpower every team at Longxing Internet CAF. For there were indeed lone experts among them. When these solitary talents united and honed their skills through collaboration, their strength could not be underestimated. The ATM team is quite impressive, the young man replied. Known by the moniker Little Cat, he was a typical idle youth, often found loitering in the Internet CAF, occasionally working as a manager to earn some pocket money, and sometimes assisting Qining with tasks. Oh, that group of university students? Qining raised an eyebrow. It was nearly impossible for high school students to produce experts, as they lacked the time to dedicate to the game. University students, however, were different, particularly those in their third and fourth years, who often had ample time to indulge in League of Legends. Many high-ranking players were indeed university students. It was said that the vast majority of exceptionally skilled university players were those who had become accustomed to crafting their own fulfilling lives through their own efforts. Sigh. Yu Luoxing was soon to become a proud university student himself. One could not cast aspersions lightly. Little Cat animatedly recounted the exploits of the ATM team. Initially, they picked Master E, only to be countered by Annie. Later, it turned out that this Master E was utilizing teleport for jungle. With several successful ganks mid lane and Master E joining either through teleport or in person, they often found themselves in advantageous 4v2 or 4v3 situations. They executed 2 tower dives, with Master E activating his heal under the tower, rendering AO's team utterly ineffective. AO's team, which included Huangmi, was ranked among the top 5 in the Longxing Internet CAF, yet they had been soundly defeated in the preliminary round by a group of university students. Indeed, we must keep a close watch on this ATM team. Qining nodded. Qining made it a point to gather intelligence on the more formidable teams within the CAF. For knowing both oneself and one's adversary was indeed essential. Qin Lauda, isn't it time for us to take the stage? The ADC of the Crimson Squad said with a languid smile. The ADC, a young man named Shui Haiyang, was of a similar age to Yu Luoxing and had returned from university for the summer break. He had often worked under Qin Ying's guidance, earning some pocket money during his time off. By the way, where is our support? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Asked Huang Yu, the captain of the Crimson Squad, who was responsible for the mid-lane AP position. No worries. In these preliminary rounds, even 4v5, we can secure a victory. Ha ha ha. The jungler, Xiao Dao, chimed in. Xiao Dao had been with Qining the longest, having initially played online games in a studio before transitioning to League of Legends. Let us not be complacent. Let us go. We should head over. Qining responded confidently. Rest assured, that fellow will definitely show up. With that, Qining led his 4 teammates of the Crimson Squad towards the competition area in Zone B. He paid close attention to details, since they were the Crimson Squad. Their attire was also in vibrant crimson. Shui Haiyang, Xiao Dao, Huang Yu, and Xiao Tongtong had long been renowned at the Longxing Internet CAF, undoubtedly among the elite players of League of Legends. When the 4 of them trailed behind their leader, Qin, clad in crimson t-shirts, an invisible aura emanated from their presence, compelling the throngs in the congested CAF corridor to part ways. The Blood Red team has arrived. Oh, how splendid their uniforms are. Why didn't I think to wear mine? Absolutely cool. True masters can intimidate their adversaries simply by their attire. A young player, engrossed in his game, turned to catch a glimpse of the imposing figures of the blood-red team, his face alight with admiration. Yet, as they distanced themselves, he returned to his screen only to be greeted by a barrage of insults in the chat. What a lousy support. Go to hell. If you don't want to play, just log off. Throwing away the tower? Is this a social vendetta? The boy's face stiffened. He found himself at a loss for words. The corridor leading to the competitive seating was nearly packed, yet the patrons instinctively cleared a path for the unified attire of the Blood God team. Naturally, these members were frequent visitors to the CAF and recognized by many, exchanging friendly greetings as they passed. They were, after all, the strongest team at Longxing Network Club. Among the crowd, a long-haired beauty whispered to an attentive young man nearby, "Indeed. The Blood-Red team recently participated in an internal competition at the CAF and utterly annihilated nearly every other team," Wang Qin remarked. As he spoke, he noticed their leader, Qin, glance in their direction and nod slightly at the long-haired beauty. "Wait, does Qin know you?" Wang Qin inquired, puzzled. "We've met once. Yu Luoxing introduced me to him," Yang Chanqian replied. Previously, when Yu Luoxing brought her to meet Qin in Area C, Yang knew the Blood-Red team was formidable but had not anticipated their immense popularity at Longxing, earning them the title of the CAF's best. It was only now that she comprehended the significance of Qin's invitation for Yu Luoxing to join the team. How could Yu Luoxing possibly know Qin? Wang Qin mused, increasingly intrigued. However, he refrained from probing further, glancing at Sun Yang beside him. "You are the worst player here. The Blood-Red team's match is about to begin. Hurry and find a spot at the back to observe how the support god of the Blood-Red team plays. Why are you still standing around?" Sun Yang cast an innocent glance at the beautiful Yang, reluctantly making his way into the crowd to secure a position. Fortunately, his height afforded him a view even from the back. "Wait a minute. Qin is the leader. He shouldn't be playing. So isn't the Blood-Red team down to just 4 members? Wang Qin counted and sensed something was amiss. Others shared this realization. Aware that the Blood-Red team had recruited a new support, yet few had actually seen this new member. "Qin, why are there only 4 of you?" someone questioned. "He'll be here shortly," Qin replied. "Who is your new support?" "I heard it's Wu Kai." "Fool, that day Wu Kai was dismissed by Qin. How could it possibly be him? Then who is it? Is he formidable, even more so than Wu Kai?" In response to these inquiries, Qin merely smiled enigmatically, adopting an air of inscrutability. Yet, internally, he cursed. "Damn, why hasn't Tixingzi shown up yet? Are we truly going to face 4 against 5? And he is not even answering the phone. What a diva." Chapter 47, Wrong Seat. At the central hospital, Yu Luoxing carefully assisted Yu Jing back to his hospital bed. He pulled out his phone and was startled to discover it was already 8 o'clock. "Oh no," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead, realizing that caring for his ailing father had consumed so much time. In a hurry, Yu Luoxing exited the hospital and hailed a taxi, making haste towards Longxing Internet CAF. Once in the cab, he quickly dialed Qin Laoda's number. To his dismay, he found over a dozen missed calls, all from Qin Laoda, which left him feeling quite flustered. As soon as the call connected, he heard Qin Laoda's voice on the other end. "Hello. What on earth is going on with you?" Yu Haven T answered your phone. "And the match is about to start." "I'm in a taxi, on my way, Yu Luoxing replied. "Master, step on it." "Got it." Inside the Longxing Internet CAF, Qin Laoda maintained a calm smile in the face of the skeptical gazes around him. The Blood-Red team's opponents were the AO team, led by Huang Mi, who had lost to the ATM team earlier in the day. Unsatisfied with that defeat, Huang Mi had hastily paid 300 yuan to enter the resurrection match. However, upon the reallocation of opponents, both he and his 4 teammates were left in despair. Damn it. Blood-Red team. This 300 yuan was wasted. Huang Mi's team was relatively strong within the CAF, and advancing to the resurrection match should have posed no issue. Yet, after being eliminated by the Dark Horse ATM team in the preliminary round, they found themselves pitted against Qin Laoda's Blood-Red team in the resurrection match. Had it not been for the fact that Huang Mi himself drew the lots, he might have suspected that the CAF manager was deliberately sabotaging him. Migu. Their support might have encountered some unforeseen circumstances and may not make it in time. We still have a chance to fight. Lin Su whispered from behind Huang Mi. With 5 players against 4, Huang Mi felt confident in his ability to triumph over the Blood-Red team. But was their support truly unable to come? Yu Luoxing rushed to the Longxing Internet CAF, and even from the stairwell, he could hear the exuberant cheers emanating from inside. as if the crowd had taken some euphoric substance. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sea of people. The competitive seating was packed with spectators, making it quite challenging to squeeze through. This place is packed, Yu Luoxing thought, somewhat taken aback by the atmosphere. After considerable effort navigating through the throngs of sweaty bodies, he finally reached the barrier. Don't come in. Only competitors are allowed inside. Spectators must stand behind the barrier. The CAF administrator barked upon noticing Yu Luoxing's attempt to enter. Nearby, the sharp-eyed Zhao Kesong spotted a familiar figure struggling through the crowd at the barrier. Hey, isn't that Yu Luoxing? He remarked. Yu Luoxing, over here. Come watch with us. Wang Qin called out loudly upon noticing him. Sun Yang, Yang Qianqian, and Xiao Sheng also recognized Yu Luoxing and waved enthusiastically in his direction. Yu Luoxing smiled back and said, I'm competing. Oh, you're competing? Wang Qin nodded, a glimmer of realization crossing his face. Which team are you on? Yu Luoxing. Do your best. You must advance to the semifinals. Our Bone Dragon team has been eliminated. Indeed, we have faith in you. Bring honor to our Class 8. Several classmates from Class 8 rallied to encourage Yu Luoxing as he entered the competition area. Speaking of which, Yu Luoxing is competing, and the formidable Blood Red team is also in the fray. Where should our focus lie? Sun Yang suddenly posed a crucial question. The competition was simultaneously held in 4 groups of 8 teams, and everyone observed as Yu Luoxing wandered aimlessly towards several rows of computers, seemingly unaware of his team affiliation. Of course, we should watch the Blood Red team. Yu Luoxing probably just assembled a casual team. Nothing could be as captivating as the Blood Red team or the AO team, Zhao Kesong remarked. Let us focus on the Blood Red team. We've finally secured front row seats, Wang Qin added. Yang Qianqian, what about you? He inquired, glancing at Yang Qianqian beside him. Yang Qianqian had already begun to shift toward Yu Luoxing's competition area, her intentions unmistakable. However, just as she moved a few steps, she noticed Yu Luoxing circling back from another battle zone. He awkwardly scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile to Yang Qianqian and Wang Qin before suddenly sitting in the vacant support position of the Blood Red team. Wang Qin, seeing him occupy that spot, was momentarily stunned, then shouted, Yu Luoxing, you've taken the wrong position. That's the support spot for the Blood Red team. Zhao Kesong, Chao Xing, Xiao Mei, and Zhong Xiaoan quickly chimed in, urging him to relocate. This fool doesn't he even know which team he belongs to and just waltzes into the Blood Red team's spot. Is he even qualified? Sneered Feng Xiaoqing from Class 3, observing Yu Luoxing's blunder. Yang Qianqian, her ears sharp, caught Feng Xiaoqing's mockery and shot him a fierce glare. Blood Red team. Are all your members present? The Internet CAF manager inquired, just as Qin Laodao was on a call and about to respond in the negative. He spotted Yu Luoxing seated and quickly nodded. Yes, we're all here. He hurried over to Yu Luoxing, patting him on the shoulder, and said, Did you think you were an AP Master E, making a grand entrance? You nearly scared me to death. Apologies, I was delayed at the hospital. Let us begin. Yu Luoxing replied with an apologetic smile. Referee, our support player Yu Luoxing for the Blood Red team is ready. We can commence. Qin Laodao gestured to the Internet CAF manager. As soon as Qin Laodao's words fell, a cacophony of chatter erupted among the spectators. He has the new support for the Blood Red team? He looks like a student and isn't even wearing the team uniform. Where did this kid come from? I've never seen him before. He doesn't seem like a pro. Could he be a freeloader? Amidst the murmurs, Zhao Kesong, Chao Sheng, Xiao Mei, Zhong Xiaoyun, and Wang Qin from Class 8 widened their eyes in astonishment. After a moment, Wang Qin suddenly exclaimed, What the hell? He has joined the Blood Red team. How could he possibly join the Crimson team? This is unbelievable. Zhao Kesong exclaimed. Boss Wang, did you bring me here to observe the support play of the Crimson team? Surely, it can't be just to watch Yu Luoxing, right? Sun Yang inquired. Feng Xiaoqing, who had just been mocking Yu Luoxing moments before, now stared in disbelief. What on earth is happening? This guy hasn't mistakenly taken the wrong seat. He truly is the support for the Crimson team. Feng Xiaoqing had been lingering in the Internet CAF recently, acting as Lin Su's lackey, gradually becoming aware that the elite players in Longxing Internet CAF were leagues above him and his fellow student team. After Lin Su's team was thoroughly trounced by a mediocre squad earlier that afternoon, Feng Xiaoqing became acutely aware that his team barely ranked as third-rate in Longxing Internet CAF. It was only through the bitter lesson of defeat that he began to grasp the vast chasm between himself and the skilled players. Even a casually assembled second-rate team could easily dominate them, let alone a powerhouse like the Crimson team. which had recently decimated all teams in the CAF during their training in the VIP area. When he first spotted Yu Luoxing, Feng Xiaoqing instinctively assumed this person had merely participated in a second-rate team, secretly hoping that a strong team would appear to thoroughly defeat him, allowing Feng to vent the frustrations he had harbored. Little did he know that this individual had confidently taken a seat in the Crimson Team's section. This revelation made Feng Xiaoqing wish he could find a hole to hide in, especially after having just ridiculed Yu Luoxing in front of everyone. Chapter 48. I will take first place. Lin Su could not help but exclaim in utter frustration upon seeing Yu Luoxing seated at the position of the blood-red team, directly across from Huangmi. The profanity erupted instinctively from his lips. The referee at the internet CAF, hearing Lin Su's foul words directed at Yu Luoxing, shot him a stern glare and warned, "The observer from Team AO is not permitted to mock or insult the opponent. This is your first warning." Huangmi turned around and cast a fierce glare at Lin Su, whose face flushed crimson in embarrassment. He hastily pointed at Yu Luoxing and stammered, "I know him. We're classmates." While Lin Su awkwardly explained, his eyes darted towards Yu Luoxing, mentally cursing, "Damn it, how could it be him?" "Huangmi, you've faced this kid before? Haven't you?" Huangmi inquired, turning back to him. "Yes," Lin Su nodded, feeling the weight of the situation. Huangmi's expression darkened as he recalled boasting to Lin Su after the match between Class 8 and Class 3, proclaiming that he would show Yu Luoxing what true skill looked like. Now, the opportunity had indeed presented itself, with Yu Luoxing occupying the opponent's seat on the blood-red team. In a 5v4 scenario, Huangmi felt confident in defeating the blood-red team. But in a 5v5 match, he had no faith whatsoever in their chances. The thought of the upcoming resurrection match requiring a payment of 600 yuan caused Huangmi to wince. Brother me, he is likely just a filler. His skill will certainly drag the blood-red team down. If your team can exploit this weakness and relentlessly attack his lane, perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for victory, Lin Su whispered to Huangmi. Huangmi nodded in agreement. Indeed, to triumph over the blood-red team, they must breach one of their lanes. Since Yu Luoxing was merely a student and a new addition to the blood-red team's support role, his synergy with the team's ADC would likely be lacking. Huangmi began to formulate a strategy in his mind. As the match commenced, they entered the ban phase. The blood-red team banned 2 heroes that Huangmi was particularly skilled with, followed by the ban of the Spider Queen, Lilith. The intention behind banning Lilith was primarily due to concerns that the opposing team might select her as their top laner. If their own top laner were a short-range scaling champion, they would be severely pressured by the currently dominant Lilith. Furthermore, Team AO indeed had a player well-versed in utilizing Lilith effectively. The heroes banned by Team AO included 2 ADCs commonly used by the blood-red team's ADC, Shui Haiyang, specifically Misfortune and Ezreal. Additionally, they banned the champion most proficiently wielded by the blood-red team as captain, Huang Yushi, the powerful AP champion, Rise. Both teams clearly had targeted strategies in mind. Yet the decision to ban Shui Haiyang's 2 ADCs was somewhat perplexing. In the selection phase, there were no instances of hero snatching. The lineups from both sides seemed devoid of overlap. After all, in such a scenario, merely seizing a champion does not guarantee proficiency in its use. The blood-red team secured the mid-lane AP champion, Morgana, the jungle champion, the overwhelmingly powerful Kha'Zix, the top-lane champion, the Lava Beast, the ADC, Misfortune, and Yu Luoxing. The support chose Alistar. The lineup of Team AO consists of an AP mid-laner, Katarina, a jungler, the Harbinger of Doom, a top laner, Shun, an ADC, the cleansing Arrow Varus, and a support, the Enchantress Sona. It is evident that both teams possess considerable crowd control. The Crimson team undoubtedly excels in initiating team fights, while Team AO's counterattack capabilities are equally formidable. Additionally, both sides feature champions adept at securing kills. The Crimson team boasts Kha'Zix, while Team AO possesses Katarina. There is no discernible advantage or disadvantage in the compositions. Success will hinge upon the player's performances and strategic executions. As the countdown reached 30 seconds, Captain Qin approached Yu Luoxing from behind, whispering to him and ADC Shui Haiyang. "It seems they intend to target your bot lane." Shui Haiyang, whose prowess as an ADC is not particularly remarkable, recognized the clear intent behind Team AO's decision to ban his 2 preferred champions. They aim to exploit the bot lane. "I'm fine as long as this high school student doesn't cause any issues," Shui Haiyang remarked lazily, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Luoxing. Having only played one unremarkable match with Yu Luoxing, he found it difficult to gauge his abilities. sensing an air of distraction about him. To be honest, Shui Haiyang felt a tinge of unease regarding Captain Qin's inexplicable choice to recruit a freshly graduated senior to assist him. While he couldn't quite label it as distrust, he certainly did not expect any remarkable performance from the support. Just play well, Captain Qin advised succinctly. Yu Luoxing crossed his arms, resting his head upon them. Nervous? Shui Haiyang teased, in a match like this, one must maintain composure. Captain Qin likely sees your potential, which is why he brought you on board. However, with minimal training and scant experience in competitions, when the moment to perform arrives, your hands may tremble and grow numb. You must learn to regulate your mindset. Shui Haiyang, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned player, offered this counsel. Do not worry, my hands are steady, Yu Luoxing replied confidently. Trembling, heating, numbness? During his first professional match, Yu Luoxing indeed experienced such sensations, but that was years ago. Captain Qin refrained from further commentary, not out of agreement with Shui Haiyang, but because he felt he lacked the authority to instruct Yu Luoxing, a player who had once reached the pinnacle of esports. Regrettably, Shui Haiyang was oblivious to this nuance. Observing Yu Luoxing's seemingly calm demeanor at that moment, he remarked, "Steady hands? Let us hope so. Just don't hold us back." As the screen transitioned into the loading phase, the competitors appeared relatively composed, while the audience, encircling them in throngs, was undeniably excited. Yu Luoxing glanced at the loading interface when suddenly, his phone, resting beside him, buzzed with a message. After a moment's hesitation, he picked it up and read. Yang Tranqian. You delayed Captain Qin's invitation that day, yet here you are now. I knew you were up to no good. Strive for first place. You pest. Yu Luoxing stared at the message from Yang Tranqian, momentarily lost in thought. He turned around and beheld Yang Tranqian, who was protected by Wang Qin and others just 2 or 3 meters behind him. Today, Yang Tranqian was particularly enchanting, captivating the heart with just a glance. She held her phone in hand, and upon noticing Yu Luoxing turning his gaze, a subtle blush crept onto her cheeks. Deliberately, she averted her eyes, adopting the charming demeanor of someone who was not the sender of that text message. Yu Luoxing smiled at her, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He said nothing to this beauty, refocusing his attention on the computer screen, his expression gradually shifting to one of concentration. Silently reminding himself, let the promise of this solitary journey remain unfulfilled for now. I shall attain the first place, but not as the first of electing. Chapter 49, Bloodshed in under 3 minutes. Welcome to the realm of League of Legends. As a seasoned player, you must never exceed 5 seconds in purchasing equipment while in the fountain, even if you are a support champion burdened with acquiring numerous items at the outset. With remarkable swiftness, Yu Luoxing deftly navigated his mouse, acquiring a Spell Thief's Edge, a Control Ward, 2 Stealth Wards, and 2 health potions in a mere 2 seconds. Coupled with the biscuit granted by his innate mastery and a blue ward available after 60 seconds, these 4 items constituted his 6-slot arsenal as a support champion. His speed in procuring equipment surpassed that of the adjacent ADC, who was still grappling with the acquisition of a Doran's blade. Regrettably, such a dazzling display went unnoticed, leaving Yu Luoxing to meander around the fountain as Alistar for a couple of laps. As Alistar, he was expected to exude a commanding presence to lead his team. After observing that all teammates had secured their gear, he took the initiative to march forth as the first to exit. To the lane? Certainly not. This is not a casual match. Students, regardless of your position, if you purchase your items and immediately head to the lane. I regret to inform you that your journey in mastering League of Legends is still long, exceedingly long. It is crucial to recognize that the respawn rate of jungle monsters precedes the arrival of minions to the lane, implying that securing a wave of jungle monsters before advancing to the lane is a guaranteed profit. However, if no allies are available to assist you in the jungle, it is wise to proceed to the lane. Once a modicum of skill is amassed in League of Legends, coordinating a level 1 5-man group is imperative. The Crimson Squad had resolutely decided to ambush the opposing jungler when finalizing their lineup. Alistar, having learned his Q ability, Pulverize, at level 1, possessed an extraordinary capability for early skirmishes. Coupled with Morgana's Q ability, Dark Binding, they formed a formidable crowd control duo, one with powerful area control and the other with long-range capabilities, leaving no reason to cower in the jungle. Yu Luoxing's Alistar was augmented with speed runes, granting him a 4/5 advantage in movement speed, complemented by enhancements from his mastery. Thus, his initial mobility surpassed that of his adversaries. He boldly advanced into the enemy's jungle, trailed closely by his 4 teammates, maintaining a distance of 1 to 2 positions. Yu Luoxing chose a route that led directly from the mid-lane turret into the river's vertical brush, following the edge of the brush along the enemy's mid-lane river. He then slipped into the curved brush beneath the arcane wall. This specific brush harbored a classic vantage point, positioned slightly below the midpoint of the arcane wall, where enemies entering the brush could not perceive its entirety. Capitalizing on his speed advantage, Yu Luoxing's Alistar concealed himself in this blind spot. Alistar stood at the forefront, while his teammates maintained a prudent distance from him. Their spacing was not merely due to Alistar's imposing stature, which offered little room, but rather to avert a potential taunt from the opposing team, which could lead to disastrous consequences. The awareness displayed by the members of the Crimson Squad was commendable. In a mere 5 seconds of waiting, a pair of voluptuous breasts slowly parted the grass in the mid-lane, gently making their entrance. It was unmistakably the enchanting songstress. Among the female champions of League of Legends, few possess such a voluptuous E-cup figure. Indeed, as the graceful curves emerged, the pure and dignified face of the songstress appeared. Can you envision it? A stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in a sensual satin dress, cheerfully frolicking in the reeds, as she parted the foliage. Instead of encountering a picturesque natural landscape, she was met with the intimidating silhouettes of 5 menacing figures, for surrounded the edges of the thicket. While a burly fellow with horns stood with his back to her, seemingly anticipating an approach from that direction, eagerly cracking his knuckles. "Hey there, little miss." The raucous laughter of the group echoed, causing the songstress to pale in fright. With a sudden flash over the wall, she escaped just as Morgana unleashed her binding spell. Once behind the wall, relieved to find that the ruffians had not pursued, she exhaled deeply, patting her heavy bosom. "Oh dear, that was close. I nearly lost my first blood. What a situation. Did they not consider placing wards before advancing?" Meanwhile, the irritable voice of Huangmi could soon be heard. "I intended to place a ward on the opposite side, but their movements were quicker than I anticipated," came the reply. The player controlling the songstress was a man, his voice somewhat gruff. Those who overlooked a certain detail were left pondering in silence. The level 1 skirmish had failed. The opposing team had retreated. The songstress had also expended a flash, yet it was still a favorable exchange. Consequently, the duo in the bot lane and mid lane assisted Kha'Zix in seizing the enemy's blue buff. The Reaper's Scarecrow, deprived of blue buff, would undoubtedly face a challenging time ahead. After securing the blue buff, Kha'Zix swiftly made his way towards his own blue buff to prevent any theft from the enemy. However, the opposing team was not foolish. While the songstress lured them in, they seized the blue buff from the Blood Moon team's jungle, resulting in a mere exchange of blue buffs, leaving the songstress a flash the poorer. Arriving in the bot lane, Graves focused on farming. Yu Luoxing, on the other hand, played aggressively from the start, making things uncomfortable for both Varus and the songstress. "Why is that cow moving so swiftly?" exclaimed Outaway's ADC, Yixing. "He's running with a speed quintessence. It's madness," retorted Zhang Zijian, the support of Outaway. The bull charged in and out, his rapid movements making Yixing feel utterly distressed while trying to farm. That bull always seemed poised to charge forward. After a wave of minions, both sides quickly reached level 2. Engaging in a skirmish, Yu Luoxing, upon reaching level 2, immediately learned the bull's W ability, Brutal Charge, and turned to his ally, Shui Haiyang, to strategize. ADC Shui Haiyang furrowed his brow slightly, but before he could utter the word aggressive, he witnessed the imposing figure of the old bull flash a considerable distance. With a resounding bellow, the bull suddenly appeared before the enchanting bard. With a mischievous grin, the bull lunged at the bard, extending his arms, shackled in chains, and struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth shattered beneath him. This display of power sent the unsuspecting bard soaring into the air. As she ascended, her skirt billowed, reaching a height that offered a fleeting glimpse of her undergarments. Shui Haiyang, momentarily taken aback by the sight, hastily maneuvered his gunslinger to activate his E-skill, swiftly drawing his weapon. The gunslinger advanced a short distance and decisively unleashed his Q ability, firing 3 bullets, 2 of which struck the bard, depleting her health to near nothing. Just as the bard regained her composure, the bull, having circled around, delivered a formidable blow with his robust horns from behind. The bard, caught off guard, was propelled directly beneath the gunslinger's barrel. With a swift pull of the trigger, the gunslinger unleashed a shot that claimed the last vestiges of her health. The bard let out a piercing cry, collapsing to the ground. First blood. As she fell, the system proclaimed with authority, "First blood." A kill erupted in the bot lane. In less than 3 minutes, the bard ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault from both the brawny bull and the fierce gunslinger, relinquishing her precious first drop of blood. Chapter 50. The escape amidst the five-man annihilation, Part 1. The clash between the Blood Red team and the AO team is undeniably the centerpiece of the event. Regardless of whether they are participants or not, spectators have gathered in droves, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the action. For those eager to enhance their skills and gauge their own prowess by witnessing the masterful combat of others. To behold such a display of skill is an exhilarating and rare opportunity. Where there are spectators, there are discussions. The most talked about aspect of the confrontation between the Blood Red team and the AO team is undoubtedly the new support player of the Blood Red team, for he had never before been seen in action. Just as the crowd buzzed with curiosity regarding the abilities of this support, he unexpectedly executed a swift flash maneuver, securing first blood against the bottom lane's Seraphine. Calm, decisive, and formidable, Yu Luoxing's Alistar instantly captivated everyone's attention. Stunning, exclaimed Shui Haiyang, the ADC of the Blood Red team, as he claimed first blood, reflecting on the sequence of events that led to the support's triumph over Seraphine. Shui Haiyang found newfound respect for this player. Was he being overly aggressive? No, it was certainly his own caution that had faltered. Seraphine is notoriously fragile. When paired with the Executioner's arrow of Varus, there was simply no contest against a high-explosive duo like Alistar and Graves at level 2. The support did not target Varus, but instead rushed towards Seraphine, fully aware that she had already burned her flash in the initial skirmish. Without her flash, Seraphine had no chance to flaunt her skills at level 2. A truly skilled Alistar would surely capitalize on this opportunity. This Alistar is quite fierce, remarked Zhang Zijian, the support of the AO team, with a scowl. Fierce my foot. It's obvious that the enemy would engage at level 2. Your brain must be sluggish. Stay cautious and wait for our support, Huangmi retorted. With Seraphine sent back to the fountain, Varus was forced to retreat to the experience zone. Should Alistar manage to pin him against the wall, he would either sacrifice his flash or his life. By the 4-minute mark, Graves had amassed nearly a 10-minion lead over Varus. After pushing the wave, he decisively returned home to replenish his equipment. Graves purchased a vampiric scepter, and when he returned to lane, both Seraphine and Varus had learned to play more cautiously. Yu Luoxing continued to maneuver Alistar with precision, seeking opportunities to pin Seraphine and Varus against the wall. Even in the absence of such opportunities, he exerted sufficient pressure. Did one not observe how Seraphine moved with trepidation? She dared not approach, lest she fall victim to Yu Luoxing's vigilant watch. In a role as a crowd control support, if one fails to instill a sense of intimidation and psychological pressure upon the opponents, one might as well refrain from claiming to play League of Legends. As the game progressed, Seraphine and Varus made no further errors. Regrettably, by the time they reached level 5, Varus had been suppressed by a full 20 minions, coupled with the earlier first blood, placing him approximately 700 gold behind Graves. Alas, the disparity is evident, a stark contrast between the Blood Red squad and the AO team. The enchanting songstress and Varus are undoubtedly biding their time for level 6. At that juncture, both will possess formidable crowd control abilities. Should they await support from the other lanes, an opportunity may arise to reclaim their standing. Indeed, it seems that this is the only course of action left. The audience behind them began to murmur among themselves. As these spectators conjectured, AO Team's ADC, Yixing, and support, Zhang Zijian, were anxiously anticipating their level up. At long last, both reached level 6, just as Gangplank and Alistar finished pushing the minion wave and retreated home. Varus, quick to push the lane, was about to return to the fountain alongside his companion. At that moment, Lin Gong, AO Team's jungler, interjected, "Do not return yet. I have reached level 6. The tri-brush is unwarded. I will lie in wait behind the wall and execute a surprise attack beneath the tower." "That seems exceedingly perilous," Zhang Zijian remarked. "What danger?" "I shall join you," Huangmi, commanding the fateful Katarina, declared as she traversed the river and crept through the tri-brush alongside the Scarecrow. "Songstress, initiate your ultimate. Stun them beneath the tower. The Scarecrow and I shall leap in simultaneously to unleash our ultimates and eliminate them. Once they are vanquished, we will push the tower and secure the dragon. Understood?" Huangmi instructed. Zhang Zijian, controlling the songstress, comprehended the plan and wore a vengeful smile. Varus nodded in agreement. "What of the mid-lane Katarina?" Shui Haiyang inquired. "She must have returned to purchase equipment. I saw her retreating," Huang Yu responded. Shui Haiyang nodded. A formidable wave of minions pressed upon the tower, and Gangplank, without a second thought, resolved to clear the wave. Yu Luoxing's Alistar closely followed, aware that both the songstress and Varus possessed crowd control. Should he recklessly venture toward now, Gangplank could easily fall prey beneath the tower. Thus, he must wait until the minion wave is cleared before it is safe to place wards. Yu Luoxing glanced at the map, noting that Katarina had yet to arrive at her lane, while the Scarecrow had been absent from the map for a spell. Observing the songstress and Varus, he pondered, are they truly intent on lingering here? A thought to engage them began to form in his mind. Wait, that cannot be. They must realize they cannot best us, especially with our upgraded equipment. An ambush is at hand. A sense of alarm surged within Yu Luoxing. At that critical moment, the songstress boldly advanced, unleashing her ultimate. The crescendo. Waves of deep yellow light surged forth, cascading over the unsuspecting Alistar and Gangplank, instantly ensnaring them in a debilitating stupor, rendering them immobile. What madness is this? Shui Haiyang cursed, unable to fathom why the songstress would employ her ultimate beneath the enemy's tower. Unbeknownst to him, behind the tower wall, the Harbinger of Doom had been channeling her spell for over a second, while Katarina's daggers soared over the wall. Upon being struck by Katarina's assault, Gangplank suddenly gained vision, only to be met with the chilling sight of the Harbinger of Doom lurking nearby. It was over, Shui Haiyang thought, a sense of dread washing over him. The Scarecrow's ultimate damage was already exceedingly terrifying. Coupled with Katarina's ultimate, it was likely that they would be annihilated beneath the tower before the stun duration had even expired. Shui Haiyang could hardly fathom that the enemy would remain hidden for such an extended period. Roar. Suddenly, the bull-headed chief let out a fierce roar. His arms stretched wide, as if tearing apart the restraints that confined him, enveloped in a layer of sanguine battle attire. A resolute will. In the moment Yu Luoxing was caught in the enchantress's stun, he activated the bull-headed chief's ultimate, dispelling the stun effect. Wow. Simultaneously, the Harbingers of Doom, the ominous crows, descended in a terrifying flurry beneath the tower. The sinister aura and the death crows surged towards the bull-headed chief and misfortune. Yu Luoxing's gaze remained remarkably composed, his fingers poised upon the W key of the keyboard. Barbaric Charge. Chapter 51. The Escape Amidst the Five-Man Annihilation, Part 2. It seemed that the position had been accurately pinpointed as the Harbinger of Doom descended. He was met with the sharp horns of the Minotaur chieftain. The impact was substantial, forcefully propelling the Harbinger, who was accompanied by his raven swarm, out of the tower, inducing a momentary daze. Damn! Exclaimed Ao's jungler in astonishment. The Harbinger of Doom had not even had the chance to unleash his fear and silence abilities before being forcibly displaced. The speed and reaction time of the opposing Minotaur were astonishing. The Harbinger's ultimate ability encompassed a wide area, but after being thrust away, his damage output was entirely nullified. Nevertheless, the peril for the Minotaur and Graves was far from alleviated. Caitlyn courageously leaped into the fray, unleashing a flurry of knives that spiraled directly into the Minotaur chieftain, Yu Luoxing, and immediately activated her ultimate, Death Lotus. Swish, swish, swish. The death scythe manifested as 7 blades whirled around Caitlyn, mercilessly shredding her foes, delivering formidable damage. Boom. The earth shattered. The Minotaur chieftain violently struck the ground, launching Caitlyn into the air just as she had thrown a few knives from her ultimate. Caitlyn's aerial assault was interrupted, leaving her suspended helplessly in midair. The Death Lotus was thwarted, and the previous barrage of skills aimed at the resolute Minotaur, who had activated his ultimate, was insufficient to secure a kill. Witnessing her ultimate being interrupted, Wang Mi hesitated momentarily before shouting towards Yi Xing, "The damage is inadequate, Varus. Unleash your ultimate." Huh. Varus bellowed as the dark, binding silk erupted from his crossbow, soaring straight towards the Minotaur, who stood rather forward. In that instant, the Minotaur chieftain, having just sent Caitlyn flying, activated his flash, a maneuver intended solely to evade the Scarecrow's impending fear. However, this also elegantly dodged Varus' ultimate binding. The black silk darted through the air, tracing a dark trajectory before vanishing in the next heartbeat. The Scarecrow pursued relentlessly from behind, while Caitlyn sprang into action, with Sona and Varus also hastening their chase. Furthermore, a blue shield shimmered around Caitlyn, signifying the arrival of Shin, who had teleported from the top lane to the bottom. With diminished health, the Minotaur chieftain made a hasty retreat, not glancing back. Graves, positioned further from the wall, had only sustained damage from Sona and Varus, while the Harbinger's Raven Swarm and Caitlyn's Death Lotus had inflicted little harm upon him. Moreover, he had activated a protective shield, swiftly drawing his weapon and using flash. Shui Haiyang displayed commendable reflexes, evading the Harbinger's lethal fear ability. Though both were low on health, Graves, still shaken, trailed closely behind the Minotaur chieftain. Hastily escaping the terrifying battlefield, the formidable Tauren chieftain, endowed with remarkable swiftness, dashed forth with great speed, accompanied by the gunslinger, who had also acquired a pair of swift boots. They raced ahead, pursued relentlessly by a quintet of menacing foes. At that moment, a mere skill to slow or control them would spell certain doom. Regrettably, the nearest Shen lacked the flash needed to close the distance for a taunt. Just then, a wave of minions arrived, effectively obstructing the advance of their relentless pursuers. At last, the chieftain and the gunslinger escaped the perilous zone, heading towards the second tower. A miraculous escape. For a brief moment, the entire arena fell silent, as everyone held their breath during those fleeting seconds. When the crowd witnessed the battered gunslinger and Tauren chieftain surviving this harrowing ordeal, the internet CAF erupted in a cacophony of excitement. My heavens, they're still alive. A seasoned player exclaimed. What extraordinary maneuvers! The brilliance was blinding, overwhelming even the most resilient of spectators. As Shen teleported down with his ultimate ability, it became evident. This was the rhythm of a 5-man assault on the bottom lane. And yet, they had survived. The air was thick with various exclamations, coarse language, and profanities, for only such expressions could encapsulate their astonishment. The enchanting melody of Sona's ultimate echoed as she controlled beneath the tower. The scarecrow unleashed his ultimate. Summoning a flock of crows, Katarina danced with fervor, her death lotus blooming. Varus unleashed his piercing arrow, ensnaring foes. Even Shun, the Eye of Twilight, traversed great distances to execute his ultimate. A full quintet of potent skills was unleashed in mere seconds. Chaos and devastation intertwined, and survival seemed utterly impossible. Yet, what did they witness? The gunslinger and Tauren chieftain, who should have been slain by the 5, emerged unscathed. They miraculously ascended from the jaws of despair. The crowd was in a frenzy. The 5 members of the opposing team stared blankly at the screen, dumbfounded. The Blood Crimson team was left speechless. Shui Haiyang, the ADC of the Blood Crimson squad, turned to gaze at this new support, whom he had dubbed a high school student, as if he were a creature from another realm. Among all, only Shui Haiyang, having experienced the ordeal firsthand, held the authority to speak. Fully aware of the sheer terror of that seemingly inescapable predicament, even he was left flustered and disoriented. Yet, the Tauren chieftain displayed remarkable composure, foresight, and decisiveness at the very moment Shui Haiyang had deemed resistance futile. Even now, the sequence of the chieftain's breathtaking maneuvers replayed in his mind. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed his ultimate to immediately dispel Sona's stun. Such instantaneous decision-making proved he had recognized the imminent danger. His brutal charge thwarted the catastrophic strike of the Rumble's ultimate. To intercept the Rumble before he could instill fear meant his mouse hovered precisely over the spot where the Rumble would land. The earth-shattering ability flawlessly interrupted Katarina's Death Lotus, demanding reactions and execution as swift as lightning. In the end, evading the fear emanating from the Scarecrow's flash and the ultimate ability of Virus might have involved an element of fortune. However, who could deny that this exemplifies a form of skill in its most visceral manifestation? Decisiveness and composure, exceptional foresight, and exquisitely intricate maneuvers. While many may only perceive a chaotic array of figures and dazzling skill effects, overlooking the remarkably subtle yet astonishingly brilliant operations. It was only after Su Haiyang deconstructed the series of events that he realized the extraordinary prowess of the remarkably youthful support seated beside him, rendering it impossible to regard him without the reverence reserved for a monster. Did you comprehend it? Zhao Kesong observed the astonished expressions of those around, and thus inquired of Wang Qin beside him. I didn't quite grasp it, but escaping like that is quite impressive. Wang Qin replied. Could Yu Luosheng be possessed by some deity? Zhong Xiaoyan speculated. Who cares? In any case, Yu Luosheng is incredibly handsome. Xiaomei exclaimed candidly. Unlike Su Haiyang, Xiaomei could not perceive the intricacies. Her escape from the encirclement of 5 opponents, coupled with the dazzling atmosphere that seemed to blind everyone, made her feel that Yu Luosheng's calm and focused manipulation of the keyboard and mouse was exceptionally admirable, even exuding an air of unparalleled mystery. Yang Chanshan's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Yu Luosheng, shimmering with a certain brilliance. No longer a novice, she might not have shouted like Xiaomei. Yet her sparkling eyes conveyed her own excitement. Witnessing the top 10 videos and experiencing the top 10 maneuvers firsthand are entirely distinct concepts. Did you not see the entire internet CAF ignite with fervor? Just as Xiaomei said, he is indeed handsome. His serious profile, his proud nose, his focused and tranquil gaze, and the confident yet reserved curve of his lips. A man who is earnest and focused possesses the utmost charm, even when he is immersed in the realm of electronic sports. Moreover, once you enter the world of esports, you come to understand the breathtaking thrill of reactions occurring in less than a second, the foresight born of experience, the masterful execution of maneuvers, and the seamless cooperation that weaves together an exhilarating confrontation. This is no less thrilling than any competitive sport in existence. Otherwise, why would there be such fervent enthusiasm among so many in this internet CAF? Chapter 52. The Magnificent Barbaric Charge Virus. Are you an imbecile? Why didn't you unleash your ultimate sooner? Huang Mi berated. I was controlling virus, and even E was at a loss for words in defense. He witnessed the songstress casting her ultimate and intended to conserve his skill, yet under such circumstances, death seemed inevitable. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Quickly, push the tower and secure the dragon, Huang Mi exclaimed, filled with fury. The 5 members clustered in the bottom lane had initially been on track to secure 2 kills. A tower and a dragon, yet astonishingly allowed the 2 foes to escape. The members of the Blood Red team demonstrated remarkable awareness, since they were ganking the bottom lane. The Mantis and the Stone Golem pushed the top lane, directly claiming 2 of the enemy's towers. Meanwhile, Morgana effortlessly dismantled the mid tower. The AO team managed only a single dragon and a bottom tower, while the Blood Red team obliterated 3 of their defensive structures, once again gaining the economic upper hand. While economic advantage is significant, the strategic loss of the mid and 2 top towers represented a monumental setback. At present, a substantial portion of the AO team's map lay shrouded in darkness. When the twilight eye returned to the top lane, it found itself bereft of 2 defensive towers. Should it attempt to reclaim the lane, the lengthy path back to safety would undoubtedly lead to several untimely demises. The Mantis of the Blood Red team ceased roaming and fervently pushed the top lane, seemingly intent on breaching the high ground. The Stone Golem gradually advanced towards the mid lane, having already breached the first mid tower, frequently traversing this area in search of an opportunity to initiate a forceful engagement. Members of the AO team recognized the impending pressure from their adversaries. After pushing the lane, they huddled closely together, resolutely determined to avoid further tower destruction or being picked off. Caught in this half-engaged state, the AO team found themselves at a disadvantage, losing vision of the mid lane while fearing a forceful initiation. Time passed swiftly, and the second dragon emerged. The Blood Red team successfully secured this dragon, unbeknownst to their opponents, once again extending their economic lead. Let us push the tower, commanded Huang Yu, the captain of the Blood Red team, glancing at the advancing minion waves in both the top and mid lanes. After claiming the dragon, the Blood Red team grouped to push the bottom lane's first tower. The AO team responded swiftly, with Virus, the songstress, and Katarina already stationed beneath the bottom tower. They seemed to be outnumbered. Let's push hard. Stone Golem, hold the tower, Huang Yu instructed. Xiao Tong Tong acknowledged his order, commanding the Stone Golem to stand defiantly beneath the tower. The Stone Golem was equipped with Sunfire, clearly having chosen talents suited for tanking tower damage, rendering the tower's attacks relatively ineffective against him. If they do not retreat, then we shall engage, Huang Yu declared. Morgana had already acquired her hourglass, fervently seeking battle. Huang Yu enveloped himself in a shield, then flashed forward to activate Morgana's ultimate, Soul Shackles. With Morgana charging in, what hesitation could the others possibly have? In an instant, the Blood Red team's Misfortune, Stone Golem, and Kha'Zix all followed suit. The Stone Giant unleashed his ultimate move, his formidable form hurtling through the air like a meteor towards the position of the Requiem arrow, Varus. Bang! The Requiem arrow barely had time to react before being sent soaring by the Stone Giant. At that moment, Morgana's Soul Shackles had already ensnared Varus for over a second, and once he regained consciousness from his stupor, he would be met with the binding of Morgana. This foe was doomed. Just then, the enemy Sona turned back and strummed her strings, initiating the crescendo. The yellow strings struck Morgana, the Stone Giant, and Graves, while Morgana remained shielded and thus evaded control. Both Graves and the Stone Giant were unable to unleash their subsequent damage. Morgana's shackles had a limited range, and as Sona and Katarina appeared poised to escape, Huang Yu began to feel anxious. Noticing that the Ollie Star was still lingering behind him, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Ollie Star, why aren't you moving in? Give us a double combo." The player controlling Ollie Star was Yu Luoxing, who skillfully dodged Sona's ultimate with his positioning and chose not to charge recklessly, instead positioning himself at the center of the team. Would he go for a double combo on Sona or Katarina? Yu Luoxing would not make such a choice. While it might ensnare one of them, he had a far more significant purpose in mind. Remaining calm, he merely used his E ability, providing a slight heal to his team. Suddenly, a chilling swarm of crows erupted from the nearby wall. The waves of death engulfed Kha'Zix, Graves, Ollie Star, and the Stone Giant. It was the Scarecrow. Huang Yu, the captain of the Blood-Red team, turned pale. The Harbinger of Doom, the Scarecrow, relied solely on his ultimate ability for sustenance. Having found an opportune position, he leaped into the chaotic fray, capable of inflicting terrifying damage in mere seconds. As the cacophony of crows faded, the battlefield fell silent, littered with corpses. The Blood-Red team's forced engagement was tightly clustered, and the Scarecrow's ultimate was executed flawlessly, landing squarely among them. The arrival of the Scarecrow always instilled an inexplicable dread and panic, causing the members of the Blood-Red team to scatter. Yet, Yu Luoxing remained unfazed, his eyes unwavering, fixed intently on the wall. As a flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the 4 members of the Blood-Red team, his dark gaze ignited with determination. "Did you know? I have been waiting for you." Yu Luoxing's fingers were already poised over the W key, and the moment the Scarecrow descended, he confidently pressed it. Trample. Ollie Star surged forward, his wild horns colliding forcefully with the Scarecrow's gaunt form. The Scarecrow, brandishing his scythe, resembled a grim reaper harvesting souls, moving with frenzied abandon. However, the unexpected occurred. A wild bull charged in. Bang! The Scarecrow was slammed against the wall. His frail frame, pressed against the wall, resembled a comical piece of wallpaper. Cawing loudly, the black crows fluttered aimlessly around the Scarecrow, yet none dared to touch a single hair of the enemy. This ultimate move had effectively rendered half of their efforts futile. How magnificent! Huang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to kiss the horns of the Tauren Father. The Scarecrow depended on this grand maneuver during group battles, and the execution was nothing short of exquisite. Even if it did not eliminate a member of the Crimson Brigade instantly, the damage inflicted was more than sufficient. For the most terrifying part lay ahead. Once the Scarecrow had drained enough health, the ensuing chaos would mirror the lyrics of Jolent Tsai's song, spinning, leaping, never ceasing. This would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic harvest, leading to total annihilation. Yet, all of this was elegantly thwarted by the Tauren's stunning charge. Previously, Huang Yu had impatiently urged the Tauren to perform a double strike. Reflecting on it now, had the Tauren chieftain not conserved his abilities, the consequences would have been dire indeed. Chapter 53. The Impact That Topples the Enemy, Part 1. Zhao Shuxin, the jungler for Team AO, was livid. Any player familiar with the Harbinger of Doom knows that if their ultimate fails to inflict sufficient damage during a team fight, they become nothing more than a mere bystander. He was determined to eliminate his target swiftly. In a fit of rage, Zhao unleashed both his silence and fear abilities upon the bull-headed champion. Killing an auxiliary champion was certainly more gratifying than doing nothing at all, with the fear duration reaching 5 seconds, coupled with his ultimate and lifesteal. He was confident he could obliterate the support. However, that wretched bull seemed prepared. Upon being struck with fear, he promptly activated his ultimate, Steadfast Resolve, nullifying the effects of fear and silence in an instant. Boom! The earth shattered. The bull chief deftly transferred his limiting abilities to the wall-bound Harbinger of Doom. Then, dragging his half-health body, he sauntered out of the ultimate's range, completely disregarding it, and proceeded to the front lines to absorb damage. Before long, the Harbinger's swarm of crows dissipated, allowing Kaz, the mantis of the Blood-Red team, to leap onto the Harbinger's position, executing a flawless combination that left the Harbinger in a state of near death. The Harbinger, equipped merely with a hat and lacking the protective power of the Zhonya's hourglass, swiftly succumbed to concentrated fire after losing the intimidating presence of his ultimate. After claiming the Harbinger's life, Kaz took to the skies once more, launching himself toward the thorny rose, Katarina. With ample health, Katarina was left with roughly half her vitality after sustaining 2 of Kaz's skills. The stone golem rushed in with a combination of abilities that severely weakened her, forcing Katarina to use her flash to flee the battlefield. Virus was the first to fall, his corpse trampled repeatedly by the chaos around him. With Virus eliminated, the Harbinger slain, and the songstress vanquished, while Katarina retreated, the battlefield was left with only the Twilight Eye, Shin, who had teleported in with his ultimate. As Shun descended and unleashed his taunt, most of the threats had already been neutralized. Katarina, in a decisive move, abandoned Shun, who stood alone, adorned with a crown of misfortune, while the 4 members of the Blood-Red team toyed with him like a ball. Though Shun possessed considerable resilience, he could not withstand the onslaught from 4 champions. Ultimately, he chose a position he deemed most favorable, collapsing upon the songstress in a valiant sacrifice. A 1-for-4 exchange. Only the fallen angel, Morgana, from the Blood-Red team perished, while the rest remained unscathed. In the fray, only Katarina from the AO team managed to escape. Yet her unharvested potential proved to be of little consequence, failing to impede the Blood-Red team as 4 members as they demolished 2 outer towers from the bottom lane. Thus, the AO team now found themselves with but a solitary tower remaining in the mid lane, while all other outer towers lay in ruins. The disparity between the 2 teams had become glaringly apparent. However, one must never underestimate the gravity of a match, especially given the formidable potential for a comeback from the opposing lineup. A momentary lapse could lead to a disastrous scenario where the songstress ensnares several players. The Scarecrow unleashes his ultimate, Varus ensnares, and Katarina reaps the rewards, causing a swift downfall for the entire team. The Stone Man was instructed to split push, awaiting his ultimate to engage in a team fight. The captain, Huang Yu, conveyed this strategy to the top laner, Xiaotong. The Stone Man, as a champion, relies heavily on his ultimate for effectiveness. Without it, one might as well play cards against 2 relatives of the Stone Man in the jungle, with teammates likely offering little reproach. The AO team exhibited no inclination to initiate a fight, instead opting to continuously push minion waves and farm monsters. Meanwhile, the Blood-Red team bided their time for the Stone Man's ultimate to become available, while the AO team awaited the cooldown of the Scarecrow's ultimate, renowned for its prolonged recharge time. As the cooldown of ultimates was a topic of conversation, the Twilight Eye, Shin, discreetly ventured off to push a lane, albeit cautiously. Subsequently, the Blood-Red team began to leverage their advantage of defensive towers, persistently exerting control over the jungle, repeatedly pressuring the opposition at the Dragon and Baron locations to initiate a fight. The AO team grew exceedingly cautious, denying the Blood-Red team many opportunities to capitalize. Both teams engaged in a constant dance within the jungle and beneath towers, with the fallen angel, Morgana, incessantly casting her skills in hopes of fortune. Although Morgana's bindings were not always precisely aimed, Yu Luoxing's vision control was exemplary, with 2/3 of the map dominated by the blue team's sight. In such circumstances, Morgana's long-range binding skills were bound to connect with someone. Indeed, a misstep in positioning by Katarina led to her being ensnared by Morgana, signaling the eruption of battle once more. Leading the charge was Huang Yu, captain of the Blood-Red team, as Morgana plunged into the fray, executing her ultimate, Soul Shackles. Katarina, startled and flustered, hastily used her flash to evade, expending both her flash and her mobility, and had it not been for the Stone Man's suboptimal positioning, she would have surely met her demise. "I can engage. My position is optimal," declared Zhao Shuxin, the jungler for the AO team. The Scarecrow lurked near the second tower in the mid lane, as the conflict ignited in the narrow corridor to the left of the purple team's upper side, second tower. This meant that once the Scarecrow leaped in, the narrow confines would prevent the bull from finding a favorable angle to displace himself, and with his flash at the ready. Even if the bull managed to push him away, he would still dash into the fray. "Then let us engage." Huang Mi assessed his health, noting he still had 2/3 remaining. The terrain favored them immensely. The songstress's flash ultimate held great promise for victory. With resolve, every member of the AO team gritted their teeth and prepared for the onslaught. Without the slightest hesitation, Twilight Eye Shun, the soul tank of the team, boldly disregarded the soul shackles of the fallen angel Morgana, charging valiantly into the enemy ranks. Fortunately, the songstress ceased her retreat, teleporting directly into the fray and magnificently orchestrating the crescendo of the final dance. The members of the Blood-Red team were taken aback by the songstress's audacity, as the stone golem, bull-headed guardian, marksman, and mantis were all caught in her spell. "Splendid. Migu, prepare to reap the rewards," Zhao Shuxin, the jungler for AO team, exclaimed. Although the songstress's performance had been lackluster until this point, her dazzling flash and ultimate ability, defying the soul shackles of Morgana, truly left everyone in awe. All four foes were rendered incapacitated, with only the fallen angel Morgana charging ahead to activate her Zhonya's hourglass. At that moment, the Scarecrow of Doom spread his arms wide, standing at the position of the mid-lane's second tower, and began his haunting incantation. Chapter 54, The Crushing Blow to the Enemy, Part 2. The members of the Crimson Squad were struck with a sense of foreboding. The decision to engage in battle within this terrain was indeed unwise, and to their dismay, the opposing team Sona had discovered an opportunity potent enough to alter the tide of the conflict. Yes, the stun had dissipated, and the Scarecrow's ultimate ability was about to descend. The Crimson Squad was bound to suffer grave losses, and immediately thereafter, the terrifying rhythm of Katarina's onslaught would commence. As the team gazed in bewilderment at the mesmerizing melody of the stun, the formidable Tahm Kench let out a fierce roar. With unwavering determination, he dispelled Sona's stunning effect. I've emerged from Central Asia. I shall charge forth unrelentingly. And let us see how this bull can withstand my might. Zhao Shuxin sneered. You think you can target me? This time, you shall all perish. Suddenly, with a swift flicker, the colossal form of the bull-headed champion vanished from the narrow corridor and reappeared between the second tower and the wall of the mid-lane. With a wild charge, the resolute Tahm Kench surged forward, and almost at the moment the Scarecrow's concealment ended, he relentlessly collided with the Harbinger of Doom, sending it hurtling away, crashing down the steps of the high ground. No leap ensued. Surrounding the Scarecrow was not a swarm of crows, but rather a stunning aura lasting 0.5 seconds, and thus, the Scarecrow's ultimate ability was interrupted mid-chant. By the heavens, the player controlling the Harbinger of Doom, Zhao Shuxin, was driven to madness, slamming his fist in frustration. In previous skirmishes, his Scarecrow had been thwarted numerous times, and aside from claiming a single kill on a Kha'Zix, he had scarcely executed a satisfactory ultimate ability. It was one thing to be countered before. That could merely be attributed to Tahm Kench's relentless targeting. However, this time, the interruption occurred right in the midst of his incantation. For the Scarecrow, being interrupted while chanting the spell was nothing short of apocalyptic. Zhao Shuxin relished playing the Harbinger of Doom, because each time he completed the incantation, it would summon dark clouds, crows, and a deathly aura, casting an ominous shadow over the battlefield. But have you ever contemplated the absurdity of failing to chant the spell? The Scarecrow, with his grandiose demeanor and prideful stance, suddenly had his incantation cut short. His head tilted in confusion, only to behold a clear sky and a crow rolling its eyes overhead, squawking mockingly as if to say, "Fool, fool, fool." What could be more infuriating than witnessing such a spectacle? That fateful collision from the bull was akin to the mocking crow, which made the Harbinger of Doom long to hurl his scythe in rage. Oh, what a spectacle it was! The mighty bull had once again showcased its prowess. Such remarkable reflexes. This Scarecrow was on the verge of tears. Upon witnessing this splendid spectacle, the internet CAF erupted in an uproar. Indeed, the most dashing of the Minotaurs had appeared amidst the enemy ranks, forcefully repelling their main offensive. But could there be anyone more striking than this Minotaur, who, with a blink, crashed through walls to mercilessly disrupt the spellcasting Scarecrow lurking nearby? It is essential to note that the pivotal hero in AO's lineup is neither the ADC Varus nor the renowned Katarina, but rather their formidable damage dealer, the Harbinger of Doom, the Scarecrow. Without inflicting damage to the opposing team's health, how could Katarina reap her rewards? The entire composition would be rendered ineffective. UU's Minotaur Chief not only dazzled all spectators with his resplendent performance, but also ignited a profound admiration among the members of the Blood Red team, who felt an overwhelming urge to express their gratitude towards UU. This support is nothing short of miraculous. The four members of the Blood Red team had previously shunned the support role, perceiving it as inconsequential and unworthy of showcasing their abilities. However, after witnessing UU's Minotaur Chief, they truly comprehended that a powerful support is indeed the very backbone of the entire team. No wonder many renowned team captains hail from the support position. With the enemy's core shattered, the significance of this team fight diminished considerably. UM maneuvered his Minotaur to flank the enemies, executing a crushing blow that sent the backline damage dealers, Katarina and Varus, reeling. At this juncture, the stone giant, having endured relentless control, finally seized the opportunity to charge toward Katarina and Varus, striking with all his might. The Mantis, Kaz, adeptly positioned himself, evading Varus's ultimate confinement, and with a graceful leap, he descended upon Katarina and Varus, joining forces with the Minotaur and the Stone Giant to claim their lives, while also vanquishing the frenzied Scarecrow, who, in utter despair, resigned to his fate without even attempting to escape. Meanwhile, Miss Fortune maintained her composure, skillfully evading the Twilight Eye's feeble attempts at damage. With such paltry output, she was healing far more swiftly than the opposition could inflict harm. As for Sona, it was futile to discuss her fate. Having ventured too deep into enemy territory to unleash her ultimate, she was swiftly eliminated by a long-range shot from Miss Fortune. Before long, the 4 members of the enemy team were completely annihilated, leaving the Twilight Eye alone to endure a merciless beatdown. Should it be possible to play Mahjong in the fountain? The Twilight Eye would often find that his teammates had already played several rounds before he descended. Once again, he was likely to miss the action. Just surrender. I'm done, Zhao Shuxin, the jungler for AO's team, declared as he removed his headphones. Huangmi, wearing a dejected expression, opened the tab menu. Discovering that his Katarina had only managed a pitiful 3 kills thus far, extinguishing his desire to continue. He was acutely aware of their impending defeat against the Blood Red team. But who could have anticipated such a catastrophic loss? Damn it, who said the Blood Red team's support was merely a filler? AO's ADC, Yixing, exclaimed in furious disbelief. Huangmi cast a glance back at Lin Su, whose face was a picture of distress. To be honest, even now, Lin Su could hardly believe that the formidable Terran chieftain opposing them was played by Yu Luoxing, a fellow student just like him, having just graduated from high school. Surrendering. GG. This highly anticipated clash between the Blood Red team and the AO team ended with a resounding victory for Blood Red, showcasing their overwhelming dominance. The Terran chieftain's dazzling flash into the fray utterly shattered the enemy's fighting spirit, leading to an early conclusion of the match. As they removed their headsets, the ADC Shui Haiyang, the captain Huang Yu, the jungler Xiao Dao, and the top laner Xiao Tong all turned their gazes towards Yu Luoxing in unison. That was an exquisite display with the Terran. Huang Yu praised, giving Yu Luoxing a thumbs up. Haha, it seems we have gained a formidable support in our ranks. His maneuvers were simply outstanding. Xiao Dao chuckled heartily. Shui Haiyang's perception of Yu Luoxing had completely transformed, as the synergy between ADC and support is paramount. With such a support, Shui Haiyang had little to complain about. Even if the spotlight was stolen by this support, he could not help but admire the skill and awareness exhibited. Blood Red team had truly recruited a master. Indeed, the MVP of this match must surely be the Terran. That escape from the 5-man ambush and the final divine charge could very well feature in the official top 10 highlights. Someone remarked, by the way, what was the name of this support that Boss Qin mentioned earlier? The crowd bust. Does he accept apprentices? I also play support. It would be wonderful if he took on disciples, a petite beauty whispered. My buddy, his name is Yu Luoxing. He's my friend. Wang Qin interjected at just the right moment, addressing those who were discussing behind him. At this moment, several students from Class 8 noticed Yu Luoxing standing up and quickly surrounded him. Standing beside Yu Luoxing was akin to basking in reflected glory. Usually, this fellow appeared lethargic and half-awake at school, but who would have guessed that when playing League of Legends, he could be so impressively cool and utterly formidable. Chapter 55. Contestants in the international competition. The Blood Red team has recruited such a formidable support player, which has undoubtedly strengthened the overall team. It seems that no one can hinder their march towards securing the top position at our Longxing Gaming Club, remarked a seasoned gamer. What Longxing Gaming Club? They are undoubtedly aiming for the championship of our Lekking Internet Cafe League, interjected Little Cat. That's debatable. Teams like Dawn, Easy Fun, and Tianda are all quite powerful, and their squads have been training for quite some time. I truly hope the Lekking finals arrive soon. It will undoubtedly be exhilarating. And with a prize pool of 30,000 yuan, whoever wins will be in for an absolute treat. Following the match between the Blood Red team and the AO team, there were other competitions, yet after witnessing the clash of two skilled teams, watching the subsequent battles felt utterly lackluster. However, when the 212 lineup emerged in Group 4, a crowd quickly gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Once they realized it was a group of middle school students, the atmosphere shifted to one of mockery and sarcasm. After the match, Yu Luoxing did not linger in the internet cafe, leaving amidst the throngs of his classmates. The other members of the Blood Red team were reluctantly called back by Captain Qin to continue their training. Winning merely a single preliminary match was nothing to boast about. The victory had been anticipated, and Captain Qin was known for his stern and demanding approach towards his team. Of course, Yu Luoxing was an exception. "Qining, you've done well. Where did you find such a brilliant support?" asked Tang Nan, the owner of the Longxing Gaming Club, with a smile. "A friend I've known for a while. Our relationship is quite good," Qining replied, his usually stern expression softening into a smile. "Hey, why is he leaving? Isn't the Blood Red team supposed to continue training? Doesn't he need to practice?" Tang Nan inquired, leaning over to observe Yu Luoxing and the other students exiting the cafe. Qining sighed. "I let a Jin take his place for training. This kid is a bit complicated." "Complicated?" Tang Nan expressed his confusion. "He is just a recent high school graduate. How could he be described as complicated? Don't you remember? A few years ago, someone from Leking was noticed by Coach Lei and selected for the Thunder Club?" "Vaguely. I think it was a 14 or 15-year-old boy," Tang Nan recalled. Qin Ying's gaze followed Yu Luoxing as he departed. Tang Nan's eyes followed suit, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. "No way, could it be that kid?" "Yes, it is him," Qining confirmed. "Qining, you are truly impressive. Bringing a player who has competed in international tournaments into the team," Tang Nan exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. International competitions and internet cafe leagues are worlds apart. International tournaments are prestigious events broadcasted live on television, featuring fierce battles against elite players from other nations. The participating contestants are akin to elusive deities, rarely seen, yet immensely revered. Qin spoke, stating that he had returned to the life of a student and no longer participated in professional leagues. "His joining my team was quite unexpected. Studying a bit will not hinder those who can compete in international professional leagues from earning a living," Tang Nan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Esports is not as simple as you envision. He is still young, and if he pours all his energy into this, who can guarantee a worry-free future? Moreover, esports relies heavily on youth. Past the age of 25, one often finds themselves unwanted. It is far wiser to pursue education, attend a reputable school, and secure a good job. In esports, one might earn a little money and gain some fame through competitions, but what happens when sponsorships dry up and events cease? One could be left with nothing," Qining remarked, speaking from his own experience. In his youth, he had strayed aimlessly, engaging in trivial pursuits. Now, as he aged, he realized how foolish he had been, wasting time playing games and lingering in internet cafes. The studio he established was barely surviving. And with the current decline in the internet CAF industry, his financial situation was increasingly precarious. Tang Nan found it difficult to comment further. As a respected owner of an internet establishment, he had some financial stability, yet he was not well versed in the intricacies of the esports world. "With your addition to the team, our chances of winning the championship have significantly increased," Tang Nan declared. "I have complete faith in your abilities. As for my other players, it's hard to say. Xu Guang, Itzu, and Tianda have likely formed their training squad well in advance, unlike my Blood Red squad, which is still finding its footing. In this game, it is often challenging for one individual to save the entire team, unlike Dota," Qin asserted. "Don't be so disheartened," Tang Nan said, playfully patting Qin Ying on the shoulder. Outside the Longxing Internet CAF, Yu Luoxing managed to shake off Wang Qin, Zhong Xiaoyun, and the others. These fellows seemed almost ready to kneel and beg for mentorship, treating a mere game as if he were imparting martial arts secrets. Wang Qin, Zhong Xiaoyun, and Sun Yang firmly believed that mastering League of Legends would grant them access to beautiful women. After all, their goddess, Yang Chanxian, had been closely following Yu Luoxing, largely due to his striking prowess in the game. Thus, Wang Qin and his friends vowed to enhance their skills during the summer break, aiming to captivate women with their exceptional gaming abilities once they reached university. Conquering women through League of Legends skills? Absurd, Yu Luoxing mused. In his view, winning a woman's heart required much more than merely honing one's skills in the game. Statistics indicate that among 10 League of Legends players, only one is female. If you enjoy esports and wish for your partner to share that passion, you will face a formidable 8 competitors, and that does not even account for those women who might be more masculine or possess unique personalities. "I'll escort you home," Yu Luoxing said, offering a warm smile to Yang Chanxian. "I'll return with Xiaomei," she replied, shaking her head. "Xiaomei? She left quite some time ago," he noted. Yu Luoxing pointed to the petite and charming figure discreetly leaving at the street corner. "It seems inappropriate for her to return alone," Yang Chanxian murmured. "Isn't Zhong Xiaoyun accompanying her?" Yu Luoxing replied. Yang Chanxian turned her gaze toward the corner and indeed spotted Zhong Xiaoyun stealthily trailing behind Xiaomei. Xiaomei, the sports committee member, may appear delicate, yet when provoked, she can be more formidable than several men combined. Zhang Xiaoan truly believed he was engaging in a game of stealth. However, should Xiaomei uncover his ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly signal the end of his pursuits. Oh, you claim you've never played a stealth game? Stealth games are exhilarating chase experiences that test both intellect and dexterity, widely adored by those with a penchant for challenges. Enthusiastic gamers, especially women, may find such games quite captivating, as they often feature poignant narratives and scenes that rival the emotional depth found in classic tales of heroism and romance, easily stirring one's innermost feelings. Thus, it is advisable to keep tissues nearby while playing. Chapter 56. The victory at the Internet CAF. Let us go, Yu Luoxing said to Yang Qianqian. Did Zhong Xiaoyan confess to Xiaomei on the night of graduation? Yang Qianqian, following closely behind Yu Luoxing, inquired with a hint of curiosity and playfulness. It seems so. Yu Luoxing vaguely recalled such an event. Did Xiaomei reject him? Yang Qianqian continued her questioning. It appears so, Yu Luoxing replied. Does Zhong Xiaoyan truly have feelings for Xiaomei? It seems so, Yu Luoxing affirmed. Yang Qianqian pouted, her expression one of discontent as she looked at Yu Luoxing. Can you say anything other than it seems so? Oh, am I not handsome today? Yu Luoxing chuckled. Indeed. And there is another girl who wishes to take you as her mentor, Yang Qianqian remarked. I already have you, he quipped. How frivolous. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes at him, hastily redirecting the conversation. That day, you rushed to the hospital. Was someone in your family unwell? Is it serious? Fortunately not. Yu Luoxing responded curtly. After a moment of silence, Yu Luoxing hesitated, then finally said, I want to be able to spend time with you for a while. I have some matters to attend to. All right, I can start ranking now. How many points do you think I can achieve on my own? Yang Qianqian asked. Perhaps a maximum of 1,300. 1,300? Really? Am I that skilled? Yang Qianqian exclaimed with excitement. Seeing the radiant smile on Yang Qianqian's face, Yu Luoxing felt a sense of perplexity. Upon reflection, he realized she was unaware that the initial rank was set at 1,200. Perhaps it was best not to disclose this harsh reality just yet. His father was ill, and after surgery, he would undoubtedly require care, while his mother still had to work. Naturally, Yu Luoxing spent most of his time at the hospital. Even Qin Laoda understood that Yu Luoxing was genuinely too busy to train, only notifying him of practices during competition times. On approximately the fourth day, the semifinals commenced. During these days, Internet CAFs were bustling with activity, and sales of beverages soared, resulting in a windfall for the establishments. If the Internet CAFs continued to be packed daily, the owners of various establishments in Leking would surely be grinning from ear to ear. On the second day of the semifinals, the Blood Red team faced their second match. This contest posed little suspense, as they effortlessly dismantled their opponents across all three lanes, showcasing a significant disparity in strength compared to the previous AO team. Securing first place in the Internet CAF tournament would yield over 1,000 yuan for each player. Additionally, those reaching the top 8 would receive some rewards, albeit modest. Yet, for every true enthusiast of League of Legends, who among them wouldn't yearn to engage in such a fiercely competitive duel after numerous matches? Basking in the fervent admiration of fellow fans and relishing the victorious applause? The internal competitions at various Internet CAFs would last a full 12 days. In the sweltering summer heat, the intensity of rivalry not only simmered on the streets, but also escalated among the teams at Longxing Internet CAF. Unbeknownst to them, 10 days of fierce competition had swiftly passed. Throughout this period, Yu Luoxing devoted most of his time to caring for his father, who had recently undergone surgery. Occasionally, I would venture into an Internet CAF to train, fostering synergy with my teammates. As for the competitions, I have participated in 4 matches thus far. The first match was against the AO team, which proved to be quite exhilarating. The second opponent escapes Yu Luoxing's memory, but the disparity in skill was glaring. The third match was against the Wanyan team, a rather mundane affair where Yu Luoxing played as Soraka, akin to sitting in a corner with a bag of sunflower seeds, merely observing Shui Haiyang's Ezreal perform. The fourth match pitted us against the formidable ATM team, the very collegiate squad that had overwhelmed the AO team in the preliminary rounds. This team consistently deviated from conventional strategies, presenting a seemingly chaotic composition that effectively disrupted the Blood Red team's team-fighting rhythm. This fourth battle was pivotal, as it determined which team would claim the 4 consecutive victories at the Longxing Internet CAF. Securing this victory would grant direct entry into the final match of the CAF's tournament. The ATM team played with meticulous precision, their disordered composition preventing the Blood Red team from exploiting any weaknesses. In the early skirmishes, Blood Red struggled to gain the upper hand. However, amidst this evenly matched contest, Yuluoshin's splendid performance ultimately tipped the scales in our favor. In this match, Yuluoshing utilized his favorite champion, Thornjana. He adeptly employed the all-seeing potion, positioning himself at a vantage point, and, as the opposing Ezreal approached to poke with his Q, he swiftly ensnared him with Thornbind. Just as the four other members of ATM rushed to rescue Ezreal, Yuluoshing executed a flash ultimate that launched all 5 members of the ATM team into the air. His performance had been unremarkable up to that point, yet just as everyone began to doubt his prowess with Thornjana, he unleashed a dazzling ultimate that left the audience in awe. It was a moment of unexpected brilliance, as all 5 adversaries were caught in his control. And the instant they were airborne, the CAF erupted in a cacophony of cheers. That day, countless spectators would forever remember the scene of entwining vines and writhing serpents. In a balanced confrontation, a single team fight lost could spell disaster for the match. The ATM team's capabilities exceeded everyone's expectations, as they managed to stifle the Blood Red team's relentless momentum at a time when victory seemed assured. Yet, in the end, the ATM team succumbed, displaying admirable sportsmanship. One member of the team, sporting voluminous purple-black hair, stood and gave Yuluoshing a thumbs up. Yuluoshing responded with a friendly smile, a gesture of camaraderie born from competition. Having triumphed over the formidable ATM team, the Longxing Internet CAF was devoid of any contenders that could threaten the Blood Red team's path to victory. The finals may not have been the most riveting, but it was the clash between the Blood Red team and ATM that would remain etched in the memories of all participants, a truly breathtaking encounter. The facts reveal that the Scarlet team faced little suspense in the finals against the formidable keyboard and mouse team from Longxing Internet CAF on the 12th day, even lacking the excitement displayed in their initial match against AO team. Thus, the Scarlet team secured the championship at Longxing Internet CAF. The Scarlet team, ATM team, and AO team emerged as the contenders from Leching's Longxing Internet CAF. In 2 days, they will confront the top 3 teams from several other internet establishments, vying for the grand prize of 30,000 yuan for the title of Leching champion. Securing first place in Leching would yield 6,000 yuan, a sum of great significance to Yuluoshing. Therefore, in the forthcoming matches, Yuluoshing resolutely refuses to accept defeat. Chapter 57. Yuluoshing's sister at the Leching bus station, a specialized coach gradually made its way into the city. Most of the buses were filled to capacity, with passengers bustling to disembark, managing their various pieces of luggage. However, this particular coach contained merely 7 or 8 individuals, who sat high above, gazing through the windows at the city and the throngs of people at the station, their youthful eyes reflecting a hint of arrogance. "Thank you, Uncle Xia, for taking the detour. I sincerely apologize for the delay of over half an hour," a charming young girl said politely as she stood at the entrance of the bus. The driver smiled gently, replying, "It's no trouble at all. We're all on the same side. No need for formality." "Well then, I shall take my leave," the girl said, waving goodbye to her fellow passengers clad in designer sportswear. As she acknowledged her presence, the young men, who had previously been absorbed in the view outside, brightened with smiles. One tall and handsome young man remarked, "Little junior sister, do return soon. Important competitions are approaching, and they will greatly aid your preparations. It would be best not to miss them. If you have time, make sure to practice at the swimming pool. Don't let your body forget the sensation of water." "Yes, I will. Farewell, everyone," she replied, as she stepped off the bus with her luggage in hand. The 3 young men seated by the right window watched her departure with a tinge of reluctance in their eyes. Alas, although there are many female students at the academy, only a few possess both beauty and a good figure. It's rare that she is still single, as she fades from our sight. I can't help but feel a pang of anxiety about whether someone might capture her heart during her time away," one of them lamented. "Yu has become increasingly beautiful. I never imagined that when she first joined our swimming academy as a girl, she would blossom into such an alluring figure in just a few years," joked a young man in a collared t-shirt. "Haha, don't get too greedy. The coach is strict, and we have little opportunity," chuckled the tall young man who had spoken with her earlier. "Not necessarily. Conflicts often begin to unravel from within. If there is collusion, can the coach really intervene?" Another teased. "Take your time. We are already members of the swimming team, and we will have plenty of time to interact in the future. By the way, do you know why she took leave this time? It seems her father is ill and requires care, came the reply. Looking at her attire. She doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family, one mused. Pretty average, I'd say. Well, that should simplify things, they continued, as the bus resumed its journey. Instead of entering Leke's urban area, it rejoined the expressway, slowly departing the city. Once the bus had driven away, two female attendants at the station leaned out of the window, one of them expressing her confusion. How strange. Aren't private specialized coaches not allowed to park at the station? Are you foolish? Didn't you see the provincial team insignia? Perhaps those aboard are national athletes. I thought as much. There were quite a few handsome fellows on board. A river flows gently beneath a bridge, its waters meandering peacefully into the mountains, connecting the two urban sides of the city with neatly planned high and low-rise buildings. Each morning, Yu Luoxing is greeted by this familiar scene, which often strikes him as a painting, not for its beauty, but for its monotonous repetition over the years. Today, however, a rare black cloud looms at the mountain's end. As he casually glances in that direction, a surge of intuition tells him that rain, perhaps a torrential downpour, is imminent. In July, his home without air conditioning becomes unbearably hot, the fan circulating warm air that only adds to his irritation. Exhausted, he decides to sleep a little longer. Picking up his toothbrush, he suddenly feels disinclined to brush his teeth. Last night, he had been training with his classmates and members of the blood color team at the internet CAF, and waking up this early feels like a torment. He remembers that his mother will be at the hospital today, so he allows himself the luxury of a few more moments of sleep. Lying back down, he finds the warmth of his blanket quite comforting, and soon he drifts off again. In the depths of his slumber, he vaguely hears the sound of a key turning in the lock. Perhaps his mother forgot to take the soup she had made that morning to the hospital. But he pays it no mind and continues to sleep. Shortly after, the door creaks open, and he catches a whiff of a fresh, fragrant aroma wafting into the room. Yet, as this delightful scent envelopes him, he sinks deeper into his dreamlike state. Yu Luoxing's room is modest. 2 beds occupy most of the space, with the larger one where he lies, adjacent to a creaky electric fan that diligently blows air towards him. The smaller bed, devoid of belongings, has likely been untouched for some time. The remaining space consists of a somewhat antiquated wardrobe, a long table, and a computer, leaving little else in the room. The door now ajar, a delicate beauty stands at the threshold, clad in casual sports pants and a white t-shirt, her hair simply tied back, exuding a refreshing casualness. Her figure is striking, the athletic attire accentuating her graceful curves. With a fair complexion and an unadorned beauty, she embodies an innocent charm. As she stands there, cautiously setting down her large luggage, her eyes, sparkling with mischief, are fixed upon Yu Luoxing, who lies in bed clad only in his underwear. After placing her belongings down, she glides over to his side, leaning close to his ear. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she exclaims, "Brother." The sharp, melodious call jolts him awake, his mind momentarily blank. Suddenly, a face resembling that of a mischievous little fox fills his vision, youthful, beautiful, and irresistibly charming. What the hell? Yu Luoxing exclaims in astonishment. Rubbing his eyes, Yu Luoxing was convinced that the woman standing before him was indeed real. In that moment, he finally comprehended the ominous cloud that had loomed on the horizon when he rose from slumber. The heavens had already bestowed upon him an ominous portent. "Brother, I'm back." The little fox beamed with delight. To be frank, there were many instances when Yu Luoxing felt as though he were an only child, for he often found himself alone in the house, accustomed to such solitude. Yet, the smaller bed beside his served as a constant reminder of the presence of a quintessential neighbor's child within their home. Look at Yu. Her swimming training results are still remarkable every day. Look at Yu. She has even been selected for the city team. Look at Yu. She is so obedient. Can't you be obedient just once? The neighbor's child was a frequent topic of conversation, only mentioned when their parents were present. Yet this child resided in his own home, where his parents incessantly remarked, "Look at Yu, look at Yu. What a nuisance." As long as she was home, Yu Luoxing found no peace, no tranquility. What are you doing back?" he stammered, glancing at the little sprite who had drawn near, hastily grabbing his clothes to put on. "Mom said Dad is ill and needs someone to care for him, so I came back." The girl pouted, visibly displeased. She had finally managed to return home. Yet this insufferable brother's first words were an expression of astonishment laced with expletives, accompanied by a look that seemed to question her very return. Had he forgotten she was a sister? In the television dramas from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as Korean series, when a brother sees his sister return, he embraces her affectionately, tousles her hair, and exchanges warm pleasantries. The narrative was nothing alike. Chapter 58. The date upon reflection. Once he secures the top position in the city competition, Yu Luoxing anticipates being sent to the provincial capital for the provincial contest. At that time, he would undoubtedly be unable to tend to his hospitalized father. It is fortunate that Yu has returned. This way, there will be someone to look after their father. After being roused from his slumber by Yu, this woman had no intention of allowing Yu Luoxing to return to sleep. She incessantly chattered on, never pausing for breath. Yu Luoxing responded with half-hearted remarks. Were you up all night playing games again? Yu inquired, observing her brother's bleary-eyed state. Why do you care so much? Yu Luoxing retorted, clearly displeased. Mom is in the hospital? Yu pressed further. Yes, you should go see her. Don't disturb my sleep, Yu Luoxing replied with impatience. Why are you so insufferable? After all this time, I finally come home, and you can't even spare a few words for me. Yu exclaimed, visibly upset. During her ride home, she had worn a smile, eager to reunite with her family and that perpetually despondent brother. However, Yu Luoxing's indifference throughout had left her feeling quite discontented. At school, everyone adored her like the stars and moon. It had been nearly a year since Yu Luoxing last saw Yu. She had spent most of her time away at school, training for swimming and studying at a distant institution. This return was filled with joy, as she had hoped to surprise him with a warm embrace. Yet, he was asleep. And even in his slumber, he appeared to disdain her presence, which she found utterly intolerable. Accompany me to the hospital tonight, Yu commanded, glaring at Yu Luoxing. With a heavy sigh, she noticed him dozing off again and seized a pillow, hurling it at him. Yu Luoxing slept from morning until after 4 in the afternoon, awakening to the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. After rising, he took a shower before brushing his teeth. He had arranged to go shopping with Yang Tranqian that evening, and he certainly couldn't allow himself to appear too disheveled. The sole advantage of Yu Yu's return was her culinary prowess. After washing up, Yu Luoxing found himself ravenous and settled down to eat. When Yu finished cooking and came over, she was taken aback to find Yu Luoxing devouring his meal voraciously. Her beautiful eyes narrowed with disapproval. Don't eat too much. I still need to take some to the hospital for Mom and Dad, she admonished. All right, Yu Luoxing nodded, continuing to shovel rice into his mouth. Once satiated, he glanced at the time, planning to leave as soon as darkness fell. Lately, he had either been at the hospital or engaged in training and competitions, and he felt his relationship with Yang Tranqian beginning to wane. Yu Luoxing genuinely liked her and sensed that Yang Tranqian harbored some feelings for him as well. Since their sentiments seemed to align, he was determined to pursue her wholeheartedly. Where are you going? Yu called out as she spotted him heading for the door. I have plans, Yu Luoxing replied. Accompany me to the hospital. Yu insisted. You can go by yourself. It's not like you don't know the way, Yu Luoxing countered. No way. Who are you meeting? Are you going to play games with that bunch at the internet CAF again? Why do you care so much? On the bridge, a gentle river breeze caressed the hair of a woman standing there. Clad in a white dress adorned with delicate pink buds, she perfectly showcased her graceful curves and gentle demeanor. Her fair calves were exposed, smooth and slender, drawing the attention of passers-by, even enticing drivers to steal glances. Seemingly unperturbed by the potential for mishaps, leaning against the stone railing, Yang Tranqian pouted, visibly displeased by Yu Luoxing's tardiness. They had agreed to meet at this hour, and she had spent over 2 hours meticulously preparing herself, having tried on numerous outfits before settling on this one, finding it to be the most flattering. Her hair had also been carefully styled, and fortunately, the breeze was mild enough to keep it in place. As Yang Tranqian glanced toward the end of the bridge, she spotted Yu Luoxing approaching. Her gaze, initially playful, shifted as she noticed a vibrant, ethereal beauty accompanying him. Dressed casually, the girl radiated youthful charm, her exquisite figure and delicate features captivating any male gaze. Yang Tranqian looked from Yu Luoxing to the enchanting girl beside him, perplexed. Hadn't he promised to accompany her alone? What was he doing with another woman? Are you not going to speak? Is silence your forte? Yu Luoxing remarked as he walked closer. You're meeting someone, right? Is it that girl in the dress? Yu teased. Indeed, it is, Yu Luoxing affirmed with a nod. I can't believe such a stunning girl would be interested in you, Yu scoffed, rolling her eyes. What do you mean by that? Yu Luoxing retorted, irritated. Do you think I'm so undesirable? While I may not possess an earth-shattering handsomeness, I'm certainly capable of attracting the attention of infatuated young women. My inner charm is my true allure. As he bantered with Yu Luoxing reached Yang Tranqian. Noticing her puzzled expression, he gestured toward Yu. This is my sister. She just returned from studying abroad and insisted on tagging along. Oh, I see. Yang Tranqian nodded, relieved to learn that she was his sister. Yu, however, stared at Yang Chanqian and then back at Yu Luoxing, her mouth agape in astonishment. She had merely jested, never truly believing her brother would be on a date, let alone with such a stunning woman. Yu Luoxing, how do you have such a lovely sister? Yang Chanqian inquired. Lovely? Yu Luoxing turned, scrutinizing Yu Yu's face. Well, this girl has truly blossomed into a captivating beauty, especially since entering high school, where one might only meet a few times a year. Unbeknownst to me, she has indeed matured into a lovely young lady, her physique enhanced by years of swimming. Her skin smooth and her lines graceful. If she weren't so prone to nagging herself, Yu Luoxing would concede that she is an enchanting beauty. As for Yu Yu, her mind is now filled with questions. Is this stunning girl truly Yu Luoxing's girlfriend? That can't be right. Given Yu Yu's understanding of Yu Luoxing, a homebody who spends all his time gaming, it seems improbable that he could attract such a stunning beauty, one that even incites a hint of jealousy in Yu Yu. A younger sister, perhaps, but they don't appear to resemble one another. The sister is so striking, while the brother. Yang Chanqian chuckled. Goodness, Yu Luoxing remarked, visibly displeased. She is my sister. Not true. Yu Yu quickly refuted, her arms still linked with Yu Luoxing's. Yu Luoxing's expression darkened further. What is this girl up to? Is she trying to sow discord? I also find it hard to believe, Yang Chanqian added. Which sister would display such hostility upon witnessing her brother on a date? Even if she were feigning it, it wouldn't be so convincingly done. Go on, don't disturb us. Head to the hospital, our parents are there. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot accompany you. Stay there with them, Yu Luoxing stated. Yu shot Yu Luoxing a fierce glare, clutching her takeout box, and left without a backward glance. As Yu departed, Yang Chanqian grew increasingly perplexed, her eyes fixed on Yu Luoxing with a questioning gaze. Is she truly your sister? She inquired. Of course, we share the same parents. How could she not be? Oh, I see. I had always thought you were an only child. Your sister is quite lovely, very fresh-faced, Yang Chanqian remarked. Extremely bothersome, Yu Luoxing replied, unwilling to discuss her further. Chapter 59. The Injured Huang Yu Today. Yu Luoxing was in high spirits, for Yang Chanqian's resplendent and elegant attire attracted envious glances from passers-by. Once, he too belonged to a group of frustrated souls, feeling disheartened whenever he saw a beautiful woman walking alongside an ordinary man. However, ever since he immersed himself in League of Legends, his fortunes had taken a turn for the better, and now he found himself in the company of a stunning beauty who delighted in showcasing her exquisite calves. Life brimmed with positivity. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, Yang Chanqian's fondness for trinkets was evident as she beamed with genuine joy at the sight of the delicate accessory shops. Yu Luoxing vividly recalled the moment he first fell for her, on the evening of their first day of the college entrance examination, when she adorned her ear with a lovely silver earring, tilting her head to reveal her enchanting face. That image had visited him in dreams countless times. Thus, as Yang Chanqian tried on various beautiful ornaments, Yu Luoxing felt no impatience. Instead, he gazed at her with a silly grin, constantly thinking to himself, if only I were wealthy, I would purchase everything in this store to gift to her. However, Yang Chanqian's thoughts diverged. While she appeared calm and cheerful on the surface, she secretly felt exasperated. This guy is so annoying, always staring at me with that lewd smile. Your phone is ringing, Yang Chanqian exclaimed, glaring at Yu Luoxing. Oh right, he had not even noticed. Today, Yang Chanqian was simply too captivating. Her eyes were mesmerizing, rendering the phone irrelevant. Hello, Yu Luoxing, came the cold voice of his mother, Li Yun. Yu Luoxing was taken aback. Li Yun usually called him by his nickname in a warm manner. The use of his full name, including his surname, sent an ominous chill down his spine. He knew that when a mother calls her child by their full name, it typically signifies that they are upset. Mom, what is it? He asked cautiously. Have you been bullying Yu Yu again? Li Yun interrogated. Yu Luoxing's expression darkened instantly. It was indeed this troublesome fairy. Was she deliberately jealous of his more mature and alluring girlfriend? I haven't, he denied. Not yet, but you've already made her cry. Where are you? Hurry over. Yu Luoxing felt like cursing, but considering he was speaking to his mother, he swallowed the retort. I have something to do. I'll come later. What could possibly be so important? Get over here right now. Li Yun's tone was commanding. Mom, I really have something to attend to. Are you ignoring me? After the call ended, an array of frustration surged within Yu Luoxing. In most instances, Li Yun was his loving mother. But whenever that troublesome fairy appeared, she transformed into a stepmother. Honestly, there were times when Yu Luoxing could hardly discern who was truly his mother. What's wrong? Yang Chanqian asked, noticing his gloomy demeanor. I have previously mentioned to you how bothersome my younger sister can be. She has gone to our parents to complain about me, insisting that I come over to apologize. Yu Luoxing remarked. Didn't your sister see you with me? Yang Chanqian replied. Upon saying this, she felt the awkwardness of her words and averted her gaze slightly. She is doing it on purpose. I can see she is upset with you. Why provoke her? She is your sister. As an elder brother, you should be more accommodating. My older brother never dares to bully me. If he does, I report him to our father. Yang Chanqian said proudly. Yu Luoxing's expression darkened further. It seemed that universally, younger sisters could be equally vexing. He was perplexed about whether that little imp, was deliberately ruining his date or genuinely angry. After some contemplation, he realized he had been rather indifferent to his sister, who had returned home so rarely. Perhaps it was time to offer an apology. Knowing that Yu Luoxing's father was hospitalized, Yang Chanqian decided to accompany him to the hospital, claiming that a classmate's father was ill and deserved a visit. This revelation pleased Yu Luoxing. It appeared that Yang Chanqian was rapidly preparing to meet his family. The hospital was not far, and they could simply walk there. Upon their arrival in the hospital lobby, they were suddenly confronted by a group of 4 or 5 individuals who appeared to be up to no good. The commotion they caused echoed through the empty hall. As it was late at night, and with no doctors or appointments, they could only shout in frustration. Yang Chanqian was intimidated by the aggressive demeanor of these youths and instinctively hid behind Yu Luoxing. Turning around, Yu Luoxing was startled to recognize Qin, the leader among them. Are these individuals part of your team? Yang Chanqian asked, squinting at their familiar faces. Yu Luoxing's expression darkened as he hurried towards them. As he drew closer, he noticed that Huang Yu, the captain of the blood-colored team, had his hand wrapped in a cloth that was seeping blood, dripping steadily. What are you shouting about? This is a hospital. If you continue to make noise, I will have security throw you out. A nurse scolded, approaching the group. Xiao Dao, fuming with anger, was about to rebuke the nurse but was quickly restrained by Qin. This lady, my brother is injured. Please take him to see a doctor, Qin said amicably. But it's late. The doctors have all gone home, the nurse replied. Isn't there a doctor on duty? Qin countered. The on-call doctor is responsible for emergencies, the nurse explained. Qin furrowed his brow, glancing at Huang Yu, whose hand was still bleeding. Damn it, I swear I'll make that Wukai chop off his hand, Xiao Dao exclaimed, seething with rage, and turned to leave the hospital. Xiao Dao, come back, Qin shouted, his voice echoing with authority. The nurse, startled by Qin's sudden intensity, found it hard to reconcile his earlier amiability with the ferocity he now displayed. Aunt Wang, they are my friends. Could you please help him bandage his hand? Yu Luoxing implored the nurse. Nurse Wang, possessing considerable audacity, must have encountered all manner of individuals. She cast a glance at Huang Yu's hand and remarked, honestly, you people are perpetually engaged in unruly pursuits, brawling and fighting. To speak candidly, our hospital detests attending to individuals like you. It's often a throng that arrives in the dead of night, forcing us doctors and nurses to forego our rest, all to tend to this bunch of gluttons seeking trouble. As Sister Wang grumbled, she made her way to the infirmary. Upon reaching the door, she turned and glared at Qin Ing, saying, Aren't you going to help your brother over here? Does he not require bandaging? Qin Ing was taken aback and hurriedly instructed Xiao Dao and Xiao Tong to assist Huang Yu inside. No one else should come in. It's bothersome to see, especially when he hasn't even severed a limb, Sister Wang added. Qin Ing and the others awkwardly retreated and settled onto a public bench. Yu Luoxing approached, observing their sullen expressions, and inquired urgently, what happened? What's wrong with his hand? Leader Qin remained silent, his countenance darkened. Huang Yu was the captain of the blood color squad, and with the Lecking League competition looming just 2 days away, if his injury were severe, Huang Yu would undoubtedly be unable to participate. The prize of 30,000 yuan was the very reason they trained daily. Initially, with Yu Luoxing joining them, Leader Qin was optimistic about their chances. Yet, despite meticulous planning, he had never anticipated one of his own would be so undermined. It must be that scoundrel Wu Kai's doing. I distinctly saw his face. Xiao Dao's expression was twitching in agitation. Enough of the shouting. Rein in that foul temper of yours, Leader Qin said icily. Chapter 60. It's just 4 against 5. We shall not lose. After listening to the account provided by Boss Qin, Yu Luoxing began to grasp the sequence of events. With no training scheduled for the evening, Huang Yu, who had previously frequented various small bars, decided to indulge in a rare moment of relaxation. As usual, he went to the bar for a drink and, by chance, encountered members of the top team from Tianda. In Lecting, there are only 4 well-known internet cafes. and those who often linger in these establishments are generally familiar with one another. After being dismissed by Boss Qin, Wu Kai felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Upon spotting Huang Yu, the captain of the Blood Red team, in the bar, he deliberately pointed him out to others, announcing that Huang Yu was indeed the captain. Among the group, some recognized Huang Yu and mocked him for having been rejected by a girl in the past. This incident was a sore spot for Huang Yu, one that he would never allow anyone to mention. Following a heated exchange, the situation escalated into a physical confrontation. It was as if the conflict was premeditated. Initially, both sides were merely hurling insults and shoving one another, yet someone shattered a bottle and then thrust it into the back of Huang Yu's hand. The back of his hand is connected to several tendons in his fingers, and such an injury would certainly impair his ability to maneuver the keys effectively. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They sought to incapacitate Huang Yu prior to the upcoming match, with a substantial prize pool of 30,000 yuan at stake. Every team was envious, and with a seasoned leader like Boss Qin at the helm, the Blood Red team had a significant chance of claiming the top prize. The actions of the Tianda team were overtly aimed at neutralizing the threat posed by the Blood Red team. Such tactics were utterly despicable. Upon hearing Boss Qin's account, Yang Chanqian, who had maintained a poised demeanor, could not suppress her urge to utter profanity. She had previously heard rumors of teams employing underhanded strategies before competitions. But to witness such unscrupulous behavior in a League of Legends tournament was shocking. It was no wonder that Xiao Dao was infuriated enough to contemplate retaliating against Wu Kai. Xiao Dao, Huang Yu, Xiao Tongtong, and Shui Haiyang had all been introduced to League of Legends quite some time ago and shared a profound passion for the game. Initially, these four were rather carefree and accustomed to leisure. However, in preparation for the competition, they had committed to an arduous regimen of training for 10 hours daily at the internet cafe for 2 consecutive months. Such dedication brought them close to the standards expected of professional esports athletes. Engaging in gaming and competing at a professional level are two fundamentally different concepts. One might not feel the strain of playing League of Legends for 10 hours over a few days, but maintaining that intensity for 10 consecutive days, or even for months on end, transforms the experience from mere play into a grueling ordeal, with thoughts consumed by training, and more training. They had abandoned their former laid-back routines and devoted themselves to relentless practice, driven by the aspiration to seize the championship title in this Lekking tournament. Just as they were drawing nearer to their goal, they were struck down by such shameless tactics. Everyone understood that Boss Qin relied on gaming for his livelihood. Many people struggle to make ends meet without receiving their salaries for a month, let alone the fact that Boss Qin had invested a considerable amount of money into the Blood Red team over the past 2 months. Sitting in the hospital, Boss Qin repeatedly reached for a cigarette, only to remember that he was in a medical facility, forcing him to return it to his pocket. Could they temporarily substitute a team member? Yang Qianqian quietly inquired. There were indeed several skilled mid-laners in the Longxing Internet CAF. Incorporating them into the Blood Red team for competition should not lead to defeat. However, Qin Laoda shook his head and replied, the team members cannot be replaced. Qin Laoda, why not step outside for a smoke? Yu Luoxing suggested, patting Qining on the shoulder. Qining nodded, instructing the others to wait at the medical room's entrance as he accompanied Yu Luoxing outside. Qin Laoda, how much have you invested? Yu Luoxing asked. Qin Laoda was taken aback. You noticed? Even a ghost could see it. You aspire to develop in professional esports, Yu Luoxing remarked, providing players with meals and accommodation, paying salaries, and mandating training schedules. This is a rudimentary model of a professional esports player. Having participated in professional esports myself, I am well aware of this. Professional players and ordinary competitors are certainly not synonymous. Professional players engage in prolonged training, possess a stable team, a dedicated captain, and often have their own clubs and sponsors. In contrast, ordinary competitors are merely amateur experts coming together for competitions. While these individuals may exhibit considerable individual skill, they undoubtedly fall short compared to the rigorously trained professionals. The Blood Red team's success in securing the top position at Longxing Internet CAF is no mere coincidence. It is not solely due to the presence of the formidable Yu Luoxing, but rather because they train harder than any other team within the CAF, an undeniable fact evident to all. As the Blood Red team's training sessions in Area C of the CAF are visible to everyone daily. Indeed, I have invested quite a bit. The online gaming sector is becoming increasingly unprofitable, if a viable path cannot be found soon. Qining sighed. The road of esports is fraught with challenges. Although the barriers to entry are notably low, requiring merely a computer, a room, and some meals to form a team, the very accessibility has led to fierce competition. Moreover, there are only a few truly authoritative competitions in esports, and everyone is eagerly awaiting such opportunities. It resembles a multitude of fish gathered beneath a dam, all striving to leap over the dragon gate. While some succeed, many perish in the attempt. Even those who manage to leap may not fare well. You possess greater knowledge of esports than I do, having experienced it firsthand, Cheaning said, managing a bitter smile as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. But you are still young. Should you stray from the path, you can always turn back and choose a more promising route. Straying from the path. For some reason, upon hearing this, Luoxing felt a sharp pang in his heart. In truth, even now, he remained uncertain whether he had initially chosen the wrong path. And what about me? At my age, he pondered. Once naive, he believed playing games with a group of younger followers would suffice. But now, approaching 30, he found himself lacking skills beyond gaming. His former companions had moved on to prosper in their own lives, and they still referred to him as Qin Laoda, which they considered a gesture of loyalty. Yet, he himself realized that this title held little meaning. Qin Laoda, he muttered bitterly. Luoxing maintained his silence. Qin Laoda gazed at Luoxing and continued, Xiaobing, Gu Dong, Tu Mao, these individuals are familiar to you. When we initially formed our brotherhood, you were there as well, and we laughed at your lack of maturity. They were all astute, realizing that this path holds no promise, and departed early on, while I, foolishly, have persevered, leading to my current state of disarray. Now, when asked to pursue a different path, I find myself utterly lost. Yes, working for others or engaging in small businesses lead to my demise. But must my wife and children endure this hardship alongside me? You've met my sister-in-law, Meiwen, who cannot tolerate being looked down upon. So, are you considering a career in professional esports? Luoxing replied, Indeed, League of Legends has gained immense popularity. It has been a long time since a game has captured such fervor. A competition in a second-tier city offers rewards of up to 30,000 yuan, and the potential for further accumulation. As he flicked away his cigarette, Qin Laoda extinguished the butt and said, Shengzi, truthfully, your decision to step away from professional esports is wise. The path of professional gaming is riddled with pitfalls, far more treacherous than a ranking match during summer vacation with a score below 1200, claiming many lives. But at my age, I truly have no alternatives. I recognize your talent. I earnestly implore you to perform admirably this time, at the very least. Securing a top position in this city is of utmost importance to me. Cheaning spoke with sincerity, observing the weight of Qin Ying's heartfelt confession. Luoxing felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He understood that many individuals like Qin Laoda, who rely on the gaming industry for their livelihood, have no other choices but to tread this bleak path. Qin Laoda's life was already fraught with challenges, and he had even gathered a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan. This act of loyalty left Luoxing at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Now, with the captain of the Blood Red team, Huang Yu, injured, Qin Laoda had wagered everything on this endeavor. If he failed to achieve a measure of success and recognition, his future in the gaming world would become even more precarious. How could Luoxing bear to witness Qin Laoda's utter defeat? Moreover, without securing first place, how would he repay the 30,000 yuan borrowed from Qin Laoda, who had handed over his card without a moment's hesitation? With one member missing, Luoxing felt a twinge of concern. However, upon reflection, he realized that matches with uneven numbers, 4 against 6 or 3 against 7, were far from uncommon. It was merely a matter of 4 against 5. There was no room for failure. He absolutely could not afford to lose. Chapter 61. This is a competition, not a game. Huang Yu sustained an injury to his left hand from a shattered bottle, rendering his fingers immobile. After being bandaged, Nurse Wang informed him that recovery would require at least a month's time, given the damage to the tendons. The glass shards were removed, ointment applied, and the wound dressed. As Huang Yu emerged, he found Qin Ying and the others seated outside, their faces etched with regret, unable to utter a word. It's not serious, just avoid water, the nurse advised before attending to other matters. Let us head back, Qin Ying said tersely, instructing Xiao Dao and Xiao Tong to escort Huang Yu home. Huang Yu lingered, his hand wrapped in thick gauze, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Boss, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. He could not bear to meet their gazes. The Blood Red team was a collective, and Qin Ying had invested significantly in it. Yet, due to his own foolish actions, the team's future now hung in the balance. Enough, don't dwell on it. Focus on your recovery. Who says we will lose? Qin Ying reassured him. But I can't even press the keyboard, Huang Yu lamented, staring at his heavily bandaged hand. You need to recuperate. For now, Yu Luoxing will take over the mid-lane position, Qining announced. Huang Yu blinked in surprise, casting a puzzled look at Yu Luoxing. The others regarded him with similar expressions. With Xiao Dao breaking the silence, Yu Luoxing is an excellent support, but the mid lane is a different game altogether. The play style and rhythm vary greatly. And if he plays mid, won't our stellar support position be left vacant? Everyone acknowledged Yu Luoxing's prowess. His support skills were exceptional. However, mastery of one role did not guarantee expertise in another, as no player in League of Legends would dare claim to be truly versatile. For those who did, often fell short of expectations. We will forfeit the support role, having the ADC assume the top lane, while our original top player counters the enemy duo in the bot lane, Qining declared. Are we really going to play 4 against 5? Xiao Dao, Xiao Tong, and Huang Yu were taken aback. In casual matches, a 4v5 scenario was manageable due to the varying skill levels. However, in a real competition, every team fight was a cohesive unit of 5. Losing even one member could spell disaster. The implications were dire, especially in late-game skirmishes. With one less player in the early game, the disadvantages would be glaring. The growth stunted, and without the necessary equipment, how could they compete? Boss, even in a 5v5, we might not secure victory. A 4v5. Xiao Dao hesitated. What is the alternative? To surrender? Wouldn't he that render the past 2 months of training futile? If we don't try, how will we know we will lose? Qining countered. His words struck a chord with Xiao Dao, Shui Haiyang, and Xiao Tong, leaving them momentarily speechless. Indeed, conceding without a fight was precisely what those at Tianda Internet CAF would relish. 4 against 5 is not an insurmountable challenge, as long as the lineup is judiciously chosen. One can dismantle the opposing team before they have a chance to fully develop, swiftly pushing down towers to conclude the game. This is not an unfamiliar scenario in regular matches. Damn it, let us fight. Let us annihilate those wretched foes. Knife exclaimed vehemently. 4 against 5 it is. If Tianda and his team lose, they will struggle to lift their heads in shame henceforth. Shatongdong remarked. Captain Huang Yu gazed at the others, his heart heavy with guilt. He softly stated, I can be of assistance. I shall play the support role. I will focus solely on establishing vision, completely thwarting the enemy jungler-esque ganking intentions. Managing vision requires merely one hand to maneuver. Indeed, it is not solely 4 against 5. Huang Yu can still maneuver the mouse, and a significant portion of a support's responsibilities revolves around vision control. If we can establish sufficient vision, victory is not out of reach. Shui Haiyang added, yes, proper vision is paramount. All right, let us fight. We will return to training. The members of the Blood Red team, all men of strong character, found it incredibly difficult to simply concede defeat. With that, they turned and departed from the hospital, making their way to Longxing Internet CAF. Their training base. Yang Tranqian stood in the hospital lobby, observing the departing silhouettes of the Blood Red team. She felt a slight aversion towards those young men, who seemed to embody the essence of street culture. However, witnessing Huang Yu raise his bandaged hand and declare his commitment to the team's vision control deeply moved her. For these individuals, the League of Legends tournament transcends mere entertainment. It has become a relentless pursuit, a competition they refuse to abandon despite setbacks, intricately tied to their livelihoods and dignity. Can they win? Yang Qianqian tugged at Yu Luoxing's sleeve, her gaze earnest as she inquired. I do not know, Yu Luoxing replied, shaking his head. League of Legends is not like Dota. While Dota necessitates flawless coordination among 5 players, League of Legends demands an even greater emphasis on teamwork. Although it may not require the extraordinary maneuvers characteristic of Dota, 3C, or War 3, it does hinge on acute awareness and synergy among teammates. In Dota, Yu Luoxing could lead a subpar team to triumph against some professional squads, as he could turn the match into a showcase of his own prowess. However, this is not the case in League of Legends. On one hand, he has not played for an extensive duration, lacking the expertise he possesses in Dota. On the other hand, the game's design does not allow for excessive individualism or heroism. Thus, even with his experience in international professional esports leagues, Yu Luoxing could not confidently assert that victory was attainable in a 4 against 5 scenario. Yet, as Big Brother Qin aptly stated, how can one know they will lose without trying? For players still constitute a team. I believe in you. You can certainly decimate the opposition. Yang Qianqian smiled, her eyes sparkling like exquisite gemstones. Yu Luoxing gazed at the enchanting smile of Yang Tranqian and said with a bittersweet smile, why do you trust me so much? I am merely a high school graduate. In another game, I might have confidence. I don't know. I just feel that your gaze while playing League of Legends is different from others, Yang Qianqian replied. Do you think this is like the culinary master of China, where one can cook with an air of majesty and grandeur? Yu Luoxing remarked. It is indeed different. Isn't it particularly handsome? Everyone says so, Yang Qianqian countered playfully, refraining from disputing Yu Luoxing's self-admiration. I will give it my all. The path of esports is fraught with challenges and seldom garners support. So the unwavering support from Yang Qianqian warmed Yu Luoxing's heart. Alas, such a wonderful girl. Not bringing her home as my wife would truly be a disservice to my own appearance. Chapter 62. The Electronic Mall League. The scale of the city competition and the Internet CAF contest exhibited a stark contrast. The city competition was held in the grand venue of the Electronic Mall, which had been meticulously arranged days in advance to transform into an indoor arena. The Electronic Mall itself attracted a significant number of electronic enthusiasts, and with the League of Legends city competition taking place here, the Electronic Mall became an exhilarating hub of activity. Admission to the venue was complimentary. The organizers initially worried that with so many seats arranged, a lack of attendees might render the atmosphere rather desolate. Previously, the mall's owner had hosted similar esports events to garner attention, but on occasions, a substantial portion of the seats remained unoccupied, leading to a rather disheartening sight. However, this time, the organizers and planners grossly miscalculated. Over 1,000 seats were filled to capacity, with throngs of individuals pouring in. Those without seats congregated in open spaces, forming small clusters, reminiscent of a star-studded concert. Huang Junjie, the deputy manager of the Electronic Mall, stood backstage with a beaming smile. What the Electronic Mall required was an overwhelming influx of visitors. For players, electronic products represented the armaments of the battlefield. Huang was confident that the spectators, upon seeing the array of mice, keyboards, headphones, and microphones displayed around the grand arena, would be compelled to purchase these items. Moreover, the competition spanned several days, during which not only would revenue flourish, but those who had never ventured into the Electronic Mall for purchases would subconsciously consider it as their go-to destination for future electronic devices, thereby cultivating a loyal customer base. Undoubtedly, the sales figures would surge. Boss Huang, previously I mentioned the sponsorship for the team, a sharply featured man remarked with a smile. Sponsorship was not a significant concern. To be candid, I had not anticipated the game would gain such immense popularity. If we can truly attract more customers, sponsorship would merely be a minor expense, Huang Junjie replied with a generous demeanor. The sharply featured man's eyes narrowed with intent. Given that the sponsorship would be directly from the Demacia Electronic Mall, it undoubtedly entailed a considerable sum. If we could secure this, our Tianda Internet CAF members possess formidable strength. Boss Huang, you should consider us, the man suggested. Let us wait until the competition results are announced. Sponsorship is certainly reserved for the team that secures first place, Huang Junjie responded. Indeed. However, securing that first place is merely a matter of time for us at Tianda, the man chuckled. Amidst the venue, Qin Laoda lifted his gaze, observing Huang Junjie and the sharply featured man conversing backstage on the second floor. Qin Laoda, who were those two? Yu Luoxing inquired, following Qin Laoda's gaze. The one on the left is the deputy general manager of Demacia Electronic Mall, and he holds shares in approximately 70% of the stores within the mall. Qin Laoda elucidated. 70%. Beside him, Wang Qin gasped in astonishment. The Electronic Mall spanned 5 floors, with the first level featuring a grand exhibition hall at its center, while the rest was adorned with thousands of electronic shops, housing hundreds of vendors offering a dazzling array of electronic goods. To own a store here was a lucrative venture. However, Wang Qin was taken aback to discover that someone held a staggering 70% stake in one of these establishments. The potential dividends at the year's end would be an astonishing sum. As for the individual next to him, Yu Luoxing paid no heed to Wang Qin's naive exclamations. Wang Qin, with his thick skin, had tagged along, proudly boasting of his role as the leader of the blood-red team, dutifully attending to every need. From serving tea to offering massages. Qin Laoda, he scoffed. Lian Feng, the small owner of Tianda Internet Cafe, is also the head of the Tianda team. If I'm not mistaken, he is the one behind Huang Yu's incident. If that scoundrel Wakai didn't have Lian Feng's backing, he wouldn't have dared to touch my people. Yu Luoxing nodded, understanding why Qin Laoda had looked at them with a hint of anger. Qin Laoda glanced at Yu Luoxing and continued. This competition is crucial for securing sponsorship from Demacia Electronic Mall. If we can establish a connection with Huang Junjie, the vice president of Electronic City, our opportunities for profit will multiply. Xin Laoda, it seems Lian Feng is quite familiar with Huang Junjie. Do you think he'll leverage that connection? Shui Haiyang inquired. Xin Laoda shook his head. I know Huang Junjie well enough. He only values profit. Friendship and connections mean nothing to him. As long as we secure first place in this competition, we won't need to seek him out. He will come to us. The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, that shameless Lian Feng will grovel for sponsorship like a dog. We must ensure that the sponsors seek us out instead. As they spoke, a host stepped onto the exhibition stage. The electronic venue gradually quieted, and the host announced, "This LOL Electronic City Internet Cafe League is proudly sponsored by Dali Jia Electronic Mall and the Coca-Cola branch in the city. We warmly welcome everyone to Dali Jia Electronic Mall. I have some exciting news. All friends purchasing the showcased electronic devices during the competition will enjoy a 20% discount. Moreover, those who make purchases can exchange their receipts at the entrance of Dali Jia for tickets to the final match of the LOL Electronic City Internet Cafe League. The final ticket price is 50 yuan. Purchasing a ticket separately may not be as beneficial as acquiring a device you desire, which can significantly enhance your skill level." After announcing Dali Jia's promotional content, many attendees felt a surge of desire to buy. It was worth noting that a considerable number of people were still standing in the venue, awaiting seats. Come the finals, the place would surely be packed. To have a ticket then, comfortably seated with a refreshing Coca-Cola in hand while watching the thrilling final match, what a delightful experience that would be. The mouse, keyboard, and headset are devices that inevitably encounter malfunctions, and there are times when they fail to meet our expectations. Now, let us invite the champion teams from our 4 esteemed online clubs to take the stage. They are the Dawn team from the Dawn Online Club, the Fun team from the Fun Online Club, the Sky team from the Sky Online Club, and the Crimson Dragon team from the Crimson Dragon Online Club. Upon the host's announcement, the 4 champion teams proceeded in sequence to the exhibition platform. The platform, though not overly extravagant, featured a hardwood floor adorned with carpeting, flanked on either side by 10 high-performance black gaming computers arranged in a V-shape. A large LCD projector hung from the central drapery, set to display the competition on the expansive screen. At this moment, the champion teams stood in unison before the audience, clad in uniforms emblazoned with their respective club logos. As applause and cheers erupted, the members of these champion teams indeed felt the adoration of the crowd akin to that of stars in the spotlight. However, what is this? The captain of the Crimson Dragon team, Huang Yu, seems to be in distress. Why is his hand bandaged? I heard yesterday that Huang Yu had sustained an injury, and I initially thought it was merely gossip. It turns out to be true. How can he possibly compete with an injured hand? Soon, whispers began to circulate among the spectators, having noticed Huang Yu's condition. Chapter 63. The order of the matches had been determined prior, with the first contest featuring the Blood Red team from Longxing Internet Cafe facing off against the Deonda team. The representative team of Longxing Internet Cafe was not directly named after the establishment, indicating that Boss Qin had no intention of confining this team to the narrow confines of the Internet Cafe. In contrast, the other teams were named after their respective cafes, signifying their allegiance to those establishments. The exhilarating moment of competition had arrived. Let us now welcome our teams to take their positions, the host announced loudly. The Itsu team and the Dawn team stepped back, leaving only the Tianda team and the Blood Red team on the exhibition stage. The 5 members of the Tianda team donned deep blue uniforms, and Yu Luoxing noticed Wu Kai standing arrogantly at the far right of the Tianda team, directly opposite him. Wu Kai smirked, his gaze fixed upon Yu Luoxing. The players were positioned closely together, and amidst the din of the grand venue, Wu Kai deliberately adjusted his volume to address Yu Luoxing, saying, "High schooler, be careful not to wet yourself when you lose. Do you wish to lick it up?" Yu Luoxing replied coolly. Wu Kai let out a disdainful snort. "Huang Yu, are your hands feeling any better? I hope you use your right hand for certain tasks. Otherwise, not only will you fail at League of Legends, but you might struggle with daily life as well. I remember you have no women." Wu Kai quickly shifted his attack to Huang Yu. Huang Yu was known for his quick temper, and Wu Kai's words were particularly venomous, leaving Huang Yu seething with rage, wishing to tear that mock smile off Wu Kai's face. The other members of the Blood Red team glared angrily at Wu Kai, vowing to take him down at the first opportunity. Such a despicable bully. Do you want to help him lick it up? At that moment, a calm and nonchalant voice floated out, none other than Yu Luoxing himself. Upon hearing the first remark, Wu Kai had merely scoffed. However, upon hearing the second, the corner of his mouth twitched visibly. Initially, the members of the blood-red team were seething, but Yu Luoxing's acerbic and grotesque comment elicited laughter from them, conjuring images of Wu Kai assisting Huang Yu in such an unsavory manner. How revolting. Perhaps it was better to banish such thoughts. Wu Kai noticed the expressions of the blood-red team members, and his countenance darkened further. Just as he was about to retort, the host approached, requesting both teams to take their respective positions. Wu Kai, unable to contain his temper, turned and extended his hand, giving a thumbs-down gesture, an ostensibly casual, yet glaringly obvious act of disdain and provocation. Many in the audience witnessed this gesture, prompting a murmur of disapproval from the front rows. The host observed this as well, but could only pretend not to see. As both teams were about to turn to their computer stations, Yu Luoxing stood still. "Is there a question, contestant?" The host inquired, looking at Yu Luoxing. "The competition rules state that provocations and insults towards players are prohibited." "Someone just made that gesture towards me," Yu Luoxing replied directly. The members of the blood-red team turned back, staring in disbelief at Yu Luoxing. Such subtle actions are not uncommon in competitions. Often, even if they are noticed, what difference does it make? Neither Qin nor Huang Yu anticipated that Yu Luoxing would take such matters so seriously. "Is that so?" The host feigned ignorance, yet all were aware. Yu Luoxing pointed towards the audience in the front row. Audiences, by nature, thrive on excitement. They revel in the tension between both sides. "Indeed. We witnessed that gesture made by the contestant earlier. I noticed it too." "Yes, we all saw it." A hint of hesitation crossed the host's face as the event's planner approached, halting the competition to inquire about the situation. The interruption of the match, coupled with the arrival of staff to manage the matter, escalated the issue significantly. The members of the Tianda team wore expressions of dismay, taken aback by the unexpected antics of their opponents. How absurd. Students will always be students. They can't help but report each other. Wu Kai muttered under his breath. "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, frowned and replied, "Indeed. Would it kill you to restrain yourself? We are undoubtedly going to win this competition. Do not present me with any obstacles." At this moment, a staff member approached, gazing sternly at the Tianda team. His eyes fixed on Wu Kai, he declared, "Player Wu Kai, due to your disrespectful actions towards your opponent, the league has issued you a warning. Should a second incident occur, the tournament will revoke your team's eligibility to compete." The staff member's demeanor was serious. Such matters left no room for negligence. After all, this was a city league involving thousands, and without adherence to rules, authority would falter. Wu Kai's expression darkened, and the faces of the Tianda team mirrored his displeasure, each casting a menacing glance at the instigator, Yu Luoxing, with an expression that suggested retribution awaited. As the small disturbance subsided, both teams returned to their positions. The audience of 1,000 began to sense the tension between the Tianda team and the blood-red team, and speculation regarding Huang Yu's injured hand began to circulate, with rumors suggesting it was the work of the Tianda team. "Dragon Rising blood-red team's Huang Yu, what has happened to your hand?" The host initiated a question, always seeking a topic to discuss. When at a loss, the attention inevitably turned to the contestants. "I was bitten by several dogs," Huang Yu remarked. "Oh, that must have been a rabid dog. You should exercise greater caution. The hands of every male contestant are indeed invaluable." Returning to the matter at hand, the host inquired, "Given your current condition, are you still able to operate the keyboard?" The host delivered a humorous remark, eliciting peals of laughter from the audience. However, simultaneously, the host sensed a chill at the back of his neck, initially attributing it to the air conditioning being set too high. In reality, it was the men from the Tianda team casting glances filled with murderous intent. "No," Huang Yu replied directly. He could not operate the keyboard. Yet he understood what needed to be done. It appeared that the blood-red team was indeed one member short. Were they to face 5 opponents with only 4? The host declared, 4 against 5. Upon this announcement, the atmosphere in the venue erupted once more. Many uninformed spectators mistakenly believe that the bandage on Huang Yu's hand is merely ornamental, anticipating that during the actual competition he will dramatically unveil his hands, showcasing extraordinary skills reminiscent of certain swordsmen who shroud their beloved blades until the moment of grand confrontation. In truth, he is injured, which has led them to project various tropes from Jin Yong and Gu Long onto this esports athlete. Given his injury, does this not render it a true 4 against 5? Regrettably, I have only just learned of Huang Yu's injury, and it is indeed a sorrowful revelation. Nevertheless, the blood-colored team continues to compete despite their reduced numbers, and this spirit profoundly moves me. I recall during my time playing ranked matches in League of Legends, How many would cry out for surrender at the slightest disadvantage, exuding an air of superiority as if they could foresee the entire course of the game? I must assert, if one cannot endure a challenging match, what right do they have to engage in ranked play? Competition ought to embody the spirit of rivalry. Lacking the fortitude to confront adversity only reveals one as a weak competitor. Such individuals should refrain from gracing the competitive arena and instead partake in casual matches. I apologize if these sentiments reflect my personal emotions. The host's comments may offend some, yet Luoxing finds merit in his words. Now, both players have logged in and are selecting their runes, and we shall soon transition to the ban and pick phase. The host has deftly shifted the topic at just the right moment. Chapter 64, Luoxing. The card master this era has been thoroughly dominated by fervent League of Legends enthusiasts. As one strolls through the streets, it is not uncommon to overhear a group of students, backpacks slung over their shoulders, passionately extolling the virtues of Demacia culture. Within the confines of internet cafes, one can observe that more than half of the computers are aglow with the vibrant green interface of League of Legends. Even more astonishingly, in a realm where competitive gaming is typically unappealing to the fairer sex, League of Legends has managed to breach their defenses. Furthermore, our grand creation, the genre of competitive gaming novels, has been overrun by a multitude of League of Legends narratives, creating an atmosphere where one feels almost embarrassed to engage in conversation unless their work is intertwined with this phenomenon. This game has indeed swept through society like a tempest. Observing the venue, bustling with excitement akin to a miniature concert, Huang Junjie, the deputy general manager of Dali Jia Shopping Mall, could hardly contain his glee. His eyes crinkling into slits. The existence of competitive gaming fuels the trade of gaming equipment, presenting a golden opportunity. Do you truly believe that those who use office software would invest in a Logitech mouse for enhanced responsiveness? Nonsense. Only video games, particularly competitive ones, can significantly drive the consumption of electronic devices and high-end technology. The prize for this regional league is 30,000 yuan, correct? Huang Junjie inquired of his subordinate. Indeed. The subordinate nodded in affirmation. Then let us set the sponsorship fee at 30,000. If we can make a name for ourselves in the provincial capital. Huang Junjie seemed to envision a pathway to increased revenue. A sum of several thousand yuan is but a trifling amount for a deputy general manager presiding over a multi-story electronic mall spanning tens of thousands of square meters. However, this investment could substantially elevate the mall's revenue growth percentage, and Huang Junjie was more than willing to allocate such sponsorship funds. The audience's fervor echoed throughout the venue, rising and falling like the tide. With each hero selection, a wave of discourse would ensue. Many seasoned players articulated the overall and team value of a champion at a rapid pace. The AP player of the Blood Red team, Luoxing, appeared to be in a state of indecision, vacillating between Lux, Zyra, and Ryze. The opposing AP position featured Brand, and it seemed this AP player was contemplating a hero that could effectively counter him, Twisted Fate. Could it be that this player intends to select the card master? Twisted Fate? When Luoxing ultimately chose Twisted Fate as his AP champion, a collective gasp swept through the crowd. The mere presence of this hero guarantees that the match will be anything but mundane. He serves as the spark that ignites the battlefield. Locked in. It appears that the AP player of the Blood Red team possesses considerable confidence in his choice of Twisted Fate. Had the Blood Red team not been short a member, I dare say this would have been an extraordinarily thrilling match, the host remarked. 4-against-5, the first match of the finals presents such an unusual variable. Should the Blood Red team manage to gain an advantage, it would surely evolve into a classic battle of high stakes. Yet, if they were to be overwhelmed, it could devolve into sheer tedium. Now, let us introduce the lineups of both teams. The top laner for Tianda Network Club's Tianda team is the Berserker Olaf, a champion renowned for his ferocity. It remains to be seen if the top laner Tian can embody this hero's formidable essence. Opposing him is the top laner of the Blood Red team, Xiao Tongtong, who has chosen the Desert Butcher. Renekton, a champion whose bloodthirstiness and brutality are perhaps unmatched in League of Legends. In the mid lane, Tianda's Xiao Guanjuan has selected the Vengeful Firebrand, Brand, another champion of immense violence. Players who have wielded him can certainly attest to the exhilarating thrill of securing kills. Facing him is the AP player from the Blood Red team, Luoxing, who has opted for the highly anticipated card master, Twisted Fate, for the jungle position. Tianda's Li Sheng has chosen the formidable general Zhao Xian, known for his leaps from the depths of the jungle. The saying success and failure hinge on Zhao Xian rings true. One wonders how deeply Li Sheng understands this champion. Conversely, the Blood Red team has seized the Demacian prince, Jarvan 4. The choice of Jarvan is motivated not only by his strong ganking and team-fighting capabilities, but also by a desire to counter the reckless aggression of Olaf. As for the ADC position, Tianda's captain, Lu Qi, has wisely selected the Frost Archer, Ashe. It is undeniable that this choice reflects great insight. The ADC for the Blood Red team is the rather unconventional Judgment Angel, Kayle. The viability of Kayle as an ADC has long been a topic of debate, but it appears that Xue Haiyang intends to utilize her in this role. In the support position, Tianda's Wu Kai has selected the highly protective and aggressive Leona. Meanwhile, the Blood Red team support player, Huang Yu, has chosen the rather peculiar assassin, Evelynn. Frankly, if Huang Yu were not confined to the support role due to injury, it would be quite challenging to discern who among the Blood Red team is playing support, jungle, or AP. This may well be a unique tactical approach from the Blood Red team. We shall see if it yields remarkable results. Both teams have donned their noise-canceling headsets, and as the audience erupts and cheers, the match officially transitions to the loading screen. The players cannot hear the host's commentary nor see the observer screen. Yu Luoxing is now entirely focused on the screen. The moment he purchases his starting items and steps out from the base, his expression becomes intensely concentrated. If a stunning beauty were to pass by at this moment, one might imagine he would steal a glance, albeit briefly. The 5 members of the Blood Red team have all equipped their starting gear and are ready to embark on this thrilling contest. In the early stages, the blue side typically relies on the synergy between the support and ADC in the bot lane to assist the jungler in securing the red buff without smite. However, adhering strictly to this strategy would undoubtedly invite a coordinated assault from the opposing team. The Tianda squad was particularly adept at preying upon the Blood Color team, knowing one of their members was unable to operate the keyboard. Thus, diverging from the traditional 5-man formation, the Blood Color team opted for a more scattered arrangement. Yu Luoxing, commanding the Card Master, alongside the jungler Jarvan 4 and the Judgment Angel Kayle, all positioned themselves near the blue buff. Meanwhile, Huang Yu skillfully maneuvered the Widowmaker Evelynn across the river, opting to enhance her mobility with the first point allocated to her W ability, Dark Frenzy. With the assistance of his teammates, he swiftly penetrated the enemy's F4 jungle. Once safely within the enemy F4 territory, the others promptly retreated back to their blue buff area, leaving only the Widowmaker in the adversary's jungle. At precisely 1 minute and 25 seconds, Huang Yu selected a ward from his inventory and planted it in the brush above the enemy F4, illuminating that region before making his exit. During the initial 2 minutes, the two teams had yet to clash, allowing for the deduction that the opposing jungler was either in his blue buff area or our red buff, situated on the right half of the map. Consequently, Huang Yu decisively placed a second ward at the junction of our F4 and the river, effectively blocking the route for the enemy Zhao Xian's potential gank on mid lane. This second ward was strategically located in the lower right position of Yu Luoxing's mid lane development, ensuring his early growth. It was evident that the opposing jungler, Zhao Xian, would be particularly focused on countering the Card Master in mid lane. Huang Yu was acutely aware that the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of this match rested upon Yu Luoxing's performance as the Card Master. Thus, safeguarding the mid-lane Card Master was of utmost importance. Should Yu Luoxing's Card Master fall victim to a successful gank even once, it would severely hinder his development and level progression, likely sealing the fate of the game in defeat. Chapter 65, The Ambush of Zhao Xian, the Prince follows. As the Card Master entered the lane, Yu Luoxing commenced the delicate art of card cutting. All the cards he selected were blue, ensuring his mana remained perpetually full. Swiftly clearing minions to level 2, Yu Luoxing allocated points to his Q, the versatile card, and whenever the cooldown permitted, he would cast it. The same applied to his W skill. As soon as it was available, he would deploy it, consistently choosing blue cards to guarantee his mana regeneration. While Brand, the Fire Mage, was not slow in pushing the lane, he was undeniably outpaced by the incessant casting of the Q and W skills by the Card Master. After all, Yu Luoxing had opted for a Doran's Ring at the outset, and with his continuous selection of blue cards, even with constant skill usage, his mana barely kept pace. By level 3, the minion wave had begun to push towards the enemy, and at this moment, the ward placed earlier by the Widowmaker provided excellent vision of Zhao Xian's movements as he navigated towards the enemy's F4. Indeed, the jungler of the Tianda team had set his sights on the mid lane, and we now observe Zhao Xian's impending gank. The Card Master is an exceptionally fragile champion. Early on, when confronted by a jungler as lethal as Zhao Xian, the mid laner often finds themselves swiftly dispatched if they do not keep pace with the jungler. Sensing Zhao Xian's intentions, the card master retreated. Zhao Xian, recognizing the presence of vision, also withdrew. Once Zhao Xian departed, Yu Luosheng resumed his relentless push. At this juncture, Huang Yu's Widowmaker fortuitously placed a ward in the left river, ensuring the safety of Yu Luosheng's left side. With both sides adequately warded, Yu Luosheng's lane pressure became even more unrestrained. Vibrant reds, opulent yellows, and pristine blues, these three colors of cards spun swiftly between the fingers of the card master. Executed with finesse and agility, his card-cutting speed was remarkable, never allowing for a fourth transition, and often, the blue card was seized with effortless precision, forever held in his slender fingers. Upon casting the blue card, the Q skill followed suit. Yu Luosheng's Q was never aimed at the enemy champion brand. Instead, he struck the minions from the most advantageous angle. In the intervals of card cutting, tossing, and sweeping, his basic attacks swiftly dispatched the wounded minions. Damn, this card master is rather annoying, exclaimed Xiao Guanjuan, the player controlling brand, in frustration. The opposing team was plainly mindlessly pushing the lane. The Vengeful Spirit's push speed was not inferior to that of the card master, as its W skill, Pillar of Flame, and E skill, Burning Agony, both possessed commendable AE damage. However, the Vengeful Spirit was severely mana-starved, rendering it impossible to unleash skills as frenetically as the card master could. Moreover, he had begun with one pair of boots, 2 health potions, and 1 mana potion, intending to leverage superior positioning to suppress the card master. As a result, the minion wave continued to advance, causing Xiao Guanjuan to hesitate in using his skills against the card master, for doing so might easily lead the wave into his tower. Last-hitting minions beneath the tower with a mana-deprived fire mage was a formidable challenge. No worries, let him push the lane, just wait, and I'll take him down, Li Sheng, the jungler from Tianda, stated. Li Sheng maneuvered his Zhao Xian to the location of his red buff in the jungle, only to discover that it had been reduced to a mere lizard, evidently taken by the opposing prince. Zhao Xian had secured the enemy's red buff before claiming his own blue, resulting in both junglers merely exchanging their respective red buffs without any significant loss. Li Sheng swiftly cleared the stone golem in F4, elevating his level to 4. He glanced at the minion wave in the top lane. The opponent's top laner was the Judgment Angel, Kale, acting as the ADC for the Blood Color team. They opted for a lane swap strategy, allowing Kale to farm in the top lane while the Crocodile tanked the duo of Ashe and Leona in the bottom lane. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xian ultimately decided to gank the mid lane. The right side of the enemy mid lane was warded, making it unlikely for the left side to be observed. Li Sheng noted card's overly aggressive positioning. His resolve solidified. Soon, the level 4 Zhao Xian began to creep toward the left river bush. You can go, Li Sheng instructed Xiao Guanjuan. His movements are a bit erratic. I may not be able to stun him. You initiate, Xiao Guanjuan, controlling the fireman, remarked. Xiao Guanjuan's W ability, Pillar of Flame, had scarcely landed on card, due to the latter's cautious positioning, and he had primarily used his W to clear minions. If he were to initiate with E and follow up with Q to apply the firemark stun on card, the success rate would not be particularly high. Alright, let us get him. Li Sheng's eyes gleamed as he commanded Zhao Xian to leap from the bush, brandishing his gleaming spear directly at Yu Luosheng's card. Not enough distance. Flash. Zhao Xian decisively used his flash to close the gap, charging straight into card's face, aiming to apply the dual slow effects of his E skill and red buff. This flash was remarkably resolute. With the slow applied to card, given his forward position, even a flash would not guarantee a swift retreat to safety beneath the tower. The card master was in peril. The host's voice resonated throughout the venue. Suddenly, the arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on the card master. To make matters worse, Fireman had already arrived. With a flourish of his hand, a searing, crimson pillar of flame surged beneath the card master's feet, poised to erupt in the next moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Luosheng executed his flash to evade the fireman's devastating stun and high-damage W ability. The card master's flash was executed in an unusual manner, not retreating directly backward, but rather to the right. In that instant, a yellow card materialized almost instantaneously between the card master's fingers. His slender index and middle fingers clasped the opulent yellow stun card, which appeared as if it had been prepared in advance, devoid of any notion of cutting the deck. With a flick of his wrist, the lavish stun card was cast forth, stunning Zhao Xian in place before he could reach him. In a remarkable display of audacity, The card master unleashed a series of skillful combos upon Zhao Xin, who had been immobilized by the universal card, instead of retreating after executing a basic attack. Just as the crowd was perplexed by the bold actions of the card master, a flag suddenly plunged into the ground beside Zhao Xin in the shadowed area of the blue team's vision. As the banner of victory was raised, the spear, akin to a dragon, swept forth. It was none other than the blood-soaked team's jungler, the Demacian Prince Jarvan, who emerged just in time to strike. It turns out that the prince was assisting the card in evading danger, which explains the card's unperturbed demeanor. Zhao Xin, who directly used his flash to attempt to assassinate the card, is now in grave peril. The host declared loudly. Chapter 66, The Fated Death Card, Part 1. Indeed. As the yellow card's days from the deck subsided, the prince leaped forth, launching Zhao Xin into the air with an impressive reach. A swift normal attack followed. And then the prince activated his W shield, applying a slow. Zhao Xin found himself ensnared by 2 consecutive control skills, immediately succumbing to both the prince's red buff and the shield-induced deceleration. The card master and the prince relentlessly pursued with basic attacks, while the fire mage could only watch helplessly as Zhao Xin was mercilessly battered after expending his entire skill set. As his health plummeted, Zhao Xin attempted to flee, but his efforts appeared futile. With a card clutched in hand, a razor-sharp red card struck the back of Zhao Xin's head. Just as Zhao Xin was about to crawl back to the safety of the mid-lane turret, he ultimately fell victim to the blood-red flying card of the card master, sealing his fate. 300 gold coins floated into the air, and Yu Luosheng confidently claimed his prize. The much-anticipated card master, having secured a kill, was met with a chorus of cheers from the arena. The host's perspective shifted to the mid lane, where he excitedly remarked, "What a splendid play." This is a quintessential example of a mid-lane ambush tactic. The card master continuously pushed the lane, placing himself in a precarious position, thus inviting the enemy jungler to initiate a gank against the defenseless card master. Through astute logical reasoning, our jungler lay in wait, ready to capitalize the moment the enemy jungler emerged, catching them off guard. Oh, and there is one more crucial detail that I wonder if everyone noticed. Just moments ago, when the card master was ambushed by Zhao Xin's flash and ability, he immediately responded by flashing away, and astonishingly, he quickly switched to a yellow card. Yes, the instantaneous switch to a yellow card. I remember that detail vividly. I cannot ascertain whether it was mere luck or if this player, Yu Luosheng, has reached an extraordinarily proficient understanding of the card master to remain capable of executing such a rapid switch under duress, in conjunction with his teammate, the prince, to secure Zhao Xin's life, is quite remarkable. Alas, had this occurred merely 10 seconds earlier, it could have been a first blood. Earlier, during our view of the mid-lane skirmish, the crocodile was forcefully exchanged under the turret by the female tank. The host, evidently a seasoned League of Legends expert, highlighted this nuance, prompting a wave of admiration from the audience of thousands. The instantaneous switch to a yellow card. For many, this ability to swiftly change cards is regarded as an advanced skill of the card master. To master the card master, one must first comprehend the patterns of card selection, red, yellow, blue, in an endless cycle. It can be said that successfully selecting the desired card is the fundamental skill of a card player. With greater finesse, one should aim to execute the card switch within 4 attempts, while also being able to prepare the cards even when under attack. The first 2 techniques are not overly challenging. With practice, they become manageable. However, the ability to switch cards instantaneously requires remarkably swift reflexes, for the card will disappear half a second after the switch, compounded by the element of surprise and a gank, making precise execution in real combat a formidable challenge. In the recent gank and counter-gank sequence, Yu Luosheng's card master demonstrated to all the art of the instantaneous yellow card switch. Alas, this fellow plays AP with such remarkable prowess. Wang Qin's admiration for Yu Luosheng is simply boundless. In the audience, Yang Tranxian, witnessing Yu Luosheng's impressive AP skills, could not help but smile, pondering whether it might be too much to ask him to assist her day in and day out. The initial 300 gold is crucial for Yu Luosheng, but even more significant is the blue buff he secured after vanquishing Zhao Xin. With the blue buff in hand, Yu Luosheng can unleash his cards with fervor. Upon returning home, he procured an 860 explosive wand and is on the cusp of reaching level 5, complemented by his level 3 Q, the universal card, which enables him to clear minions with remarkable speed. At this juncture, Yu Luosheng refrained from targeting the fire mage with any of his cards, Regardless of how confidently he maneuvers, the Fire Mage undeniably holds a dominant position in the lane. Should he unleash a full set of skills, coupled with Ignite, it could spell disaster for Yu Luoxing. However, at present, Yu Luoxing's magic power evidently surpasses that of the Fire Mage. With the blue buff, there is no need for direct confrontation by continuously pushing the lane. The mana-deprived Fire Mage will find himself in dire straits. Doing why, please ensure vision on both sides, Yu Luoxing instructed. Huang Yu's Widowmaker had taken a backseat, focusing solely on warding. As of now, his Widowmaker remains at level 2, having only gained experience after the crocodile was slain under the tower. With the wards in place, Yu Luoxing can minimize the risk of a gank, especially since he no longer has flash available. Upon reaching the lane, a wave of minions arrives perfectly timed. Quickly attaining level 5, the speed at which the level 3 Q can clear minions is astonishing, especially with the blue buff allowing Yu Luoxing to opt for a red card to push the lane. The Fire Mage has evidently returned home to replenish his items, and regrettably, by the time he returns to the lane, he finds himself behind by 4 or 5 minions in a level. With a flourish, the universal card elegantly splits into 3 leaves, gliding across the minions while also grazing the Fire Mage's health. With each sweep of the universal card, Yu Luoxing deliberately angles it to inflict damage upon the Fiery Spectre brand. The Fire Mage's skills are relegated to clearing minions, and though he attempts to strike at the card master, the latter skillfully maintains a safe distance, barely grazing him. Yet far from matching the potency of Yu Luoxing's universal card. Let us examine the farming statistics. The commentator shifts focus to the economic standings of both teams. In the top lane, Kale has achieved 43 last hits, while her opponent, Olaf, finds himself distinctly pressured with only 30. In the bottom lane, the Crocodile has managed a mere 19, suffering immensely, while the opposing Ashe boasts 45, nearly on par with Kale. In the mid lane, wow, this card player exhibits truly solid fundamentals. As we approach the 7-minute mark, his last hit count has surged to 60. If I recall correctly, there were fewer than 60 minions in the mid lane before the 7-minute mark, and considering he recently cleared the F4, he must have missed fewer than 5 minions. Although I am uncertain about the accuracy of this data, one cannot help but notice that the opposing Fire Mage has only secured 43 last hits. Impressively, at the 7-minute mark, he trails behind by 17 last hits, which is quite remarkable. Many players tend to overlook the significance of last hits and often lack an understanding of how a few last hits can influence the game. In reality, a lead of 17 last hits is tantamount to a kill, and when combined with the earlier kill given away by Zhao Xian, it implies that even if no further casualties occur in the mid lane, Yu Luoxing's card master possesses a substantial economic advantage over the opposing Fire Mage. Presently, the card master has his ultimate ability available. One wonders when he might venture forth to assist other lanes. Alas, fighting in a 4v5 scenario is indeed challenging. Otherwise, the likelihood of the card master successfully securing a kill in the bottom lane would be considerably high. Though it is unfortunate that his bottom lane ally is an underdeveloped crocodile, the host remarked. Around the 7.5-minute mark, Yu Luoxing's attention remained fixated on the Fire Mage, whose health was approximately 2/3 depleted. At this juncture, after pushing a wave, the Fire Mage began to noticeably shift to the right, entering the shadowed area. Yu Luoxing's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation as he focused intently on the narrow pathway between the opposing blue buff and mid-turret. At precisely 7 minutes and 30 seconds, Yu Luoxing had been awaiting this crucial moment. It can be said that upon selecting the card master, Yu Luoxing had already played a fateful card of death. This card is destined to activate between the 7th and 8th minutes and will swiftly claim the life of the opposing AP. Chapter 67, The Fated Card of Death Part 2. Damn it, hurry and secure the blue buff for me, or I will be crushed economically, exclaimed Xiao Guanjuan of the Tianda team. Yes, it's about to respawn. Your health is rather low. Aren't you afraid of being caught by Card Master? Replied Li Xing. Does he dare to strike? The moment he lands, I shall eliminate him, Xiao Guanjuan declared confidently. Li Xing guided Zhao Xian towards their blue buff. Approximately 2 minutes later, Zhao Xian claimed the enemy's red buff before securing their own blue buff, resulting in a delayed respawn of the blue buff at the 7-minute mark. Zhao Xian had acquired the red claw, while all other items were tanky, rendering his attack power modest at this stage, and his jungling speed was not particularly swift. As Zhao Xian's health dwindled to a mere sliver, suddenly, Fireman unleashed a pillar of flame behind the wall of the blue buff, snatching away this crucial resource. With the blue buff, just watch me annihilate him. Xiao Guanjuan seethed with pin-up frustration. For any AP champion, being relegated to farming under the turret for the majority of the time is immensely frustrating, especially for a dominant hero like Fireman. The aura of the blue buff enveloped Fireman, swiftly replenishing his nearly depleted mana. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in the sky, surveying the battlefield with an all-seeing gaze, effortlessly reading everyone's movements. Crap, Cardmaster has activated his ultimate, Xiao Guanjuan exclaimed in disbelief. A cascade of shimmering cards flowed above Fireman, forming an elegant ring of cards in a fan-like display. In that instant, Cardmaster emerged resplendently at the center of the card ring, as if stepping through a mysterious dimensional portal, with a luxurious yellow stun card in hand. He hurled it forth, the yellow card slicing through the air in a fierce, spiraling trajectory, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Clang! The yellow card struck Fireman squarely on the forehead, instantly immobilizing him and causing a significant drop in health. Universal card. The three-leaf universal card scattered, and the blade card at its center sliced through Fireman, further depleting his health. Ignite coupled with Cardmaster's deception. The cards swirling around Cardmaster coalesced into one, enhanced by the radiant effect just created. This ordinary attack once again chipped away at Fireman's health. Having already sustained 2/3 of his health and damage, and with all potions exhausted, Fireman found himself mercilessly assaulted by Cardmaster's skill set, compounded by the ongoing burn from Ignite, leading his health to nearly evaporate. Though Fireman did not perish, he frantically hurled his abilities at Cardmaster. Alas, in his panic, he failed to stun the master in time, allowing Cardmaster to deliver 2 more ordinary attacks, supplemented by Ignite's effect, which ultimately claimed him. With a piercing scream, Fireman's form swiftly transformed into a charred, humanoid silhouette crumpling to the ground. The elegant Cardmaster gathered his cards, gracefully flicking his coat, and retrieved the blue buff from the remains of the vengeful Fireman, nonchalantly returning to his lane to continue farming. The process flows seamlessly, exuding an effortless grace that perfectly encapsulates the artistry of a master who employs cards to mysteriously and malevolently claim the lives of others. The calm and collected Cardmaster has once again shone brightly, executing a decisive kill on the vengeful Firemage brand. He did not ascend to the top lane to assist nor descend to the bottom lane to secure a kill. Rather, his first ultimate was unleashed precisely upon the Firemage. The moment Yu Luosheng eliminated the Firemage, applause erupted within the venue. While some may dismiss this act as trivial, any adept card player understands the significance of executing a timely ultimate to secure a kill. However, the game of League of Legends is far from simplistic. Take this standard solo kill as an example. The card player exhibited remarkable timing, striking when the Firemage had just ventured to claim the blue buff. Throughout the landing phase, the Cardmaster continuously exerted pressure on the Firemage, creating a sense of urgency for mana. This logic led to the inevitable scenario where, upon the blue buff's respawn, the Firemage would promptly attempt to seize it. Coupled with the previous harassments dealt to the Firemage and the confirmation of his lack of healing items, the Cardmaster unleashed his ultimate immediately after the Firemage acquired the blue buff, thereby sealing the latter's fate. As observed on the big screen, the blue buff's location was already warded by the stealthy assassin, Evelyn, and the Cardmaster activated his ultimate only after the Firemage had secured the blue buff. Rather than ambushing mid-journey, this strategic decision not only aimed to acquire an additional blue buff but also to exploit the Firemage's moment of vulnerability. A Firemage equipped with abilities poses a significant threat. Should one initiate an attack without caution, they risk being overwhelmed by a barrage of skills. Players often lament their misfortune in the game, believing that the gap between themselves and skilled players is negligible. In truth, the disparity lies within these intricate details. Those capable of eliminating you invariably anticipate your moves several steps ahead. The host's commentary resonates profoundly. League of Legends does not merely showcase mechanical prowess. After all, the skill set of a single champion remains relatively consistent. Yet, is this game truly that straightforward? Each champion possesses 4 abilities and a passive, and some, when augmented by their passive effects, boast up to 8 skills. Are you familiar with the nuances of each ability and its hidden effects? Have you meticulously noted which summoner spells your opponent is utilizing and whether they have already employed them? Are you aware of the items your lane opponent has purchased, the potential damage output of their skill combinations against your health pool, and the equipment you have chosen to counter them? What about the jungler's whereabouts on the map? Are they lying in wait for you? When facing an opponent who appears timid, yet suddenly engages aggressively, it is evident that they have support lurking nearby. Timing the blue buff's respawn and predicting when the opponent will attempt to claim it are crucial elements to consider for effective ambushes. Rather than categorizing League of Legends as merely a cooperative action game, it is more aptly described as a test of intellect. Therefore, do not be misled into thinking that those who can eliminate you do so solely by virtue of luck. Ahem. The expression on Xiao Guangjun's face from the Tianda team mirrors that of the Fire Mage's lifeless form, blackened and charred. What then? Is the most intolerable aspect of playing League of Legends? Certainly, it is a matter of intellectual superiority. When the Fire Mage faces off against the Card Master, it is evident that the Fire Mage holds the upper hand. The explosive potential of the Card Master pales in comparison to that of the Fire Mage, while their sustain seems to be more or less equal. In fact, the Card Master's ultimate ability is one that he should not use recklessly against the Fire Mage. The moment the Card Master lands, he should swiftly hurl a W Flame Pillar into the card ring and follow it up with a Q Flame Mark. Although the Card Master's yellow card would still be cast, it would undoubtedly stun him. However, Xiao Guangjun could never have anticipated that his opponent would strike while his W Flame Pillar was still on cooldown. There is a ward here, undoubtedly placed by the Widowmaker. The jungler, Zhao Xian, could only watch helplessly as his teammate was slain on the other side of the wall, ultimately bursting out in exasperation. Do we really need you to say that? Xiao Guangjun retorted, clearly irritated. Chapter 68, a crucial battle. Enough chatter, let us secure the dragon, commanded Captain Lu Qi to Xiao Guangjun and Li Sheng. The opposing team was perpetually down a member, implying that the blood-colored team had no means to contest such a valuable resource. The resurrected fireman swiftly arrived at the dragon's location, and the four members unabashedly claimed it. If the Tianda team aimed to seize the dragon, the blood-colored team was indeed at a complete loss. It all hinged on whether the prince could snatch it away. As anticipated, the blood-colored team relinquished this dragon. The commentator noted that Yu Luoxing refrained from allowing the prince to undertake the risky endeavor of contesting the dragon, as such high-stakes actions bore little significance. With one less player, the situation could lead to their mid lane being overwhelmed by the opposing team's 5-man unit. Calmly, Yu Luoxing continued to clear the lane, repeatedly employing blue cards to assault the enemy's mid lane first turret. The turret's health had already been significantly diminished, compounded by the rapid pushing capability of the Card Master. While the enemy claimed a dragon, Yu Luoxing successfully demolished the enemy's mid lane first turret. Soon, the other three members of the Tianda team began to group in the bottom lane, decisively overpowering the crocodile beneath the turret. The opposing team effectively exploited their numerical advantage, continuously gathering 3 or 4 players, leaving the prince unable to roam and merely accompanying the underperforming crocodile. Otherwise, the latter would struggle to recover. In the top lane, the Judgment Angel thrived remarkably, with Olaf attempting to charge at her several times, only to be repelled each time. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian often attended to the Angel in the top lane, allowing the Card Master, who had ample opportunities to roam, to appear at opportune moments, safeguarding his teammate's growth. The blood-colored team utilized the Widow to place wards, adeptly surveilling the movements of the Tianda team and thwarting their early jungle gank attempts. However, this solution was only temporary. Once the Tianda team's 5 members became fully equipped, leveraging their numerical superiority to secure dragons and even the Baron, or to directly assault turrets. How would the blood-colored team respond? The commentator remarked that 5 members ultimately made a difference, and with the crocodile's economy significantly suppressed, the situation of 4 against 5 became increasingly arduous. Yu Luoxing's Card Master consistently targeted the fireman or the jungler Zhao Xian with his ultimate ability, and by the 12th minute, he had already claimed 4 kills, with his minion count reaching 120. Armed with the Lich Bane and a pair of sorcerer's shoes, his equipment was indeed lavish compared to 15 minutes prior. It could be said that should the fireman of the Tianda team make even the slightest mistake, he would instantly become Yu Luoxing's personal ATM. Approaching the 14th minute, Yu Luoxing once again single-handedly eliminated the fireman. This kill truly shattered the fireman's south presence in the lane. The members of the Tianda team finally recognized that they could not allow the Card Master to flourish unchecked, prompting them to devise a strategy. How could we be reduced to this? Lu Qi of the Tianda team remarked coldly. This Card Master knows how to play. And Zhao Xian isn't coming to assist me with ganks. Xiao Guangjun lamented about the jungler. Damn it, the mid lane is teeming with wards. And the prince is lying in wait. Li Sheng grumbled in frustration. It's nothing, just a card. Wait for me to burst him right in the face, Wu Kai declared. The female tank is a champion with formidable offensive capabilities, and it is the support hero Wu Kai excels at. Heroes like Cardmaster, with their shorter range, are easily dispatched if caught. They pose no real threat. Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, glanced at the mid lane. His Frost Archer had just returned to purchase new equipment, and the first tower in the bottom lane had already been destroyed, allowing them to directly assault the mid lane and chip away at the enemy's tower health. Fire Mage, I'll initiate with my ultimate in the mid lane. You finish him off, Captain Lu Qi instructed. The terrifying aspect of the Frost Archer lies in her ability to suddenly unleash a stunning ice arrow from the shadows, particularly in the mid lane where she can shoot down the central axis, effectively striking careless AP champions. With an ice sword in hand, Captain Lu Qi decisively activated his ultimate. An arrow of ice flew forth, whistling past the heads of the minions from the purple side. The dazzling ice arrow traced a frosty path, aimed squarely at the Cardmaster who was farming in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Yu Luoxing was rapidly farming in the mid lane, opting to clear the F4 and 3 wolves without his ultimate, always maximizing his economic advantage. However, just as he was collecting that wave of minions, a chilling arrow came flying toward him, striking terror into his heart. Yu Luoxing frowned, instinctively dodging to the left upon seeing the ice arrow. Had he not used his flash while single-handedly defeating the Fire Mage earlier, his quick reflexes would have certainly allowed him to evade this arrow. He consciously attempted to evade, but unfortunately, the arrow was cunningly timed, arriving precisely as he was about to collect the minions. Bang! The arrow struck the Cardmaster squarely in the face, shattering the ice into fragments. The Cardmaster was immediately stunned in place. This arrow, shot from a distance, had an exceptionally long stun duration, and Yu Luoxing, noticing the Fire Mage entering his line of sight, realized he was trapped in a dire predicament. Whoosh! The Fire Mage, frantic to eliminate the Cardmaster, flashed forward, unleashing a combo of spells upon Yu Luoxing's Cardmaster. Shut down. A glorious record of 500 now bore the mark of death, with a hefty bounty of 500 gold taken away by the Fire Mage's flash and ignite. The Blood Red team, centered around Yu Luoxing, displayed signs of panic as his Cardmaster was slain. What happened? Shui Haiyang, who had not been aware of the mid-lane skirmish, quickly inquired. Caught off guard by the Frost Archer, the Fire Mage flashed in to unleash his skills. Xiao Dao explained. The arrow had arrived so unexpectedly that it was almost impossible for anyone to react in time, and it was unjust to blame Yu Luoxing for being careless. They will group up to push mid, stalling at the first tower for a bit. But don't engage, let them have it. We'll defend the second tower and wait for my respawn. Yu Luoxing remained unperturbed by the sudden downfall, calmly addressing his teammates. With the Cardmaster down, the Tianda team indeed gathered to push the mid lane. The nearly full health tower was swiftly dismantled, forcing the Judgment Angel, who had been developing on the top lane, to return to the mid lane for defense. Otherwise, the mid lane's second tower could easily be taken. Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, unleashed an arrow that instantaneously altered the course of the battle. Many had previously questioned the choice of Frost Archer, wondering if such a fragile champion was truly suitable for competitive play. In reality, it was an astute decision. The Blood Color team was evidently one player short, placing them at a disadvantage in team fights. The Frost Archer possesses unparalleled initiation capabilities in the entirety of League of Legends. The commentator professionally articulated this point. The Frost Archer, while having its pros and cons, could utterly devastate the enemy team if her strengths were leveraged effectively. The selection of Frost Archer by Tianda SADC was indeed a wise choice, as her own catchphrase suggests. This arrow has already showcased her potential, and the impending ensnaring arrow will pose the greatest threat to the Blood Color team. The Blood Color team now finds themselves in a precarious situation. Tianda can replicate their strategy, maintaining an ungrouped presence in the mid lane or elsewhere, and after depleting some health, they can allow the Frost Archer to initiate a team fight. Even with a defensive tower, the Blood Color team may struggle to withstand a 4v5 encounter. The Blood Color team's card player is exceptional, yet he will find it challenging against Tianda's early grouping. The commentator expressed a sense of regret, noting that a 4v5 situation is ultimately too challenging. Upon hearing the commentator's remarks, the audience began to feel that the Blood Color team had little hope left. After all, no matter how skillfully the Widowmaker wards the area, if the others group up and push the tower, illuminating the map becomes meaningless. Oh dear. I was so excited earlier, thinking the card player could save the day, lamented a young man resembling a college student. Early grouping leaves the card player at a disadvantage, If the game were to drag on for over 20 minutes, perhaps he would have a chance. But Tianda's players are no fools. They are well aware of Card's potential and are not granting him ample time to develop. The crocodile in the bottom lane is suffering immensely, having died 3 times, and without the Sunfire, he is rendered ineffective. The audience began to murmur, most shaking their heads in dismay. Yang Chanqian sat beside her teammates, with a worried Wang Qin beside her. It seems to be just as the commentator said. Wang Qin remarked. A sense of unease settled within Yang Chanqian. Reflecting on the events in the hospital, she sincerely hoped the blood-color team would not lose this match. Yet the current circumstances. The Widowmaker is warding at the dragon, Yu Luoxing informed Huang Yu. Huang Yu had been traversing the jungle, hesitant to approach the combat zone. At the Widowmaker's level, being slowed meant instant demise, as anyone could easily eliminate him. The dragon? Huang Yu queried, puzzled. With their 5-man grouping at the second tower, what significance did warding at the dragon hold? Despite his confusion, Huang Yu complied, moving to the dragon area and placing wards in several key positions around it. At this moment, Yu Luoxing was revived and swiftly moved into the fray. With his remarkable minion-clearing speed, the appearance of his card in the team would prevent the adversaries from launching a direct assault on the towers, thus preserving the second tower. Realizing that there was no opportunity to take down the second tower, the Tianda team ultimately opted for a strategic retreat, making their way towards the dragon instead. The Tianda team secured the dragon at the 9-minute mark, which respawns every 6 minutes. Now, at the 15-minute mark, it was evident that the dragon had indeed respawned. With the first tower down in the bottom lane, the first tower in the mid lane, and 1 dragon claimed, the overall economic advantage of the Tianda team was unmistakably pronounced. Should the opposing blood color team manage to secure the second dragon, their economic disparity would only widen further. Under the pressure of such economic strain and the looming threat of team fights, Yu Luoxing earnestly addressed the members of the blood color team. We must engage at the dragon. Victory is imperative. Xiao Dao, Xiao Tongdong. And Shui Haiyang exchanged glances with Yu Luoxing, all acutely aware of the significance of this impending battle for the dragon. A win could potentially allow them to continue their pursuit. A defeat, however, would render any chance of recovery exceedingly difficult. Chapter 69. Life and death in a single step from the current trajectory of the Crimson Blood team. Their resolve for battle is unwavering. They intend to engage in a fair confrontation with the Tianda team at the dragon's lair. The host's voice rose in excitement. The audience, witnessing the 4 members of the Crimson Blood team rushing toward the dragon battlefield, fell into an anticipatory hush, their gazes riveted on the large screen, fearful of missing any thrilling moments of the impending clash. The entrance to the dragon's lair has always been a strategic hotspot. The members of the Tianda team, having spotted the approach of the Crimson Blood team from the lane, chose not to hasten their assault on the dragon, instead lingering to lure in their opponents. They wish to fight us, exclaimed Li Shang, controlling Zhao Xin for the Tianda team, his eyes glinting with excitement. I truly don't understand why they didn't just forfeit. Why endure a match with someone so inept? Do they genuinely believe they can win a 4v5? Wu Kai scoffed. Wu Kai would not forget the humiliation he faced when Qining ordered him to leave in front of so many at the Longxing Internet CAF. Wu Kai was willing to forego anything, but he was determined to reclaim his pride. Having dealt with Huang Yu in their last encounter, Wu Kai felt a measure of relief, yet it was insufficient. This match, in front of thousands, demanded that he brutally dominate the Crimson Blood team. He longed to witness the twitching expression on Qin Ying's face. The berserker lunged directly at the card master. Do you understand? Lu Qi inquired. Yes, I do. No worries. I'll certainly catch him off guard. You all just need to follow up and eliminate him. Wu Kai replied confidently. Soon, both teams were entangled in the dragon riverbed. Without his ultimate ability, the Frost Archer could not initiate a team fight. Thus, the critical moment hinged on when Olaf would unleash his ultimate or whether Wu Kai's Leona could ensnare an opponent. Wu Kai, adept at playing the tank support, positioned himself within the dragon's gorge, seeking to ambush from this advantageous angle. The card master was the sole source of harassment for the Crimson Blood team, and he would undoubtedly devise a means to approach and cast his spells. Wu Kai's keen eyes remained fixed on the card master. Ready to strike the moment he made a misstep. The sharp golden card spun through the air, slicing past the brush, severing the foliage and grazing the skin of the Tianda team's frontline berserker Olaf and Zhao Xin, the general of the Imperial Guard. The golden card flew at a leisurely pace. Those with even a modicum of agility could easily evade it. Yet with the Tianda team's 5 members clustered in the dragon riverbed, someone was bound to be struck by the elusive card. The trajectory of the card master's golden card was particularly cunning, at times, even when one spotted the card soaring towards them. It felt as if evasion was an impossibility. The fire mage, meanwhile, was incessantly casting spells in an attempt to chip away at the health of the Crimson Blood Team's frontline, the Crocodile and Prince. Unfortunately, the fire mage's equipment left much to be desired. His spells barely grazed the tanky Prince and Crocodile, proving less effective than a single golden card. At the 15-minute mark, with the Lich's Curse, Sorcerer's Shoes, Explosive Wand, and Dorian's Ring, the card master's equipment could only be described as lavish. The combined efforts of the Fire Mage and Frost Archer fell short of the card master's singular prowess. Captain Lucci of the Tianda team discerned that such consumption of resources was unwise and promptly signaled to Wu Kai beside him. Wu Kai, somewhat irked, noted that the opponent's card positioning was overly cautious, leaving him no opportunity to capitalize, while their versatile card had already depleted a third of his health. Since Captain Lucci had called for an engagement, Wu Kai could no longer contain himself, his gaze fixed solely on the cards. He noticed the enemy preparing for another assault. Without hesitation, he pressed the D key. In a flash, the radiant goddess Leona, clad in golden armor, leapt forth from the dragon's gorge. Solar flare! Leona bellowed, raising her golden sword high. Instantly, a scorching solar flare erupted in the river, targeting the card master, Yu Luo Xing. The golden flare exhibited dual rings. The inner ring inflicted stun, while the outer ring caused slow. Wu Kai's ultimate was aimed with precision to incapacitate the enemy's core hero, the card master. The tank initiates the fight, targeting the card master. The commentator announced loudly. This declaration electrified the atmosphere, for everyone understood that the crux of this 4 versus 5 situation hinged upon the card master. Should the Blood Red team's card master be eliminated swiftly, they would possess no means to contend with the Tianda team, and a defeat in this skirmish would inevitably lead to their collapse and ultimate demise. The screen swiftly shifted to focus on the card master, revealing the imminent peril of the lethal solar flare flickering beneath his feet, threatening to ignite his cloak. Wu Kai's ultimate was ingeniously executed. He had deliberately unleashed it a step behind the card master. This meant that should the card master instinctively retreat, he would land directly in the path of the ultimate. Conversely, should he advance, Leona's golden sword would swiftly target him, striking him down. The next move of Yu Luo Xing was of utmost importance. A single misstep could expose him to a relentless onslaught from his foes. To retreat or to advance? In this moment of life and death, the hearts of all spectators were collectively held in suspense for the card master. Suddenly, just as the card master attempted to move closer to his teammates, he took a step back. This maneuver successfully evaded Leona's stunning ring. However, he could not escape the outer ring, thus he was slowed. Lacking flash or any means of escape, this reduction in speed proved fatal. Moreover, the radiant goddess Leona, brandishing her golden sword, stood directly before him. A cold smirk crept across Wu Kai's face, signaling the impending demise of the card master. Dawn's blade. Leona unleashed her golden sword with a fierce swing, transforming the swordlight into a tangible projectile that surged forth, piercing straight for the card master. This was a frontal assault. For an ordinary individual, evading the stunning ring was already a formidable challenge, let alone this lethal strike which left no room for evasion. As the golden sword soared through the air, the card master, having retreated a step, swiftly shifted to the right. This maneuver perfectly aligned with the trajectory of Leona's golden sword, forming a 90-degree angle, executing one of the most exquisite maneuvers in League of Legends, the right angle dance step. What is the right angle dance step? The right angle dance step is applicable to all linear non-directional skills aimed at evasion, such as Lux's Binding, Rumble's Harpoon, Fresh's Hook, and Lee Sin's Sonic Wave. When these skills are unleashed, the enemy is positioned directly in front of you, and their trajectory aligns with that of the skill. This represents a 0-degree angle, ensuring a hit. However, if the enemy moves at a 90-degree angle to the trajectory of the skill, a mere step is sufficient to evade such linear non-directional abilities. Mastering this right angle dance requires extensive practice and remarkable judgment, as one must anticipate the angle from which the opponent will cast their skill. At this moment, the positioning of the card master forms a right angle with Leona's golden sword. A slight shift to the right allows him to evade this lethal control skill. Such exquisite positioning enables the card master to deftly avoid 2 of Leona's most dangerous control abilities. Well, look, during the evasion, the card master is also managing his card cuts. The host exclaimed. Faced with such an ambush, the card master remains unfazed while cutting cards. Truly a display of remarkable skill. Chapter 70. A Fierce Melee. Wu Kai exclaimed in frustration upon realizing that his skills had been rendered ineffective. At that moment, the card master clutched a flamboyant red card in his hand. With a swift motion, he flung the red card towards the goddess of dawn, striking her face with a resounding impact. A whirlwind of crimson cards swirled around the goddess, instantly marking the areas they passed with a slowing effect. Zhao Xian, intent on charging at the card master, found himself hindered by the red card, his movements delayed. This astute play effectively thwarted any aggressive intentions from his opponent. However, Olaf activated his ultimate ability and surged forward. The commentator spoke rapidly, noting that Olaf's ultimate rendered him immune to any control or slowing effects. The Berserker, clad in blood-soaked battle attire and wielding two blood-stained axes, charged recklessly toward the card master. With a burst of speed, Olaf resembled a rampaging bull, rapidly closing in on his target. The combined aggression of the goddess of dawn's flashing control, Zhao Xian's mindless assault, and Olaf's ultimate and sprint showcased the intense animosity the team bore towards the card master. Three such formidable champions converging with such ferocity left little hope for escape, even for heroes equipped with escape skills. Meanwhile, the crocodile from their team positioned itself strategically in front of the card master. Yet it was insufficient to deter the wild Olaf. Xiao Tong felt a pang of urgency as he watched the card master being relentlessly pursued. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and the Demacian Prince Jarvan leaped into action, thrusting his spear straight into the shallow riverbed. The ground trembled as rocks erupted around Jarvan's spear, forming an imposing circular stone barrier that ensnared Olaf, regardless of his fury. Jarvan's ultimate successfully thwarted Olaf's wild onslaught, leaving Zhao Xian trapped in an awkward position where he could not reach the enemy backline. At that moment, the Judgment Angel found an excellent vantage point to unleash her damage. Wielding both the Blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves, her output was not to be underestimated. The Judgment Angel, Kale, was equipped for AD damage. Although AP would yield greater effects for her, this battle necessitated her physical prowess. Armed with a large blue potion, Kale's ranged cooldown skills were minimal, allowing her to stand firm and deal damage. The card master had also sought refuge among his two allies, positioning himself alongside the Judgment Angel. In team fights, it is optimal for ADC and AP to adopt a Y-axis formation, allowing them to support one another when enemies advance. A decisive play ensued as he drew a card, unleashing all his skills upon Olaf. Yu Luoqing's intent was clear, to eliminate the greatest threat, Olaf, in the shortest time possible. Red card, a Crimson Whirlwind. The effect of the card trick, Lich's Curse, allows a single ordinary attack to deplete several segments of Olaf's health. Coupled with the universal card sweeping across Olaf, who lacks any magic resistance equipment, the meager 30 points of magic and physical resistance from his ultimate ability proved to be of little significance. It is noteworthy that Yu Luoqing, at approximately the 15-minute mark, boasts 5 kills and 160 minion last hits, adorned in splendid gear that inflicts tremendous damage upon Olaf, who possesses merely a single piece of Thormail. As Olaf's health plummets, the opposing Zhao Xian cannot remain a mere spectator. He maneuvers around the prince's ultimate, disregarding both the crocodile and the prince, and charges unabashedly towards the face of the card master. In response, Yu Luoqing deftly maneuvers card master backwards, alerting his teammates. Zhao Xian executes a dash, inflicting both slow and damage upon the card master. At this juncture, Xiao Tong's crocodile uses Olaf as a springboard, seamlessly executing a second E ability to reappear right before the card master, delivering a stunning blow directly to Zhao Xian's visage. The formation of the Blood-Red team is disrupted by Zhao Xian's charge, compelling Kale to shift her focus while simultaneously redirecting all her skill damage towards Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's development is rather mediocre. Had his ultimate struck multiple adversaries, it could have bolstered his resistance significantly, yet it merely grazed the crocodile, rendering its impact negligible. In the throes of battle, with no way out, Zhao Xian finds himself stunned by the crocodile, beset by Kale's withering and skill-induced slow, failing to achieve the lift effect of his triple Q ability, and thus he endures a considerable surge of damage. Unable to reach the card master and Kale, he reluctantly shifts his aggression towards the critically wounded prince, intent on dispatching the knife-wielding champion first. Jarvan, the Demacian Prince, is an adept hero in the hands of the knife master. He refrains from utilizing his E-skill banner while unleashing his ultimate to obstruct the enemy's pursuit, knowing well that Olaf is impervious to being lifted. As he penetrates the enemy's back line, his scant damage merely serves to gift ahead. With his health dwindling, The prince decisively employs a combination of EQ to surge forth from the chaotic fray of foes. His health is reduced to a mere sliver. The fireman from the Tianda team, despite having subpar equipment, possesses an explosive potential that is indeed formidable. Particularly with the chilling presence of an infinity edge that has already been acquired, even with a substantial amount of armor, the prince cannot withstand such onslaughts. Regrettably, as Zhao Xian turns back, he inadvertently directs his skill towards the severely wounded prince. The prince lets out a wail, collapsing to the ground. The tension in the battlefield escalates exponentially. Yu Luoxing scarcely has a moment to mourn the prince's demise. As his skills cool down once more, he unhesitatingly presses the W key, initiating card selection. Once again, he opts for the red card, following the leap of the blue card. He swiftly locks onto the red card. The red card soars forth, unleashing a vivid wave of slowing effect centered on Zhao Xian. The universal card's trifoliate blade swiftly follows, slicing directly past Zhao Xian's face. An ordinary attack triggers the effect of Lich's curse once again. The cards drawn were all red, complemented by the versatile Queen card, resulting in exceptionally high AE damage. Both Zhao Xian and Olaf were equipped with tanky items, yet their health points were nearing depletion. It must be said, the battlefield was in utter chaos and fervor. Until the final moment, it was impossible to determine the victor. The clash raged from the Dragon Canyon riverbank to the position of the blue team's F4. Zhao Xian from the Tianda team narrowly escaped death, while assisting Olaf in absorbing some damage, allowing Olaf to unleash a ferocious assault, his great axe slowing down the Judgment Angel, Kale. Meanwhile, the Dawn Goddess unexpectedly charged in from the opposite side, a blade of dawn striking directly at Kale's visage, immediately stunning her with the Q shield. Leona's precise ambush posed a grave threat to Kale of the Blood-Red team. The commentator was deeply engrossed and exhilarated, his fervent words resonating with the captivated audience, drowning out the surrounding noise. Only his voice echoed in the ears of the spectators, tugging at their heartstrings. Chapter 71. As long as my cards remain alive. With a thunderous roar, Olaf brought down his axe, causing nearly a third of Kale's health to evaporate in a terrifying display of true damage. Ice's scattering arrows flew forth, and it seemed that the ensnared Kale was on the brink of annihilation. In a moment of urgency, Shui Haiyang hastily pressed the R key, enveloping himself in divine protection, a state of complete invincibility, impervious to any slow effects. With a swift surge of speed, the Judgment Angel, now with only a third of her health remaining, narrowly escaped the hail of projectiles. Indeed, Kale's ultimate was reserved for her own survival, allowing her to evade disaster. However, Team Tianda had no intention of letting her go. Olaf and Leona relentlessly pursued her. The cooldown of Olaf's axe was remarkably short, and just as Kale's invincibility came to an end, another axe struck, inflicting a debilitating slow upon her. This deceleration proved to be lethal for Kale, as being slowed by Ice's W ability left her with little hope of survival. Just as they closed in on Kale, a red card suddenly soared through the air. It struck both the Berserker Olaf and the Dawn Goddess Leona, dispelling Olaf's ultimate effect and momentarily halting their chase. In a timely manner, another red card flew forth, effectively quelling Team Tianda's intent to continue their pursuit of the Judgment Angel. The commentator spoke rapidly. Swipe. Following this, a three-leaf universal card swept across, grazing Olaf. His health was critically low, and with the additional skills from the card, his vitality plummeted to 0. At that moment, Xiao Tongtong from Team Blood Color decisively pressed down on his keyboard, unleashing Crocodile's reaping blade upon Olaf. Blood splattered as Olaf succumbed, collapsing at the intersection between F4 and the river. With Olaf's demise, Crocodile was immediately afflicted by Ice's slow. Ice's kiting abilities were formidable, and the slow rendered any escape for Crocodile nearly impossible. His development had not been optimal, and he could not withstand damage for long. At this juncture, Xiao Tongtong glanced at the health of the opposing fireman. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed his second E, choosing not to flee, and unleashed a full barrage of skills upon Fireman, igniting him simultaneously. Fireman's health was reduced by at least 2/5. And although Crocodile had not built any offensive items, the burst damage he unleashed was not to be underestimated. Fireman maintained his composure, first casting burning flames upon Crocodile, followed by Firemark to stun him. At that moment, Ice's devastating critical arrows rained down, all targeted at Crocodile. Overwhelmed in the bottom lane by two opponents, Crocodile, equipped inadequately, could not endure for long, and soon his health was depleted. Fortunately, Crocodile managed to direct all his skills at Fireman, leaving him severely weakened. The flames of injury still lingered upon the Fire Mage, who ultimately succumbed to the blaze and perished, his life traded for that of the crocodile. Shui Haiyang felt a twinge of guilt as he witnessed his teammate's tragic demise while attempting to protect him. He turned to retrieve the bloodied Leona, but at that moment, the Frost Archer's longbow suddenly unfurled, unleashing a colossal magical crystal arrow hurtling towards him. Alas, misfortune struck as the Frost Archer Ash's ultimate ability came off cooldown, and the arrow struck Kaisa squarely in the face, sealing her fate. Indeed, Ash swiftly applied her W ability to the stunned Kaisa, slowing her down with precise skill. The Frost Archer's adept maneuvers left Kaisa with no chance of escape as she was relentlessly pursued. With no strength to recover, Kaisa swung her angelic sword feebly at Ash. But to her dismay, Ash's health was nearly at its peak, rendering Kaisa's attacks virtually ineffective. Ultimately, Kaisa met a tragic end beneath Ash's icy arrows. As expected of the esteemed captain of the Tianda team, the ADC demonstrated an exquisite level of finesse. The crocodile's head and Kaisa's were both claimed by Ash. The prince fell, the crocodile exchanged lives, and Kaisa was taken down. In an instant, 3 members of the Blood Red team lay defeated on the battlefield, leaving only the card master, Yu Luoxing, standing. What compounded their peril was the fact that the card master's mana was nearly depleted, leaving him with the ability to cast at most one more spell. The Tianda team had lost only the Fire Mage and the Berserker Olaf, while Zhao Xian and Leona were both left with scant health, and Ash remained nearly unscathed. The Blood Red team had fought valiantly in this skirmish, with the card master's red and wild cards dealing substantial AE damage, yet they ultimately found themselves one player short, with a 2-4-3 exchange. The Tianda team undoubtedly held the upper hand. Was the Blood Red team destined for defeat? The commentator mused. Defeated? Qining's eyes were fixed intently on the screen, their brilliance dimming in an instant. As someone entrenched in the gaming community, losing this match drained the color from his face. It felt as if his already faltering life had been trampled once more, a deeply painful sensation. Shui Haiyang, Xiao Dao, and Xiao Tongdong stared blankly at their grayish screens. This team fight was the Blood Red team's sole hope. A loss would lead to a complete collapse. At that moment, they yearned for another summoner spell that could grant rebirth and teleportation, allowing them to fiercely battle the Tianda team once more. However, the grayish screen and the Crimson Death notifications left them feeling defeated and powerless. They had never anticipated becoming so engrossed in the game. Nor did they foresee dedicating over 2 months of relentless training for this match, enduring monotonous drills day after day. They certainly never imagined that after thousands of victories and defeats, the impending shattering of the crystal and the looming defeat would ignite an overwhelming urge to smash their keyboards. They exerted themselves tirelessly, and even when Captain Huang Yu was injured, they did not relinquish what could have been a humiliating match. Ultimately, defeat was inevitable. Captain Huang Yu gazed at Shui Haiyang, Xiao Dao, and Xiao Tongtong, and at that moment, an overwhelming sense of shame engulfed him. Had it not been for his impulsive actions, his teammates would not have been plunged into such despair and discontent. His widow has yet to reach level 6, merely able to push the lane during skirmishes. Yet, what was the point of dismantling the first tower in the top lane when it could not salvage the impending decline of the entire team? Just moments ago, his teammates were fervently shouting for victory, but now, silence enveloped the atmosphere. The sudden stillness was maddening, filled with frustration and exasperation. Suddenly, a cry from the host echoed. The card master still wishes to fight, despite all teammates having perished and the opposition retaining 3 members. The card master chose to continue the battle with just one skill at his disposal. Could this usually composed player be losing his rationality? The members of the Blood Red team listened intently to the host's call, their gazes converging on Yu Luoxing, filled with confusion. Had he given up, merely seeking to claim a single enemy life? Yu Luoxing fixated on the screen, his eyes radiating an unprecedented intensity. Had they lost? Absolutely not. As long as my card master still stands. Chapter 72, Life and Death in 1. 5 seconds the card master radiated a cerulean glow as Yu Luoxing emerged from resurrection, equipped with ample blue potions, having purchased an abundance of them. It was common knowledge that without the blue buff, the card master would find himself severely lacking in mana, a fact Yu Luoxing had taken into account during his preparations. Yet, despite this foresight, his supply of blue potions had been entirely depleted. Casting a glance at Leona's position, Yu Luoxing swiftly drew a blue card. The Azure card, shimmering with a watery sheen, was hurled toward the opposing support, Leona, who was left with scant health. This blue card obliterated Leona's remaining vitality. However, it was a regrettable choice, for despite the card's impact, the support did not perish. His recklessness was evident. Attacking Leona meant he had become ensnared by Ash's ice arrows. The commentator remarked on this miscalculation. The members of the blood-red team observed Yu Luoxing, questioning the merit of sacrificing his champion to eliminate the opposing support. It seemed Yu Luoxing had resigned to his fate. As anticipated, Ash unleashed a barrage of arrows, slowing the card master. There was no escape for him now. Yu Luoxing furrowed his brow. He had initially believed a single blue card would suffice to finish off Leona. Yet, he had not accounted for her choice of magic resistance boots and additional defensive items, explaining her survival through multiple assaults. This miscalculation thrust Yu Luoxing deeper into peril. Ash had now slowed him, and Leona, cleverly opting not to pursue, retreated to avoid the card master's potential onslaught. With his health dwindling, a few more hits would undoubtedly seal his fate, the commentator's voice echoing in the ears of all present. 1 arrow. 2 arrows. Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, smirked. He was determined to claim this kill. Suddenly, the card master darted into the dense foliage behind the red buff, vanishing from sight, causing Lu Qi to lose his target momentarily. However, it mattered little. The slowed card master was not destined to escape. Lu Qi maneuvered Ash into the thicket, checking the cooldown for his ultimate ability, ready to unleash it once more. No matter how the card master attempted to obscure his position, his demise was imminent. Upon entering the brush, Lu Qi spotted the card master's sluggish form, evoking the image of a wounded soldier dragging himself beneath the weight of his own arrows. From his elevated position, Lu Qi could effortlessly raise his bow and deliver the fatal blow at any moment. At that juncture, Lu Qi observed the card master selecting a card. What purpose did it serve? Even if he drew a yellow card, escape was impossible. Lu Qi recognized the desperate struggle. It was futile. Even with a stun, the slowed card master could not evade the range of Ash's next volley. Given the card master's precarious health, a mere arrow or a hit from Ash's barrage would spell his end. The commentator's expression mirrored the anxiety felt by all. Indeed, the card master has chosen the yellow card. Ding! The stunning yellow card struck the face of the ice archer, who had nearly reached him, leaving her dazed in place. Lu Qi smirked disdainfully, his W skill, rain of arrows, ready to unleash in his grasp. As soon as the stun wore off, with a swift activation of his W, he would claim the kill. Suddenly, a red eye appeared above Lu Qi's Ash. Taken aback, he glanced at the card master, only to see a dying struggle as a crimson beam emerged above the card master's head. This beam enveloped him, forming a scarlet pattern around him. Is he activating his ultimate at this moment? The host was utterly baffled. Yes, the card master had indeed unleashed his ultimate. Not only the host, but everyone else watched in confusion as the seemingly doomed card master chose this final moment to use his ultimate. Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, recognized the red glow surrounding the card master and swiftly pressed the W key. 1 second, 1.5 seconds. The stun lasted precisely 1.5 seconds. However, this very duration seemed to be just enough for the card master to activate his ultimate and vanish. Rain of arrows. The icy white arrows scattered, almost grazing the card master's visage. At that instant, the card master suddenly disappeared from sight. The arrow struck only the brush, leaving nothing else in its wake. Damn it! Lu Qi cursed vehemently, his expression a mix of astonishment and rage. It felt as if he had cornered a girl, stripped of all defenses, only for her to sprout wings and fly away, an absurd and incredulous sensation. Where did he fly off to? Suddenly, a furious exclamation erupted from Wu Kai. Just moments ago, he had been controlling Leona in a safe corner, shifting his view towards the ice archer. Suddenly, the card master vanished after activating his ultimate. By the time he realized what had happened, Wu Kai's screen was enveloped in a grayish hue. He didn't even have time to comprehend how he was slain. Oh my god! The host exclaimed in shock. Card. Did everyone see that? My goodness. The seemingly doomed card master, utilizing a yellow card and his ultimate, not only evaded the deadly arrow of the ice archer but also claimed the returning Leona. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Just moments ago, everyone believed the card master was doomed, and now, all eyes were wide open, staring in disbelief at the towering LCD screen. Dressed in a trench coat, covered in wounds, holding a blood-stained card, the card master Twisted Fate stood unscathed, triumphantly atop Leona's lifeless body. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. This astonishing maneuver instantly left everyone in awe. Have you ever envisioned the breathtaking spectacle of thousands rising in unison, their eyes practically glued to the screen in fervent anticipation? A level 3 yellow card induces a dizzying effect lasting 1.5 seconds. Precisely the duration required for the card's ultimate incantation. To maintain such composure and make such a decisive judgment under such dire circumstances is nothing short of remarkable. My goodness. Even the host was left speechless. Chapter 73. Turning the Tide of Battle. The card master utilizes his ultimate ability to escape. This is one of the essential techniques a card master must master. However, at the moment he entered the brush, he was left with but a sliver of health, making that yellow card crucial. Wait, let us not dwell on this just yet. It seems the card master has more in store. The host was about to recount the dazzling escape and kill by Yu Luosheng when he noticed the card master advancing towards the enemy's jungle. Yu Luosheng approached the brush to the right of the enemy's first tower, heading towards the brush by the opposing blue buff. Suddenly, he maintained a slight distance from the brush. 3 square cards were swiftly grasped in the hands of the card master, who flicked his wrist, sending the differently colored cards soaring, spinning sharply into the brush. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the brush. Double kill. The system announced loudly. Double kill. What transpired? Could there still be someone concealed within the brush? The host was momentarily stunned, hastily switching the camera to that location. The previous skirmish had been chaotic. Zhao Xian had fled with minimal health, and most spectators had overlooked him. It was indeed Zhao Xian. Double kill. The card master had accomplished this feat amidst such dire circumstances with no mana and scant health. Before the crowd could fully process the card master's escape and the magnificent takedown of Leona, this unexpected kill sent a wave of excitement through the arena. Within the brush by the enemy's blue buff, there were no signs of the blood color team, and at the moment Yu Luosheng unleashed his ultimate, he swiftly dispatched Leona, nearly catching a glimpse of Zhao Xian's position. Upon killing Leona, Yu Luosheng suddenly realized that Zhao Xian was quite nearby and could likely see the weakened Yu Luosheng flying towards this location, ready to ambush him from the brush. Thus, he instinctively cast a versatile card towards the blue buff brush. Indeed, Zhao Xian did not return to base but charged straight at him. Astounding. Remarkable. The card master withstood immense pressure, executing a dazzling maneuver with keen awareness to secure 2 kills against the Deonda team. It is worth noting that just moments before, the card master had been fleeing from the icy arrows of Ash. With a yellow card, an ultimate ability, a triggered ordinary attack from the Lich Bane, and an exceptionally perceptive versatile card, the battle was turned on its head. In a 3-4 for exchange, the blood color team emerged victorious in this skirmish. The host's voice resonated throughout the arena, and as Yu Luosheng maneuvered the card master away from Ash's relentless pursuit, the cheers of over 1,000 spectators reached a crescendo. With the last vestige of health and no mana, the card master slowly made his way to safety, and in that moment, everyone gazed upon this limit-defying 2-kill card master with fervent admiration, akin to that of a hero. In the words of Wang Qin, it was simply stunning, absolutely breathtaking. Beautiful. Exceedingly beautiful. Qin abruptly rose from his seat, unleashing a fervent shout. Without having experienced despair, how could one comprehend the overwhelming joy that Qin felt in this moment? Just moments ago, he had believed that the Blood-Red squad was destined for defeat. Sitting despondently in his chair, his mind blank. Yet, within mere seconds, Yu Luosheng, the card master, performed a miraculous turnaround with 3 skills and a basic attack, altering the entire course of the battle. At this moment, Huang Yu, his head bowed in shame, lifted it to gaze incredulously at the kill notification. As an AP player, he had dabbled with the card master himself, but he always felt the card's damage was rather lackluster, lacking in brutality. However, witnessing Yu Luosheng's deft use of a yellow card and a powerful ultimate to escape death and elegantly secure a kill, Huang Yu found himself instantly enamored with the card master as a hero. More importantly, he felt profound admiration for the young man wielding the card master. The card master in his hands wielded a lethal artistry, a breathtaking blend of thrill and elegance. Push the lane, Huang Yu. Go push the lane. At that moment, Xiao Tong Tong and Xiao Dao shouted simultaneously at the dazed Huang Yu. When the Judgment Angel fell, Huang Yu had relinquished control, realizing that as a level 5 Widowmaker, he held no significance in the fray. Yet, with 4 enemies now fallen, the Frost Archer was in pursuit of the elusive card master, leaving the top lane wide open for Huang Yu to penetrate. His hand gripping the mouse felt electrified with excitement. He was overwhelmed. The conclusion of the 4v5 team fight resulted in a 3-4 for exchange, granting the Blood-Red squad a 1-kill advantage. He could now demolish 2 towers in the top lane, crucial for establishing a significant economic lead in the match. Huang Yu feverishly clicked on Widowmaker's abilities, and at that moment, the members of the Blood-Red squad Xiao Tong Tong, Xiao Dao, and Shui Haiyang felt rejuvenated, eagerly awaiting the revival to take control. Having won this team fight, hope remained alive for the match. It was astonishing. The Blood-Red squad had begun to gain an economic edge even in a 4v5 situation. Everyone knew that Widowmaker's economic contribution was negligible. The Blood Red squad's economy was concentrated among the 4 players, focusing on Kale and the Cardmaster as the primary damage dealers, with Widowmaker drawing attention and dismantling towers. The Blood Red squad stood a genuine chance, even in a 4v5. When the host proclaimed this possibility, a wave of exhilaration surged through the arena. This was supposed to be a match devoid of disparity, with everyone assuming a mere spectator stance. No one anticipated such a breathtaking spectacle, transforming the 4v5 scenario into something plausible. Should they indeed triumph against 5v4, this match would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of classic gaming history. Undoubtedly. The most iconic figure must be the illustrious Cardmaster, whose performance in this match is nothing short of spectacular. At this moment, all eyes are glued to the screen, fixated on the Cardmaster, as everyone eagerly anticipates whether he will deliver an even more astounding display, unleashing yet another breathtaking tempest of destruction with his graceful card play. Chapter 74, The Sting of Hatred. Huang Yu's fury. Li Sheng, what are you doing? Are you charging in without health, offering yourself as a sacrifice? The captain of the Tianda team, Lu Qi, was seething with rage. They were on the verge of defeating the Cardmaster, yet he managed to escape. Not only did he evade capture, but he also claimed 2 of their heads, plunging the situation into disarray. I thought we could secure a kill. Li Sheng spoke hesitantly. 5 against 4, and we still lost this team fight. The morale of the 5 members of Tianda couldn't be lower. An accident? It was merely an accident. An accident, my foot. Focus and play seriously. Lu Qi barked. Wu Kai, keep a close watch on the Cardmaster. Everyone else, do not engage. I want the Cardmaster dead first. Wu Kai replied. Damn it. The enemy's Cardmaster has acquired the Lich Bane and the Rabadon's Death Gap. Lu Qi opened the equipment panel, and his expression immediately darkened. At the 19-minute mark, with 203 minion kills and 7 kills, the Cardmaster had crafted the Lich Bane and the Rabadon's Death Gap in under 20 minutes, along with Sorcerer's Shoes and Doran's Ring, making his magical damage terrifyingly high. Wu Kai, stay close to me. I'm going to collect the side lane farm, Lu Qi said coldly. Why? Wu Kai was puzzled. Why follow him to the side lane when he should be placing wards? Are you foolish? Don't you see the Cardmaster's equipment? One full combo from him could obliterate me. Lu Qi reprimanded. Wu Kai despised being scolded, yet he dared not retort. Following Lu Qi to the top lane to gather some minion waves. Around the 19-minute mark, both teams entered a brief period of tranquility. The Tianda team busily farmed minions and cleared the jungle, reluctant to initiate a clash with the Blood Red team. The Blood Red team was similarly occupied with farming and clearing, with Widowmaker focusing on vision control, extending her wards into the enemy jungle. Huang Yu's Widowmaker was significantly aiding the Cardmaster. She served as his eyes. Around the 20-minute mark, Huang Yu roamed towards the Baron area. Although it was essential to have vision around Baron at this stage, Huang Yu was not there to place wards. He had already secured several key locations in the enemy jungle, capable of detecting the movements of their heroes. If they attempted to sneak the dragon, these wards would surely reveal their approach. With an all-seeing potion atop her head, the Widowmaker made her rounds, finding no signs of enemy vision in this area. Captain Lu Qi of the Tianda team continued to farm lanes. He glanced at the dark expanse surrounding Baron and instructed Wu Kai, go and secure vision around Baron. We cannot afford to be ambushed. Wu Kai nodded and made his way from the red buff area towards Baron. Wu Kai took a moment to observe the enemy's position, noticing that Jarvan was pushing the bottom lane. In such circumstances, it was unlikely they were attempting to steal the dragon. However, it was also possible that Jarvan was intentionally pushing down, exploiting their lack of vision around Baron. While the Crocodile tanked damage, and the Cardmaster and Judgment Angel dealt damage, allowing the 3 of them to steal the Baron. Thus, maintaining vision was imperative. Wu Kai was exceedingly cautious, utilizing a feigned vision to probe into the shadows of his surroundings. Upon discovering that his team's Berserker had clashed with the enemy prince at the dragon's position, he felt a slight sense of relief. Surmising that they were unlikely to be lurking nearby, with a sense of calm, he approached the Baron area, where he placed a true sight ward, confirming the absence of enemy wards before turning to depart. However, at that moment, from the most treacherous thicket, a slender red figure emerged with startling haste. It was none other than the infamous assassin, Evelyn. Initially startled, Wu Kai soon broke into a cold smile. Wasn't this the same clumsy player, Huang Yu, controlling Evelyn? Wu Kai dismissed her entirely. His equipment boasted substantial magic resistance, rendering Evelyn's negligible damage utterly ineffective. Moreover, she was only level 7, with a pitifully low health pool. Ignoring Evelyn, he boldly strode towards her, a wave of derision swelling within him. As he approached, he swiftly pressed the enter key and typed T. Let us observe here, he mused. The two warding champions, Evelyn and Leona, have encountered one another at the Baron. Surely, there shall be no confrontation, given their lack of offensive power. Oh, what do I see? Has the Dawnbringer Leona performed a taunting gesture? Inputting in the League of Legends chat prompts the character-S taunt animation. Wukai, representing the Tianda team, displayed utter disdain for Evelyn, brazenly issuing such a provocation. A smirk curled upon his lips. He aimed to provoke. While the competition rules forbade players from making any taunting gestures or utterances, they did not specify that champion characters were likewise restricted. He was taunting Huang Yu right before his eyes. What of it? A clumsy player. Why not come and kill me? Huang Yu's face twitched upon observing Wukai's Leona execute such a gesture. It was as if Wukai's arrogant, mocking visage materialized on the screen. If it weren't for Wukai's deliberate vengeance, how could his hands have faltered? Huang Yu, already simmering with suppressed rage, felt an inferno brewing within him upon witnessing Wukai's audacious provocation through his champion. In response, he clicked on Evelyn's abilities and unleashed her ultimate directly upon Leona. Instantly, Leona was slowed, and Huang Yu commanded Evelyn to unleash a barrage of skills upon the brazen champion. Truly, a mad dog unable to withstand provocation, Wukai scoffed. Glancing at his health, he noted that he had hardly taken any damage. His magic resistance equipment allowed him to disregard Evelyn's onslaught. In fact, he was tempted to stand his ground and engage her in combat. Come, pursue me. Let us see how I shall dispatch you. A sinister smile crept across his face as he glanced at Zhao Xian, not far behind. Evelyn had previously fallen to Zhao Xian twice in the jungle due to sheer misfortune, and she was still worth over 200 gold upon witnessing Evelyn chase Leona. Zhao Xian immediately rushed toward the fray. Who? Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, ominously hovering above everyone's heads. Whenever these eyes gazed down with haughty disdain, it signified that the scent of blood would soon permeate some corner of the arena. This was the enigmatic and bloodthirsty card master. The fan-shaped cards gradually closed into a ring, descending precisely between Leona and the widow. Without hesitation, a yellow card was flung towards Leona's face, akin to delivering a resounding slap to the insolent wretch. Following this, the card master unleashed a flurry of skills, astonishingly. Leona's health had dwindled to merely 1/5 without even the application of Ignite. Had Ignite been utilized, coupled with a few basic attacks, Leona would have been swept away by the card master's skill set. It was indeed the card master. The output was simply terrifying. Leona had equipped some magic resistance items. It appeared that she was doomed, and Zhao Xian was certainly too far to arrive in time. Wait. The card master has ceased his assault? Leona's health was critically low, and the card master, who possessed a blue buff, should have had both his W and Q abilities ready. Why was he refraining from attacking Yu? Luoxing turned his head and glanced at Huang Yu, who sat beside him, saying, "You take this kill." Me? Huang Yu was taken aback. The card master was the AP mid laner, and this match's pivotal point was indeed the card master. If possible, all members of the Crimson team should strive to secure kills for him, ensuring his optimal development. Moreover, in this GNK, all damage had been inflicted by Yu Luoxing's card master, while his widow Evelyn contributed little. Yet, Yu Luoxing had left Leona with a sliver of health. Allowing himself to claim the kill, he hasn't used flash. I'll intercept Zhao Xian. You quickly finish him off, Yu Luoxing instructed. With that, he maneuvered the card master directly through the weakened Leona, advancing towards the incoming Zhao Xian. Huang Yu gazed, somewhat entranced. At the card master on the screen, he must have seen Wukai's arrogant provocation. He undoubtedly recognized the shame this taunt brought upon him. This was a retaliation in kind, a means of restoring his own dignity. During this time, Huang Yu had been plagued by self-reproach. As the captain, he had failed to guide his team to victory, allowing the Crimson team to suffer such a devastating blow. If the Crimson team were to falter in this match, Huang Yu would surely bear the weight of guilt, feeling unworthy to remain within the team. He had already resolved that if they lost this match, he would distribute his previous gaming earnings among the team members and depart. However, he never anticipated that Yu Luoxing, who had just joined the Crimson team, could salvage their squad. Moreover, at such a critical juncture in the match, he was also considering the preservation of his own pride. To comprehend the significance of the card master's ultimate ability is paramount, even in the event that the support is compromised. The card master may deem it unnecessary to activate his ultimate for rescue, let alone a level 7 Evelyn, who is even less effective than a support. He initiated his ultimate from the minion lane, descending upon Leona with a flurry of skills, solely to secure the kill for himself. At that moment, Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words. As the members of the Crimson team trudged toward the brink of defeat, he illuminated a glimmer of hope for victory by consecutively vanquishing foes. Yet, In his moment of desperate need to salvage his reputation, he executed a magnificent turn, relinquishing the kill in a gesture of self-respect. For no one could fathom the depth of Huang Yu's yearning for vengeance at the instant Wu Kai taunted him with tea. A single kill, merely 300 gold. Huang Yu inhaled deeply, feeling both bitter and fervent. This gratitude was truly beyond the realm of expression. With a steely gaze, Huang Yu clicked to unleash his skill. The Blade of Hatred. The Widowmaker's venomous strike erupted in a spatter of Huang Yu's furious crimson. Chapter 75, The Soul of Tango. The Card of Harvest, Part 1. The system's crisp notification echoed, immediately followed by the appearance of a green widow surrendering on the right. While the slain red figure was none other than the goddess of dawn, Leona. The widow had vanquished Leona. It seemed that the card master had deliberately allowed this kill, perhaps as a retort to Leona's earlier provocation, the host remarked. In all honesty, when engaging in League of Legends, it is wise to refrain from adopting an overly arrogant demeanor. One who frequently treads by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. Just look at this Leona player, who was slain by a widow manipulated by another's hand. The host's comments were undoubtedly aimed at the unsportsmanlike behavior exhibited by the Tianda team. Everyone was aware that Huang Yu had sustained an injury that impaired his ability to control his hero effectively, yet he had the audacity to provoke during their one-on-one encounter, resulting in his downfall. On the Tianda team, Wu Kai's face turned an ashen hue. If he had been taken down by the card master, it wouldn't have fazed him, given the card master's impressive equipment. However, the ignominy of allowing a feeble Huang Yu to claim his kill when he had but a sliver of health left was an unbearable disgrace. Wu Kai, what on earth are you doing? Captain Lu Chi exclaimed, visibly irritated. I couldn't do anything about the card's ultimate, Wu Kai attempted to explain. You should have simply walked away from the widow instead of trying to show off, Lu Chi retorted. Wu Kai dared not utter another word, relegating himself to counting the seconds in the fountain. Having eliminated an opposing support, the blood-red team felt emboldened, capitalizing on their advantage in the mid-lane minion wave. They promptly secured a dragon and swiftly pushed towards the mid-tier 2 tower. The card master's wave-clearing efficiency was astonishing as soon as the minions spawned. A single wild card nearly obliterated the entire wave, with the minion wave advancing. The Angel of Judgment and the card master took turns whittling down the health of the mid-tier 2 tower. The card master's ability to inflict damage was formidable. A few cards sliced through, leaving Zhao Xin with merely 2/3 of his health, Olaf with 3/4, and the unfortunate Fire Mage, who lacked recovery or lifesteal, reduced to less than half his health. Suddenly, a magical crystal arrow materialized, propelled by an icy aura straight towards the slightly overextended Angel of Judgment. The arrow was utterly unforeseen. Shui Haiyang had no time to react. Thud. The magical crystal arrow struck the Angel of Judgment with tremendous force, stunning her in place. The Tianda team was poised to initiate a forceful engagement, and the Frost Archer had targeted their crucial ADC. The host announced with fervor. In that moment, Yu Luoxing felt a weight in his heart. The opposing Frost Archer was indeed formidable, capable of capitalizing on such a minute positional error. Leona would undoubtedly have revived and was en route, making a forced engagement nearly impossible to retreat from. With a relentless pursuer like Olaf on the opposing team, there was no escape along the lengthy mid lane. With no option to retreat, they had no choice but to engage in battle. Yu Luoxing swiftly drew a card, selecting a yellow one to hold in his hand. At that moment, he caught sight of the golden-armored goddess of dawn, Leona, positioned to the side. Leona's resentment towards the card master had reached its zenith. She paid no heed to anyone else, her gaze fixated intently on Yu Luoxing. Instinctively, he pulled back, maintaining a safe distance from the advancing foes. Olaf unleashed his ultimate ability, Zhao Xian charged forward, and Leona cast her long-range stun. Any one of these abilities landing on the card master would swiftly result in his demise at the hands of the onslaught. In his current predicament, Yu Luoxing felt utterly helpless, unable to find a suitable environment to deal damage. After all, the Judgment Angel had plunged into the enemy ranks, without a flash. Even her ultimate ability would be futile. The brief invulnerability could not ensure the survival of the Judgment Angel, who was ultimately overwhelmed and eliminated by the concentrated fire. The absence of the Judgment Angel's primary damage output rendered the team fight untenable. Renekton and Jarvan protected the card master while retreating. Yet with a champion like Ashe who could inflict infinite slowing effects, escaping from the enemy's inner turret area back to safety seemed nearly impossible. In the end, both Renekton and Jarvan fell, only managing to take down the opposing brand before their demise. The most fearsome aspect of Ashe lay in her ultimate ability. A well-timed execution could decisively tip the scales of victory. Following the elimination of the Judgment Angel, the Crimson team immediately crumbled, suffering a remarkable 1-4 3 exchange. With the main forces of the Crimson Team vanquished, the Tinda Team swiftly took down the Crimson Team's inner turret and turned their attention towards the Baron. The Tinda Team was poised to secure the Baron. As the host remarked, the 1-4-3 exchange should at most restore both teams to a state of equilibrium. The Crimson Team was not entirely out of options. However, should the Tinda Team secure the Baron, the Crimson Team would find themselves in a precarious position, as they could initiate a fight even beyond the turret walls. As the host stated, if the Tinda Team claimed the Baron, the Crimson Team would face tremendous challenges. Even without a forced engagement, all outer turrets would inevitably fall. The Baron was worth 1,500 gold, with 2 towers in the top lane and 1 in the bottom lane, totaling 2,250 gold, thus widening the economic gap by nearly 4,000. The Crimson Team was already at a disadvantage with 1 less combatant. If the economic disparity grew even more significant, the Tinda Team's path to victory would become increasingly arduous, provided they made no further mistakes. We must prevent them from acquiring the Baron. Yu Luoxing glanced at the enemy's health. Olaf was at half health, Zhao Xian at half, Leona a third, and Ash at full health. They would likely have Zhao Xian or Olaf absorb the damage. Given the Baron's assault, both their healths would plummet, making it difficult for them to push forward. The crux of the issue lay with Leona. The control exerted by the goddess of dawn, Leona, is exceedingly formidable. Once ensnared by the blade of dawn, the adversaries will surge forth, leading to an instantaneous demise. At this moment, Yu Luoxing's mind raced, contemplating whether to adopt a conservative strategy of high ground defense or to thwart their attempt to secure the formidable dragon. Yu Luoxing, I possess my ultimate ability. At that juncture, Huang Yu, who had been pushing a lane, hastily made his way to the dragon's vicinity. Yu Luoxing was momentarily taken aback, urgently glancing at the Widowmaker's level. To his astonishment, the Widowmaker had reached level 11, signifying that she had acquired her second-tier ultimate ability. Yu Luoxing's eyes immediately sparkled with anticipation. The Widowmaker's ultimate ability inflicts a collective slow effect on enemies, and it deals damage based on their current health percentage. If she could successfully hit 3 or more opponents, their health would undoubtedly plummet significantly, coupled with the dragon's damage. It was entirely plausible to orchestrate a decisive onslaught at the dragon's lair. Chapter 76, The Soul of Tango. The Card of Harvest, Part 2. Huang Yu was adorned with numerous eyes, a true eye perched atop his head. He did not recklessly approach the Baron, as defeating it in merely 20 minutes was implausible. To secure victory in this skirmish, it was imperative to reduce the health of both Olaf and Zhao Xian to a critical level. Otherwise, these two formidable heroes would easily absorb damage, rendering it impossible for the Widowmaker and the Card Master to execute a successful harvest. Clinging to the outer edge of the Baron's pit, Huang Yu deftly maneuvered the Widowmaker with one hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. In all his time playing League of Legends, he had never felt such an acute sense of tension. At last, he neared the entrance of the Baron pit and spotted the Frost Archer positioned at the edge, flanked by Olaf, Leona, and Zhao Xian, whose tightly knit formation suggested they were wary of the Card Master's ultimate ability. The optimal counter to the Card Master's ultimate was for teammates to cluster together, ensuring that when he descended, they could swiftly eliminate him. How often had players, fully aware of the Card Master's presence, strayed from their group, seeking refuge in what appeared to be a safe corner, only to be caught off guard and subsequently return to base in defeat? Team Tianda was exceptionally cautious. They stood united, leaving no opportunity for the Card Master to infiltrate their ranks. A golden opportunity. Huang Yu's heart soared with elation. Players of the Widowmaker understood that the more concentrated the enemy team, the more advantageous it was for her ultimate ability. Now, if he could land this ultimate, they would all suffer a 50% reduction in speed. Such a deceleration could prove fatal, especially when facing a Baron that continuously spewed poison. His right hand warmed slightly, and Huang Yu felt a tremor in his fingers. In this match, he had contributed nothing aside from vision. With his 3 teammates vanquished, and Yu Luoxing's Card Master valiantly holding on, all Huang Yu could do was create the perfect conditions for a harvest. Though his health was low and his damage nearly negligible, with no equipment save for a vision stone, he knew that if he could release a flawless ultimate, he would prove to everyone that he, Huang Yu, was not merely a burden dragging the team down. Without using the mouse to target his skills, he struggled to press the R key with his stiff thumb. His thumb trembled violently, the veins on the back of his hand straining, causing pain with the slightest exertion. At last, he pressed the R key, and the trajectory of his skill materialized. Now was the moment. With the acceleration activated, Huang Yu forced his hand to steady, guiding the Widowmaker resolutely toward the 4 enemies. Widowmaker, everyone look. Is she going for the Baron? The commentator hurriedly shifted the camera to focus on the Widowmaker. The accelerated Evelyn darted straight into the entrance of the barren pit, her crimson garments swirling as she moved, her invisible form slicing through the air like a tempest. Heading towards the foes. Embrace of pain. Embrace the venomous embrace of the Widowmaker. Huang Yu pressed the key with great trepidation, fearful that his feeble hand might falter. The onslaught of poison cascaded forth, vibrant and strikingly red. The 4 members of the Tianda team were taken aback by the Widow's sudden appearance. Her ultimate ability struck them all with devastating precision. Each of the 4 was ensnared, their movements hindered, and their health diminished in proportion to their current vitality. Aside from the fully healthy Frost Archer, the others were in a precarious state, in this ultimate strike, compounded by the earlier damage from the Baron. Left Zhao Xin and the Berserker in dire straits. Splendid! The Widowmaker of the Blood-Red team successfully ensnared all 4. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. For individuals. All ensnared by the Widowmaker's torturous embrace, the malevolent, blood-red stingers rendered them sluggish in their movements. Take him down swiftly, finish him off. The captain of the Tianda team, Lu Qi, barked in frustration. Wu Kai, reacting with alacrity, immediately commanded Leona, the Radiant Dawn, to execute a swift EQ combo. Attempting to restrain the Widowmaker who had ventured recklessly into danger. Zhao Xin, Olaf, and the Frost Archer quickly redirected their attacks from the Baron to the Widow, intent on eliminating her in an instant. Witnessing his foes activate their abilities, Huang Yu broke into a maniacal grin. He had no intention of leaving this battle alive. With deft control, Huang Yu maneuvered the Widow deeper into the barren pit, luring them into the heart of the fray. The Widowmaker's ultimate effect was clear. Each enemy struck would grant her, the creator, Evelyn, a shield of 225. With all 4 members of the Tianda team ensnared just moments ago, a shield nearing 1,000 appeared around the Widowmaker, augmented by her inherent health from her items and level. Without the explosive power of the Flame Man, the Tianda team stood no chance of swiftly eliminating the unimpeded Widowmaker. Huang Yu, resolute, propelled Evelyn into the depths of the barren pit. His own abilities bore no damage, yet he could rely on the Baron for output. Each second he delayed meant greater depletion of the enemy's health, and then, the health of the Widowmaker, Evelyn, plummeted, yet Huang Yu found himself laughing. A pack of fools, do you think I came here to steal the Baron? For the sake of the team's triumph. It often takes one to lay bare their flesh upon the enemy's blades. For when you fall, a trusted comrade will rise to annihilate every last one of them. In Huang Yu's heart, Yu Luoxin was the most trustworthy ally. From the moment he relinquished that kill to him, Huang Yu's conviction solidified. Thus, his purpose was not to dispatch the wounded Olaf with a spiteful strike, nor to exact vengeful retribution upon the foe Leona. Rather, he aimed solely to sacrifice himself, ensuring the Widowmaker fell at the most opportune moment. In the realm of League of Legends, there exists a unique skin for Evelyn and Twisted Fate. The elegant and weathered card master dons a blood-red tailcoat, dancing passionately in the dim light with the aloof and noble Evelyn. Tango requires a perfect synchrony between 2 partners, along with the unwavering trust that envelopes one as they lean back, knowing hands will catch them. A red card is silently clutched in his hand. The card master gazes at his partner Evelyn as she falls tragically beneath the enemy's onslaught, his eyes serene yet solitary. This vivid red card embodies the bloodlust simmering within him. There are 4 foes. What does it matter? Once the crimson card is cast, the card master need only bend down to collect the harvest from the fallen enemies, coldly wiping away the blood that stains his trophies. Quadruple kill. A chilling voice resonates. A proclamation of authority. Quadruple kill. For kills. One can scarcely imagine the fervor that erupts in a formal tournament upon achieving such a feat. It rivals the heart-stopping tension of a penalty shootout in football and the electrifying thrill of a buzzer beater in basketball. At this moment, Evelyn and the card master have crafted a blood-soaked battlefield, embodying elegance, calmness, and poise in their combat, performing a tango that leaves the audience in awe. Chapter 77, Burning. The Battle for the Heights, Part 1. The members of the Tianda team were utterly astounded. They never anticipated that the clumsy widow would suddenly emerge during their attempt to secure the Baron. Nor did they foresee that all 4 of them would fall victim to her ultimate ability. Even more shocking was that just as they were about to eliminate the widow, the card master trapped their severely weakened team at the exit of the Baron pit. In the preceding chase, they had expended all their summoner spells to capture the enemy's prince and crocodile. Once ensnared in the Baron pit, escape became an impossibility. With a single versatile card, the card master swiftly claimed the lives of Olaf and Zhaoshan. A red card struck Leona and Ash, further slowing them down. Leona was soon overwhelmed by the Baroness venom, while the decelerated Ash stood no chance against the card master, who could eliminate her with a mere combination of skills. With unwavering resolve, the card master executed a flawless harvest after the widow's demise, quadruple kill. In matches of ranked play, achieving a quadruple kill would typically ignite excitement, let alone in such a formal competition. The announcement of quadruple kill echoed throughout the venue, igniting fervor among the crowd, leaving onlookers to wonder if the electronic arena might burst into flames. Qining, Xiaotongtong, Xiaodao, and Shui Haiyang were engulfed in exhilaration, feeling as if countless beasts were roaring within them. Meanwhile, Huang Yu sat there, his bandaged hands trembling increasingly. A quadruple kill. The card master truly accomplished a quadruple kill. Initially, Huang Yu thought that he would do everything in his power to prevent the enemy from claiming the Baron. Optimistically, he hoped the card master could take down one or two foes, slightly turning the tide, and then, fortified by the card master's overwhelming equipment advantage, perhaps they could secure victory. To Huang Yu's astonishment, Yu Luoxing indeed achieved a quadruple kill. The entire process was remarkably swift. Huang Yu barely registered the card master launching his versatile card and a blood-red card. The red card obstructed the enemy's escape route, while the versatile card swept through perfectly to reap the rewards. Quick, attack the Baron. Qining suddenly snapped back to reality, urgently shouting at his teammates. The Judgment Angel Kale, the Desert Butcher Crocodile, and the Demacian Prince Jarvan had all respawned, with the excited Judgment Angel Kale even buying home guards and rushing out from the fountain. The flapping of her wings and the roaring flames behind her signified the ecstatic joy within Shui Haiyang. Jarvan executed a swift EQ combo, Crocodile rolled forward, and Kale fervently flapped her wings. They had to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Baron. The trio hurriedly maneuvered to the Baron, trampling over the corpses of their enemies, and began their assault. With significant damage output from both Kale and the card master, the Baron was successfully claimed by the Crimson team. Huang Yu, hurry up. Upon witnessing the resurrection of Widowmaker, Qining hastily addressed Huang Yu. Casting a glance at his teammates, Huang Yu noticed they were all awaiting his lead. For reasons unknown, a momentary warmth welled in his eyes. He was no longer a burden. He had exerted every ounce of effort to contribute to the team. By heaven, if they emerged victorious in this match, Huang Yu vowed to forsake alcohol. He cursed inwardly. For a member of the Nine Ghosts, making such a decision was immensely challenging. Yet, if one could transform from feelings of guilt to a rekindled fighting spirit, then even the most entrenched habits could be courageously discarded. Winning a 4 versus 5 scenario was an indication that anything was possible. Huang Yu's hand, guiding the mouse, began to radiate warmth and tremble, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. Though he lacked Baron Nashor's buff, the fighting spirit emanating from his teammates was a testament to his influence, and that sufficed. His next course of action was to sell himself. If he could land another perfect ultimate, the enemy would surely crumble. As the assassin Evelyn joined the fray, a palpable aura of menace surged through the mid lane, advancing relentlessly towards the enemy's high ground. The card master's versatile cards had consistently harried the foes, forcing them to retreat for supplies. The moment an opponent returned to replenish, the blood-red team swiftly redirected their efforts to the side lanes, allowing Jarvan or Renekton to tank the towers and demolish the enemy's outer defenses. The dragon buff and the exhilarating momentum from a quadruple kill transformed the blood-red team into a veritable tempest, sweeping away all enemy outer towers. Each defensive structure represented an economic disparity. Soon, the blood-red team had widened their average economy lead by over 5,000, and with the dragon buff still active, it was evident that should the Tianda team dare to engage them, they would be utterly annihilated. Let us return for supplies, then regroup in the mid lane to dismantle their high ground tower. Yu Luoxing instructed the group. Excellent. Xiaodong, Huang Yu, Shui Haiyang, and Xiaodao nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Remember, during the tower dive, Renekton and Jarvan must not venture too deep. They should remain within a 700-yard radius of the high ground tower. Do not chase low-health enemies. If they retreat, we dismantle the tower. If they approach, we engage. Yu Luoxing cautioned earnestly. Xiaodong and Xiaodao nodded seriously. Every member of the blood-red team understood that this potential turnaround in a 4 versus 5 situation was undeniably due to Yu Luoxing's efforts. Who said one person could not save a team? At the very least, Yu Luoxing's card master had achieved that. Despicable Tianda team, just wait to be ruthlessly punished. I feel an inferno igniting within me. By heaven, this is exhilarating. Wang Qin was on the verge of transforming into a beast. Seated in the spectators' area, Yang Tranqian shared in the fervor, filled with exuberance and yearning to scream like the female players below. In fact, at the moment Yu Luoxing secured his quadruple kill, she felt an overwhelming impulse to rush forward and kiss him. What elegance lies in the art of slam dunks and basketball? What melancholy resonates in the strumming of a guitar? Yet, What trivialities are these in comparison to our Yu Luoxing, who, as a master of cards, reaps the lives of his enemies and achieves a magnificent quadruple kill? The potential for victory is palpable, as the fighting spirit of each member of the blood-red squad burns fiercely like an unquenchable flame. This fervor, this momentum, ensures that defeat is simply not an option. Chapter 78, The Fiery Clash, The Final Battle at the Heights, Part 2. It is truly unfathomable that the blood-red team has seized the advantage. Their dragon buff remains potent enough to enable them to engage in a decisive team fight. And one can only surmise that the blood-red team will wholeheartedly cherish the fervor bestowed by this dragon. Advancing through the mid lane, the blood-red team, comprised of 5 members, not to forget the Widowmaker, has charged towards the mid-lane stronghold of the Tianda team, seemingly poised to initiate a fierce confrontation. The host's rapid-fire commentary incited excitement among the 1,000-strong audience, all captivated by the unfolding drama. It is crucial to note that this is a 4 versus 5 scenario. And while many have resigned themselves to the belief that the blood-red team would ultimately falter, who among them has not dared to dream of a triumph against such overwhelming odds? And indeed, that very scene has manifested. Even the air-conditioned coolness could not quell the fervent enthusiasm of these thousands of League of Legends enthusiasts eager to witness the extraordinary possibility of a 4v5 victory. With but a minute remaining, a wave of minions amassed beneath the tower, and the decision to engage in battle hinged upon this moment. In the preceding minute, Yu Luoxing's card master continued to deploy his wild cards against the enemy, ever strategic in his approach. His wild cards were never unleashed in plain sight. Instead, he sought the most cunning angles, ensuring that each sweep would strike at least one adversary. It is worth noting that the card master's equipment was lavishly formidable. Not only would the likes of Ashe and Brand, with their meager health, suffer grievously, but even the resilient Olaf and Zed would find their health rapidly depleting upon being struck. Positioning. Pay heed to your positioning. Bark Lucci, captain of the Tianda team, his annoyance palpable. Within that fleeting minute, the card master, empowered by the blue buff, unleashed no fewer than 15 wild cards, inflicting damage potentially nearing 5,000, comparable to the health of Olaf, which hovered around 4,000, effectively eliminating a significant portion of the enemy's tank. Engage, Prince. Prepare to initiate the fight, Evelyn. Follow up with a strike against the rear of their Ashe and Brand. Yu Luoxing commanded, casting a glance at the encroaching minion wave. The prince's capacity to initiate a clash is formidable, especially with the enemy bound to defend their stronghold. A well-timed EQ combo followed by a cataclysm would render the team fight a matter of life and death. The members of the Tianda team soon realized that the blood-red team was intent on initiating their assault. The primary damage dealers, Ashe and Brand, retreated slightly. However, the prince had no intention of diverting his focus. Dragon Strike. The prince, clad in resplendent golden armor, surged forth along the trajectory of his lance, launching both Zed and Olaf skyward beneath the tower. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Luoxing unleashed the cataclysm, ensnaring Zed and Olaf within its confines. With a primal roar, the crocodile, enveloped in a whirlwind of bloodthirsty blades, transformed, growing larger and more formidable. Utilizing Olaf and Zed as a springboard for his second E, he surged through the prince's cataclysm, charging towards Brand and Ashe like a tempest unleashed. The Fire Mage and the Ice Archer initially intended to focus their attacks on the prince, aiming to eliminate him swiftly. However, they were compelled to direct all of their abilities towards the crocodile instead. The Fire Mage's equipment was subpar early on. He was overwhelmed by the card master in terms of last hits and was even taken down in a one-on-one encounter. While his skills could be effective against squishy targets, they proved to be ineffectual against the crocodile, who, with his items like the Madman and the Grand Legion, could withstand several of the Fire Mage's attacks without faltering. The true threat, however, came from the opposing Ice Archer, who, equipped with Infinity Edge, Gale Force, and Bloodthirster, inflicted considerable damage. Even the crocodile would struggle to endure her strikes for long. Fortunately, the Ice Archer's burst damage was not exceedingly high. In a battle of attrition, it was uncertain whether Olaf or Zhaoshan would fall first, or if the crocodile and prince would meet their demise first. As the crocodile managed to drive away the enemy's back line, his health plummeted. At that moment, Huang Yu's widow, Evelyn, dashed through the chaotic battlefield, charging towards the Ice Archer and Fire Mage. With a painful embrace, her ultimate struck both the Fire Mage and the Ice Archer, immediately slowing them by 50%. Seizing this opportunity, the crocodile hurriedly activated his restored E skill to retreat, avoiding a swift execution by the enemy. Both the crocodile and the widow had a singular aim: to disrupt the enemy's main damage dealers, preventing them from inflicting damage during this critical period. While the Crocodile and Widow were engaged in this diversion, Yuluoxing's card master and Kale maintained a steady position on the high ground, delivering consistent damage. Reckless Leona, believing her ultimate could restrain the card master, intended to coordinate with Zhaoshan, who had just flashed in, to eliminate Yuluoxing's card master. Observing this fervent aggression, Shui Haiyang could not help but smirk. Without hesitation, he cast the Judgment Angel's ultimate, Holy Protection, over Yuluoxing's card master, allowing him to unleash his ranged abilities with ease. Zhaoshan and Leona had invested in considerable resistance items to target the card master, while the Judgment Angel, opting for pure AD items, was now dealing substantial damage. In fact, against a support and a jungler, the Judgment Angel needed no evasive maneuvers. Their modest damage could be easily mitigated, and they had effectively diverted all restrictive abilities towards the card master. With 5 seconds of invulnerability, Yuluoxing found no need to reposition, forming a Y formation with Kale before swiftly switching cards to strike Zhaoshan. As the invulnerability expired, Yuluoxing's health was immediately reduced to half by Zhaoshan and Leona, coinciding with a critical skill cooldown period. The card master remained stationary, displaying a rather audacious demeanor. The commentator noted the card master's refusal to kite, standing resolutely in place. Take him down. Finish him off. Wu Kai shouted frantically as he observed the card master's health dwindling rapidly. If they could eliminate the card master, victory in this team fight would surely be theirs. At that moment, Wu Kai wished fervently that he had equipped items like Black Cleaver or Gale Force, yearning to swiftly dispatch the card master. Zhao Xian relentlessly unleashed his damage. Observing that the health of the card master dwindled to a mere third, like a frenzied beast, Zhao Xian lunged forward. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, the card master's form transformed into a resplendent golden statue. Middle Asia. An invulnerability period of 5 seconds. Goodness. Another invulnerability. Wu Kai and Li Shang were left utterly dumbfounded. The previous 5 seconds of invincibility granted by Kale's divine protection had already infuriated them, and now, another 5 seconds of invulnerability from Middle Asia emerged. The sheer accumulation of 5 seconds of invulnerability was driving Wu Kai and Li Shang to the brink of madness. Chapter 79, The Extraordinary Card Master. With 5 seconds of divine protection and another 5 seconds of Zhonya's hourglass, a total of 5 seconds of invincibility ensued. Although the Judgment Angel's ultimate ability grants immunity to damage, Zhao Xian and Leona's skills could indeed restrain the card master. However, their control was only effective while the card master's abilities were on cooldown. What good was control if they were incapable of inflicting any damage? The card master could leisurely await the cooldowns of their abilities during this period. After a brief delay, once the Zhonya's effect wore off, the card master's skills would be nearly ready once again. With a red card clasped in hand, it was swiftly cast, slowing both Zhao Xian and Leona. During this time when the card master drew the ire of his opponents, Kale had already rendered Zhao Xian, who possessed minimal armor, severely weakened. A versatile card was unleashed, instantly depleting Zhao Xian's health. Yuluoxing paid no heed to the gravely injured Zhao Xian and directly unleashed the effects of Lich Bane and card master's trickery upon Wu Kai's Leona. Leona's health plummeted dramatically, the terrifying magical damage nearly prompting Wu Kai to hurl his keyboard in despair. Wu Kai understood that defeating the card master and Kale was a futile endeavor and attempted to retreat. However, with the red card's slow effect, Kale's deceleration, and the active slow from Blade of the Ruined King, Wu Kai's Goddess of Dawn Leona found it nearly impossible to take even a single step forward, let alone escape. With one jungler and one support, no matter how many control skills they wielded, how could they hope to vanquish a card master endowed with 2 life-saving abilities? Soon, these two perished in anguish, their eyes closing in despair. Having dispatched these foes, Yuluoxing and Shui Haiyang swiftly redirected their damage toward Olaf. A yellow card stunned him, and the Judgment Angel's slow rendered Olaf's attempt to flee utterly futile. The sustained damage from the Judgment Angel, combined with the explosive power of the card master's skill set, proved overwhelming for Olaf to endure. Ultimately, the tanky Olaf could not withstand the onslaught and met a grim fate beneath the barrage of the card master's cards and the Judgment Angel's strikes. With Olaf's demise, the situation became abundantly clear. Without frontline support, the Ice Mage and Fire Mage hesitated to advance recklessly, compelled to retreat. A 1-for-3 exchange. A magnificent play. The Crimson team, bolstered by the Baron buff, pressed forward aggressively, employing the dual harassment tactics of Renekton and Evelyn, successfully eliminating the front line of the Deonda team. With Zhao Xian, Leona, and Olaf fallen, the Fire Mage and Ice Mage dared not approach, fearing the consequences of a yellow card from the card master. Ding. Before the host could finish speaking, Yuluoxing's card master suddenly flashed forward, evading the Fire Mage SWQ combo. A stunning yellow card struck the unwary Fire Mage. This card alone reduced the Fire Mage's health by half. The terrifying damage elicited gasps from the audience. A versatile card swept through, followed by a basic attack, instantly depleting the Fire Mage's health, resulting in a swift execution beneath the tower. Godlike. Godlike. A 7-kill streak. The card master had achieved 7 kills. My goodness, the tempo of this card game is nothing short of divine. Whether it be the formidable confrontation against the fiery champion, or the merciless ambush by Zhaoshan, or the solitary struggle following the demise of his comrades, or the critical moment surrounding the dragon, none can impede the illustrious path of the card master. The host proclaimed passionately. Who could have foreseen that a 4 versus 5 scenario would ultimately transform into a relentless onslaught by the Blood-Red team against the Tianda team? Everyone is acutely aware that such an exhilarating match is a testament to the breathtaking prowess of the card master. His cards are not merely instruments of slaughter. They are the quintessential masterpiece of this competition. He has already achieved a remarkable 7 kills. From the initial skirmish over the dragon resulting in a double kill, to the subsequent 4 kills during the dragon fight, culminating in the swift demise of the fiery champion, he has claimed a total of 7 lives. Just one more kill, and the card master shall truly ascend to divine status. It is hard to fathom witnessing such an exalted moment in a match of this caliber. Unbeknownst to anyone, the crowd has already erupted in cheers for the divine. 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 The card master is divine. Wang Qin, seated in the player's observation area, nearly tore off his shirt, biting his finger to inscribe the words card master divine in blood, yearning to stand before the audience and rally them in fervent cheer. The host, observing the lone remaining champion of the Tianda team, the Ice Archer, spoke. The card master's health is critically low, and given the Ice Archer's precarious positioning, it seems unlikely he will secure this kill. The host himself yearned to witness the card master's divine ascent. Yet it appeared bleak, as the minion wave was not favorable, making it difficult to breach the base's twin turrets. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes materialized above the Ice Archer Ash. It was the card master's piercing gaze. Once these eyes open, it signifies the arrival of death from the door behind you, ready to claim your life. The card master has unleashed his ultimate ability. He aims to slay the Ice Archer. The timing of this ultimate is impeccably precise, coinciding with the moment the Ice Archer seeks to retreat to the fountain for replenishment. Clearly, the card master had been awaiting the cooldown of his skill. With the cooldown concluded, the Ice Archer's life is now at stake. Can Lu Qi, the captain of the Tianda team, escape the clutches of the card master's wrath in this brief one? 5 seconds? The host exclaimed. The audience roared in anticipation, and Yuluoxing seemed to resonate with their fervor as he directly activated his ultimate, descending upon the steps of the enemy fountain, thwarting the Ice Archer's intent to return for healing. A last-minute selection. My heavens, within the 1.5 seconds it took for the card master to soar with his ultimate. He had to make a critical choice. Should he fail to select the yellow card, it would surely be his demise. Blue, red, yellow, every 0.8 seconds. A new chance arises, and it is only on the 3rd attempt that the yellow card appears. As Yuluoxing descended before the Ice Archer, he deftly held a yellow card in his grasp. Ding! A moment of dizziness struck, despite the Frost Archer unleashing a barrage of arrows to slow her adversary. She ultimately succumbed to the stunning effect of a yellow card. The Curse of the Lich triggered, the universal card swept forth, and the Frost Archer's health plummeted from 2/3 to none in an instant. This exquisite combination of moves obliterated her, both the champion and her shield, in a heartbeat. A swift annihilation, yet another splendid execution. Legendary. 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 Unparalleled glory. This time, the card master truly transcended the ordinary. The system's voice resonated triumphantly throughout the arena, even beneath the enemy's fountain. Even with their defensive towers still standing, this ultimate move, descending from an unforeseen angle, gracefully claimed the Frost Archer's life, elevating the card master to divine status. The entire venue erupted in response to the card master's supremacy, echoing the system's prompt with fervent shouts of legendary. Witnessing this match was more exhilarating than achieving divine status in ranked play. The transcendent card master. This contest was nothing short of a personal showcase for the card master. His confidence was utterly breathtaking. As the ACE and the card master soared to greatness, the 5 members of the Tianda team felt as if struck by lightning. Their faces contorted with despair. Muscles twitching in frustration, they teetered on the brink of madness. 5 individuals, unable to overcome 4 of their opponents, and defeated so utterly, reduced to mere prey, gifting an opponent with unparalleled glory. This was a match before thousands of spectators. Could there ever be a more humiliating experience in their lives? Chapter 80. Tears of Victory. Is this the moment of triumph? The speed of the Judgment Angel's attacks is astonishing, and the Card Master's blue card serves as a formidable tool for demolishing towers, provided the wave of minions can withstand the tower's onslaught. With a cannon minion in play, the Crimson team is indeed fortunate. Glancing at the clock, it seems they might just succeed. The Crimson team is on the brink of victory. Shui Haiyang and Xiao Dao's hands tremble with anticipation. Victory is within reach. Truly, it is almost theirs. The enemy's base is reduced to half its health, and at this moment, Zhao Xian has revived. After purchasing the Home Guardian, Zhao Xian lunges at the Judgment Angel like a rabid dog. Shui Haiyang disregards Zhao Xian entirely, relentlessly assaulting the enemy's crystal base. In the next instant, Leona also revives. And Wu Kai from the Tianda team frantically pounds on his keyboard, desperate to control the Card Master. Wu Kai, are you a fool? Control the Judgment Angel. Why would you focus on the Card Master instead? The Tianda team's captain, Lu Qi, nearly smashed his keyboard in exasperation directed at Wu Kai. Wu Kai, stunned, realizes that had he controlled the Judgment Angel earlier, there might have been a chance to save the base, especially with a wave of minions resurrecting on their side, and teammates swiftly coming back to life. Yet it was precisely this blunder that obliterated their final opportunity. The Judgment Angel delivers a last ordinary attack, and in that instant, all characters freeze. The scene uncontrollably shifts to the purple team's crystal base, surrounded by a throng of purple minions, with Zhao Xian and Leona standing nearby. As a purple energy aura flickers, the crystal base explodes, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief as shards of their defeated crystal shower upon them. Had this scene unfolded in the enemy's main base, they would have deemed it inevitable. But now, as it transpires within their own base, and the system announces defeat, the five of them collapse despondently into their chairs, faces painted with despair, disbelief, resentment, and utter frustration. Are you an idiot? You didn't know to control the Judgment Angel? Blame me? Why not blame mid lane? That fool allowed the Card Master to become so formidable. Wu Kai seethed. Why did we even engage them in battle? In that moment of losing the match, the Tianda team members nearly turned against one another in rage. 4 against 5. And they lost, in a match where no one would even earn 6,000 yuan. Anyone else would reveal their true colors, becoming grotesque and laughable. In stark contrast, on the side of the Crimson team, Xiao Tongtong, Xiao Dao, Shui Haiyang, and Huang Yu stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity. Unable to fathom the reality before them, they won? They truly won? They really, truly won, without having genuinely endured the trials. How could one savor the ecstatic joy that surges forth in this moment of victory? The 4 of them sprang from their chairs in a frenzy, unleashing the emotions they had suppressed for far too long, releasing the immense pressure in a cacophony of jubilant roars, veins bulging on their faces. Qining, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced his teammates, staring at each other like madmen before erupting in joyous shouts. Soon, this fervor of victory surged towards Yu Luoxing, still basking in the afterglow of triumph. Yu Luoxing was suddenly enveloped by these 5 robust individuals, who embraced him fervently. The most intense emotions were displayed by Qining and Huang Yu. For Qining, this match represented not merely glory, but a fateful path from which there was no retreat. To lose would mean utter ruin and futility, while a victory would offer him at least one reason to strive and fight. In the moment when Huang Yu was on the verge of withdrawal due to injury, no one could comprehend the despair of a 27-8-year-old man, still entangled in the gaming world, who felt compelled to gamble everything on this opportunity. He shared his flicker of hope with the 10 years younger Yu Luoxing, who astonishingly delivered. Qining wiped away the tears threatening to spill over. You young lad. Just wait. My daughter will soon grow up. Qining's excitement was genuine, whereas Huang Yu was on the brink of tears. Faced with such circumstances, Huang Yu felt utterly humiliated, having already contemplated the aftermath of a lost match. Yet, if given the choice, would he truly want to leave? These brothers were so close that they shared everything, to the point where he felt comfortable picking up a fallen bar of soap in their presence. The thought of parting ways and working in an unfamiliar city, drifting alone, filled him with dread. Thus, at the moment of victory, his eyes brimmed with tears. He tried desperately to conceal his emotions, knowing that thousands were watching. Expressing gratitude seemed futile. Huang Yu resolved that from this day forth, anyone who dared provoke Yu Luoxing would face his wrath. Yu Luoxing embraced each member of the blood-red team. Even the hopeless Wang Qin rushed forward, resembling a long-lost child reuniting with his father. Yu Luoxing pushed aside this unsightly figure, his gaze fixated on the flushed face of Yang Chanqian, who was brimming with excitement. After enduring so much from these burly men, Yu Luoxing thought, why not let Yang Tranqian enjoy a moment of affection in this exhilarating victory? He opened his arms, ready to welcome the alluring beauty. However, the captivating goddess stood still, gazing at him with longing yet offering no indication of reciprocation, ultimately just giving him a thumbs up. What was happening? Yu Luoxing had envisioned a different scenario. Why was Yang Tranqian rushing towards him? Undeterred, he beamed with joy and shouted, "Yay, we won." Then, with audacity, he sprinted to Yang Tranqian and enveloped her in a bear hug. She was soft, fragrant, smooth, and bouncy. After the embrace, Yu Luoxing decisively turned and dashed back to embrace the now calm members of the blood-red team, who looked on in bewilderment at the dawdling Yu Luoxing celebrating. Wang Qin observed the scene with wide, astonished eyes. How utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Yang Tranqian found herself momentarily stunned by Yu Luoxing's unexpected embrace. After a considerable pause, witnessing Yu Luoxing's theatrical display, her anger boiled over, and she exclaimed, "That scoundrel." Suddenly, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the arena, calling out for the card master. Everyone recognized that the most dazzling aspect of this match was indeed the card master. The spectators witnessed his composure, his poise, his breathtaking maneuvers, and his resolute 4-kill performance. In this match, Yu Luoxing showcased the essence of the card master in all its glory, reflecting the tranquil blue, the enchanting yellow, and the lethal red of the cards in his hand. Whether this match will be remembered as a classic comeback from adversity remains uncertain. Yet from the moment the crowd erupted in chants for card master Twisted Fate, it is certain that countless League of Legends players will fall irrevocably in love with the hero, Twisted Fate, and the soulful dance of his tango. Chapter 81, 30. 000 sponsorship fee. The voice of the card game echoed throughout the electronic mall. This sensation felt so familiar. One could almost inhale the fervor that surged forward, feel the intense gaze of every individual, and bask in the glory bestowed by the multitude. How many individuals, who struggle to gain even a glance from their classmates, yearn for the experience of being observed by thousands? For a fleeting moment, Yu Luoxing's expression was clouded with confusion, but tranquility swiftly returned. Why not? After all, this opportunity is unique. What was the name of that recently popular mouse? On the second-floor viewing platform, Huang Junjie, witnessing the enthusiasm of the crowd, excitedly spoke to the supervisor beside him. Is it the color-changing mouse from Rapu? The supervisor inquired. Yes, let's plan an advertisement featuring the card master holding this mouse. You have 2 days to create it, Huang Junjie commanded. The supervisor, quick-witted, immediately understood that the manager intended to leverage the card master's impressive performance to promote the colorful mouse. The Rapu color-changing mouse already enjoyed high sales. With such a relevant promotional strategy tied to the competition, those who were hesitant to purchase would undoubtedly be swayed to spend their money. A product infused with an engaging narrative is bound to drive sales. Should we allocate additional funds to invite that card player to participate in the advertisement? It might yield even better results, the supervisor eagerly suggested. Not necessary, Huang Junjie replied, shaking his head. The supervisor, puzzled, pondered why the affluent Huang would hesitate to invest a little more for a potentially doubled effect. What an exhilarating match it was. Congratulations to the Blood Red team for securing victory and advancing directly to the final showdown in Lekking. The host approached the members of the Blood Red team, beaming with delight. At that moment, 5 elegantly dressed ladies in blue and white kipayos gracefully walked forward, gliding in rhythm to the symphony, and adorned the 5 team members with garlands of flowers. Next, let us welcome Huang Junjie, the vice president of Dali Jia Electronic Mall, to congratulate the players. The host announced, glancing to the side with a serious demeanor. Huang Junjie, clad in a white shirt and sporting a beer belly, stepped forward, smiling as he waved to the vast audience of players. Mr. Huang, our Tianda team has faced a setback, a defeat. Regarding the sponsorship, the representative of the Tianda team, Lian Feng, forced a smile as he addressed Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie merely exchanged pleasantries, ignoring Lian Feng, and made his way towards the victorious Blood Red team. His disdainful expression clearly conveyed, what a joke. Losing a 4v5 match and still having the audacity to ask for sponsorship? Lian Feng's sharp features darkened instantly. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at the Tianda team's Lu Qi, Wu Kai, and others. What a humiliation indeed. It was utterly disgraceful. As if they had raised a group of inept individuals. In the blood-colored squad, Qining quickly noticed the scene where Lian Feng shamelessly clung to Huang Junjie, and he let out a breath of exhilaration. How delightful. You thought you could play tricks and injure my people, yet now you are being kicked aside like a dog. Boss Qin, haha. It's been a long time. Huang Junqiu approached with a hearty laugh, warmly shaking hands with Qining. In front of President Huang. I hardly qualify to be called a boss, Qining replied with polite modesty. Let us not stand on ceremony. Congratulations on your team's victory in this match. Your players performed exceptionally well, Huang Junqiu stated, glancing over at the host. The host quickly reacted, raising the microphone and announcing loudly. This is our Vice President Huang Junqiu from Demacia Electronics Mall. To express gratitude to the vast number of players and esports enthusiasts who have supported Demacia. We will hold a League of Legends event in 2 days, featuring significant discounts on numerous electronic products and generous gifts. Moreover, if you can prove you are a League of Legends player, you will receive a voucher of varying value. In support of esports, our manager Huang will sponsor the team for the final match in Leking with an initial sponsorship fee of 30,000 RMB. Upon this announcement, the members of the blood-colored squad were momentarily stunned, their eyes soon gleaming with excitement. The first prize of the Leking competition is a reward of 30,000 RMB from Coca-Cola. It's worth noting that past provincial and even national esports competitions offered rewards of merely a few thousand. A reward of 30,000 from a second-tier city is indeed astonishing. With a cash prize of 30,000 RMB plus the sponsorship of another 30,000 RMB from Demacia, the total amounts to a staggering 60,000 RMB. My goodness! Xiao Tongdong, Xiao Dao, Shui Haiyang, and Huang Yu had never seen such a sum in their lives. And now this money felt tantalizingly close, as long as they emerged victorious in the upcoming match. The most exhilarated was undoubtedly Qining. Such a substantial investment signified a promising future for League of Legends, indicating that the esports industry could ascend to greater heights because of this game. Choosing this path was undeniably the right decision. However, a sum of 60,000 RMB, once seemingly within reach, now felt elusive. Upon hearing the news, the members of the Tian squad wore expressions more dismal than eggplants. It was certain that once they returned, a fight would ensue among themselves. There would be no need for Qining to take revenge. They would surely end up battered and bruised. Damn it, I've never felt this exhilarated in my life. Xiao Tongtong exclaimed. Indeed, did you see Wu Kai's face just now? It was more satisfying than confronting him about his wife. Ha ha ha. Xiao Dao remarked crudely. Ahem. Let us remember we have a lady present, Shui Haiyang coughed, attempting to present himself as a gentleman. Nevertheless, no amount of pretense could conceal the excitement he and Xiao Dao shared over their mischievous antics. 60,000. I nearly lost it. The finals are still some time away, and Huang Yu's hand should be almost recovered. Only the final match remains. You must not let your excitement get the better of you, and especially remember this lesson. Qining admonished earnestly. Yes, 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 what Boss Qin says is true. We will give it our all. The group of rascals immediately quieted down, attentively listening to Boss Qin. However, if we win, we must celebrate. Tonight, I will treat you all. You can choose where to eat. Qin Ying's serious demeanor transformed in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile. Well, the members of the blood-red team erupted in excitement once more. All right, go rest for a bit. We will connect tonight. Naturally, the members of the blood-red team dispersed to their respective destinations, while Wang Qin was directly dragged away by Xiao Tongdong. As for you Luo Xing, others brought their families. Even if you are a classmate of someone else, what right do you have to join in the fun? For a moment, only Yu Luo Xing and Yang Chanxian remained outside the Demacia store. Yang Chanxian seemed to still be brooding over Yu Luo Xing's audacious embrace, her rosy cheeks puffed up. Unwilling to speak first. Hey, isn't that the player who just commanded the card master? It really is. I couldn't see clearly from afar. He is quite handsome. 3 stylishly dressed girls passed by, instantly recognizing Yu Luo Xing, and began chattering like a flock of delightful little sparrows. Yang Chanxian, unable to tolerate these women encroaching on her territory, shot a fierce glare at the approaching girls and pulled Yu Luo Xing away. Look at you two. Making a fool of yourselves, like hungry sheep pouncing on a tiger, remarked a short-haired girl. Who was pouncing? Clearly, you were smitten by his good looks, retorted a girl in a spaghetti-strap dress. The laughter of the girls lingered behind them. The more Yang Chanxian listened, the angrier she became. What is wrong with today's girls? Can't they show a bit of reserve? Who approaches so eagerly? The world is truly deteriorating. Humph. Why are they laughing so merrily? They're merely caught up in the moment. Do you think they genuinely like you? Yang Chanxian said, visibly displeased, as she saw Yu Luo Xing laughing so joyfully. I'm laughing at you. Just now, you looked so much like. Yu Luo Xing grinned. Like what? Yang Chanqian inquired. Puzzled. When a puppy is eating, it instinctively perceives nearby creatures as threats and reveals its fierce nature. This instinct is called food guarding. A dark line appeared on Yang Chanqian's forehead as she pronounced each word with emphasis. You. Luo. Sheng. At that moment, she wished she could transform into a little dog and bite Yu Luoxing. Chapter 82. The Swimming Queen. The sun shone brightly, and the enticing aroma of breakfast wafted in through the crack of the door. In the past, Yu Luoxing would skip breakfast, as his father worked at the factory from Monday to Friday, and his mother had to leave for her job early, making it impossible for her to prepare breakfast for him. The sin of kanji indicated the presence of a woman in the household, a woman who, though sometimes quite bothersome, was remarkably diligent and conscientious about chores like cooking and laundry. Ah, how delightful it was that you had returned. Everything felt significantly lighter. Usually, when you weren't home, your brother and father had to cater to you. Sigh, go wake your brother and tell him to get up for breakfast. Then let him accompany you for a stroll. It's been so many days since you came back. There has been a constant hustle between the hospital and home. Li Yun's voice resonated in the living room. In a daze, Yu Luoxing vaguely heard his mother, Li Yun, conversing with Yu. Get up. Moments later, he heard Yu's exasperated voice. Yu Luoxing turned over, clutching his soft pillow, and continued to doze off. He had celebrated with the Crimson Squad last night, indulging in quite a bit of alcohol, and his head still felt a little woozy. Lazy pig, get up for breakfast. Yu grasped Yu Luoxing's arm and shook it vigorously. With a foggy mind, Yu Luoxing opened his eyes and, through the haze, beheld a youthful beauty in a breezy camisole dress, playfully bending over at the side of his bed. The dress, perhaps a bit worn, hung loosely, allowing him a glimpse of the alluring neckline as she leaned down. It wasn't as deep as Yang Chanqian's, but it was still quite appealing, Yu Luoxing mused. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. Get up. Yu firmly grasped both of Yu Luoxing's arms, forcibly pulling him from the bed. All right, I'm getting up. In the past, anyone daring to disturb his slumber would face his wrath, even his mother. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Yu. If he were to cross her, she would retaliate even more fiercely. Where were you yesterday? Why did you come back so late, reeking of alcohol? Yu questioned, bringing her face closer to his. I was just chatting with a few friends. Hey, where are my pants? I took them to wash. They were covered in alcohol. Oh. I remember wearing them last night. Yu Luoxing scratched his head. Yu conveniently retrieved a pair of jeans from his wardrobe and tossed them to him. Yu Luoxing accepted the clean pants, pouting in annoyance, feeling that something was off. Firstly, someone must have stripped him of his pants last night, or else he wouldn't have woken up in just his underwear. Secondly, was this sister being too bold? Could she refrain from hovering around a man in his undergarments, as if she were determined to watch him dress before she would relent? I'm going to the swimming pool today. It's been ages since I last swam, and I'm afraid I might catch a chill. Come with me. As Yu noticed the disarray in Yu Luoxing's closet, she began tidying it up. Can't you just go by yourself? Yu Luoxing, now dressed, lethargically proceeded to wash up. After he completed his routine, Yu reappeared outside the bathroom. Your swimsuit, goggles, and swim cap are all ready for you, said Yu. Come on, did I ever say I wanted to swim? Yu Luoxing retorted. You spend all day on the computer, your bones must be stiff. Will exercising kill you? Yu replied, her tone laced with displeasure. I'm not going. Yu Luoxing insisted. You're out of your mind. Go swimming with Yu? She's practically a water school student, likely training for the provincial swimming team now. Don't let her petite figure fool you. In the water, she reigns like a queen. Yu Luoxing fancied himself a swimming expert, but compared to his sister, he felt inadequate. As he continued to eat his breakfast, Yu fell silent, granting him a rare moment of peace. After consuming half a bowl of kanji, Yu Luoxing sensed an unusual tension as he glanced at Yu, who was gazing down, on the verge of tears. Today, she had let her hair down instead of tying it back, her delicate features enhanced by the cascading locks, rendering her quite enchanting. What's wrong? Yu Luoxing asked, a flicker of unease stirring within him. She finally returns, and you always act this way. Yu's voice trembled with a nasally whimper, her words threatening to spill into tears. In a few days, I'll be back at school, training every day. It's hard to find someone to talk to. When I call you, you barely say anything before hanging up. When I see you, you act like I'm a nuisance. Noticing Yu truly on the brink of tears, Yu Luoxing quickly reassured her. All right, I'll go swimming with you. I'll swim as long as you want, even if I end up with skin peeling off. Just don't cry. But I can't swim all day. We need to go buy some clothes tonight, Yu replied weakly. Fine, I'll accompany you, Yu Luoxing nodded. Upon seeing his agreement, Yu lifted her head, wiping her eyes, and broke into a beaming smile that's more like it. Yu Luoxing gazed at her impish grin, feeling a sense of defeat. After all these years, how do I keep falling for the same tricks? There are many beautiful women at the swimming pool, all with fantastic figures. You console them. Can I bring a beautiful girl with me? Yu Luoxing inquired. Are you referring to me? Yu Yu's smile radiated joy. No, someone else, Yu Luoxing clarified. The one in the long dress that day? Yes. Absolutely not. Yu Yu's expression turned serious. While there were indeed many beautiful women at the pool, Yu Yu possessed her own confidence, believing none could rival her beauty or figure. However, the woman on the bridge the other day was a different story. Speaking of which, given the sweltering heat, Yu Luoxing struggled to find a better reason to invite Yang Qianqian out. Suggesting a swimming outing seemed like an excellent choice, after all. Her long, shapely legs had undoubtedly left many men drooling. Just imagining her in swimwear, revealing her stunning legs, and the snug, narrow swim shorts accentuating her curves made his mouth water. Is she really your girlfriend? Yu Yu asked curiously. To be candid, Yu Luoxing's true nature is best understood by Yu Yu. She harbors significant doubts regarding how someone of his rather humble disposition could ever attract a woman of such exceptional beauty. Nevertheless, there remains a glimmer of hope. With unwavering confidence, Yu Luoxing proclaimed his intentions. It's not certain that others will find you appealing. Perhaps they merely see you as a fleeting source of amusement. Yu Yu retorted coldly. Do not be envious. Who is envious? I am no less than she is. That remains to be seen. You are still quite inexperienced. As Yu Luoxing felt the tension rising, Yu Yu, on the verge of losing her temper, pointed at him and exclaimed, Call her over to the swimming pool. Chapter 83. Solo. Demacia. As Yu Yu furiously pointed at Yu Luoxing, her proud stature reminiscent of a warrior ready to engage in a duel, the exclamation of Demacia momentarily eased the tension in the air. Text messages flooded in. Yu Luoxing retrieved his phone from his pocket, and to his astonishment, the sender was none other than Yang Qianqian. A delightful sense of connection sparked within him as he secretly rejoiced, hastily opening the message to discover what affectionate words the goddess had sent him. Are you awake? Get online. Awake, on my way. He promptly replied. Having finished his porridge, with a crispy youtiao filling his mouth, Yu Luoxing dashed to his room, swiftly powering on his computer. Observing his mischievous grin, Yu Yu immediately deduced the identity of the message sender. Feeling a wave of displeasure as she began to clear the dishes, a gentle beam of sunlight filtered through the window, casting mottled patterns on the pristine wooden floor, adorned with a few pairs of charming slippers, slightly askew. Aside from this, the room exuded an aura of cleanliness, orderliness, warmth, and charm. At the windowsill rested a Sony laptop, renowned among young women for its elegant design. Delicate, fair hands danced lightly over the keyboard, crafting a cheerful message. I challenge you to a duel, accompanied by a toothy grin emoticon. On the other end, there was a prolonged silence before a reply flickered onto the screen. You must still be half asleep. Upon reading this, Yang Qianqian's cheeks puffed adorably in indignation. Just tell him it's for practice, just for fun, advised a tall young man beside her, a cigarette dangling from his lips. No smoking in my room. Yang Qianqian shot an irritated glance at him. Yang Ying reluctantly tucked the cigarette back into his pocket, muttering, honestly, How dare you say I'm not as skilled as this kid? Do you not know I was the president of the esports club in college? My team secured numerous championships, and I've faced many professional players. So what? Regardless, you're not as good as him, Yang Qianqian retorted defiantly. Noticing that Yu Luoxing had set up the duel room, she stood up, offering her seat to her obstinate brother. Do you think the Dawn Squad reached the finals by mere luck? Excelling in this game requires more than just daily practice. It demands talent and intellect. Without me and Lao Wu, we might not have even made it to the finals. Just watch, I will surely dominate him. Yang Ying boldly took his seat, expertly grasping the mouse and tapping the keyboard. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, he muttered, This laptop isn't quite right. Sigh, let him have a bit of an advantage. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes and remarked, If you had watched the match the other day, you wouldn't dare to speak so confidently. What is so impressive about it? Winning 4 against 5 on a single lane is hardly remarkable. In the internet CAF of Lecting, there are not many skilled players. If you have witnessed the prowess of renowned professional players from famous teams, you would comprehend the vast disparity. As Yang Ying spoke, he began adjusting the sensitivity of his mouse. Once satisfied, he noticed a message in the chat box, causing a subtle shift in his gaze. He invited you to go swimming, Yang Ying remarked to Yang Qianqian, punctuating his statement with a derisive snort. As Yang Qianqian's older brother, Yang Ying often dealt with various nuisances attempting to harass his sister, having kicked out many such oblivious individuals. Being a man himself, he found it unacceptable for a college student to invite a girl to swim alone, second only to the implication of heading to a hotel after a movie. You little brat, if you're after my sister, you must have a death wish. Yang Chanqian feigned ignorance, mentally cursing Yu Luoxing for choosing such an inappropriate time to ask. Who would swim with a lecher like you? She thought, her cheeks flushing at the mere idea of appearing before Yu Luoxing in revealing swimwear. Let us engage in a mid-lane AP duel, Yang Ying suggested. Lost in her thoughts about how to decline Yu Luoxing's invitation, Yang Chanqian was oblivious to Yang Ying's words. Soon, the screen transitioned to the loading interface. Yang Ying instinctively reached for a cigarette but, noticing Yang Chanqian's disapproving look, discreetly set it back down with an awkward smile. Let me tell you, I've played a few matches with the AP player Xiao Guanjuan from the Dianda team. He's decent against novices, but when it comes to facing true experts, he's nothing but a weakling. If I were to face him without jungle assistance, I would easily dismantle him. Defeating him is quite ordinary. I have chosen Fizz, and he has picked Lux. Your male classmate is surely courting disaster, Yang Ying commented. Why is Fizz particularly effective against Lux? Yang Chanqian inquired, puzzled. Not just effective, it's practically a complete annihilation, Yang Ying asserted confidently. Surely that can't be the case. Lux has such long-range abilities, while Fizz is melee. How could you possibly overwhelm her? Yang Chanqian countered. The sole reason anyone fails to perform well with Fizz is simple: cowardice. Yang Ying replied, preparing his equipment. Since it was a solo match, both players headed to the mid lane. Yang Ying, controlling Yang Chanqian's account, guided Fizz towards the center lane. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Yu Luoxing's Lux dancing merrily in the middle. Observing this, Yang Ying couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Yu Luoxing would never suspect that his opponent was not Yang Chanqian, but rather her older brother. Let you dance for a moment, should you underestimate me? I shall claim your life every minute. Is Fizz really that formidable? I rarely see him in matches, Yang Chanqian asked. Formidable indeed. In ranked games. Apart from Diana and Annie, he rarely struggles against anyone else. If the opponent is wise, they would hide under the tower to preserve their life. But if they are a novice, unaware of how to play safely, they will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Just look at him. He must think Fizz has a short reach, and that he can dominate with his Lux. When it comes to the second and third levels, just wait and see. If he dares to strike while online without using his flash, he is certain to perish, Yang Ying remarked. Oh, Yang Chanqian responded, sensing the truth in Yang Ying's words. To be frank, she harbored some anxiety in her heart, uncertain whether Yu Luoxing could cope. Yang Chanqian was well aware of her brother Yang Ying's prowess, as he was the captain of the Dawn team. Her brother was not merely a petty hoodlum from an internet CAF. He was a distinguished student from a prestigious university. In fact, the true Dawn team had been thoroughly defeated by the team Yang Ying assembled during internal competitions at the internet CAF. The owner of the Dawn internet CAF, left with no choice, had to finance Yang Ying's team to bear their CAF's name. Otherwise, they would have lost all face in front of others. Chapter 84. The first blood in solo. In a typical solo match, victory is determined by either 3 kills or the destruction of 2 towers. However, the official rules state that a player can also win by achieving 100 minion kills, taking down a tower, or scoring a single kill. Yang Chanqian was rather unfamiliar with these norms, while her brother, Yang Ying, provided explanations as they played. Meanwhile, Yu Luoxing stood confidently at the center, provocatively taunting the little fish champion. In truth, there had been a fleeting moment when Yu Luoxing contemplated starting with a Doran's blade. An AD build for Lux. The Lady of Luminosity, yes, it was worth a consideration. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that it would be unwise to underestimate his opponent, particularly when it came to his sister. Choosing instead to acquire a Doran's ring, Yu Luoxing's first instinct when facing an opponent was to assess their equipment. Yet, given that Yang Chanqian was controlling the little fish champion, he felt no need to scrutinize her choices. The considerable disparity in their skill levels rendered her equipment irrelevant in this solo. Chanqian, would you like me to let you have a skill? Yu Luoxing casually typed. No need, Yang Ying replied with a scoff. As both sides' minions reached the lane, Yu Luoxing adopted an aggressive stance, utilizing his basic attacks to bully the short-ranged little fish champion. He understood well that in a mid-lane encounter between Lux and the little fish, the latter could only be harassed slightly during the first 2 levels. By level 3, the tables would turn. He surmised that Yang Chanqian was unaware of this nuance. Thus he freely continued to harass the little fish with basic attacks while also focusing on last-hitting minions. You see? I'm already 7 minions behind, Yang Tranqian exclaimed. This kid's last-hitting skills are quite solid, Yang Ying muttered. Lux's early minion farming is notoriously challenging. During this wave, Yang Ying's little fish champion had only secured 5 minions, while Lux had collected all 12, even managing to disrupt Yang Ying several times during the process. I told you. He is quite skilled, Yang Tranqian smiled. Yang Ying merely rolled his eyes in disdain. After a while, Yang Ying glanced at the experience bar and then at the minion wave pressing against his tower. He is going to die, believe it or not, Yang Ying asserted. I can't believe that. How could that possibly happen? Yang Tranqian retorted incredulously. Yang Ying's little fish champion was down to half health, while Lux remained at full health, clearly indicating the little fish's disadvantage. Just then, the little fish champion executed a quick strike, taking down a minion beneath the tower and reaching level 3. Yang Ying swiftly upgraded his W skill, activating it almost instantaneously. The little fish's trident glowed as he surged through the distant minions. With a mischievous strike, the little fish wielded his harpoon, creating a line of water as he lunged straight towards the erratically positioned Lux. The mischievous strike would deal additional magic damage alongside his basic attack, triggering the W skill's tearing effect. However, it seemed that the fish champion's ambush did not significantly diminish Lux's health. Yang Ying wore a confident smile on his face as he commanded the little fish man to closely pursue his opponent, Lux, unleashing a series of basic attacks upon her. Indeed, Lux would not lose much health from the initial WQ combination. However, the ordinary attacks of the fishman were unparalleled compared to those of other AP champions. As anticipated, Lux's health rapidly diminished under the relentless onslaught of basic strikes, dwindling to half in mere moments. Still no sign of a flash? Then perish. A smirk curled at the corners of Yang Ying's mouth as he decisively applied Ignite when Lux was left with merely half of her health. At this juncture, Lux finally recognized her impending defeat and cast her Q ability to ensnare him, attempting to retreat. Yang Ying, evidently an experienced player, predicted her move and promptly pressed the E key. The fishman leaped into the air, deftly evading Lux's binding light. With a resounding smack, his tail struck down, conjuring a wave of blue energy that collided with Lux's visage, causing her health to plummet once more. Whoosh. Flash. Lux, now critically low on health, finally activated her flash ability. Yang Ying let out a cold chuckle. Almost instantaneously upon her use of flash, he mirrored her action, delivering an attack enhanced by the W ability, the Trident of the Sea. Lux's health plummeted again, and after executing this basic attack, Yang Ying confidently turned away. The effects of Ignite and the bleeding from the Reaper's effect triggered simultaneously. Without even glancing, he knew Lux was doomed. 1 second, 2 seconds. A scream echoed through the air as Lux fell to the ground. First blood. The first kill. Yang Tranqian gazed in astonishment, her mouth agape, her eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. Had Yu Luoxing truly been slain for first blood? It was exactly as Yang Ying had predicted. Everything seemed to unfold according to the script he had crafted, with Yu Luoxing's every move accounted for. Yu Luoxing was undeniably formidable, the most skilled player Yang Tranqian had ever encountered. How could he be so easily outmatched? Could it be that her brother, Yang Ying, was indeed superior to Yu Luoxing? After dispatching a wave of minions, Yang Ying leisurely pressed the recall button. As he returned, he turned his head with a smile and said, "Did you see that?" Yang Tranqian pouted in displeasure. Although this man was her brother, she secretly hoped Yu Luoxing would triumph over this self-absorbed sibling. Who would have thought that Yu Luoxing would fall to Yang Ying at level 3? This game was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. A true expert must master the art of calculation, calculating their own level, damage, and health, while simultaneously assessing their opponent's level and health. Your classmate may possess commendable skills and techniques, but if he has not learned these calculations, he will only reign over this small locale and never rise to greater heights, Yang Ying remarked. Having secured the kill on Lux, Yang Ying spoke with renewed conviction, for he had triumphed even while at half health. A testament to the disparity in skill between the two players. Certainly, Yang Ying does not deny that the little fishman possesses a significant advantage in direct confrontations. However, if the opponent fails to grasp even this fundamental aspect, they are unworthy of being called a master. Yang Tranqian pouted and defended Yu Luoxing, stating, "You used my account to face him. He was merely playing rather casually." Yang Ying, aware of her sister's unwillingness to concede, continued, "From this point onward, he will only be able to utilize skills to farm minions. Should he dare to emerge, he will surely meet his demise. Damn it, I've been played." A muffled curse escaped Yu Luoxing's lips, resonating through the otherwise tidy and pristine room. Clearly, the opponent's ID was dancing lightly. But it was evident that it was not Yang Qianqian herself controlling it. Yu Luoxing spat the chicken feet he had been chewing into the trash can and uncrossed his legs. Then, with a casual swipe to rid his left hand of grease, he placed it upon the keyboard. Chapter 85. Defending a certain dignity of the underprivileged, Yu Luoxing had indeed executed a flash with his fist. In truth, he struck the keys just as the little fishman's Z skill came crashing down, inadvertently hitting the F and G keys. Who could this be, truly adept at the game? Yu Luoxing purchased a magic resistance cloak and guided the resurrected Lux toward the lane. The opposing team displayed a commendable understanding of the little fishman, daring to engage him at half health, while most would hesitate to leave the safety of their tower when faced with an opponent at full health. His strategy was, in fact, astutely correct. The little fishman held no fear against other AP champions, particularly against Lux, whose abilities were non-targeted. With confidence, even at low health, he could challenge her at full health. Yang Ying, someone is looking for you. A woman's voice echoed from downstairs. Oh, I'll be right down. Yang Ying stood up, shifting the computer and mouse toward Yang Qianqian. I suspect it's the Dawn team calling for me. You can play with him. I'm off now. Why? The duel has concluded. Yang Qianqian was unwilling to let Yang Ying leave. She hoped that Yu Luoxing could make a comeback. Otherwise, her brother Yang Ying would incessantly brag about his skills in her presence. There is nothing left to prove. He is already lost. Once he reaches level 4 or 5, he can play defensively to survive, but at level 6, securing kills under the tower is not a challenge. Yang Ying exited Yang Qianqian's room. That's quite the statement, Yang Qianqian retorted, unyielding. He's the AP from the blood color team, right? After our Dawn team faces off against the Ichi team in the finals, I will be the one facing him mid-lane. I don't mind you relaying that message. Let him return to support. If the crucial mid-lane AP position is overwhelmed, there truly is nothing left to play for. Yang Ying tossed his hair back, lit a cigarette, and left. Seeing Yang Ying's smug demeanor irked Yang Qianqian. That loser Yu Luoxing, usually so formidable, crumbles at critical moments. It's infuriating. She returned to her position, taking over Yang Ying's little fishman, seeking to exact revenge on Yu Luoxing. As anticipated, Yang Qianqian's little fishman was effortlessly dispatched by Yu Luoxing's Lux. Frustrated, Yang Qianqian abruptly closed the game and sent an angry emoticon to Yu Luoxing on QQ. Yu Luoxing scratched his head, glancing at the 1-to-5 kill ratio. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? He muttered to himself. In the afternoon, Yu Luoxing was to accompany Yu to the swimming pool. The Lekking swimming pool was rather expensive. Whenever Yu Luoxing wished to swim, he opted for the more affordable public pools. However, Yu was more discerning. Being a girl, she was not fond of being harassed by a throng of lecherous onlookers, particularly after her recent physical development. Additionally, as a professional swimmer, the crowded public pools were hardly conducive to showcasing her skills. Of course, the swimming facility was still public, but the pools were notably cleaner. Most importantly, some pools were designated solely for training swimming team members, allowing Yu to swim for free with her swimming school credentials, all while enjoying the solitude to focus on her practice. Upon arriving at the swimming pool, Yu Luoxing changed into his swim trunks. It had indeed been a while since he engaged in physical exercise. A good stretch would do wonders for his body. Naturally, it would be even better if there were bikini-clad beauties around. As he warmed up, he suddenly caught sight of a slender and alluring silhouette emerging from behind the plastic curtain of the women's changing room. Wow, a beauty was approaching. Yu Luoxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her long, elegant legs were captivating, and the snug deep blue swimsuit clung to her form, accentuating her grace and elasticity. Between her ample bosom, a glimpse of soft, fair flesh and a deep cleavage beckoned, tempting one to gaze even deeper. Yu Luoxing wiped his mouth, pleasantly surprised to find that this enchanting woman was indeed walking towards him after parting the curtain. He feigned continuing his warm-up, yet his eyes discreetly roamed over her figure. In everyday attire, women often appear with creases and looseness, providing only a vague outline of their shape. However, clad in a swimsuit, a woman reveals her truest self, the delicate curves of her bosom, her slender waist, rounded hips, and beautiful legs. Moreover, the narrow swimsuit often conceals as much as it reveals, leaving much to the imagination, which only heightens a man's curiosity and desire. Upon seeing the beauty, Yu Luoxing felt a sense of solace. It seemed that accompanying the insufferable Yu for a swim was not so tedious after all. However, something felt amiss. After stealing a few glances, he finally turned to behold the woman's face. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Yu Luoxing's expression shifted dramatically. What? This was Yu. How could this be? When did she acquire such a figure? He vividly recalled the last time he saw Yu. Her chest had been flat enough to serve as a mousepad. Can you imagine? The girl who had always been in his mind as the innocent Annie had suddenly transformed into the alluring goddess, a blend of astonishment and disbelief, intertwined with a hint of surprise, manifested as the expression on Yu Luoxing's face. Yu then tossed a towel at him, exclaiming in indignation, "What are you staring at?" Yu Luoxing swallowed hard, his mind swirling with exclamation marks. While he could display a foolish demeanor in front of Yang Chanqian, he could never afford to appear foolish before his own sister. Clearing his throat, he earnestly shifted his gaze away. That said, it had indeed been quite some time since he last saw his sister, Yu. She had been noticed by a swimming coach early on and whisked away for training with the swim team before she could even finish her studies, returning home only about twice a year. During high school, when Yu Luoxing pursued a career in professional gaming, opportunities to meet her dwindled further. It had been roughly 2 years since their last encounter. Thus, in Yu Luoxing's memory, Yu remained that clingy, meddlesome girl with a notably flat chest. Well, for a young girl, it is entirely plausible to transform from a naive child into an alluring young lady within a span of 2 years. After all, others are engaged in swimming, which is the most effective exercise for developing one's figure. However, when such a transformation occurs within oneself, Yu Luoxing finds it rather difficult to adapt, indeed, quite challenging. Of course, he is quite willing to attempt to acclimate. After all, as a man, one must confront the harsh realities of life and face the astonishing changes that unfold around them. He should confirm with his mother later that Yu is indeed adopted. Initially, Yu Luoxing firmly believed that when Yu was taken in by their parents at the tender age of 7 or 8, she was meant to serve as a maid. Isn't that how the poignant dramas depict it? A little girl, once adopted, spends her days doing laundry and cooking, tirelessly serving her new family, waking up early and going to bed late, often bullied and mistreated by the young masters and ladies of the house. As she grows older, she faces various forms of harassment. Yet, after several years, Yu Luoxing realizes he has been misled by those dramas. Maidservant? Domestic chores? Every visiting relative is utterly convinced that she is the biological child, while the sniffling boy in the corner is merely the maid's apprentice. Despite sharing the same household and being a native of the place, Yu gradually begins to embody the essence of a goddess. Just look at her figure, her exquisite features, and her prestigious status as an official member of the provincial swimming team. She may very well become a dazzling sports star in the future. As for himself, sporting beach shorts, a t-shirt, and flip-flops, while being enamored with video games, such a rhythm could ruin a life. Yu Luoxing does not resent his sister, Yu. Rather, he feels a twinge of jealousy and discontent. Thus, the more she clings to him, the more he adopts an indifferent demeanor, attempting to uphold what little dignity he has left. Of course, at times, she can be quite bothersome. Although she is his sister, she insists on adopting a sisterly role to educate her brother, which irks Yu Luoxing the most. In the past, he could remark on her naivety and lack of maturity. Now, how should he describe her? Perhaps ample yet lacking in intellect? That would indeed be a compliment. Chapter 86. The arrival of the finals. The hour was still early, and the swimming pool was devoid of spectators. After completing her warm-up exercises, Yu submerged herself in the water, leisurely reclining against the soft steps of the diving pool, resembling someone luxuriating in a bathtub. When her spirits were low, she reveled in the tranquility of the water. On joyous days, she would frolic like a delightful mermaid, gracefully undulating through the depths. Many times, when Yu Luoxing thought of Yu, it was amidst the serenity of water. She adored the sensation of the cool, gentle water enveloping her. Whenever the clamor of the world became overwhelming, a plunge beneath the surface would render everything blissfully silent. "Brother, which university are you planning to attend?" Yu inquired with a bright smile. "I'll try to get into a school in Shanghai if I can," Yu Luoxing replied. Shanghai, a sprawling metropolis, far surpassed the small town of Leking. "Are you really going there?" Yu murmured softly. "This time, it's for my studies," Yu Luoxing clarified. Playing games is not a good idea," Yu remarked. Not wishing to dwell on that topic, Yu Luoxing redirected the conversation. "When do you start school?" "In a few days. The teacher said I need to participate in some preliminary competitions," Yu replied, gently splashing water onto her face. The pristine water cascaded down her rosy cheeks, gliding along her slender neck to her collarbone and chest, creating an alluring sight. "Are you ready to take off?" Yu Luoxing asked. Considering it, Yu had been swimming for many years, and her coach was finally ready to let her compete. the vast ocean awaited her. Truth be told, Yu Luoxin was uncertain just how far Yu would venture into the world of athletics. Perhaps one day, she would read about her in the news. Yu nodded with a smile. Yu Luoxin, lost in thought, suddenly noticed Yu dive beneath the surface. He watched as her long, graceful legs splashed playfully against the water, reminiscent of a mischievous mermaid showering him with droplets. After swimming a short distance, Yu emerged from the water, her laughter ringing out as she playfully teased Yu Luoxin, who shot her a mock glare. She stuck out her tongue and vanished back into the depths. As she swam, the clear water revealed her slender, elegant silhouette, fluid and graceful, her curves enhancing the exquisite beauty of her strokes. Yu Luoxin leaned back, resting his head in his hands as he observed the girl soaring in her aquatic realm. It was no wonder their parents regarded her as a daughter. She was more obedient and sensible than him, and was now the cherished protege of a renowned swimming coach, with boundless prospects ahead. Yu was truly a favored child of the water, poised to blossom magnificently in her chosen path. And what of himself? Gaining admission to a prestigious university felt like merely a grain of sand lost amidst an endless sea. Yu Luoxin submerged his head beneath the water. And as Yu had said, the entire world fell into silence, leaving only himself. However, amidst this profound stillness, why did a surge of cheers and screams arise? Why did he hear someone calling out his name? Why, upon closing his eyes, did he see faces brimming with unshed tears? And there was one person furiously pointing at him, accusing him of being a coward. He longed to utter an apology, to know how they were faring. Suddenly, a wave crashed towards Yu Luoxin, disrupting his tranquil world. He emerged from the water, only to find the little beauty, her cheeks dotted with droplets, causing mischief once more. With a forced smile, he dove back into the depths. In the following days, Yu Luoxin continued to train with the blood color team at the Longxing Internet Cafe, only during the night. This night, they practiced until the early hours, around 1 or 2. After sharing a late-night snack, he took his leave. Upon returning home, he noticed that his parents seemed to be asleep. Following the surgery, Yu Jing was recuperating, having been brought home yesterday for recovery, as hospital stays were exorbitantly expensive. Once home, Yu Luoxin took a shower and paused briefly before pushing open the door, carefully nudging it ajar. A beam of light spilled into the room, illuminating the smaller bed. Cautiously, he shed his clothes and lay down on his own bed. "Brother," came Yu's voice from the small bed. "You're still awake at this hour?" Yu Luoxin responded. "I have a bus at 10 tomorrow," Yu informed him. "Are you leaving so soon?" he asked, surprised. "Humph. I've told you several times," she retorted. "You should get some rest." Feeling fatigued, Yu Luoxin embraced the cool pillow and closed his eyes. "The coach said that if I could win more awards." MMHM. Yu Luoxin barely caught her words, responding in a daze. "I'll be able to choose. Then we can see each other often. Aren't you happy?" With a soft snort, Yu Luoxin provided his answer. Yet, Yu's tone shifted from gentle to sharp. "You lazy bum. You fall asleep while I'm talking to you," she exclaimed, throwing her pillow at him. Tossing and turning without her pillow, Yu felt uncomfortable and ultimately climbed onto Yu Luoxin's bed to retrieve her pillow. The weather was overcast and gloomy, a condition that often left men pondering a certain dilemma: should I bring an umbrella or not? Alas, men frequently grapple with this decision. In any case, Yu Luoxin chose not to bring one. He was confident that young Tranqian would carry one, allowing for a closer connection on their way back. The final match of the Longxing Internet Cafe tournament was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and by 8, a throng of esports enthusiasts began to converge upon the Demacia Electronics Mall. Prior to the finals, ample adjustments were necessary. The participants needed to take their seats ahead of time. The grand finale of the Longxing event was evidently bolstered by extensive promotion from various merchants. Even before the competition commenced, the exhibition hall was nearly filled to capacity. The hall, though modest in size, was initially deemed sufficient to accommodate the legion of League of Legends enthusiasts. However, the swift influx of attendees compelled the organizers to designate the surrounding area of the second-floor atrium as additional seating. Consequently, the first floor of the Demacia exhibition hall and the periphery of the second-floor atrium boasted hundreds of spectators, culminating in one of the most vibrant scenes ever witnessed at Demacia. Observing such an immense crowd, Huang Junjie could barely contain his elation, perceiving the abundant business opportunities. Around 9 o'clock, Yu Luoxin and the members of the Blood Red team were already awaiting their turn. Yu Luoxin was engaged in conversation with Qining when his phone abruptly rang. Without checking the caller ID, he answered. "Where are you?" came the irate voice of Yu from the other end. "Oh, what is it?" "I have a 10 o'clock train." Yu's tone was frigid. "I have matters to attend to, so I want to be able to see you off," Yu Luoxin replied. "You Luo Xing, I despise you." The call ended abruptly, leaving Yu Yu's voice echoing in the air. The surrounding team members cast peculiar glances at Yu Luo Xing, including Yang Tranxian, who regarded him with a strange expression. "My sister," Yu Luo Xing awkwardly clarified.